Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. In the martial world's central plain stands the grand headquarters of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Inside, the powerful Heavenly Demon, leader of the cult, sits in meditation surrounded by ominous energy. A subordinate rushes in and falls to his knees before the meditating Heavenly Demon, crying out to him. The first elder, called Fist Demon and sworn brother to the Heavenly Demon, tearfully protests that enemy sects are gathering yet nothing is being done. Fist Demon despairs that even his leader's famed strength cannot help and frantically asks what he should do, calling the leader cold-hearted. The elder mutters that he is not actually cold-hearted. The Heavenly Demon appears in a spirit-like form and explains that while training he became separated from his body and cannot return. He admits that at first roaming freely, even to the moon, was fun, while Fist Demon sobs that he is still cold-hearted. Annoyed, the Heavenly Demon complains that even beings who cannot hear him are colder and orders Fist Demon to stop crying as power crackles around his hand. He whips his energy around Fist Demon in a wide arc. He laments that without a physical body, even his ultimate divine arts are useless. Suddenly he reacts in shock to something unexpected. A dark vortex forms behind him, pulling at his spiritual form. The vortex swirls violently, becoming a black hole of energy. The Heavenly Demon is shocked as an overpowering force begins sucking him into the vortex. He resists the pull, activating a technique called weight expansion to try to anchor himself. Despite his effort, he is yanked toward the vortex, exclaiming in surprise. Realizing again that he has no physical body, he curses as he is dragged in. His spirit is swallowed completely by the spiraling void. A small blue flame-like wisp emerges from the vortex and flies away. In another world, bullies mock a powerless support worker, telling him he is useless compared to even elderly E-rank awakened people. A woman screams the name Hyansu in horror. Park Hyansu bolts awake, gasping in terror. He sits on his bed, panting and sweating after the nightmare. Looking around his room from above, Hyansu mutters that he is sick and tired of this life. The narration shifts back 2 years to when everything began. At that time, portals connecting Earth to another world appeared simultaneously across the globe. Monsters poured out of those portals and rampaged everywhere without distinction. Humanity responded with advanced weaponry and began counterattacks. However, conventional weapons proved ineffective against the monsters. As humanity neared annihilation, some people began awakening supernatural abilities. Among the awakened were S-rank hunters with exceptionally powerful abilities. These S-rank hunters' strength proved highly effective in fighting the monsters. Armed with special weapons, hunters engaged the monsters in fierce battle. Using their powers, they struck down gigantic monsters. Over time, S-rank hunters became as influential and powerful as entire nations. Yet in this new world of powers, about 1% of people remained completely powerless. In an apartment stairwell, the scene shifts back to Hyansu's building. Hyansu introduces himself as a 27-year-old powerless supporter named Park Hyansu. He sits with a downcast expression, clearly burdened. A message on his phone from the hospital warns that if he does not pay by month's end, his relative Hyuntae will be discharged due to lack of beds. Knowing forced discharge would be a death sentence for Hyuntae, Hyansu despairs and decides he should die instead. Holding a rope, he thinks he cannot bear losing another family member, and hopes the government will care for his brother if he has no guardian. Crying, he apologizes to Hyuntae, saying he tried his best. As he grips the rope, strange blue energy suddenly surrounds him and the room. Hyansu notices something odd happening and widens his eyes. In front of him, a giant swirling black portal opens in midair. Terrified, he screams for help, asking what the phenomenon is. The Heavenly Demon's spirit descends from the portal toward Hyansu's room. He crashes down directly on top of Hyansu on the bed. The two tumble together, the old man pinning the shocked Hyansu beneath him. Disoriented, Hyansu groans and demands to know who this stranger is. The Heavenly Demon, surprised that Hyansu can see him, leans in and asks if Hyansu truly sees him. Hyansu shrieks in terror and scrambles away on the bed. Believing the intruder might be a thief, Hyansu yells that he is broke and has nothing worth stealing. Floating calmly, the Heavenly Demon ignores this and wonders where he has ended up. Hyansu realizes in fear that the robed man is actually floating in midair. Hyansu nervously asks if the man came through the portal and if he is a hunter. The Heavenly Demon, clueless about hunters, mistakes the word for food and curiously examines Hyansu's television. When his hand passes through the TV, he notes he still cannot touch physical objects. Panicking, Hyansu assumes the old man is a reaper sent to take his life but pleads that he has a younger brother to protect. The Heavenly Demon complains that Hyansu has called him both thief and reaper, then flicks his forehead. Hyansu collapses in pain screaming, while the Heavenly Demon looks on curiously. Realizing he can physically touch Hyansu, the Heavenly Demon grabs his head as Hyansu begs not to be hit. The old man silently strokes his beard, thinking. Hyansu watches, bewildered, as the Heavenly Demon casually walks out of his room. Outside, the Heavenly Demon floats through a modern city street, invisible to passers-by. He marvels that objects swifter than horses carry people along the road. Gazing at tall glass buildings, he concludes this strange city is not his original world. Approaching a man on the sidewalk, he announces he has a question. His incorporeal body passes through the stranger, confirming he cannot touch him. He realizes he cannot interact with most people and wonders if Hyansu is the only one he can touch. Something then catches his attention sharply. Determined, he rushes back at high speed, wreathed in energy. Meanwhile, Hyansu tapes sheets of paper over the portal on his wall to hide the ominous black hole. Finished covering it, he mutters that the hole scared him because it looked like a glaring black void. Still uneasy, he wonders if it truly is a portal and decides he should report it. His phone vibrates with an incoming call. Answering, he hears B-rank hunter Kim Haxon and greets him respectfully. Kim asks for urgent support on a portal raid, and Hyansu eagerly accepts, saying he can help and will come immediately. Kim warns that the portal is B-rank and tells him to prepare well. Hyansu agrees enthusiastically. Hanging up, Hyansu decides death is not the answer after all and notes that the caller was B-rank hunter Kim Haxon. The heavenly demon, now back in Hyansu's room meditating on the bed, comments that Hyansu seems mentally unstable for talking to himself again, startling Hyansu. In the stairwell, Hyansu yells at the unseen old man, asking why he has returned. The heavenly demon retorts that he did not want to come back to such a shabby room but was inexplicably dragged back whenever he tried to leave. As Hyansu packs for the raid, the heavenly demon asks where he is going, and Hyansu replies that he is heading to support a portal raid and wants the old man gone before he returns. The heavenly demon, confused by all the talk of hunters and portals, asks what those terms mean, while Hyansu notes he does not even know what a portal is. Leaving down the stairs with his backpack, Hyansu warns that he will call the police if the old man is still there, while the heavenly demon silently watches. Suddenly the heavenly demon grabs Hyansu by the back of the collar, saying he will be too slow at that pace. Using a technique called heavenly demon flight, he soars through the air at high speed while dragging a screaming Hyansu behind him. People on the street notice Hyansu flying through the sky and wonder if he is an awakened person. Hyansu begs to be put down because everyone is staring as they streak through the city. Spotting the rendezvous bus below, Hyansu frantically points out that they have arrived. The heavenly demon abruptly drops him, causing Hyansu to land painfully. While Hyansu vomits from motion sickness on the sidewalk, the heavenly demon looks on, puzzled. A city bus carrying hunters and supporters heads toward the raid site. Inside the bus, Hyansu sits nervously and admits that B-rank portals scare him. He consoles himself that the pay from this job will cover his overdue hospital bills. The heavenly demon suddenly appears hovering over Hyansu on the bus, asking where he is going now, shocking both Hyansu and nearby passengers. Upside down in front of Hyansu, the heavenly demon explains he cannot leave because he keeps getting pulled back to Hyansu, like being bound to him. Hyansu despairs internally, realizing he is now stuck with a ghostly old man. The heavenly demon, however, is pleased that he now has someone to talk to and declares he is no longer bored, while Hyansu protests loudly that he does not like this. At Mount Ilya, officials announce that a portal has opened at the peak, hunters are ascending, and supporters must take their assigned gear and move out. Hyansu joins other supporters carrying supply boxes up the mountain path. At the glowing portal entrance, hunters and supporters gather, ready to enter. B-rank hunter Kim Haksung briefs everyone, stating the raid composition of 1 B-rank, 4 C-rank hunters, and 5 supporters, and asks for questions. Another B-rank hunter, Iron, warns that a B-rank portal is dangerous and asks experienced raiders to look after the newcomers. As they don vests and gear, Hyansu puts on his equipment, while others chat admiring Iron's looks. Someone greets Hyansu, saying it has been a while. Hyansu turns to see B-rank hunter Choi Jung-sung, who pointedly asks if Hyansu is still working as a supporter after causing trouble last time. Hyansu internally panics, recognizing that Choi Jung-sung is present too. Remembering past encounters, Hyansu recalls Choi as a sadistic bully who beats people under the guise of joking, once injuring him badly enough to miss work for a month. Choi feigns friendliness, saying Hyansu should greet him properly when they meet again, and Hyansu nervously complies. Choi demands to know who called Hyansu. When Hyansu answers that it was Hunter Kim Haksung, Choi grudgingly accepts it. Pretending encouragement, Choi tells Hyansu not to make mistakes and to try his best, while slapping him hard in the stomach. Choi walks away laughing to himself as Hyansu doubles over in pain. Watching, the heavenly demon comments that Choi is extremely rude and notes he even acts worse than beggar sect leaders, while Hyansu explains that Choi causes trouble and blames others. The heavenly demon suddenly smacks Hyansu for tolerating such treatment. Hyansu cries out, asking why he was hit, as nearby supporters gossip that he seems to be talking to himself and acting strangely. The heavenly demon dismisses him as pathetic. The raid party lines up and announces they will now enter the portal. One by one, hunters step into the swirling blue surface. The hunters and key supporters pass through the gate, disappearing into the dungeon. Inside the portal stream, Hyansu and the heavenly demon are swept along with the others. Hyansu complains that he never gets used to this sensation. The heavenly demon observes that the feeling of being pulled through the portal is the same as when he was drawn to Hyansu. The group is expelled into the dungeon, landing in a cracked, barren area. As they walk, the heavenly demon notes the ground is dry and wonders what the portal's theme could be. Kim Haksung orders the team to determine the dungeon's concept, and Iron agrees to investigate. A technician sets up a measuring device on the cracked earth to analyze the environment. Nearby, the heavenly demon tells Hyansu to go ahead and scout, But Hyansu replies that supporters stay at camp and do not explore. The heavenly demon scoffs that Hyansu is just a pack-carrying servant who cannot move freely, and Hyansu reluctantly admits that is true. Feeling the ground, the heavenly demon senses fluctuating water veins beneath the dry surface and mentions this to Hyansu. The technician then reports to Kim Haxon that the dungeon concept is water, which he finds odd but accepts. Choi Jung-sung questions the reading, suspecting machine error, but the technician insists it is correct. As they argue, water suddenly begins seeping through cracks at someone's feet. A massive jet of water erupts near Choi, startling him. Water spouts burst all around the camp, forcing supporters and hunters to dodge. From the water, vicious merman monsters armed with tridents surge forward, screaming. Supporters panic, shouting that mermen have appeared and wondering how they reached the entrance so quickly. Commanders yell for everyone not to panic and order newbies to stay close to nearby hunters. One supporter is attacked by a charging merman and screams in fear. A hunter intercepts, slashing the merman with a sword to save the supporter. Still, many mermen overwhelm the group, seriously injuring and killing multiple supporters in the chaotic assault. Hyansu, lying on wet ground, is horrified that the supposed safe entrance is a battlefield where even the B-rank hunter struggles. A fellow supporter yells for Hyansu to bring a spear, and Hyansu responds, rushing to help. As a merman charges with a shriek, Hyansu braces with the spear in terror. The impact blasts Hyansu backward violently as the weapon clashes with the monster. Another supporter curses and calls for a spear again as more mermen close in. Hyansu, now badly wounded with his bulletproof vest shredded and stomach slashed, wonders how the monster cut through it so easily. Despite the injury, he suddenly surges to his feet with a fierce expression. A towering merman looms over the fallen Hyansu, but a strange glowing object forms between them as the creature's attack collides with new power. Hyansu panics at the size of the approaching weapon, wondering if it is some kind of meat tenderizer. A huge armored merman charges him, making him scream in fear. The creature unleashes a powerful, blinding energy attack. Its head suddenly explodes as someone intervenes at the last moment. Hyansu, splattered with blood, is shocked and confused about what just happened. Narration explains that the Demon King's strike is a finger snap technique 10 times stronger than Shaolin's ultimate art. The white-haired old man realizes his powers work well on the monster while Hyansu gawks below. The old man mocks the mermen as pathetic opponents, and tells others to relax while he finally cuts loose. He clashes directly with a massive blue demon, trading blows at close range. Calmly, the old man blocks the demon's next attack with his staff. He counters with an explosive strike that blows the demon back. Another merman shrieks and rushes him with a weapon raised. The old man tells it that it is still 1,000 years too early to challenge him, gathering more power. He adds that the monster is not even capable of scratching him as he blasts it again. A different merman charges, shrieking as it attacks him head-on. The old man scoffs that it is avenging its comrade like a human and calls that disgusting while preparing a stronger attack. He descends wrapped in energy, unleashing devastating shockwaves across the ground. Nearby mermen sense the onslaught and cry out in alarm. The old man activates a technique called Chaos Demon Flash that annihilates everything in front of him. His beam of light obliterates the enemies in a huge vertical blast. The explosion expands into an enormous dome of light that engulfs the area. Soldiers on the battlefield recoil as the shockwave from the blast rips past them. Behind Hyansu, another merman appears with a spear, catching him off guard. The old man's energy wave sweeps past, sending Hyansu flying. The leader demands to know who caused that attack and is shocked to hear that it was supposedly rankless supporter Park Hyansu. A huge merman claw digs into the ground, revealing a still-living enemy. The old man notices a much larger, roaring merman boss dragging itself toward him. He stands before the hulking creature and asks if it is the dungeon boss. He tells the boss it should feel honored because he will personally exterminate it. The boss charges forward screaming, preparing to attack. The old man rushes it, but something feels off as he moves. He suddenly feels his energy dropping rapidly, and is alarmed. He realizes that without the origin chi he can no longer directly damage the merman. One of the wounded mermen growls in confusion, still standing. The boss roars from atop a rock while Hyansu looks up in fear. It leaps down toward Hyansu, intent on crushing him. The impact sends Hyansu flying and slamming into the cliff. His body bounces and skids across the ground, badly hurt. He struggles to his feet, groaning in pain. Coughing, he notes he barely blocked the last strike and cannot take many more. The old man appears beside him and bluntly says he will die if he keeps doing nothing. Another merman launches a water-like projectile straight at the panicking Hyansu. Hyansu stumbles forward with a startled cry as he tries to move. He rushes headlong toward the attacking merman, terror on his face. The monster's tail smashes into the rocks, narrowly missing. Hyansu screams as he realizes how close he is to death. The merman lunges again while Hyansu falls back in shock. The old man yanks him to his feet and says he must stand and fight. He tells Hyansu to examine the monster's body closely, despite Hyansu's groaning protest. The old man analyzes that although the merman looks muscular, it has thin legs and exposed bones that seem weak. He points out that the creature's collarbone in particular looks like a vulnerable target. He then orders Hyansu to go and break those weak bones, pushing him toward the monster. Facing the roaring merman, Hyansu babbles that he did not mean to challenge it, and was shoved forward by the old man. The old man instructs that in close range Hyansu must use his elbows to smash the bones, while Hyansu panics at the idea. Hearing another shouted instruction to focus, Hyansu decides he no longer cares and commits to the attack. He charges in and swings his elbow toward the merman's upper body. The merman shrieks as it reels from the sudden blow. Hyansu's elbow slams into its collarbone, and narration confirms he landed a solid hit there. The creature's jagged mouth hangs open as it staggers from the injury. Using the opening, Hyansu slams the monster to the ground with his full weight. Breathing hard, he stares at his hands in disbelief that he alone managed to defeat a merman. The old man asks why he is just standing there, snapping Hyansu out of his daze. The old man indicates the fallen spear and tells Hyansu he must finish the job. Hyansu picks up the spear and realizes the old man expects him to deliver the killing blow, something he has only done to weak monsters before. Trembling, he wonders how he could possibly kill this larger creature with his own hands. The old man warns that if the merman wakes it will kill Hyansu, so he should not hesitate. He adds that Hyansu must kill the monster fast so he can go help his comrades still fighting. Other hunters continue battling mermen fiercely, barely holding the line. Watching the carnage, Hyansu accepts that what is happening around him is literal war. A flashback begins where he and his family spot danger ahead while driving. A massive monster erupts from the road right in front of their car. Inside the vehicle, his parents and siblings scream as they lose control. The car plummets off a cliff, and narration recalls the deaths of Hyansu's mother and father. He also remembers his brother Hyuntae now lying hospitalized because of that incident. Overcome with rage, Hyansu blames the monsters for his family's suffering as he raises the spear high. In tears, he drives the spear down, stabbing the merman repeatedly. The monster's tail twitches weakly as blood pools on the ground. Blue energy curls around Hyansu's feet as something stirs. He looks up in surprise, sensing a change. A glowing system message announces that, aided by a powerful being, he has surpassed his limits. Hyansu realizes with joy that he is finally undergoing an awakening. A glowing skill window appears before him, and he exclaims in awe. The system declares that his unique ability listening to instructions has awakened. Hyansu is horrified that this strange, seemingly useless power is what he received. Elsewhere, exhausted hunters catch their breath after the brutal fight. The frontline fighters, bloody but alive, sit among the corpses of mermen. One of the leaders thinks they can no longer maintain formation, much less keep fighting. He wonders why monsters this strong appeared in what was supposed to be only a B-rank portal. He orders everyone to retreat, admitting the raid's difficulty was misjudged. The pink-haired warrior tells the group to withdraw quickly, fearing another surprise attack. She also urges everyone to prioritize helping the wounded around them. Among retreating soldiers, some blame the situation on the association while tending to the injured. Hyansu reflects that this is the most dangerous situation he has ever faced. He admits to himself that he would have died if not for the old man's intervention. The green-haired leader calls Hyansu over for a private talk. Hyansu, nervous, wonders if he is about to be punished for something he did wrong. Survivors are levitated out of the portal by transport magic or technology. While being moved out, Hyansu reassures himself that he did nothing deserving punishment. The scene shifts outside where the glowing portal now stands quietly in the forest. At the portal exit, the association announces compensation for the dead and calls for a moment of silence. The raid leaders bow their heads in respect for fallen comrades. Afterward, the green-haired leader grumbles that the association will blame the disaster on high-rank hunters. He suddenly remembers and notes aloud that they gained a newly awakened person in this raid. He has everyone applaud Hyansu, leaving Hyansu stunned that his awakening is already known. The other supporters cheer and marvel that he awakened. Hyansu realizes this congratulatory gathering is what the leader wanted to discuss earlier. Later, Hyansu quietly tapes up boxes as part of cleanup duty. Someone taps his shoulder from behind, drawing his attention. The green-haired leader slings an arm around Hyansu and asks if he is feeling good. He remarks that the world is crazy and Hyansu wonders what scheme he is up to now. The leader points out that while some died today, others like Hyansu awakened. He then presses Hyansu to reveal what ability he obtained. Watching from a distance, other hunters mutter that Choi Jung-sung is harassing a supporter again, but are also curious about the new power. Hyansu hesitates, debating whether to admit the nature of his ability. He finally confesses that his ability is called listening to instructions. Jung-sung bursts into hysterical laughter, mocking that Hyansu's unique power is merely obeying commands, and others laugh with him. Humiliated, Hyansu thinks that telling them really did make him a laughingstock. The old man reminds him that he had just been complaining about that ability, while Hyansu begs him to be quiet. Jung-sung overhears the remark, bristles at being told to keep quiet, and accuses Hyansu of getting arrogant. Enraged, he lunges forward, saying they will see how great Hyansu's ability really is. As Jung-sung attacks, a system message announces that listening to instructions has activated. The old man appears behind Hyansu and calmly tells him to take one step back. Hyansu steps back, causing Jung-sung's swing to miss completely. Jung-sung stumbles, surprised at the sudden dodge. A message informs Hyansu that by following instructions, his attack power is temporarily increased by 15%. Jung-sung snarls and calls him a bastard, furious at being embarrassed. He yells that Hyansu must want a real fight and winds up another punch. Jung-sung charges again with a full-force fist aimed at Hyansu. The old man mentally gives a combo technique name, preparing Hyansu for a martial arts counter. The system records that the left crouching tiger, right rushing crush technique has now been imprinted. The old man's eyes glow as he channels energy, supporting Hyansu. Hyansu feels time slow and the technique knowledge pouring into his mind. Jungsung's foot slams down as he closes in, initiating his attack. Hyansu dashes in with the first part of the technique, left crouching tiger. He follows up with right rushing crush, his body wrapped in energy as he swings. The final blow sends Jungsung flying and drilling him into the ground. Jungsung's armor shatters around the gaping hole in his chest as he spits blood, completely defeated. His body and companions crash violently across the field from the impact. Jungsung lands face down, unmoving in a crater. Onlookers gape, astonished that Hyansu just knocked out a B-rank hunter with a single punch on the day of his awakening. Jungsung lies unconscious, foaming slightly at the mouth. Leaders check his condition, confirm he is alive, and call for the medical team. Staring at his glowing hand, Hyansu freaks out that he actually defeated Choi Jungsung. The green-haired leader walks up and calls Hyansu's name. He warns that attacking colleagues is normally forbidden and punishable. However, he decides to overlook it this once since it is Hyansu's first day awakened. He offers to speak to the association on Hyansu's behalf and tells him to go have his rank officially measured. Hyansu notes internally that everyone seems delighted to see the bully Jungsung being carried away. A voice behind him suddenly offers congratulations. The pink-haired warrior smiles, extends her hand, and says she hopes to get along well with Hyansu from now on, leaving him stunned. The protagonist feels his heart race as he realizes iron is affecting him. The old man suddenly asks the protagonist if he likes the pink-haired warrior woman, startling him. Flustered, the protagonist loudly denies liking her while she watches in confusion. The protagonist hesitates to speak, but the old man impatiently tells him to stop stalling and spit it out. The protagonist drops to his knees and begs the old man to accept him as a disciple. Still kneeling, he desperately pleads to be taught martial arts. In tears, he begs again for the old man to become his master. The old man considers his request while the nervous protagonist waits anxiously. Instead of agreeing, the old man yells that he does not want to and smacks the pleading protagonist. The old man declares he does not take disciples and complains he has no time to look after a student. The protagonist counters that training seems pointless for someone who cannot touch anything. He reminds the old man that he himself said he was bored, using that as leverage to push for training. The old man, angered, points out that if he dies the protagonist will have no way to return home. Internally, the old man admits the protagonist's argument is correct. The protagonist recalls how weak he was in the portal and insists he only survived because of the old man's help. The old man muses that if he trains the protagonist to be a hunter, the kid might gain freedom of movement. The protagonist confirms he wants that freedom and asks if it would apply inside portals or anywhere. He fantasizes that as an A rank he could go anywhere he wants and as an S rank he would be untouchable, explaining that means no one could mess with him. Amused, the old man repeats the word untouchable and spins around proudly while the protagonist notes how quickly he picked that up. The old man suddenly agrees to take him as a disciple and orders him to perform the formal 9 bows of rites, which confuses the protagonist. The old man clarifies he will accept him as a disciple if he bows to him 9 times, leaving the protagonist screaming in disbelief. The protagonist worries about doing the ceremony in front of so many onlookers, but the old man says this chance will not come again. Steeling himself, the protagonist groans and prepares to go through with it. Bystanders notice the protagonist bowing repeatedly and wonder what he is doing. Iron and a comrade watch and wonder if the protagonist is crazy, though the comrade says it will probably be fine. Time passes and the scene shifts to the city at night. Inside the protagonist's room, the old man complains that the place is filthy. He scolds the protagonist for planning to host his master in such a dirty house and orders him to clean immediately, while the exhausted protagonist asks to postpone it. Forced to scrub the floor under threat of more hits, the protagonist finally starts cleaning. While cleaning, he asks the old man what he thinks of the papers taped over the wall. He explains he covered the mysterious hole the old man emerged from because he was scared, revealing that the portal is still there. They study the uncovered hole thoughtfully. Suddenly the old man jumps into the portal, prompting the startled protagonist to ask where he is going. The old man reappears, grabs the protagonist, and curtly orders him to follow. Dragging Hyansu through the portal, the old man carries him into a strange dimension. In the featureless space, the old man notes he cannot sense anything and calls it a bizarre place. He concludes this empty space is ideal for life and death training, alarming the protagonist. Sitting down, the old man commands Hyansu to remove his shirt and sit, scolding him for questioning his master. Shirtless, Hyansu sits before him as the old man gathers powerful energy. The old man concentrates, surrounding his hands with crackling internal energy. He slams an energy-filled palm onto Hyansu's torso, causing intense pain. When Hyansu demands to know what he is doing, the old man tells him to sit properly. The old man explains he is opening Hyansu's meridians and cultivation flows so his energy and blood can circulate for martial arts. He warns that if Hyansu cannot endure this process, he is unfit to learn martial arts, so Hyansu grits his teeth silently. The old man continues channeling energy into his back while Hyansu agonizingly endures. The master unleashes a furious barrage of energy strikes down Hyansu's spine as the disciple screams but holds on. Hyansu writhes in pain, drooling as he tries not to lose consciousness. The old man is impressed by how well Hyansu's body responds to the treatment. He channels the final burst of energy into Hyansu's back, declaring it the last part. Hyansu convulses and vomits fluid as the process concludes. Overwhelmed, he collapses forward onto the ground. Watching him, the old man notes it has been a long time since he saw such a remarkable physique. He marvels that all of Hyansu's channels opened in such a short time. Gasping for breath, Hyansu fights to recover. Once it is over, the old man casually asks if he is alright, while Hyansu shouts he thought he would die and could not endure that twice. The old man pities that someone with a perfect body for martial arts was born in an era without martial arts. They return through the portal to Hyansu's room. Hyansu excitedly reports that his body feels light and his fatigue is gone. The old man explains that is natural now that his blocked meridians, energy, and blood flow have been opened. Hyansu bounces around happily, saying he feels like he could fly. He jumps too enthusiastically and slams his head into the ceiling, shocking the old man. As Hyansu hangs there, the old man says he has one more thing to tell him. The old man reveals he has implanted some of his internal energy into Hyansu, the seed of the heavenly demon divine art. Hyansu crashes to the floor in shock, repeating the words internal energy. The old man cheerfully admits there was an 80% chance Hyansu could have died from the procedure. Furious, Hyansu yells that the old man nearly killed him and questions his sanity. The old man responds by beating him again for disrespecting his master. Hyansu demands to know what the old man would have done if he had died, but the master simply points out that he is still alive. The old man states that if Hyansu had been unable to absorb the heavenly demon divine art's internal energy, he could never have learned his martial arts, and notes yesterday's technique was the only one teachable to normal people. Hyansu protests that even that technique seemed incredibly powerful, but the old man says he still is not qualified to be his disciple. The next day dawns bright over the city. The scene shifts to the Modern Hunter Association building under a clear sky. Hyansu and the old man enter the building and approach the information desk. At reception, Hyansu introduces himself and mentions an appointment arranged by Hunter Kim Haxon. The receptionist suddenly recognizes his name and reacts with excited surprise. She eagerly asks to take a picture with him, and he awkwardly agrees. Afterward, she directs him to basement level 5 to meet Department Head Naksu for rank evaluation. In the elevator, the anxious Hyansu wonders what awaits him, while the old man says these trials are natural for his disciple. Hyansu steps out of the elevator onto the testing floor. Nervously, he walks down the corridor toward the evaluation rooms. He flinches at a loud crash from nearby. Looking through a window, he sees a female hunter strike a machine, sending steam billowing out. The display shows a power score of 687. A voice praises the result as a great hit, shocking Hyansu. Inside, the woman stands confidently after delivering the impressive blow as staff applaud. The staff member exclaims that a score of 687 is incredible. The woman insists she can do even better and wants another attempt. Department Head John Naksu explains that this result still only qualifies her as B rank since a rank requires scores above 900. Disappointed, she clicks her tongue in frustration. Naksu hears something and turns toward the entrance. He spots Hyansu arriving and asks if he is Park Hyansu. Hyansu greets him politely. Welcoming him warmly, Naksu says Haxon already told him about Hyansu. Naksu calls out to the staff and announces that Park Hyansu has arrived, drawing everyone's attention. The man who handled the earlier test rushes over, excitedly saying it is an honor to meet Hyansu. Naksu explains that rumors have spread that Hyansu recently put the infamous Choi Jung-sung in his place. Hyansu realizes this is why the receptionist was so enthusiastic about him earlier. The woman reminds them they still have another test to do, prompting the staff to resume work. Naksu decides he will personally handle Hyansu's rank evaluation while the assistant manager continues testing the woman. As Hyansu and the woman pass each other, they exchange brief, tense glances. Hyansu panics internally when their eyes meet, embarrassed. The old man berates him for always panicking around women, which Hyansu denies. Still flustered, Hyansu rubs his head while the female hunter watches him curiously. Walking away, she confirms with the assistant manager that Hyansu is also an awakened individual, and he agrees. The assistant suggests they might end up fighting together someday, while she resumes practicing her powerful strikes. Now in a tight combat suit, Hyansu feels embarrassed about the outfit. The old man mocks him for wearing something that outlines his groin, calling it shameless. He goes so far as to say Hyansu might as well be naked, leaving the disciple screaming in mortification. Standing before the punching machine, Hyansu confirms he is ready for his test. The device resets to 0 and powers up. The old man instructs Hyansu to sense the internal energy in his dantian and use it. Hyansu concentrates deeply, sweat beating as he gathers energy. The master tells him to let chi flow through the Russian crush technique he learned and apply it now. A system message activates a listening to instructions effect that boosts his next attack, and Hyansu feels an incredible energy coursing through him. Channeling that power, he charges forward to strike. He unleashes a devastating blow infused with internal energy. The attack's force sends energy waves roaring down the room. Light and shockwaves tear through the corridor from the impact. The machine and surroundings are obliterated in a massive explosion of energy. The blast ends in a blinding flash and shockwave. Naxu stares in horror at the destruction he has just witnessed. The ruined display flickers and shows a result of 2020. Hyansu, stunned, exclaims at the unbelievably high score, noting it dwarfs the woman's 700. He realizes that despite using the same technique as before, it felt completely different, and wonders if this is the true power of internal energy. Naxu excitedly proclaims Hyansu in A rank, explaining the scoring thresholds. Hyansu, still eager, asks to retest, and Naxu hesitantly agrees. Looking at the shattered machine, Naxu thinks that if Hyansu had hit Choi Jung-sung this hard yesterday, the man would have died. Hyansu prepares to repeat the strike while Naxu nervously questions his desire to try again. Naxu regrets they have no more punching machines and suggests moving on to the next evaluation. They proceed to the kick power test area. Hyansu performs a powerful kick infused with chi. The score display shows 1377, shocking Naxu. Naxu says it is a shame Hyansu is just shy of S rank, but Hyansu laughs it off. The old man scolds him, saying if he had circulated his internal energy quicker he would already be hitting 1500. Hyansu continues other physical exams, shattering another apparatus with his strength. He runs on a treadmill for stamina testing while hooked up to monitors. The examiner times him as he sprints with beast-like speed. The energy from his movements explodes around another machine during testing. Hyansu endures a barrage of projectiles or beams in agility training, blocking them with practiced movements. After reviewing all the results, Naxu announces that every score is in a rank territory and congratulates Hyansu on being effectively confirmed as a rank. He then reminds Hyansu that the most important exam, a virtual battle, still awaits in the afternoon. Naxu suggests Hyansu eat at the canteen first, offering to postpone the battle if necessary, but Hyansu insists on doing it today. Hyansu heads toward the canteen for lunch. Delighted, he savors a rare bowl of ramen, noting that due to destroyed factories it has become expensive. He devours the noodles with almost manic enthusiasm. Watching, the old man asks if it tastes that good, and Hyansu insists ramen is the best food ever. The old man remarks that he has eaten many types of noodles himself. Hyansu declares that noodles are the best thing in the universe and gets an idea. Grinning mischievously, he offers the old man a mouthful even though the spirit cannot eat. Offended, the old man accuses him of teasing his master after being tormented all day himself. The scene shifts to the sign of the virtual battle room, where Hyansu's next test will take place. Hyansu finds the virtual battle room and approaches it. He notices something surprising near the entrance. A woman in a battle suit stumbles out, badly injured and exhausted. She groans in pain, clearly worn out from the simulation. An employee rushes to support her and asks if she is okay. The staff member praises her performance and sends her to get her member card and rank while Hyansu watches. Seeing her condition, Hyansu thinks the virtual battle looks extremely difficult. He steps forward to enter the test area himself. A supervisor greets him and introduces the virtual battle room facility. The narration explains the room was created by genius engineer and S-rank hunter Anderson Walker. The system is described as giving realistic monster fighting experience. Hyansu is fitted with the device and told that any injuries from virtual enemies will restrict his movements. The system explains there are 10 levels in total. Because Hyansu is classified as A rank, he will begin from level 4. The system announces that the virtual battle is starting. Hyansu's feet touch virtual ground as the environment loads. The forest simulation finishes forming around him. He looks up as a bright light completes the virtual world. Hyansu finds himself in a dense forest with his master manifesting beside him. Nearby, dark ape-like monsters move through the trees. Hyansu confirms this is the virtual room, and his master notes the space was made with advanced mystical dimension technique. The master explains that mystical dimension technique usually confuses enemies or hides things. Boasting, the master claims such tricks are nothing before someone like him, while Hyansu is embarrassed. Sensing danger, the master and Hyansu turn as something approaches. The master reacts in shock to the imminent threat. A huge wolf-like monster charges at them roaring. The master powers up, saying that this time he will handle it. He blasts the monster with a powerful attack. He remembers that after a certain day he can no longer directly fight such beings. He snaps back to focus, eyes sharp. Hyansu stands with the monster's bloody remains at his feet, his master silently observing. Hyansu excitedly asks what his master thinks of his abilities while the master just snorts. More wolf monsters surround Hyansu, ready to attack. The master suddenly shouts an odd move name, telling Hyansu to do a lazy rolling maneuver, confusing him. The system recognizes the instruction-based training mode and the master yells at Hyansu to just roll. Hyansu awkwardly rolls away as the wolves rush past. The wolves unleash ranged attacks while screeching. Two of them suddenly look upward, startled. One wolf is crushed violently from above. A gigantic ogre appears, and Hyansu panics upon recognizing it. The ogre throws a massive punch at Hyansu. Hyansu is smashed into the ground by the ogre's blow. He dodges another incoming attack with alarm. The ogre continues its assault, forcing Hyansu to scramble away while crying out in pain. Hyansu begs his master for advice as the ogre relentlessly charges him. The master says this is a good chance to test Hyansu's limits, and orders him to handle the ogre alone. Hyansu realizes he cannot run if he wants his rank properly evaluated. Resolving himself, he dashes in to deliver an A-rank level kick with high power. His kick lands hard on the ogre's body. The ogre staggers, and Hyansu rejoices that his attack worked. He then realizes with horror that the ogre is still looming nearly unharmed. Hyansu sees the ogre's wound already regenerating and is shocked by its fast recovery. The ogre grabs and crushes Hyansu in its fist, making him cry out. Suspended in the ogre's grip, Hyansu struggles and groans in pain. He tells himself that if he loses consciousness he will die and calls out to his master in desperation. His master's voice instructs him to calm his breathing. The voice further tells him to spread his internal energy throughout his entire body. Hyansu focuses, feeling the heavenly demon's internal energy his master gave him gathering inside. He senses that energy rapidly spreading through his body. With a scream, he unleashes that power in a violent burst against the ogre. Empowered, his body crackles with energy as he rips the ogre's arms apart. Hyansu leaps onto the ogre's head to follow up. He drives another devastating kick into the ogre's neck. Surrounded by gore and energy, Hyansu lands, radiating a terrifying aura. Outside, his real body hangs in the device as the simulation ends for the level. The operator announces that Hyansu has cleared level 4 and offers a 5-minute break before level 5. The operator is stunned that Hyansu even broke the suppression machine while clearing the stage. A woman comments that Hyansu is very strong. She says he is a prospect worth anticipating, identifying herself as A-rank hunter Lee Mina of the association. She notes that the association clearly recognizes talent by sending her here already. Thinking privately, she vows not to let such a rare A-rank be snatched away by guilds. The environment for level 5 loads into a snowy blizzard. Hyansu complains about the freezing cold while his master marvels that the room can simulate weather. The master reflects that even among mystical dimension users, few can create such a world. A barefoot girl in rags runs toward them, begging to be saved. Hyansu grabs her, asking what happened and if she is all right. When she goes limp, he shouts to keep her awake. Her breath turns eerie and something ominous stirs as she lowers her head. She transforms into a monstrous vampire and lunges at Hyansu. In full vampire form, she grapples him by the neck. Hyansu realizes in shock that level 5's enemies are vampires. Outside, Mina watches and thinks Hyansu is unlike any awakened person she has seen. Inside the room, observers comment that Hyansu's old-fashioned martial arts stance looks like something from an old movie. Despite its appearance, they admit in surprise that his strange posture is actually effective. In the Blizzard Village, Hyansu pummels a vampire using rapid martial moves. A powerful vampire boss appears, laughing and praising Hyansu for making it this far. The vampire charges a massive blood attack while roaring. Hyansu and his master counterattack, piercing the vampire's chest. The vampire clutches his heart and begins powering up again. The master tells Hyansu he is not bad, acknowledging his progress. The operator happily announces that Hyansu has cleared level 5 and calls him incredible. Hyansu hears that they can proceed to level 6 after a 30-minute rest. Time passes and the sun sets over the building. Hyansu finally exits the virtual battle room, exhausted and panting. Catching his breath, he thinks he still could have done even more. The operator reassures him that there is no reason for disappointment, since he is the first A-rank to reach level 6. The operator then directs him to register as a member in the office. The scene shifts to another part of the building interior. Hyansu and the operator bow to each other, exchanging farewells and thanks. Hyansu walks away while the operator smiles to himself. Lee Mina appears, calling Hyansu by name, startling him. In the elevator, she introduces herself formally as Lee Mina from the association. Hyansu nervously greets her while his master jokes that becoming his disciple would attract many women. Mina sits him down and presents a contract drafted by the association. She says the contract's terms should satisfy any A-rank hunter and invites him to read it carefully. Hyansu reads the document, excited that he may finally be becoming a hunter. He internally celebrates that the deal includes a fixed salary plus portal expedition bonuses. He recalls how, as a mere supporter before, he had to pay deposits just to participate in raids. Mina admits the contract was tailored specifically to recruit him. His master openly admires Mina's beauty, saying such looks are rare even in his world. The master teases Hyansu that it is unlike him to hesitate when a pretty woman offers a contract. Mina wonders if Hyansu dislikes the terms, watching his troubled expression. The internal system activates again, reminding Hyansu not to sign too quickly and that he deserves proper compensation. Following that advice, he focuses on the contract period and is shocked to see it lasts 10 years. Hyansu states that he would prefer a 5-year contract instead. He also points out that the hazard pay is low considering he might be sent into S-rank portals. Mina is stunned that a new A-rank is bargaining so hard, but she knows the association values him and cannot lose a potential future S-rank. Suddenly, a woman in revealing street clothes kicks open the door, shouting in frustration. This newcomer accuses the association of still drafting selfish contracts. Hyansu recognizes her in shock and wonders why this fearsome woman is here. He stammers out, "Red Lions?" Realizing she is from that famous guild, she confirms that she is Hyansu of the Red Lions. Cheerfully shaking his hand, she says she hopes she is not interrupting, and Hyansu internally freaks out over meeting an S-rank hunter. The master gushes that Hyansu is also an incredible beauty while Hyansu is mortified. Hyurak proclaims that the Red Lions will offer him better terms than the association, whatever they are proposing. Mina protests that this is association property and scolds Hyurak for even drinking her juice, while Hyurak casually notes she is also registered with the association. Watching, the master tells Hyansu that Hyurak is the strongest person he has met since coming to this world. Hyansu thinks about how Hyurak is an S-rank hunter and leader of Korea's strongest guild, the Red Lions. The two women argue that guilds pay more while the association insists it has heavy responsibilities and priority rights to portal raids. Mina retorts that Hyurak's information is outdated and reveals Red Lion now has rights equal to the association, pending official confirmation. Hyansu reacts in awe, realizing Red Lion is now on par with a national institution. The women bicker about business ethics and monopolies, calling each other uni in exasperation. Hyansu steps forward, startling both recruiters as he interjects. Placing a hand on his chest, he announces that he has made his decision. Mina and Hyurak look up at him in surprise. The story cuts to Mount Ilya, where a glowing portal has appeared in a cliffside. Inside that portal, another team of hunters battles numerous aquatic monsters in chaotic underwater combat. One hunter panics, realizing the situation is far worse than what the mission report described. He notes that the monsters are too many and too fast, insisting this cannot be just a B-rank portal and fearing total annihilation. Determined to warn the leader, he reaches for his communication device. The silver-haired team leader notices something happening in the water. He orders everyone to retreat to land while he holds the monsters back. The panicked hunter recalls the special authority a team leader can use in emergencies. The leader activates his S-rank shadow clone technique, filling the water with many copies of himself. The narration explains this technique can last 10 minutes, and the clones surge to battle the monsters. Thanks to the leader's sacrifice, the squad escapes onto the shore, vowing to repay him with drinks later. Once on land, the hunter frantically asks where the leader's real body is. The real leader drags himself out of the surf, exhausted but alive. Seeing him stand, the hunter joyfully calls out to the team leader. A gigantic column of water suddenly erupts near them, signaling a new threat. The protagonist unleashes a powerful energy blast directly into a giant sea monster's maw. The wounded sea serpent thrashes as the attack tears through its head. A distraught teammate screams for their fallen team leader. The scene shifts to a modern city building at night. Two female hunters rest in an office, annoyed that a man just evaluated them and left. The red-haired woman decides to delay joining any guild, hoping for better offers, when the man suddenly returns. Bowing, the man tells the two women they have his number and can contact him later. The man walks out, leaving the stunned women on the sofa. The red-haired hunter vents her frustration at how casually he turned them down. She reflects that he rejected contracts from both the Red Lions and the Association and doubts any other guild will approach him. Enraged, she ignites with flames, startling her colleague. Wreathed in fire, she rockets away, her temper fully unleashed. Her colleague sighs to herself that the fiery woman is as hot-headed as ever. The story cuts to another part of the city on a bright day. In the protagonist's room, a dark oval portal appears on the wall. A system window reveals he has gained a transcend rank movement skill called Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride, astonishing him. In a mental training space, the old master explains there are 5 stages of skills and that he will teach this stride, which can also be obtained by killing specific monsters or finding certain treasures. The protagonist is shocked to hear there exists a rank beyond the usual ones as the master repeats the name Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride. The master says footwork is the foundation of martial arts, and that the protagonist must first learn Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride before starting his martial techniques. The master tells him to watch closely, confident that with his abilities he can grasp the technique by seeing it once. The protagonist pledges to follow the master's instructions. The master begins demonstrating the first of the 5 strides of Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride. He performs the first stride, named Heavenly Demon Emergence, gliding across the ground. A system alert confirms the protagonist has understood the first stride, Heavenly Demon Emergence. The master explains that the first stride must be light and soft as he moves elegantly through swirling energy. Watching, the protagonist realizes the master appears motionless even while moving. The master spins amid torrents of energy, showing the stride's full motion around the observing disciple. He finishes the demonstration, stating that what he just showed is Heavenly Demon Emergence, and that everything else is basic footwork. Overwhelmed, the protagonist's comprehension plummets, and he fails to fully understand the step. The master tells him that even with his copying ability he cannot comprehend it instantly, and must observe repeatedly, and learn through trial and error. The master then shows the second stride, Heavenly Demon Flight, shooting upward. The disciple watches as the master literally flies through the air using Heavenly Demon Flight and exclaims in disbelief. The master explains that with this stride you ride the wind, rise into the sky, erase your own blind spots and attack from the enemy's blind spots. He weaves through the air in a complex arc, completing the second stride's demonstration. Returning to the ground, he states again that this was the second stride, Heavenly Demon Flight, while the disciple notes that the speed far surpasses when he was carried before. The system shows the protagonist's comprehension dropping further, as he still fails to grasp the second stride. The master says mastering Heavenly Demon Emergence and Heavenly Demon Flight will allow the protagonist to use up to 6 techniques of his cult's heaven-obliterating demonic fists. The system notifies the protagonist of another transcend rank skill's existence, heaven-obliterating demonic fists, leaving him excited. The master looks at the disciple's foolishly ecstatic expression. Annoyed, the master orders him not to make a stupid face and to pay close attention because understanding the third stride onward is nearly impossible. The master stands ready as the disciple braces himself in front of him. The master dashes away with incredible speed, leaving an afterimage that the disciple tries to track. The system reports his comprehension has dropped off the chart and that he failed to understand at all. The disciple realizes the master vanished from in front of him, and he cannot see him anywhere. The master suddenly appears behind him, naming this third stride Heavenly Demon Soul Breakout as the startled disciple yells in shock. The master explains that this stride is designed specifically to kill enemies stealthily. He announces the fourth stride, Heavenly Demon Soul Shed, preparing another move as the disciple nervously watches. The master stamps the ground with tremendous force, launching the disciple upward in an explosive shockwave. Flung through the air, the disciple instinctively shields himself. The master's step creates a spinning vortex below while the disciple gapes in awe. The master explains that this stride makes you move so fast it looks like your soul leaves your body while ripping away the enemy's soul, and that it is his favorite counterattacking move. The disciple thinks that he cannot even see what is happening, let alone comprehend the technique. The master continues that if the disciple can master both Soul Breakout and Soul Shed, he can use up to the 5th technique of the second half of the heaven-obliterating demonic fists. Off-screen, the disciple guesses there are 11 techniques total, but the master curtly replies that is incorrect. The master explains that to use the final, 12th technique he must first master the 5th stride of Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride as a basic requirement. The disciple realizes that even if he masters all the strides he still might not be able to perform the 12th heaven-obliterating demonic fists technique. The master begins demonstrating the crucial 5th stride. He announces the 5th stride, Heavenly Demon Ruler's Descent, as he gathers immense power for a catastrophic stomp. The disciple screams as the master's attack descends. The shockwave hurls the disciple violently, flipping him upside down. As his surroundings spin, he realizes that a single stomp is literally turning his world upside down. The disciple slams into the ground amid a blinding explosion of force. The master declares that the purpose of the 5th stride, Heavenly Demon Ruler's Descent, is to stand above everything by making all things kneel. The disciple lies face down on the ground, groaning while the master calmly stands over him. The story returns to the association headquarters in daylight. In a conference room, an official reports the numbers of survivors, listing remaining B-rank hunters and supporters. He announces that team leader Odeho is dead and the association's Triple Circle Mount Ilya portal expedition has failed. One elder blames the disaster on a portal rank evaluation error and angrily questions the evaluation department. Other officials argue that the evaluation department has never been wrong and that they merely rated the portal using their equipment, so the failure despite strong ranks is inexplicable. The presiding official shouts for everyone to stop arguing. Team leader Lee stands and says internal fighting will not solve anything. She then declares that she has a solution. Back at home, the protagonist bolts upright in bed, gasping after the brutal training. The master insults him for fainting, while the confused disciple wonders when he returned to his room. The master explains that he passed out because he could not endure the training. The disciple remembers attempting Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride before losing consciousness. The master clarifies that this footwork lets one step into the air as if walking on clouds and warns that if he had gone all out, the disciple would have bled out and died instantly. Gripping the blanket, the disciple thinks he never wants to experience that again. The master tells him the impossible 12th technique requires at least 120 years worth of internal energy, and orders him to focus on increasing his energy and mastering Heavenly Demon Emergence and Heavenly Demon Flight first. The disciple obediently agrees, calling him master. The scene transitions to the association building at evening. Inside, the corridors are quiet and empty. Team leader Lee works late at her desk, pondering her proposal. A flashback shows her being asked in the meeting what her proposed solution is. She tells the officials that the association should start working with external parties, prompting them to demand clarification. She states specifically that they should cooperate with the Red Lion Guild, provoking shocked reactions. Other officials angrily protest, saying they already granted Red Lion portal rights and telling her to quit if she will keep working like this. Later, Lee fumes alone, thinking the association now treats portals purely as business despite none of them having entered portals personally. The next day, the story moves to a busy shopping street under a sign advertising steamed seafood rice cake. Walking there, the protagonist gleefully checks his phone and exclaims that his payment has arrived. He decides to first use the money to pay off his friend Hyansu's hospital bills. After making the transfer, he despairs that little is left for himself. He reassures himself that he still has lucrative hunter contracts to sign. Checking his phone, he sees messages from multiple guilds and notes, smugly, that every guild including the Association and Red Lion is pursuing him. Walking with his master, he suggests that since he will soon have money they should go eat ramen. He excitedly recommends that the master try ramen, calling it delicious. The master jokingly attacks him with a spinning slap, complaining about his chatter. Laughing it off, the disciple boasts that he at least managed to learn heavenly demon emergence. The master knocks him on the head, warning him not to get ahead of himself. They arrive at a convenience store. The protagonist enters, ringing the doorbell. Seeing no one at the counter, he wonders if the place is empty when a familiar girl greets him from the back. He asks Yoon how she has been, and she answers that she is fine. While choosing food, he asks if she still works part-time on weekends, and she says she does. She explains she has no choice because she must support her younger siblings. Hearing this, the protagonist falls silent, thinking. At the register, he offers to scan his own items and thanks her. He takes cash from his wallet to pay. He tells her he has left the money on the counter and says goodbye. When she calls out that he forgot his change, he cheerfully tells her to use it to buy fried chicken for her siblings. Touched, Yoon blushes and murmurs appreciatively. Outside, the master berates the disciple for trying to buy a woman's heart with money, while the flustered disciple insists that was not his intention. The protagonist internally recalls that Yoon lost her parents in the same portal incident that took his own parents, and has been raising her siblings alone. He explains to the master that she has been working instead of attending school to earn money, just like he once did. The master flicks his forehead again, saying his disciple should not praise himself. Later, a pot of ramen boils enticingly on their table. The disciple devours the noodles, exclaiming over the amazing taste. The master asks if it is really that delicious, and the disciple proudly declares that his country's ramen is the best in the world. The master eyes the food skeptically. The disciple eagerly offers him a bite with chopsticks. As the master reacts in surprise and anger, the disciple forces the noodles toward his mouth. The master ends up taking a mouthful, startling both of them. He slurps the noodle, tasting ramen for the first time. The disciple points out that the master just ate the noodles while the stunned old man sits silently. Suddenly overjoyed, the master proclaims ramen to be an incredible delicacy, and gives a big thumbs up. Grabbing the disciple's head affectionately, he says he can eat food as long as it is fed by the disciple's hands and calls him a useful student. Delighted, the master demands that the disciple feed him another helping. Later, the disciple grimly thinks that despite all this, his situation has grown more troublesome. The story cuts back to the busy city streets under the sun. Someone lifts a black plastic bag filled with purchases. Yoon walks happily down the sidewalk, glad she managed to buy the lunchbox her siblings like. Suddenly she hears a loud impact and turns in shock. Water erupts violently from manholes and street drains, knocking people down as Yoon watches in horror. A massive flood surges through the streets, overturning vehicles and sweeping civilians away as they scream for help. From the water emerge vicious aquatic humanoid monsters wielding spears. Panicked survivors cry out in disbelief at the monstrous sight. The creatures ruthlessly spear and pummel fleeing people amid the churning water. A telepathic proclamation declares that this area now belongs to the invaders. Their leader rises on a pillar of water, vowing to drive out all other races from this rich land while the monsters continue slaughtering civilians. She concludes that they will become the new owners of this land. A sudden blow from above smashes her down into rubble. She screams as a powerful attack blasts into her chest. Yoon stands frozen in tears, terrified by the unfolding carnage. Meanwhile, in the training realm, the protagonist meditates within a ring of energy while his master watches. The master senses strange overflowing energy in this place, and wonders why time-dimensional travel is possible through it. The disciple happily reports that the energy circulation technique relieved his frustration. The master explains that energy circulation raises his internal energy and purges impurities, while the disciple hopes it will free him from hospital visits. The master tells him to stop fantasizing and resume the stance for practicing heavenly demon emergence and heavenly demon flight. The disciple reflects that even though his comprehension dropped, he could still understand parts of the footwork by carefully following the master's instructions. Determined, he begins moving his feet through the flowing pattern, trying to imitate the heavenly demon footwork as closely as possible. The master watches his disciple move with impressive skill, amazed at how quickly he has progressed. The master announces the next technique to learn, called heavenly demon flight, and the disciple agrees to train it. A modern office building complex is shown, establishing the city setting. The view pans to another part of the same cityscape, focusing on a tall building under a clear sky. Alarm lights suddenly flare to signal an urgent incident. In a control room, staff report an emergency portal break at Mount Ilya in Gangdong-gu and begin mobilizing forces. The female commander regrets not partnering with the Red Lions, notes that the Isaac Guild led by Panther human Choi Hyunwoo will respond, and worries about the situation. She decides to personally head to the scene and orders her subordinate to gather as many people as possible. As she runs out, she thinks that the Isaac Guild alone will not be able to handle the crisis. The scene shifts to a normal city street, soon to be affected by the portal disaster. Back at home, the disciple emerges from a dark portal near his master, finishing training. The master fondly calls to his disciple, who wonders why his teacher is suddenly being so friendly. The master cheerfully says training is over and demands that the disciple cook him ramen, to the disciple's dismay. While preparing food, the disciple complains internally, and the master asks him to turn on the news so he can study this world. The disciple turns on the television. A news report shows Gangdong-gu flooded and under attack by mermen, with many casualties. Shocked, the disciple realizes the Mount Ilya portal has broken despite the triple circle he prepared. The master confirms Mount Ilya is where they recently were, and the disciple affirms it. The disciple abruptly remembers that Yun lives in that area and panics for her safety. He dashes out of his apartment, intent on reaching her. Sprinting through the city, he resolves to get there as fast as possible. His foot slams down with force as he accelerates. He encounters heavy traffic gridlock blocking the roads. Calculating, he decides a car would be too slow but thinks he can reach the area in 20 minutes by running in a straight line over buildings, though it seems difficult. He reminds himself he now has heavenly demon flight to make the impossible route workable. He launches forward with explosive power, cracking the ground beneath him. Using heavenly demon flight, he races up building walls, leaping over the traffic below. He bounds from rooftop to rooftop in long, energy-enhanced arcs. The disciple continues to rocket across the cityscape at high speed. The master follows effortlessly through the sky, evaluating that his disciple's movement technique is not bad. At Gangdong-gu, monstrous mermen slaughter panicked citizens in the flooded streets. Choi Hyun-woo in Black Panther form charges in, roaring a death threat at the monsters. The panther tears one merman apart with a claw imbued with power, freeing a captive woman from its jaws. Onlookers excitedly recognize the famed Black Panther Choi Hyun-woo and cheer him on. Hyun-woo urges everyone not to panic and to fight calmly while clinging to a street pole in the surging water. His muscular teammate answers that he understands, swinging a massive blade into the flood. The man proudly introduces himself as Gangdong-gu's busker Bang Bogum while cutting down several mermen with a sweeping strike. Another merman lunges at Bogum with a furious scream, but Bogum faces it with a confident smile. Bogum realizes something is wrong and curses as he senses danger. A huge merman slams into Bogum, overpowering him. A female archer raises her hand and triggers an explosive attack. Her power erupts in a massive fiery blast that shields Bogum. The golden archer taunts Bogum's small boat, boasting that he needs equipment like her own. She shows off her advanced weapon, enveloped in radiant energy. The largest sea serpent-like monster roars and surges through the water toward them. The archer bombards it with explosive arrows, detonating around its body. She proclaims herself the arrow acid of Gangdong-gu, asserting her presence. Bogum responds with a thumbs up, impressed by her support. A blood-stained thumbs up shows Bogum's resolve despite injury. Bogum clings to the giant snake's head as it crashes through the water, his earlier thumbs up now framed as a heroic last act. The archer is horrified, realizing Bogum has been gravely injured or killed. Consumed by fury, she prepares a concentrated barrage and vows to kill their enemy. As she speeds forward on her watercraft, Choi Hyun-woo jumps aboard, grabbing her and telling her to change course because he refuses to let her die too. The serpent reels and roars in pain as an attack strikes its eye while Hyun-woo protects the archer. The serpent's massive body crashes violently into the ground and water, sending debris everywhere. Another, perhaps the same, serpent charges toward a distant figure on a boat, intent on devouring more hunters. A robed red-haired figure riding a water column appears, declaring that hunters are the best nourishment. This villain laughs maniacally, stating that he welcomes the arrival of powerful hunters because they become his food. The enormous serpent charges mouth first at Hyun-woo and the archer on their craft. Facing the gaping jaws, Hyun-woo curses as they are about to be swallowed. The disciple leaps high with a technique called left crouching tiger, thinking that infusing a basic martial art with internal energy will make it extraordinary. He smashes down on the serpent's head with a lightning reed strike. Observers, including Hyun-woo and the archer, are stunned as the disciple's empowered martial art proves overwhelmingly strong. The blow explodes with water and energy, visibly wounding the huge serpent. The serpent's body whips around violently as it recoils from the devastating attack. Onlookers watching from a building window excitedly asked who just delivered that amazing hit. People marvel that the newcomer defeated the massive monster in a single blow, and wonder if he is S-rank. The master notes, he can still feel the monster's energy while he and the disciple land atop a roof. A surviving serpent head bursts forth and lunges at the disciple. The serpent's attack smashes him and sends him crashing into a building. Despite the impact, the disciple lands on the rooftop and prepares to move again. The serpent reemerges from dust and rubble, its eye glowing ominously. It again charges at the disciple, jaws wide open. Using heavenly demon flight, the disciple dodges and counters, continuing the fierce exchange. A system notification informs him that his comprehension of the technique heavenly demon emergence has risen to 40%. As he runs, he feels intense strain and pain in his legs from using the movement skills so extensively. The master watches the thrashing serpent tearing up the city and exclaims in surprise. He scolds the disciple for not reinforcing his body with internal energy during such battles, prompting the disciple to protest that the advice is coming too late. The master commands him to do it properly from now on, and the disciple reluctantly agrees. Meanwhile, traffic remains jammed in the city as horns blare, underscoring the wider chaos. The female commander grits her teeth in frustration while driving. She curses that the subways are flooded and the roads blocked, hindering her from reaching the battlefield. Watching a broadcast of the fight in her car, she gasps at the sight of the mysterious hunter. She suddenly recognizes something shocking on the screen. The news explains that the amazing battle footage was sent in by a viewer and that the unknown hunter is currently fighting the monster. Listening, she is stunned to realize the fighter looks like Hyansu and that no one knows his identity. Determined, she abandons her car in the traffic jam. She starts running through the congested road toward the battlefield. Back at the fight, the disciple unleashes a modified heavenly demon flight technique as an offensive attack. His new move slams into the serpent's body, blasting it back and away from others. Another notification states that his understanding of heavenly demon flight has increased by 30%. The disciple sees that his attack hurt the serpent and mentally scores himself highly as if this were an evaluation test. The serpent screams in pain, and he reasons that its weakest spot must be beneath its chin, like a snake. The master instructs him to use heavenly demon flight to get close and strike from under the chin, which the disciple acknowledges. The red-robed summoner calls upon his master, urging the sea serpent to respond to his energy. The summoner then orders that they must kill the dangerous human threatening them. A close-up shows the serpent's blazing eye focusing on its target again. The disciple rushes up from below with heavenly demon flight, declaring this will be the end for the monster. He rains powerful blows along its body as their clash shakes the surroundings. Explosions tear through buildings and water as the serpent thrashes from the assault. The red-robed summoner stands atop a water pillar and commands the serpent to devour the strong and grow more powerful. The disciple is knocked through a building wall and left sprawled amid shattered glass. He looks up to see the towering serpent looming over him, reborn from the summoner's spell. The master observes that a sorceress is healing the monsters, making the situation more difficult. The sorceress vows to claim this world for herself, while the master internally fumes that he cannot personally fight yet and wants badly to punish them. Despite his frustration, the master decides he must prioritize saving his disciple from the serpent's imminent bite. Before he can act, the sorceress halts him and the serpent, playfully telling them to stop right there. A new fiery woman, wreathed in flames, rises over the flooded streets. She descends and alights on a rocky outcrop, her flaming aura stabilizing. She calls out to the wounded disciple, noting he is in bad shape and addressing him as her super rookie. The master recognizes the woman and begins to comment on her identity. Standing proudly on the rock, she praises the disciple's defense and suggests he could have won if he had known about the sorceress. She proclaims that, as the future guild member of Red Lion, he can now leave the rest of the battle to her. She powers up in a blazing explosion of flames, ready to take over. The sorceress watches with sinister delight, acknowledging this new opponent as someone far stronger than expected. The fiery woman digs her heel into the rock, preparing to charge. She rushes straight toward the giant serpent, cloaked in swirling flames. Inside a damaged building, the master supports his disciple and tells him it is time to move. Carrying the disciple, he insists they are not running away but making a strategic retreat. Elsewhere, a terrified young woman screams at nearby mermen to go away. Two leering monsters draw closer to her. Cornered and crying, she begs them not to approach. She sobs and cries out desperately for someone to save her. Arrows suddenly strike and mortally wound the merman threatening her. Explosions and attacks from other hunters continue tearing through enemy ranks nearby. From her watercraft, the archer yells at Hyansu for nearly hitting her while he retorts that he knows exactly where he is shooting. After the mermen fall, the archer asks the rescued woman if she is alright, and the woman tearfully thanks them. The archer decides to escort the survivor to safety while Hyansu goes to search for more survivors. The archer speeds away with the rescued woman on her craft, telling her to hold on tight. Back in the building, the disciple begins to stir and murmur as he regains consciousness. The master peers down through the broken ceiling, noting that his disciple has woken up. Groaning in pain, the disciple asks what happened, clutching his injuries. The master explains that a sorceress was controlling the serpent and that although the disciple would have won otherwise, the fact remains he lost. The disciple realizes the master carried him away, while the master insists it was a strategic retreat and scolds him for not listening even when unconscious. The master tells him not to worry because something outside has changed, prompting the disciple's surprised reaction. He clarifies that the fiery woman has come to the disciple's rescue. Outraged, the disciple exclaims that this cannot be, demanding clarification. He declares that the serpent is his prey and that he will personally finish it. He tries to move with renewed aura but collapses again from exhaustion. The master warns that in his current physical state, the disciple cannot accomplish anything more. He instructs the disciple to focus on healing himself via internal energy circulation. The disciple asks who the woman outside is, and the master identifies her as Hayurak, guild leader of Red Lion. The master affirms that if it is her, she can easily handle the remaining enemies. The disciple refuses to stand down, vowing to see the fight through even if it risks further injury, while the master protests. With pent-up resentment, the disciple shouts that monsters took his parents from him. He adds that his brother lies hospitalized because of them as well, deepening his resolve for revenge. He tells his master that he obtained these powers thanks to him, and that quitting now would be unthinkable. He stands firm, body crackling with energy, silently radiating determination as the master watches. The master reconsiders his earlier judgment, realizing the disciple possesses stronger fighting spirit than he thought. He notes in awe that the disciple has always had those fierce eyes, revealing hidden potential. The old master tells Hyansu there is a way, and Hyansu reacts with eager hope. The master warns Hyansu that using this way will have serious consequences later. Elsewhere, the fire mage woman charges forward with a blazing punch. She dives down surrounded by roaring flames in a massive explosive attack. Her fiery strike collides with surging water in a huge explosion. She lands in high heels amid scattered flames and steam. Annoyed by the water hindering her, she readies more fire to keep fighting. She complains that the water hides the sorceress, and she cannot see her target. The master explains to Hyansu that this will be a trial letting him experience power he will one day reach. He adds that the power he is giving Hyansu is only temporary, so Hyansu must not act recklessly. The fire mage soars above waves while aquatic monsters attack from below. She unleashes another gigantic pillar of flame skyward. Her attack creates a fiery vortex that clashes violently with the surrounding water. A colossal sea serpent made of water rises up before her as her flames surround it. Seeing the enemy clearly at last, she smiles and declares she has found it. The serpent narrows a glowing eye, reacting to being discovered. She charges straight at the serpent, promising to burn it. Meanwhile, Hyansu screams as the master forcibly channels power into his head. Hyansu convulses in pain as overwhelming energy floods into him. The sea serpent howls as an attack tears into it. From afar, the red-robed sorceress watches the fiery explosion devastate the area. The sorceress feels as if she has encountered her natural enemy, and wants her master to see this side of her. She ecstatically calls out to her master as she rises on a column of water. The fire mage refuses to let the sorceress interfere and darts toward her. She taunts that the sea snake's danger finally drew the sorceress out of hiding, whom she has been waiting to fight. Smirking, she tells the sorceress she has long been waiting for this meeting. The sorceress, wreathed in flames, eagerly welcomes the challenge with her spear. Their clash triggers another massive fiery explosion. The sorceress screams in agony, unable to believe what is happening. Even as she burns, she cries out for Rataika, revealing devotion to the serpent. Hyansu grits his teeth, straining as power gathers inside him. His body erupts with the borrowed demonic energy, transforming his appearance. A system message states that Hyansu has temporarily awakened the heavenly demon body. The fire mage notes that with the sorceress gone, the sea snake no longer has a healer. She then sees the sea snake being battered back by Hyansu's assault. Looking at her ruined boots, she jokes that this is why she never buys expensive shoes. She kicks off her shoes and prepares to fight barefoot on the flooded streets. Ignoring the water, she dives toward the serpent determined to finish the battle quickly. The serpent rears as she descends, water swelling around it. Mid-charge, she suddenly senses something surprising and looks over. The serpent unleashes a powerful water blast upward. The fire mage is blasted away, her silhouette tossed through the air. She crashes into debris as the serpent's waters rage below. The enraged serpent sprays towering columns of water around the buildings. The fire mage sinks unconscious into the deep water. A helicopter's rotors spin as it approaches the devastated area. The helicopter surveys the ruined, flooded district from above. Inside, a soldier reports to the guild leader that all citizens have been safely evacuated. Underwater, the unconscious fire mage floats as a transmission confirms the surrounding buildings are empty. She wakes, frustrated, and prepares to rejoin the fight. She rockets upward in a fiery aura surrounded by churning water. Powering up fully, she announces herself as one of the world's 9 S-rank hunters, Hyansu. Her renewed flames explode against the remaining floodwaters, blasting them skyward. She tells the wounded sea serpent she has destroyed all nearby buildings so it has nowhere left to hide. Hyansu declares that this next attack will be the end for the serpent. Just as she is about to strike, someone grabs her arm and shouts for her to wait. Startled, she turns to see who stopped her. Hyansu appears beside her, his aura flaring, still gripping her arm. Elsewhere, a woman in a suit runs, worrying that Hyansu is too inexperienced to handle this alone. She sprints through the streets toward a sports store. Spotting kettlebells in the window, she silently considers using them. Inside, she quickly buys a heavy kettlebell from the confused shop clerk. Outside, she drops the weight, testing it as the water splashes around it. The clerk calls after her that she forgot her change as she hurries off. She levitates the kettlebell with magic, preparing it as a weapon. She spins multiple kettlebells around herself in a ring of telekinetic force. She hurls one kettlebell with full strength. Sprinting behind it, she chases after the flying weight. Onlookers watch in stunned silence as the kettlebell streaks across the sky. Back at the battlefield, Hyansu holds Hyansu's flaming hand, stopping her spell. She asks in surprise why Hyansu is here intervening. Hyansu calmly says he will be the one to finish the serpent. Hyansu refuses to step back, saying she is also furious with the monster. She adds she might consider letting him if he agrees to join her guild. Hyansu dismissively waves off her proposal. The two stand side by side facing the massive serpent as their powers surge. Hyansu is shocked by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Hyansu and reassesses his talent. A flash of light erupts as Hyansu suddenly moves faster than Hyansu can follow. She exclaims that she could not see his movement at all. Hyansu hurtles toward the serpent as it lunges to swallow him. He activates heaven-obliterating demonic fists, first technique. Using seed impact, he slams a powerful blow into the serpent's body. His strike tears a bloody hole through the serpent's torso. The serpent convulses while Hyansu continues battering it midair. Energy erupts skyward as his assault drives the serpent into the ground. The wounded monster faces him head-on, still menacing despite its injuries. Hyansu invokes heaven-obliterating demonic fists, second technique. He descends with root impact, smashing another devastating blow into the serpent. The serpent growls in pain, blood pouring from its wounds. The master notes he boosted Hyansu's vitality and suppressed fatigue but is bewildered by his disciple's performance. He wonders how the heavenly demon's inherited muscle memory could have been transferred entirely into Hyansu. The enraged serpent tries to bite Hyansu again amid exploding buildings. Hyansu uses heavenly demon flight to dash forward and smash the serpent once more. His barrage of aerial attacks drives the serpent along the buildings in a line of explosions. He prepares heaven-obliterating demonic fists, third technique. With leap impact, Hyansu plunges straight into the serpent's head in a final crushing blow. The monster's long body erupts and shatters from the accumulated attacks. Flames and shockwaves rip through the serpent as it is annihilated. Watching from afar, Hyurak is stunned and can only call the feat impossible. Hyurak and the woman with the kettlebell fly above the ruined street, amazed by Hyansu's power. Hyurak teases her colleague for arriving late to the battle. The suited woman nervously confirms that the incredible fighter really is Hyansu. As Hyansu floats, a system message announces that his return to the other world will soon begin, leaving him startled. Sensing something wrong, Hyansu panics as the power inside him turns dangerous. He violently coughs blood, the strain of the techniques overwhelming his body. He plummets from the sky toward the ground. Hyurak and the suited woman scream his name and rush to catch him. From a distance, the master watches Hyansu fall and remarks that the boy hit the jackpot of opportunity. Elsewhere, floodwaters still churn and sweep past a struggling man. The waters surge through alleys, carrying rocks and debris as the city floods. Two frightened children run calling for their older sister. Their sister embraces them tearfully, relieved they are safe. The siblings cry with joy, thankful that they all survived. A blonde warrior on a jet ski reports by phone that she has already brought the children back home and asks about the situation. Her comrade replies that the battlefield cleanup is nearly finished, and notes their guild leader handled the sorceress and serpent. She is shocked to hear that those powerful enemies were actually defeated by an unknown hunter. She is told the water is almost gone in her area and that the rest should clear soon, which she acknowledges. Back home, the older sister reassures the children that the danger is over. The family thanks the blonde warrior from the window and urges her to stay safe as she rides away. Time passes and the scene shifts to a university hospital building. Inside the hospital, staff and doctors move through the corridors. Hyansu lies in a hospital bed, groaning as he regains consciousness. The master appears at his bedside, asking if he is finally awake, and Hyansu realizes he is in a hospital. Alarmed, Hyansu asks if he lost again, while the master mocks him as pathetic. The master then demands to know if Hyansu remembers anything of what happened. He explains that Hyansu collapsed after using the heaven-obliterating demonic fists. The master angrily complains that Hyansu used his treasured technique poorly, while Hyansu insists he remembers nothing. Hyurak and the suited woman burst into the room cheerfully, greeting Hyansu as a superstar rookie and bringing flowers. Hyansu reacts with shocked disbelief at their sudden appearance. In a flashback, other hunters shout that they must exterminate every last merman. Ferocious merman monsters fight amidst splashing water and attacks. A news report states that the association and guilds are still hunting down remaining mermen. Reporters interviewed the Triple Guild's leader, who describes their ongoing search, particularly through the sewers. She promises the public that they will not let a single monster survive. The scene cuts to the exterior of an apartment building, indicating peace has returned to the city. Inside a bathroom, everything looks calm and ordinary. In the filled bathtub, small bubbles appear ominously on the water's surface. The view returns briefly to the outside of the hospital. The hospital corridor now lies quiet with only a few people walking. Someone peels fruit and arranges slices on a plate beside a hospital bed. Hyurak and the suited woman sit by injured Hyansu, proudly feeding him the sliced apple they prepared. Hyurak casually brushes off who peeled it and stuffs the fruit into his mouth while her friend protests. Hyurak tells Mina to take out the real gift they brought, piquing Hyansu's curiosity. Mina opens a black box, saying she was going to do it anyway. Inside the box a glowing red object radiates powerful light. They reveal it is a monster heart, an elixir that serves as Hyansu's reward from the battle. The master marvels that he has never seen an elixir containing so much energy. Mina explains that monster hearts usually come from long-lived boss monsters and hold immense power. Hyurak adds that eating it will greatly increase a hunter's strength, easily pushing a low-rank hunter up at least one rank. She remarks that although the sea serpent was not originally enormous, the powerful heart it left behind shows it had lived for a very long time. The master explains that the elixir contains 500 years' worth of energy. Hyansu, lying in a hospital bed, asks why they would give him something so incredible, and the red-haired hunter calls it their gift. The two women argue over who actually earned the elixir, with the association agent crediting Hyansu for killing the boss while the S-rank hunter insists she fought through many mermen. The association agent says Hyansu must be taught how to properly consume the elixir after discharge, while the S-rank hunter claims she would guide him better than the association. The two women boast competing methods and percentages for how much of the elixir Hyansu could absorb. The master casually declares that with his guidance Hyansu could absorb at least 70%. The women butt heads, arguing that S-rank status does not mean knowing everything and insulting each other over their ranks. Watching them bicker, the master amusedly calls it a battle of nerves. The master mischievously asks Hyansu which of the two women he prefers, shocking him. Hyansu freezes nervously between the two women as they stare at him for an answer. Scene shifts to Gwanik University Hospital exterior, indicating time passing or change of setting. The S-rank hunter waits pensively in the hospital corridor. She secretly peeks through the door to Hyansu's room. Inside, the association agent sits on Hyansu's bed and prepares documents. She presents Hyansu with a revised contract full of special options that will likely never appear again and asks for his opinion. Internally, she resolves to recruit this soon-to-be S-ranker to restore the association's reputation. Hyansu studies the contract, unsure how to respond. The agent exits and tells the waiting S-rank hunter that it is her turn to talk with Hyansu. The two women pass each other tensely in the hallway. The S-rank hunter approaches Hyansu's bed as he braces himself. She roughly kicks his bed in frustration, startling him. Sitting down, she asks whether he likes the association's proposal, admitting that even she found their offer attractive. Hyansu guesses that among the generous terms there was one especially tempting condition. She excitedly deduces that they offered him legal immunity to kill people, shocking him. When Hyansu stammers in surprise, she says it was an obvious conclusion. She scoffs at the idea of immunity, pointing out that he will soon become an S-rank anyway. Hyansu listens as she explains that such immunities are meaningless once someone reaches S-rank. She explains that in this world true power is no longer nuclear or monetary but the existence of S-rank hunters. She argues it is absurd to grant legal immunity to beings already that powerful, and the master agrees. She insists what Hyansu really needs is a powerful backing to protect him until he reaches S-rank. She dramatically declares that she and her guild, the Red Lions, can be that protective fence for him. Leaving the room, she encounters the association agent in the corridor. She cheerfully tells team leader Lee to relax as she departs. Annoyed, the agent thinks to herself how irritating the S-rank hunter is. She returns to Hyansu's room, hesitating as she enters. Hyansu apologizes to her for turning down the association's offer. She forces a smile, saying she cannot force him to join and accepts his decision. She tells him to take care of himself, and wishes him a quick recovery. As she leaves, Hyansu calls out and asks if he can make a small request. He explains that since he cannot move well, he needs the association's help with something. He asks for some assistance, while the master jokes that his disciple is shameless. Scene shifts to an apartment building, suggesting Hyansu's home. A woman, Hyansu's relative or guardian, wakes the kids and calls them for breakfast. She chats with the children about leaving early for her part-time job as they reluctantly get out of bed. The kids complain about wanting more sleep, and she tells them they can sleep again after breakfast. While brushing their teeth, the children ask if they can eat later, and she firmly refuses. The girl remembers news about powerless civilians dying and asks nervously if people without powers will die, as strange movement starts in the bathtub. The woman cooking hears the kids scream and turns in alarm. A monstrous creature bursts through the bathroom door, chasing the terrified children. Hearing the commotion, the woman in the kitchen screams and calls out to the kids. The monster grabs the girl in pink, who shrieks as it restrains her. The older sister rushes in and clings to the monster to protect the younger girl, while the woman looks on in horror. The woman grabs a kitchen knife from the cutting board. She charges the monster with the knife, shouting for it to stop. She leaps and attacks, driving the blade toward the monster. She slashes into the creature, drawing blood. The monster growls back at her while still clutching the child. It retaliates with a powerful blow, sending the woman flying. She crashes violently into the kitchen. She lies injured on the floor amid the wreckage. The monster moves to devour the girl again as the boy watches helplessly from behind the door. Suddenly the association agent arrives using her black orb, launching a high-speed attack. She orders the monster to stop and rushes in, orb first, as it holds the girl. She smashes into the creature with a powerful blow, knocking it away and freeing the child. The little girl tumbles across the floor but is now out of the monster's grasp. The wounded beast struggles to its feet, preparing another charge. It roars in anger as energy gathers around it. The agent rises into the air, surrounded by green telekinetic energy, and levitating knives and debris. She sends the barrage of blades and objects flying toward the monster. The monster braces itself as the concentrated attacks slam into it. It staggers, heavily wounded but still alive. The agent powers up a finishing technique, vowing to send the monster to its dead comrades. Her attack explodes on the monster's head, dealing a massive blow. She rushes to the children and frantically checks whether Chayun is alright. The woman tearfully thanks her rescuer and asks how she knew to come, and the agent says Hyansu asked her to look after them, and she is glad she arrived in time. The scene returns to Gwanik University Hospital, signaling a transition back to Hyansu's story. A doctor reacts in shock to Hyansu's rapid recovery or discharge. Out on the street, Hyansu checks his phone and reacts dramatically to some financial news. The master scolds his disciple for losing his composure over money, while Hyansu laments his poverty. Hyansu complains that being broke even prevents him from eating cheap ramen, which surprises the master. Fired up by the mention of ramen, the master grabs Hyansu and uses heavenly demon flight to head somewhere immediately. While flying, the master says they must hurry so Hyansu can cook a packet of ramen, leaving Hyansu speechless. A new building exterior indicates they have arrived at another location. A dark, swirling portal forms on the floor inside, suggesting a training space. Inside the portal realm, master and disciple sit facing each other on a barren landscape amid swirling energy. The master explains that consuming just 10% of the elixir will grant Hyansu about 20 years of energy, astounding him. He adds that following his method could let Hyansu absorb 70%, equivalent to 140 years of internal energy. The master then asks Hyansu what he plans to do after becoming strong. Hyansu recalls the initial portal disaster 2 years ago, when many people died. He reveals that both his parents and Sheon's parents were killed during that first portal incident. Clenching his fist, Hyansu vows as a hunter to prevent others from suffering the same grief he did. The master wonders if the portals are the great enemy his ancestors mentioned. He notes that Hyansu used 3 techniques: seed impact, root impact, and leaf impact, that he never actually taught him. He explains that heavenly demons pass down martial arts memory through their bodies to descendants, giving Hyansu inherited skills. This system was created by the first heavenly demon to prepare future generations against the great enemy. Hyansu reacts in awe and dawning realization to this revelation. The master points out that this world differs from the one of his past, implying the threat may manifest differently. Realizing the connection, the master becomes alarmed and excited. Hyansu comments that he now has even more reason to grow strong quickly in return. Meanwhile, the association agent flies through the sky with her orb, heading toward Hyansu's place. She arrives at his building and approaches the entrance door with her floating orb. Checking a paper, she confirms this address matches Hyansu's member information. Outside, she wonders why Hyansu is not answering her calls despite being discharged. His phone vibrates unattended on his desk at home. The apartment door sits closed while the phone rings, showing no one inside to answer. Waiting at the doorstep, she debates what to do, needing to tell him about the attack at Yoon's house. Back in the portal, the master orders Hyansu to eat the elixir now. Hyansu panics about swallowing such a large glowing orb. The master smacks him and clarifies he should chew it, not gulp it whole. He warns that without proper guidance Hyansu might waste it by digesting bit by bit and excreting the energy. Hyansu finally bites into the elixir as the master watches closely. The massive energy fills Hyansu's mouth and body, making him almost gag. At Hyansu's apartment, the agent finds the door unlocked and starts to open it. She calls out Hyansu's name as she peeks inside. Seeing the empty room, she wonders aloud if he is not there. Something catches her attention, and she looks up in alarm. She turns to see a dark, swirling portal occupying part of his room and reacts in shock. Inside the portal world, Hyansu struggles with the elixir bulging in his cheeks. The master tells him to calm his heart and obey instructions, though he admits he can hardly look at him with that puffed face. He warns that mishandling such a powerful elixir could leave Hyansu brain damaged for life. The master begins detailed guidance. Feel the elixir's energy rather than treat it as food and move it through the microcosmic orbit from Dantian to Welu Point. Hyansu carefully guides the energy along his meridians, moving it upward without rushing. Back in the room, the agent nervously observes the ominous portal. Mistaking it for a patch of mold shaped like a portal, she grumbles about how long Hyansu has neglected cleaning his place. She fills a basin with soapy water, stepping in to prepare for scrubbing. Wearing rubber gloves, she starts washing, intent on cleaning the supposed mold. As she works, she hears someone calling and pauses to listen. On the phone she explains to a superior that she is out on an errand but will return to the branch immediately. Leaving Hyansu's room, she regrets not being able to tidy it properly for him. She then flies away through the city on her orb, heading back to work. In the portal, the master instructs Hyansu to extend the energy into his macrocosmic orbit, and Hyansu's system skill to follow instructions activates. Hyansu sits enveloped in swirling chi as he circulates the elixir energy throughout his entire body. The master marvels at how much searing hot yang energy that water snake boss contained and how extraordinary the portal realm is. He decides this is actually advantageous, since heavenly demon arts rely on extreme yang, and Hyansu must raise his yang energy anyway. Hyansu's system notes that his elixir absorption has already reached 32% as he continues concentrating. The master tells him once the elixir fully melts he must condense the energy into the orbit and prevent it from going berserk. Hyansu's absorption rate jumps to 50%, and his power surges explosively. Overwhelmed by the torrent of energy, Hyansu screams in pain. The master urges him to endure, encouraging his disciple. The system reports 60% absorption, while the master motivates him by reminding him he carries the heavenly demon seed and must keep pushing. Hyansu reaches 70% absorption as streams of blood erupt from his body. The master watches as the area fills with dense energy and swirling clouds around Hyansu. Observing his disciple, the master notes that Hyansu has entered a complete trance state. The absorption surprisingly climbs to 80%, and Hyansu wonders if this special place is allowing him to take in even more. The rate rises to 90%, leaving only 10% of the elixir's power to be integrated. The master powers himself up with blue lightning and vows to help Hyansu finish absorbing the rest. He uses the technique origin chi pressure release to assist in stabilizing and compressing the remaining energy within Hyansu. The immense pressure forces Hyansu to cough up blood as his body is pushed to the limit. A massive explosion of energy erupts across the portal realm as Hyansu screams. In the climax of the process, Hyansu's body is engulfed in blinding light and lightning as he endures the final stage of absorbing the elixir. Hyansu fully absorbs the immunity's elixir, gaining an extreme yang physique that makes him immune to great heat. His listening to instructions skill levels up and gains a new effect as he bleeds and collapses. While crashing to the ground, he learns he can now copy one specified person's techniques once per day. Scene shifts to a crowded hospital exterior. Emergency staff frantically rush multiple critical patients into the CPR room, calling for a defibrillator. Inside, overworked doctors and nurses scramble among overflowing patients, refusing extra tasks due to extreme busyness. The hospital corridors are packed with injured people lying everywhere. Chaeyun walks through the jammed hallway, thinking there is barely room to move. She worries that the merman attack caused enormous damage. Chaeyun peeks into a room and asks the patient inside how she is feeling. The hospitalized girl says she is now alright. Chaeyun explains that the girl's siblings had to be moved to another medical center due to lack of beds, and the girl anxiously asks if they are okay. Chaeyun admits the siblings still have not awakened, shocking the girl. Chaeyun says lingering unconsciousness is a common symptom after encountering mermen but reassures her that doctors will find a cure. The girl, crying, reluctantly accepts Chaeyun's reassurance. Later, Chaeyun waits in a lobby while talking on her phone. She silently frets when the person she is calling does not answer. She notes with concern that Hyansu is still ignoring her calls. Remembering the battle, she wonders why Hyansu, who took the worst injuries, recovered while others remain in bad shape. She can understand her friend's sister fainting from fear of the merman, though. But she is puzzled that the uninjured brother is also unconscious. She questions why both siblings ended up in comas. The scene changes to the exterior of another office building. A suited man reports that the merman incident caused about 1 billion won in damage and at least 117 deaths, with casualties still increasing. The pink-haired guild master hears that some people who met the merman are now in unexplained comas. She is told doctors still have no idea what is causing the coma cases. Concluding there is little non-medical people can do, she dismisses the report and lets the man leave. The aide exits as she remains in her office, thinking. Her phone rings and she quickly answers. Annoyed that Hyansu is ignoring her calls despite being a new recruit, she fumes. She explodes in anger, shouting that after paying him 600 million won he should have come to greet her properly. The story shifts to a different cityscape. Focus narrows to a cafe entrance where someone is inside. In a hideout, a bald muscular man opens a beer while another silver-haired man lounges nearby. The silver-haired man, Haxon Balder, S-rank hunter and E.S guild leader, comments that Hyansu ultimately joined Yuriak's side. Jill Lordemon, the lone S-rank solo hunter, replies that Hyansu is impressive for a newcomer. Haxon bitterly wonders why Yuriak managed to recruit Hyansu. He confesses he feels like crushing Hyansu out of spite. Jill tells him to stop such talk and just live quietly. Haxon angrily insists he would rather see Hyansu destroyed than let Yuriak have him, imagining Hyansu diving through flames. The scene jumps to a peaceful beach. Hyansu is actually napping shirtless on a deck chair under an umbrella. Someone gently calls his name and pats his head, waking him. Mina, in a swimsuit, smiles and says he must have been very tired. Nearby, the pink-haired and red-haired women complain about how long he plans to sleep. The pink-haired woman reminds him they came to the beach to play volleyball. She spikes the ball fiercely, declaring the loser must buy dinner. The serve smashes straight into Hyansu's face, stunning him and startling Mina. The women mock his inability to receive such a serve while he protests this is his first time playing volleyball. The volleyball bounces away into the sea. Hyansu wades out grumbling, surprised at how far the ball drifted. A whirlpool suddenly forms in the water. A gigantic sea serpent, the Emugi, erupts from the ocean in front of a panicked Hyansu. The enraged Emugi roars and demands its elixir back. The Emugi drags Hyansu deep underwater as he clings to its body. Near an underwater lava vent, Hyansu feels the scorching heat and realizes they are close to ocean floor magma. The Emugi plunges toward the blazing fissures while Hyansu is pulled along. Hyansu suddenly wakes up in bed, sweating in shock. His spirit master yells that if he is awake he should immediately cook ramen, and Hyansu realizes he had only fallen asleep. The master points at a clock and notes how much time has passed, making Hyansu realize he has slept for 2.5 days. The story shifts to the association building. At her office there, Mina explodes over the phone upon hearing what Hyansu did. On his end, Hyansu endures her shouting as she accuses him of recklessly consuming the elixir alone despite her warnings it could kill him. The scene briefly shows the Red Lion Guild building. At her guild office, Yuriak is equally shocked to learn he ate the elixir and slept for 2 days. Calming down, she says she cannot do anything about his recklessness but is relieved he did not die. Hyansu is surprised she is much calmer than he expected. While serving ramen to his spirit master, he confirms over the phone that he will stay on standby. The old master calls him a brat but slurps the noodles. Suddenly an alert appears and Hyansu yells in surprise. He realizes his level has increased again. Reading the system window, He sees listening to instructions has reached level 3 with detailed enhancements, and a note that he can learn one specified person's techniques daily. Ecstatic, he celebrates getting a new ability while the master grumbles about the noise. Hyansu explains he can now copy one of his master's skills once per day and is thrilled. The master protests in disbelief, calling such an ability unfair and almost like cheating. Annoyed, he flicks Hyansu's forehead with a painful energy strike. Hyansu keeps dodging the flicks, complaining his forehead still hurts and joking about trauma. The master pauses, impressed that Hyansu can already evade his attacks so well. The scene cuts back to the hospital exterior, now calmer. Inside, Hyansu sits with Chayun, quietly acknowledging what she has told him. Chayun despairs about what she will do if her siblings never wake up. Hyansu gently comforts her, saying they will wake up. She remarks that she and Hyansu are actually similar in many ways. They walk down the hospital corridor. In a ward, Chayun introduces her still comatose younger brother Hyuntae. She explains he has remained unconscious ever since their accident. Even the doctors have no explanation for his condition. She sadly takes his hand, worried. Chayun tearfully introduces herself to her brother, saying Hyansu has been looking after her. She tells her brother that Hyansu has been waiting a very long time for him to wake up. Hyansu silently joins her plea, asking Hyuntae to wake up soon. Chongyang appears beside Hyansu and says he senses a strange energy from Hyuntae. He reveals that some kind of curse seal is placed on Hyuntae's heart. Chongyang adds there is a method to deal with it, hinting at a solution. The scene briefly shifts to another building at dusk. The interior shows a quiet, polished hallway, setting up a new location. At an auction, a magical skeleton spear is offered starting at 70 million won. A long-haired man confidently raises his hand to bid. The auctioneer announces his 70 million bid and then invites higher offers, raising the price to 80 million. Just before the spear is sold, the long-haired man smiles as the countdown proceeds. Another man, Jin Si-hyuk, casually bids 80 million, surprising everyone. The first bidder cedes, cursing Jin as he is outbid. Later in the parking garage, Jin heads to his car after the successful purchase. Delighted with his day, Jin approaches his vehicle holding the wrapped spear. Someone calls out his name from behind. The long-haired man confronts Jin, furious that he paid 200 million for an item that should have been 70 million. Jin cheerfully replies that he would have bought the spear even for 300 million. Mocking the other man's finances, Jin tells him to go home and eat cheap food instead of coming to auctions. Enraged, the long-haired man raises his foot to attack. He stomps down with tremendous force, launching a devastating kick. The shockwave smashes a car and pillar, startling Jin. The attacker then approaches with a menacing grin, asking Jin if he has a death wish. Jin readies the skeleton spear and says that since the other man started the fight, he will not hold back. The long-haired man, now wearing a crackling metal gauntlet, vows to prove the spear is worth only 70 million. Jin charges with a water-like thrust from the spear while the opponent counters with his electrified gauntlet. Their clash sends lightning and force flying as Jin's spear strike meets the armored chest. The counterattack sends Jin hurtling backward, slamming him hard. Jin crashes violently to the ground in a fiery explosion. The long-haired man advances, boasting that no one who wins a bid against him ever leaves an auction alive. The narrative returns to Red Lion Guild headquarters. Inside, Hayuriak berates the long-haired man, asking if he plans to keep causing such trouble. She continues scolding him for creating complaints she has to resolve. He excuses his actions by claiming he just got angry when the other bidder stole his auction item. Hayuriak sharply tells him to shut up and warns she will no longer tolerate his behavior. She threatens that if he causes more trouble, she will flay and incinerate him, terrifying him into meek agreement. She curtly orders him to leave her office. He exits while a photo on her desk shows her posing with Hyansu, highlighting their connection. He nervously pops his head back in, saying he has something else to ask. He wants to know when she will introduce him to the newly recruited A-rank hunter, implying Hyansu. With a sly smile, he insists he is not trying to assert dominance or anything. Hayuriak blasts him away with flames, telling him to go away as he complains he cannot even speak. Walking down the hallway, he muses that he will probably meet that A-rank hunter soon anyway. The scene cuts back to the hospital exterior at sunset. Inside, Chayun excitedly realizes Hyansu is also a hunter. Hyansu explains that awakening does not follow a fixed schedule, and she finds this fascinating. She concludes that this explains why a high-ranking person like Mina would go out of her way to help him, while he laughs awkwardly. Hyansu tells Chayun he will visit Hyuntae again and then check on her younger siblings, so she should rest without worry. Chongyang and Hyansu follow as Chayun heads back to her room. Standing beside Hyuntae's bed, Hyansu asks his master to confirm there really is a way to help the boy. Chongyang says the method involves a transcendent sorcery called the Severing Heavenly Language. A system message informs Hyansu of this new transcendent rank skill, astonishing him. Chongyang immediately adds that Hyansu currently cannot use the technique. He explains that the Severing Heavenly Language is a mystical curse-breaking sorcery created by a heavenly demon and requires a special heavenly demon body that Hyansu lacks. Hyansu insists he can still use it. He reveals that, thanks to his upgraded listening to instructions skill, he can imitate one of his master's techniques once per day. Determined, Hyansu places his hand over Hyuntae's chest to invoke the skill. He begins casting, declaring the severing heavenly language while the system confirms he is imitating that transcendent skill. Mystic script and energy swirl from Hyansu's hand into Hyanti's body. Feeling the spell take hold, Hyansu exclaims in amazement that it is actually working. Watching in disbelief, Chongyang wonders what kind of ability Hyansu possesses to pull off such an impossible feat. A comatose young man in a hospital bed becomes surrounded by glowing mystical circles. A man channels chi through his hands onto the patient, deciding to raise the energy output. The magic circle covering the patient spins intensely. The patient's heart suddenly begins to beat powerfully. The healer is shocked as he senses an unexpected reaction. He pours out even more energy, causing a huge burst of light over the patient. Collapsing to the floor, he despairs that his attempt to heal the patient failed. The white-haired master examines the patient and says he senses an incredibly powerful being but that the healer simply lacks enough power. The healer asks if that is the reason for the failure, and the master reassures him to trust his explanation. Scene shifts to a European-style city street where vehicles are parked outside buildings. In a library, a bald hunter angrily argues they need every strong hunter, rejecting another man's plan to eliminate someone. Their shouting is interrupted when a newcomer in a sleek suit arrives and asks why it is so noisy. The newcomer is introduced as Yamamoto Takashi, an S-rank hunter and vice leader of the ES Guild. Empty drink cans on the table show they have been talking and drinking for a while. Takashi admits he has doubts about serving under Haxon, while the bald hunter jokes he should work solo like him. Takashi asks how the latest fragment search went. Takashi explains the fragment site was wrong again, and only a barren desert like before. They wonder if they must now rely on finding a new fragment in Korea, deciding to wait since the Red Lions are in charge there. They note that the emergence of a hunter named Park Hyansu may accelerate the expedition to the next fragment. The bald hunter recalls that the paradise portals are fragments of the ancestral dragon, and laments that clearing all fragments within a year is like a curse. A memory of a powerful entity warns that if humans do not clear every fragment within 1 year, a disaster beyond even S-ranks will strike the world. Takashi concludes firmly that all fragments must be found within a year, no matter what. The bald hunter agrees, stressing that more high-rank hunters are needed to achieve this. The scene returns to Saesong Medical Center at sunset. Hyansu visits 2 comatose siblings in the hospital as a nurse looks on. The siblings lie motionless side by side in their beds. Doctors say they have done all they can and can only use heat mats to keep such patients warm. A nurse explains to Hyansu that the entire ward is full of similar coma patients. In another room, a worried wife asks when her husband will wake, but the nurse says only the doctor can answer. Hyansu's master appears and states that cold energy is causing everyone's condition. He reminds Hyansu that all these patients previously encountered the merman. The master explains that aquatic creatures inherently carry yin energy. He adds that the merman in particular held extremely strong yin energy, which overwhelms people who already have a lot of yin. When the patient's own yin meets the merman's, it fuses into cold energy that puts them into a hibernation-like state. Hyansu realizes this explanation fits what he is seeing. He asks if there is a way to cure the patients. The master answers that using yang energy to expel the yin will wake them. A boy at a bedside tells his mother to look at Hyansu. The mother turns, surprised, toward Hyansu and her child. Hyansu starts propping the comatose boy up, alarming the mother who thinks he is disturbing the patient's fragile condition. The boy shows his mother a video, recognizing Hyansu as the famous Amugi killer. As Hyansu channels energy, the family watches in growing astonishment. Hyansu places a glowing, warm hand over the boy's chest, pouring yang energy inside. Dark, smoky energy streams out of the boy's head as the cold yin is forced out. The master urges Hyansu to burn away the yin energy immediately. Hyansu instead senses he can absorb the expelled yin energy himself, shocking his master. The master warns that, with Hyansu's extreme yang body, absorbing yin could be disastrous. Ignoring the warning, Hyansu sucks the black energy into himself while clinging to the boy. The master shouts at him in outrage for taking such a reckless action. Hyansu clenches his fist as yin and yang whirl inside him, a system-like message declaring he has fully absorbed the power of yin. A further message states his extreme yang body has begun transforming into a harmonious yin and yang body, symbolized by 3 glowing flowers over his head. Seeing the 3-flower aura, the master recognizes it as the legendary 3 flowers peak bloom, a pinnacle state of martial arts. He reflects in amazement that, even briefly, Hyansu reached that state while in a trance. Hyansu asks his master what a harmonious yin and yang body actually is. The master internally marvels that such a body surpasses both extreme yin and extreme yang and wonders how Hyansu's ability can create it. Muttering that this development is basically cheating, he leaves Hyansu bewildered. The boy wakes up confused about where he is, to the tearful joy of his family. Hyansu is relieved when the boy recognizes him as his older brother figure. The boy's mother runs into the hallway screaming for the doctor and nurse. Lights and alarms emphasize the hospital's sudden commotion. Soon the room fills with medical staff and family as Hyansu continues helping wake the siblings. Hyansu lifts his hand, still crackling with energy, showing the remnants of absorbed yin. The family, doctors, and nurses rejoice and cry as both children fully regain consciousness. The girl covers her mouth, overcome with emotion. Later she cries alone near the hospital lobby, still overwhelmed. She calls Hyansu and tearfully thanks him again and again for saving her and her brother. Outside, officials discuss how coma cases are increasing so fast that hospitals are running out of beds. A man and woman agree they must request more beds and additional medical staff from their branch manager. The woman suddenly senses something and pays closer attention. She receives a call and learns in shock that Hyansu was responsible for the miraculous recoveries. Back at the hospital, another formerly comatose man wakes up to the joy of his wife and child. Hyansu receives a system notice that he has acquired level 1 of the harmonious yin and yang body after bringing his extremes into balance. The grateful mother thanks him profusely, calling him heaven sent, while he modestly says he only did what he could. The doctor suggests they move on to the next ward, and Hyansu eagerly agrees. A triumphant montage shows Hyansu, doctors, nurses, and now awake patients walking the hallway filled with light. People murmur in awe about his incredible healing ability and ask to take photos with him. The master comments that this praise is good and fitting. He tells Hyansu that as a heavenly demon he should get used to being worshipped, leaving Hyansu flustered. Night falls, closing the day of miracles. Hyansu continues treating an elderly patient while a nurse assists. On the phone, he tells his guild leader he is at Saesong Hospital, only for the leader to say he already knows. The guild leader explains that the Hunters Association has requested their help with another hospital as well. She adds that the association is paying a fee for this work and that Hyansu can keep all of it himself. Hyansu protests that he is just a guild member, but she reminds him the contract states solo efforts belong entirely to him, so he agrees to visit the association afterward. She happily praises his performance, thinking that the association will owe their guild favors. The scene shifts to a crescent moon over rooftops. Takashi sits in the dark, his phone buzzing with new information. He answers and reports to his boss that he has discovered where Park Hyansu lives. The boss, apparently Haxon, praises him and orders him to send the address, while another hunter dozes nearby. Takashi prepares to leave, grabbing the door handle. He steps outside in casual clothes, zipping up with grim resolve. Outside the house, he crouches as if to launch himself at extreme speed. With a predatory grin, he begins accelerating, electricity crackling around him. Takashi rockets through the city at supersonic speed, trailing a shockwave. From afar, his path appears as a streak of light cutting across the night sky. Morning over Hyansu's neighborhood shows a peaceful city under a rainbow. Hyansu's apartment building is shown as someone comments about yet another disturbance. Inside, Hyansu complains to his master about eating instant ramen again, while the master insists it is the world's best food. Resigned, Hyansu goes to cook it anyway. His phone rings, showing a call from the guild leader. Confused why she is calling so late, he answers. She urgently asks where he is. When he replies he is home about to cook, she yells for him to get out of the house immediately. At the same time, his master senses a massive force approaching and warns that a very powerful presence is heading straight for them. Hyansu bolts out of the apartment and sprints up the stairs toward the exit. He bursts outside the building and keeps running. He hears something incoming and looks up tensely. Haxon drops from the sky above him like a black comet. A blinding beam slams into the street between cars, tearing through the road. The attack explodes, flipping vehicles and engulfing the street in fire. Hyansu staggers from the blast, shouting in pain. As the smoke clears, a lone figure stands ahead while Hyansu readies himself in the background. Haxon emerges from the smoke, calling out Park Hyansu's name menacingly. He gathers a swirling sphere of purple lightning in his hand and snarls a word meaning die. Hyansu watches in alarm as the deadly energy forms. The lightning beam races toward him, but he braces behind a dome of energy to block it. The collision results in another massive explosion that rocks the area. Haxon walks through the drifting smoke unfazed. Elsewhere, a modern glass building is shown, likely the Hunters Association headquarters. Alarm sirens there begin blaring. Staff report that an unidentified powerful entity is moving in Hyansu's residential area, confirming their fears. Team Leader Lee notes that such supersonic speed is rare even among S ranks and guesses who it must be. Her guild leader, on the phone, agrees it is probably Haxon, who despises her. She removes her heels while ending the call, thanking the caller for the intel. Flames and aura erupt around her, as she declares she is the only one capable of stopping Haxon. Team Leader Lee resolves that she must head out as well. The branch general manager stops her, calling out and surprising her. He warns that a clash between S ranks might occur, and that it would be pointless for her to be present. He adds that the association is not idle and has already told the Azure Dragon team to prepare the Divine Item Mirror World. On the streets, that team speeds toward the area on blue motorcycles. Their leader radios the others, codename Bee, Ant, and Cheetah, to brace themselves because they are dealing with an S rank. The three riders enthusiastically confirm their readiness. The leader checks that Hawk, who carries the Mirror World item, is in position. Hawk smirks and says he is deploying now. Standing atop a tall building with a glowing device on his back, Hawk surveys the road below. He then dives from the rooftop toward the city. Mid-fall he transforms, sprouting huge hawk wings from the device. Fully changed into a hawkman, he soars across the city skyline. Back at the battle, Haxon is startled by something and narrows his eyes. He sees Hyansu now wielding balanced yin and yang energy, and notes in disbelief that Hyansu has already reached an evolutionary realm. The master observes from afar that Haxon's power is far greater than that of the red-haired woman and is comparable to the supreme peak realm of his own world. Hyansu, cloaked in swirling energy, yells at Haxon demanding to know why he suddenly appeared and attacked him. Haxon is stunned that a mere A rank managed to withstand his earlier strike. Hyansu hears distant noise and wonders if there has been an accident nearby. Realizing civilians are around, he shouts for everyone to get back inside because it is dangerous. His master reminds him to stay focused because he is still in the middle of a battle. Haxon unleashes another spiraling energy blast, which Hyansu intercepts with his own power. Hyansu counters using his technique Flower Arts, meeting the attack head-on. Panting, he mocks Haxon for repeating the same move and assuming it would work again. A darker, more menacing aspect of Haxon suddenly appears behind Hyansu, calling him an idiot. Haxon then activates body transmutation, his arm turning into a jagged ice-like weapon as he advances on Hyansu. Hyansu is shocked that his opponent's body is turning to metal and that he can also fire energy bullets, wondering how many powers he possesses. Haxon grins as his arm fully transforms into a metallic weapon, energy crackling around it. Haxon unleashes an aim technique, the supersonic Mach 3 punch, charging down the street toward Hyansu. The supersonic punch slams into Hyansu with overwhelming speed and power. The impact propels Hyansu backward at high speed, tearing up the ground as he is blasted away. Hyansu's body smashes through solid rock and debris, causing a violent explosion. The force of the blow continues, pulverizing the rocky wall into fragments. Hyansu is hurled through a building, his body exploding through the wall. He crashes inside, leaving a cloud of dust and a cratered floor. Hyansu struggles on his knees amid the destruction, groaning in pain. He realizes he cannot feel his right arm and is stunned that he is in this state despite using his internal energy. Haxon breaks through the wall into the room, advancing on the injured Hyansu. Hyansu interrupts Haxon's next named attack by countering with his own supersonic punch. A memory voice rebukes Hyansu, asking if he learned Heavenly Demon footwork for nothing. A system message activates listening to instructions mode and displays that Hyansu currently understands Heavenly Demon flight at 57% as he begins moving his feet. Hyansu uses Heavenly Demon footwork second technique, Heavenly Demon flight, to create multiple afterimages as he charges Haxon. Surrounding Haxon with those afterimages, Hyansu declares that it is his turn to attack. Their clash blows apart the exterior wall, sending debris and shockwaves outside. The battle creates massive explosions that fling Hyansu into the air outside the building. Hyansu slams into a distant wall, causing another violent explosion of bricks. Elsewhere, a fiery streak rushes through the sky above the city toward the battlefield. The woman with flame-like hair races through the air, hoping Hyansu has not yet encountered Haxon and doubting how long he could last against him. She estimates that if they have met, Hyansu might only endure 10 to 20 seconds and urges herself to hurry. Back on the ground, Hyansu lies battered in a crater, groaning. Haxon stands over the ruined pavement, remarking that something about Hyansu is strange. He admits he expected to finish Hyansu in a single blow, but sees him still alive embedded in the wall. The white-haired master observes that although his disciple's understanding is low, Hyansu still managed to hit the real Haxon and notes how strong Hyansu is. The master decides that if Hyansu cannot overcome a trial of this level, he will never grow into a heavenly demon. Haxon, impressed that Hyansu has lasted this long, charges again with crackling power. Hyansu, still pinned in the wall, questions what Haxon is talking about and mutters that he does not understand. Haxon is surprised by something unexpected happening mid-attack. Hyansu roars back, gathering a powerful sphere of energy in his hands and shouting at Haxon. His eyes glow with fierce determination as he focuses that power. Seeing this, Haxon hastily raises his arm to defend himself. Hyansu uses his piercing footwork to close the distance, energy swirling around his fist. He executes his named technique Seed Impact, driving a massive punch toward Haxon. Haxon grits his teeth and braces, but the blow still hurts him badly. The Seed Impact detonates in a huge explosion, engulfing the area. Hyansu immediately follows with another piercing charge toward Haxon. He lands a second Seed Impact directly into Haxon's torso. The second blast launches Haxon high into the air, shockwaves rippling outward from Hyansu. Hyansu's empowered steps shake and crack the ground as he continues pressing forward. Haxon curses internally, realizing the impact is far stronger than he expected. He then notices in shock that his once reinforced metallic arm is cracking apart. Haxon is stunned that someone officially ranked managed to destroy his reinforced arm. Refusing to accept it, he triggers another ability called Silver Pulse to regenerate and reforge his arm. Hyansu watches as Haxon's injuries rapidly heal, while the master notes that his regeneration rivals demonic monsters. The master instructs Hyansu not to give Haxon time to recover and to use Wood Impact to damage him internally. The system again activates listening to instructions mode and Hyansu prepares combat arts. Hyansu immediately strikes Haxon's body with Wood Impact, sending energy surging inside him. Vowing to dismantle all of Haxon's transmutations, Hyansu readies himself for continued assault. Haxon only smirks in response, unfazed by the threat. A torrent of water-like energy suddenly erupts around them. Hyansu is startled as liquid energy swirls around him and realizes it is water. He wonders aloud if Haxon has been vaporized by the Wood Impact as the water churns. The master warns that Haxon's energy signature remains, meaning he is still alive. Hyansu is urgently alerted that the enemy is attacking from below. Haxon bursts up from beneath Hyansu with a blade-like arm strike. Hyansu quickly moves his feet to evade, narrowly avoiding the sweeping attack. Haxon's slash instead carves a massive gouge in the ground, showing its lethality. Hyansu sprints toward Haxon again as the metallic sidearm is raised for another blow. Hyansu looks back in alarm at a fresh crater, realizing how destructive that last strike was. Before he can react, Haxon grabs him by the head from behind. Holding Hyansu in place, Haxon raises his blade arm and coldly promises a painless death. Hyansu, with his own arm now partly metal, notes that Haxon is repeating the same pattern of moves. Anticipating the attack, Hyansu declares it will not work and counters with leaf impact, slicing energy toward Haxon. Haxon is forced to fling his blade upward, crying out as the counterattack disrupts him. Hyansu's cutting strike severs a rooftop structure as it flies past. The projectile shears through another part of the building, demonstrating its range. Haxon clutches a bleeding, torn side, furious at Hyansu. Seeing Haxon's wound already starting to heal again, Hyansu regrets not following up with more consecutive strikes. Hyansu decides the city streets are too crowded and leads Haxon away toward a school that should be empty on the holiday. As he races toward the hilltop school, he reasons that the higher, less populated area will minimize collateral damage. Haxon admits to himself that Hyansu's earlier hit was serious, and that even Silver Pulse has not fully mended the injury. Determined, Haxon undergoes further transformation, metallic growths and power surging over his body. A massive explosion erupts as his power-up completes, shaking the surroundings. The scene shifts to the school grounds, calm for the moment. Inside the school, Hyansu runs down a hallway, continuing to lure Haxon. He notes that he has reached the top floor and is relieved there are no bystanders around. Haxon's purple energy hurtles down the hallway after Hyansu like a falling meteor. Closing the distance, Haxon mockingly asks if Hyansu is trying to protect others. He then slams Hyansu through walls and cabinets with another devastating blow. The room continues to explode around Hyansu as debris and fire spread. From the rubble, Hyansu condemns Haxon for fighting recklessly in a residential area. He springs forward, declaring that someone like Haxon has no right to be a hunter. Haxon swoops down from above with his blade aimed at the charging Hyansu. His eyes gleam as he swings, confident the next attack will finish things. Columns and chunks of the building explode upward from the ferocity of the clash. Multiple explosions rip through the structure and facade, tearing the school apart. Inside, the floor and ceiling are annihilated as a pillar of energy erupts. Standing at the edge of the crater he just created, Haxon muses that it is almost a shame to kill someone who lasted this long. Beneath the rubble, Hyansu lies buried while crackling energy begins gathering overhead. Haxon forms a huge dark purple energy sphere and tells Hyansu to blame his boss for what is about to happen. That destructive sphere swells above, radiating chaotic power. The sphere is hurled toward the school grounds, glowing ominously. It detonates on the field in a cataclysmic blast, obliterating everything nearby. The explosion grows even larger, filling the scene with blinding light and shockwaves. Afterward, Haxon floats calmly in the sky, silhouetted against the clouds. He lands in the center of the colossal crater his attack carved out. The camera pulls back to reveal the vast pit of destruction and ruins surrounding Haxon. Surveying the devastation, Haxon criticizes the country's rank evaluations and asserts that Hyansu is already of S-rank caliber, not merely A-rank. Believing the fight over, he wonders aloud if he should head back. A sudden light in the rubble catches his attention, making him pause. He watches warily as the debris begins to shift and energy stirs. Hyansu rises from the ruins wreathed in blue energy, levitating with overwhelming power. Instead of fear, Haxon smiles eagerly, excited by this new display of strength. Hyansu stands transformed, cloaked in surging blue aura, his tattered clothes fluttering. Haxon admits Hyansu has surprised him once again. Hyansu walks steadily toward him through the wreckage, aura blazing. Haxon gathers another mass of dark energy, vowing to burn Hyansu until nothing remains. Suddenly that energy flickers and vanishes from his arm, startling him. He is shocked to realize his energy bullet has dissipated mid-formation, something that has never occurred before. Hyansu continues advancing calmly, blue flames of power dancing around him. Haxon reassures himself that his body can still function despite the setbacks. Hyansu's eyes glow as he silently confronts Haxon at close range. Haxon charges once more, yelling that this will be the end. As he swings, he realizes in confusion that something is wrong with his attack. Panic flashes across his face as he senses imminent danger. Hyansu counters with another devastating empowered strike, blasting Haxon away. The close-up shows Hyansu's resolute expression as he commits to finishing the fight. He prepares heaven-obliterating demonic fist's second technique, calling out seed impact again. As he descends, a blinding light erupts right in Haxon's face, shocking him. The colossal punch smashes Haxon downward, shattering the ground and structures below. The impact leaves a smoking crater while Hyansu's charged fist remains ready. Hyansu stands tall in the dust with lightning-wreathed fist, having landed the technique successfully. The story flashes back to 5 days earlier at the school building. In Hyansu's room, a mysterious dark sphere appears in midair. In the past, Hyansu spars with the white-haired master, throwing a punch at him. The master easily parries, gauging Hyansu's strength and form. Hyansu unleashes a flurry of blows, but the master blocks them all effortlessly. Hyansu continues attacking with rapid strikes, yet fails to land a clean hit. The master shifts his footwork, demonstrating superior movement. He counters with a powerful blow that sends Hyansu flying. The training ground erupts from the master's counter, overwhelming Hyansu. Afterward, Hyansu breathes heavily, exhausted from the intense sparring. The master tells him to listen while circulating his energy as part of further instruction. He explains that Hyansu possesses both the heavenly demon seed and immense Amudi internal energy but has not yet learned to use them properly. Hyansu agrees, thinking that despite gaining energy, his only noticeable improvement has been fast recovery. The master compares Hyansu's energy to a deep well filled with water. He elaborates that strong people can draw from that well many times, while the weak can barely fetch from it at all. He clarifies that the well's water itself never runs dry, implying Hyansu's reserves are vast. Hyansu concludes that he must become stronger in order to access more of that power. The master says the way to unlock that strength and use his internal energy is through actual combat experience. He states plainly that fighting real battles is the necessary training. The master emphasizes that defeating a powerful enemy yields more growth than 100 training sessions. Back in the present ruins, Hyansu recalls that his first truly strong opponent now stands right before him. Amid the rubble, Haxon begins to stir, refusing to stay down. His metallic hand claws out from the debris, signaling he is still alive. Haxon erupts from the rubble in a monstrous, further transformed state, screaming. Fully revealed, his body crackles with electricity and metal as he powers up yet again. Hyansu is stunned that Haxon can still stand after being hit by seed impact twice, and wonders if he is dealing with a monster. Hyansu reels from the previous attack, feeling his whole body burn from defending against it. The silver astral wizard admits Hyansu pushed him farther than expected and says it is no surprise the red lion is interested in him. Preparing a glowing orb in his hand, the astral wizard wonders if his technique is not ready yet. Amid the rubble, he introduces himself as the astral wizard and prepares to fight again. He stomps the ground and launches forward with explosive speed. Charging in, he shouts that he is also capable of brutal close-quarters combat. He accelerates to Mach 5 and hurtles down toward Hyansu like a falling meteor. Hyansu shouts in alarm as the grinning wizard closes in with a deadly strike. The astral wizard's high-speed punch slams into Hyansu's chest. Hyansu is blasted away through the air by the impact. A massive energy blast chases him as he twists in the air to evade it. The wizard pursues from above, dropping down to finish Hyansu. While descending, he declares that Hyansu cannot escape and that he will take his head. Hyansu's master suddenly intervenes, yelling at his disciple to get it together before he is decapitated. The master orders Hyansu to use the martial art Heavenly Demon Soul Shed as a system message says listening to instructions activates. Hyansu strains as another message reports his understanding of Heavenly Demon Soul Shed has risen to 65%. The master desperately urges Hyansu to succeed with the technique. The scene shifts to an earlier training field where master and disciple stand alone. In that memory, Hyansu complains that Heavenly Demon Soul Shed is too hard, and his master begins explaining it in simpler terms. The master instructs him to imagine taking a single step back and letting his consciousness pass through that point. Hyansu repeats the instruction to himself, trying to grasp the idea. Back in the present, the astral wizard dives at him again, bidding him farewell. At the last moment, Hyansu activates Heavenly Demon Soul Shed, his body slipping away as a blue flame double appears. The astral wizard's attack hits only the afterimage, leaving him shocked. He wonders what just happened, certain Hyansu had been flying toward him moments earlier. Suddenly his arm is struck by a bright blast from behind. A barrage of blue explosions engulfs his body. Reeling inside a vortex of energy, he demands to know what this strange attack is. Hyansu, now in close range, commands his gathered energy to explode against the wizard. Realizing he cannot dodge in time, the astral wizard curses. Hyansu unleashes Tree Impact, a powerful finishing blow. The attack detonates, causing a massive explosion that devastates the surroundings. Hyansu emerges from the smoke, bloodied but still standing. He presses both hands against the wizard's chest, grappling him. They stare each other down at close range, locked in a struggle. Exhausted, Hyansu notes that he has spent all his strength, as if he had only fetched water from a well. The injured wizard looms over him, and says this will be the end for Hyansu. He drives another savage attack toward Hyansu's face. A flashback shows the corpses of subordinates slain earlier, underscoring the stakes of this battle. In that memory, the heavenly demon vows to kill the demonic enemy responsible. The colossal ancestral dragon appears before the heavenly demon, remarking that he alone survived but is now drained. The heavenly demon swears on the honor of his fallen subordinates to flay the dragon and use its skin to appease their souls. The dragon offers him a chance to serve as its right hand and conquer the world together. The heavenly demon dismisses the offer and tells it to shut up, slamming his foot down. As the dragon notes his internal energy should be spent, the heavenly demon replies that heavenly demon arts allow him to fight without any inner power. He explains he can borrow power directly from nature through the heavenly demon divine arts. The dragon, startled, asks what this new power is. The heavenly demon activates heavenly spiritual body and rockets upward, aura blazing. Back in the present, Civilians watching from afar panic as smoke rises where the school once stood. A motorcycle squad races through the ruins toward the devastated campus. The lead rider screeches to a stop at the blast site. One rider plants a boot on the ground as they dismount. The squad's leader removes his helmet, says they have reached their objective, and stresses that they must proceed very cautiously. Observing the flattened area, he marvels that an entire district was erased in just 20 minutes. Nearby operatives deploy equipment and drones while advancing through the rubble. From a concealed position, one watcher reports that the attacker's target was Hunter Park Hyansu and assumes Hyansu must already be dead. Looking again through binoculars, he suddenly shouts in surprise. On the battlefield, Hyansu and the Astral Wizard clash again, trading explosive blows at high speed. The wizard is finally knocked away, tumbling and crying out. Lying on the ground, he groans and asks Hyansu why he suddenly appeared and attacked him. Smirking, the wizard feigns ignorance while Hyansu angrily insists they talk this out. The observers realize Hyansu is still alive and that he and the intruder are fighting hand to hand. The Astral Wizard, crackling with blue lightning, laughs menacingly as he stands back up. He notes with satisfaction that his energy line has fully recovered. A column of light erupts as his restored power surges skyward. Ecstatic, he hovers in the air, body overflowing with lightning and dark energy. Power concentrates into a glowing sigil on his chest. Hyansu sees this and gasps. The wizard's energy pierces the sky in a towering pillar. Hyansu's master suddenly intervenes again, smashing Hyansu aside to save him from the blast. The master takes a grievous hit, blood spraying as he cries out. A gigantic burning crater opens where the attack lands. Watching from cover, an operative despairs at how they could ever stop such a monster. The wizard himself wonders why Hyansu's master suddenly moved in that strange way, as if something had pulled him away. He concludes that Hyansu will die if he is struck once more. A surveillance drone hovers above, recording the ruined battlefield and fallen Hyansu. Hyansu lies unconscious amid the debris, barely clinging to life. In a control room, a woman monitoring the fight screams at Hyansu to get up. The master stands over his prone disciple, telling him to wake up and warning he cannot keep rescuing him forever. Hyansu weakly thinks of his master as he stares up at him. A spiritual image of the heavenly demon appears behind the master, startling him. The heavenly demon's soul emerges from above Hyansu's body and aligns with him. Hyansu senses his master's presence flowing directly into his consciousness. The operations commander orders the Azure Dragon team to intercept before Park Hyansu dies. On the ground, the Azure Dragon team leader acknowledges the command and moves to engage. One team member curses the order, admitting that after witnessing the battle he is terrified to step in. As he watches again, he suddenly notices something change on the field. They see Park Hyansu struggle to his feet once more. The master reflects that while outsiders should not interfere in duels, he cannot allow his disciple to die and wants to help him escape. Hyansu insists to his master that it is not over yet. He recalls his new skill from listening to instructions level 3, which lets him copy one of his master's techniques per day. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon leader cancels the assault order and keeps everyone on standby. High above, the Astral Wizard notices Hyansu muttering and asks what he is doing while charging another attack at his chest. Hyansu prepares, determined to use a martial art that requires no internal energy. He shouts heavenly spiritual body, astonishing his master, who never taught him that move. Empowered by the copy technique, Hyansu dashes forward wrapped in blue spiritual energy. The Astral Wizard concedes Hyansu is strong but says he is getting tired of this fight. He unleashes another enormous purple energy blast straight at Hyansu. Hyansu gathers power between his hands and braces himself. He slams the charged energy downward, launching a massive counterattack. His blast streaks upward in a chain of luminous circles toward the wizard. The two ultimate attacks collide, spiraling into a golden vortex that shocks both combatants. Observers realize that the artifact mirror world is absorbing energy from both sides. The mirror fills with swirling light as it devours their combined power. Overloaded, the mirror world shatters into countless fragments. With the artifact gone, the wizard and Hyansu face each other again across the wreckage. A new figure suddenly appears high above, radiating light as both fighters look up. The Astral Wizard scoffs that the mirror world was used, assuming their desperation. One agent remarks in disbelief that the mirror world broke after only a single use. Hayurak calls out to Haxon, drawing his attention. A blazing red column crashes down between Haxon and Hyansu. Hayurak descends within the flame, landing in a powerful stance. Hyansu recognizes her and calls her boss as burning energy coils around her arm. She silently faces him, leaving him confused by her expression. Then she smiles slightly and tells him he did well. Internally impressed that Hyansu lasted so long against Haxon, she orders the Azure Dragon team to fall back, saying she will handle him. The watching agents are relieved that Hayurak arrived in time. Haxon asks if she intends to fight him alone and laughs mockingly. Hyansu's comrades worry from afar, begging their boss not to overdo it as she confronts Haxon. A green portal opens above the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. Two new S-rank hunters, including a tall white-haired man, step out of the portal. The story flashes back 1 week to the Portal Strategy Committee headquarters. In a meeting room, officials begin outlining a major decision while an automatic translation system activates. They explain that S-rank guilds around the world will be responsible for handling the ancestral dragon's portals, called Paradise. For countries without S-rank hunters, the committee will assign appropriate guilds for expeditions. Haxon, present at the meeting, grumbles that they were summoned only to be informed of decisions already made. He angrily rejects the committee's plan, insisting humanity's survival depends solely on their own strength. Declaring that he and the E.S guild will act independently, he storms out while Hayurak shouts after him. Hayurak yells that they must cooperate to overcome the catastrophe, but Haxon retorts that it is none of his concern. He states that if he can stop the apocalyptic entity, then humanity lives, and if he fails they all die, which is all that matters to him. Back in the present, the city streets are choked with traffic and fleeing civilians as the crisis unfolds. A police officer struggles to direct the chaotic evacuation. People in the crowd discuss a portal appearing at the school and hurry to escape, fearing monsters. The scene returns to the demolished campus, smoke and debris filling the air. The Azure Dragon members peek out from behind rubble, bewildered by what they are witnessing. They realize that 4 of the world's superhuman S-ranks are now gathered here, and worry their battle could cause a national disaster. One of the newly arrived S-ranks strides toward Hayurak. He apologizes to Hayurak on behalf of his guild leader for Haxon's reckless behavior while restraining the still agitated Haxon. Hyansu recognizes the newcomer from magazines as Divine Sword Yamamoto Takeshi, the 8th-ranked S-rank hunter in the world. Another S-rank, Jill or Demon, scolds Haxon for causing trouble in another country and is identified as the 9th-ranked magician of time and space. Realizing this, Haxon understands that the one he fought was actually the famed rank 2 German hunter Haxon Balder. Jill pleads with Haxon to stop provoking people, but then senses something and reacts. Hyansu, horrified, processes that his opponent was the 2nd strongest S-rank in the world. He recalls that Haxon has never appeared in media and is known only for his extreme violence. Takeshi tells Hayurak that the E.S guild will apologize publicly and pay for the damages, asking her to overlook the incident. Hyansu shouts that he cannot forgive Haxon. He angrily explains he was attacked without reason, his school destroyed, and everything blown to pieces. Continuing his rant, he starts to mention how the residents suffered when Jill calls out to him. Jill cheerfully introduces himself to Hunter Hyansu, saluting. When Hyansu notes Jill's fluent Korean, Jill explains he can tune brainwave wavelengths to speak any language in the world. The bald man assures Hyansu they are not here to fight him, only to take Haxon away, and tells him to calm down. The white-haired man introduces himself as Takeshi, says they will apologize and compensate like he told Hayurak, shocking Hyansu. Hyansu angrily points at the ruins, saying an apology and money cannot fix the massive destruction they caused. Despite his injuries, Hyansu insists he must finish things personally with Haxon and tells them to move aside. Hayurak stops Hyansu, explaining Takeshi is the trustworthy vice leader of E.S guild and since there were no deaths they should end it here. Takeshi argues to Yurak that Haxon's invasion is obvious but even the army cannot do anything against an S-rank from abroad. Takeshi tells the armored Haxon they should return, and Haxon silently relents. Haxon tells Hyansu they will finish their duel another time, and urges him to grow stronger until then. A massive beam of energy shoots into the sky as the portal or power used for Haxon's retreat activates. Takeshi, relieved, notes that they have managed to overcome yet another crisis. Takeshi tells Hyansu he heard Hyansu is an A-rank hunter and says the emergence of a strong hunter like him is worth celebrating. The bald man warmly says he looks forward to getting along with Hyansu in future, while Hyansu protests that he is already in his 20s. The bald man activates a glowing square portal, preparing to leave with his team. As he steps through the portal he cheerfully tells Hyansu they should meet again, while Hyansu yells back in frustration about being called a boy. Left behind, Hyansu scowls while Hayurak watches him pensively with folded arms. Yurak thinks she only hoped Hyansu would survive, yet he managed to fight evenly with Haxon. She wonders in amazement just how much stronger Park Hyansu has become. Time passes, and the scene shifts to a modern city building at dusk. A sign indicates Hyansu is in a recovery room. A doctor tells Hyansu and Hayurak that Hyansu's wounds are healing much faster than expected, and he should be fine by tomorrow. Yurak teases that eating the snake seems to have strengthened Hyansu in various ways, leaving him embarrassed. As Hyansu dresses to leave, Yurak suggests he rest there if he is tired, but he says he prefers to sleep at home. Hyansu rides the subway home. His hoodie shows the emblem of the Red Lion Guild he has joined. The heavenly demon asks why he is riding the subway instead of flying, and Hyansu replies that after such a hard day he just wants to take the train. Exhausted, Hyansu sighs to himself in the subway seat. Remembering the battle, he concludes it is too dangerous to fight in places where ordinary people are present. He reflects that civilians nearly got hurt because of today's events. Worried about his reputation after the destruction, he frets about what others will think of him. Walking through the revitalized neighborhood at night, he braces himself for criticism. Hyansu assumes everyone must be in an uproar since the area should still be in ruins. Instead, he is stunned to see the neighborhood fully restored and wonders how this happened. Someone calls out, thanking Hunter Park Hyansu for his hard work, and he turns around startled. Team Leader Lee appears, saying she was really worried about him. Hyansu asks why she is there, and she explains that the association has a restoration team. She tells him she came with that team to restore the neighborhood, which makes him realize the situation. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Hyansu impulsively hugs her, saying she does not know how worried he was. Realizing he grabbed her inappropriately, Hyansu panics and apologizes as she blushes. A voice from the crowd spots Hyansu and calls out his name loudly. Onlookers cheer from a building, shouting encouragement to Hunter Park Hyansu. People thank Hyansu for saving their neighborhood, and he bashfully laughs it off while Lee smiles behind him. The scene shifts to ornate gates under a bright sky, introducing a new location. A grand mansion is shown, hinting at a powerful organization's headquarters. Inside an opulent hall, sunlight streams over a long red carpet toward a door. A bearded man with a pipe reports that the king is displeased that the merman portal plan failed due to misjudging monster ranks. A white-haired subordinate kneeling before him reassures him, saying the fragment in Korea's western sea should suffice to defeat their enemies. They discuss the progress of a separate parallel plan, which is already 72% complete, and note that if necessary the king himself could end everything easily. The king agrees but says he prefers the satisfaction of seeing a plan unfold according to design. On TV, news reports reveal that S-rank hunter Haxon Balder from Germany was behind the collapse of Daewon High School. The broadcast further explains that Haxon illegally invaded Korea to attack Hunter Park Hyansu and destroyed the school during the assault. The anchor states that E.S. Guild officially apologized and promised quick compensation to all affected parties. A hooded viewer excitedly mutters that Hyansu is incredibly cool. The hooded man, now shown clearly, ecstatically shouts Park Hyansu's name. He fanboys over Hyansu surviving an attack from the White Wolf Haxon, calling him unbelievably cool while crackling energy surrounds his gauntlet hand. He fantasizes that if he crushes the neck of a strong hunter like Hyansu, his revered Nuna will look upon him favorably. Charging up his ominous powered gauntlet, he vows that he will meet Park Hyansu soon. The story returns to Hyansu's neighborhood the following day under a clear sky. At home, the heavenly demon orders Hyansu, who has just finished washing up, to start cooking, and Hyansu says to wait a bit. Fresh from the shower, Hyansu happily says how refreshing it feels. The heavenly demon scolds him for walking around naked in front of his master, while Hyansu shrugs it off since they are both men. As Hyansu muses that living alone means he can stroll out of the shower naked, his master smacks him on the back. Hyansu mentions that because the expedition is tomorrow he has ordered special food for them to eat today. The master curiously asks what special food means. He then suspiciously asks if Hyansu just plans to cook 2 packets of instant ramen. Hyansu laughs nervously, denying it, and thinks his master seems a bit pathetic. The master asks what they will eat instead, and Hyansu hints at his choice. Hyansu proudly reveals that the treat is spicy pork rice bowls, which the master doubts could be better than ramen. The prepared dishes arrive, and Hyansu says their deliciousness is of a different kind. Hyansu offers his master a bite, and the old man's eyes widen in surprise at the taste. Worried by his expression, Hyansu asks if the food is not to his liking. The master suddenly explodes, demanding to know why Hyansu fed him ramen when food this delicious existed, while Hyansu reminds him he had just wanted ramen earlier. The scene cuts to the exterior of a modern office building under a bright sky. The camera focuses on the building's front entrance, where the guild presumably operates. Hyansu walks into the building, now dressed and ready, as staff watch him enter. He thinks excitedly that this is finally his first official expedition. Hyansu reflects in awe that he has become a hunter of the prestigious Red Lion Guild and that it feels like a dream. Someone calls out to him as the newbie, catching his attention. A rugged man introduces himself as Sung Myung-jin, impressing Hyansu. Hyansu excitedly greets him as the famous steel god of death and admits he is a big fan, making Sung Myung-jin laugh in embarrassment. Sung Myung-jin notes that Hyansu's first expedition being to a fragment of paradise will be difficult and encourages them to work hard together, which Hyansu eagerly agrees to. The heavenly demon asks who Hyansu is so excited about, and Hyansu explains that the man is Hunter Sung Myung-jin. The master recalls that Sung Myung-jin has the special ability of never breaking down. He adds that Myung-jin has rescued many people from deadly situations. Hyansu says he has admired Myung-jin for a long time. Another hunter, Hyo-jun-sung, is contacted and introduced, drawing interest. Hyansu greets Hyo-jun-sung while the heavenly demon watches from a distance. Hyansu explains to his master that the thin-looking Hyo-jun-sung is actually incredibly strong and widely liked. The heavenly demon, annoyed by Hyansu's fawning, smacks him again. Hyansu complains about being hit, but his master glares in silence. The heavenly demon berates him for bowing so much like a servant, while Hyansu says he is just being a fan. The master sternly reminds Hyansu that as the successor of the heavenly demon who will one day lead the heavenly demon divine cult, he must not bow to just anyone and must act with that pride. Hyansu takes this to heart, and promises he will remember. Yurak and a tall man in a suit are shown smiling in a photograph, hinting at her past. Yurak, now armored, looks at the photo on her desk with a serious expression. Hyansu enters her office after being summoned, and she confirms she wanted to see him. Fully armored, she says she has something to ask, while Hyansu marvels that this must be her combat outfit for the expedition. Pressed for time, Yurak says she will ask directly, prompting a nervous reply from Hyansu. She pointedly asks whether Hyansu intends to continue working with her. When he hesitates, she reminds him that he survived a fight with Haxon. Yurak notes that although he was evaluated as A rank and may indeed have been that then, his performance shows he has grown much stronger. She declares that Hyansu is now undeniably an S-rank hunter. Hyansu is stunned, repeating to himself that he is S-rank. Yurak recalls promising to train him until he became S-rank. She says that since he has already reached S-rank, their original training contract is effectively void. She then asks what he plans to do now that he is free. After brief reflection, Hyansu begins his answer. Smiling, he declares he intends to stay in Red Lion. He explains that he has not yet done anything meaningful for the guild despite receiving a large signing bonus, so he cannot leave now. Hyansu insists he is not shameless enough to walk away, which amuses Yurak. Yurak enthusiastically grabs his shoulders, calling him Member Park Hyansu and urging him to give his all on his first expedition. She tells him that in the basement there is a combat outfit prepared with his name and orders him to change into it, and he happily agrees. Afterward, Hyansu politely excuses himself from Yurak's room, and she casually tells him goodbye while holding a plant. Outside, Hyansu is startled to find his master waiting. The heavenly demon asks why Hyansu is surprised and if he did anything wrong. Hyansu laughs it off, saying he unconsciously bowed his head again. The master hits him once more, clarifying that while Yurak is indeed his superior and not just anybody, Hyansu should still hold himself properly. Hyansu jokingly calls Yurak a good boss and asks if his master even understands the word boss. The master hovers down the hallway saying he knows modern terms from watching news and dramas, leaving Hyansu to chuckle awkwardly. Elsewhere, armored guild members snap to attention at a shouted order. Yurak, now in full leader mode, announces to her soldiers that the time has come to subjugate the fragment of paradise. She declares that their mission is to go after the fragments of paradise. A member notes they will need high-grade gear and healing potions for the operation. Yurak emphasizes that above all they need the courage to protect their comrades, insisting that this resolve is enough. Watching her speech, Hyansu thinks that although he always knew she was impressive, today she is truly showing herself as a heroine. Yurak tells the troops to look at the comrade beside them and asks if they are confident they can protect that person. The soldiers answer loudly that they can, striking their chests in solidarity. Yurak thrusts her fist upward and rallies them to head for the fragments. The scene transitions back to the villain's luxurious mansion under clear skies. In the throne hall, the armored white-haired subordinate strides forward. He reports that the Red Lion expedition squad has reached the Western Sea, addressing his superior knight. Knight asks what kind of military strength the Red Lion squad has brought. The subordinate replies that beyond S-rank Yurak there are 30 A-ranks in the force. Knight comments that with so many A-ranks they cannot be careless. Yet he declares that even so, today will mark the end of the Red Lions. The white-haired subordinate is shown within a swirling cosmic barrier, readying his power. Knight proclaims that Korea itself will vanish from the earth as their plan advances. Out at sea, a dazzling light appears high above the ocean. The light condenses into a gigantic swirling water portal over the waves. A naval vessel approaches the portal, carrying the Red Lion expedition toward it. On deck, armored Hyansu and the others gaze at the portal. He notes it is his first time entering paradise. Sung Myung-jin explains that in the first of 2 previous expeditions everyone except the S-rank died. He continues that although the second expedition succeeded, over 20 people died and most survivors were severely injured. He grimly explains that people enter this so-called paradise and then die, which is why it has its ominous name, leaving Hyansu uneasy. Myung-jin adds that merely confronting a fragment of paradise makes one's whole body shiver. The heavenly demon gravely states that death itself lurks within the portal. Hyansu thinks that if even his master says that, this portal must be far beyond a normal one. Yurak ignites her aura and shouts that they must enter, since the key to saving humanity lies inside the portal. She charges forward, leading the shouting troops as they leap into the swirling gateway. The squad is engulfed in a torrent of light and energy as they are drawn into paradise. Hyansu braces himself and dives into the portal with determination. The portal spits out a beam of light into the sky as the expedition fully disappears into the other world. The armored protagonist crashes down into a desert, landing from a high-speed fall. Kneeling in the sand, he looks around in confusion and wonders what this place is. He stands in the vast desert beside the floating white-bearded master, both surveying the area. The master concludes the space is too large to be mere illusion, prompting the student to question what he means. The master recalls nearly dying in his youth from the cost of using a dimensional illusion technique called Heavenly Guardian. He explains that if this is an illusion, they only need to locate and destroy the device or being projecting it. The student acknowledges this strategy with new understanding. Looking around the empty desert, the student notes that everyone else seems to have vanished and calls to his guild leader. The master senses that at least one other person remains somewhere in the area. Armored boots crunch through the sand as that remaining person walks elsewhere in the desert. A long-haired armored hunter grumbles that everyone is gone, and he seems to be completely alone. He wonders uneasily if he might be the only one left in this place. Spotting a glint on the ground, he exclaims in surprise. He discovers a massive gem that looks like a diamond of extraordinary size and value and becomes ecstatic. Believing he has struck it rich, he eagerly reaches down to grab the gem. A colossal sand beast bursts out of the ground with the gem as a lure, nearly devouring him as he screams. While fleeing, he curses his own greed and admits it was foolish to believe a random diamond would just be lying around. He regains his resolve, charging back toward the monster with a powerful strike. Lightning crackling around his arm, he prepares and unleashes his name technique Rock Breaker. The electrified blow smashes into the sand beast's head, causing a violent explosion of debris. The enraged creature roars and lunges again as the hunter continues his close-range assault. The monster's tail scorpion-like stinger stabs down at him, while he still struggles at its jaws, and he screams in pain. He hurriedly conjures a glowing Spartan shield that blocks the descending stinger. Bracing under the shield, he reflects that carrying a wide variety of gear and skills truly helps during dangerous expeditions. He switches weapons and fires a skeletal-looking spear attack into the monster's body. Realizing there are no support mages or healers in this expedition, he panics about having to fight alone. Resolving to rely on pure force, he decides to repeatedly use Rock Breaker against the creature. His empowered punch obliterates part of the monster in a burst of light and blood. Panting but undaunted, he insists his injuries are nothing, then suddenly notices something alarming forming nearby. The sand beast, now far larger and more terrifying, rises up again with its gaping maw. Horrified by its increased size, he questions what kind of monster he is facing. He hastily activates Double Shield, layering 2 protective barriers before the incoming attack. The monster's massive blow shatters his defense and hurls him through the air in a blinding explosion. He crashes violently into the ground while the sand beast burrows and surges toward him again. The creature rushes underground and charges at him like a living drill as he struggles to get up. Bleeding and exhausted, he despairs that this might be his end. At that moment, a distant voice shouts an attack command, and an immense beam of power spears down onto the monster. The follow-up seed impact detonates inside the beast, blowing its body apart. Elsewhere in the desert, the protagonist executes the same pierce-through technique, charging with electrified fists. He drives his seed impact punch into a giant stone creature, blasting it from within. The impact causes another huge internal explosion that wrecks the monster's body. The long-haired hunter watches the aftermath in stunned silence as debris rains down. Meanwhile, over an endless shining sea, a fiery projectile streaks downward from the sky. A flame-wreathed woman descends, remarking that entering the portal scattered everyone to different locations. As she rockets over the ocean, she wonders if there is another portal hidden within this one. Noticing only vast water in every direction, she remarks that all she can see is endless sea. Hovering above the glowing waves, she prepares to investigate the depths. She decides she cannot just keep flying aimlessly and must check whether anything lurks in the sea below. She invokes her large-scale fire spell Inferno Night, filling the sky with numerous blazing orbs. She sends the fiery spheres plunging down toward the ocean surface around her. The orbs trigger a colossal chain of explosions across the sea. A gigantic fiery dome expands over the water from the blast. The shockwave forces a towering column of water and foam to erupt upward. She then dives down through the clouds of steam and spray toward the newly formed whirlpool. Submerged in the roaring torrent, she calmly descends with flames still dancing around her armor. Underwater, she spots a strange red glowing barrier or surface below, and reacts in surprise. In another region, flames and smoke rise as forests and cliffs are ravaged by battle. On the ground, allied hunters are blasted about and wounded amidst explosions and monster attacks. Packs of demonic wolf-like creatures advance through the smoke while a hunter groans in pain. A dual-blade fighter shouts for his comrades not to give up. Rallying them, he warns that if they lose heart their teammates will die as shadowy monsters surge toward the group. A blonde warrior grapples with a wolf monster's jaws and another hunter is astonished by his sudden intervention. The blonde man roars that they never said they would surrender while crushing the beast's head. He kicks another monster away, declaring his intention to survive and earn a huge bonus reward. The dual-blade fighter agrees energetically and cuts down foes at his side. A bald hunter channels a devastating spell called Lightning of Annihilation, electricity crackling from his body. Leaping into the fray, he yells that A-rank hunters should not be underestimated as his lightning slams into enemies. Even while electrocuting a monster at close quarters, he is mauled and badly injured. His body is then smashed into the ground by another beast's heavy blow. The blonde warrior, already wounded by a stab through his side, grimaces in pain. The dual-blade leader sees his injured comrade Jun Sung beset by monsters and rushes toward him. Jun Sung, sweating and pale, tells him not to approach. Despite the warning, the leader charges forward through a hail of enemies, determined to reach him. His expression tightens in shock as he witnesses what lies ahead. A massive golden beast slams down, crushing the stone and joining the chaotic battlefield. Straining under another enormous boulder-like attack, the leader proclaims himself the steel god of death, Sung Myung-jin, and refuses to lose. Suddenly, new purple flying demons burst from the ground near his feet. Caught off guard, he is slashed repeatedly by the surprise attackers. Silhouetted against blinding light, he continues fighting, surrounded by monstrous shapes. Another comrade screams Myunjin's name in anguish and launches a powerful strike. The ensuing blow leaves a deep crater in the ground between their legs. Bloodied but still moving, the blonde warrior charges alongside a horned beast in a desperate counterattack. He grabs the monster's horn with a crushing grip. Shouting that he did not come here to die, he drives the horn down at the creature's head. All around them, hunters and monsters clash violently as shadowy foes swarm from every side. On a distant cliff, a white-haired observer chuckles as he watches the explosions in the valley below. A bearded man sipping tea remarks that the fight might be over before he can finish his cup. The white-haired woman in a bodysuit complains that the entity called Gulag has not even appeared yet, and finds that boring. Her companion answers that if Gulag did show up, the situation would actually become duller for him. She asks again about the hunter who slew the Amugi and survived a battle with Haxon, and he is identified as Park Hyansu. She excitedly dons whimsical binoculars to watch while the man continues drinking tea beneath the umbrella. Peering through the silly binoculars, she says Hyansu alone cannot defeat the sorcerer King Entropy, so she paired him with one of the strongest hunters. Looking down from the desert sky, she notes that those two hunters have finally encountered each other near a slain sand beast. From above, Choi Jae-hyuk and Park Hyansu walk together across the sand in silence. Jae-hyuk happily claims their meeting here must be fate and enthusiastically greets Hyansu. He laughs in relief, confessing he nearly cried thinking he had been separated from everyone else. Hyansu inwardly wonders if the Aegis Guild leader was always this talkative. Jae-hyuk gushes about Hyansu's past feats against the giant Amugi and the white wolf Haxon, calling him an unprecedented hunter. The master spirit dryly suggests Hyansu should smack Jae-hyuk once to shut him up, making Hyansu laugh awkwardly. Jae-hyuk insists Hyansu did not truly lose those battles and declares himself a huge fan after watching all his videos. While Jae-hyuk keeps chatting, Hyansu tries to refuse the master's demand to hit his admirer. Jae-hyuk falls quiet for a moment, watching Hyansu gaze up at the sky again. He thinks to himself that Hyansu keeps looking upward while they talk and wonders what is going on. He recalls reading Hyansu's hunter profile that listed a bizarre ability called listening to instructions and initially dismissed it as a joke. Now he reconsiders, asking what if that ability is real and questioning whose instructions Hyansu might be following. He pictures Hyansu fighting with electric energy, and remembers how his movements seemed guided. To Jae-hyuk, Hyansu's combat style resembles an impossible, otherworldly martial arts system. The master suddenly comments that someone seems to be watching over Hyansu, startling the young hunter. He warns Hyansu that the gaze he senses is filled with hostility toward him. Jae-hyuk speculates nervously that Hyansu might be receiving martial arts instructions from some ghost-like being. When he turns, he notices Hyansu staring at him strangely, and reacts with a jolt. Embarrassed, Jae-hyuk laughs and asks why Hyansu is looking at him like that. Hyansu tells him to look in a certain direction. Before them, a swirling blue portal suddenly materializes in midair. Jae-hyuk panics at the sight, exclaiming that there is another portal hidden inside this portal space. Out at sea, a huge identical vortex opens above ships that are stationed near the original dungeon. Several military and hunter ships gather beneath the portal vortex as preparations continue. On one deck, a woman in a suit stands at the front of a large group of armored hunters, leading them. Facing the glowing gateway, she announces that both the Red Lion and Aegis guilds have already entered the portal. She explains to her assembled forces that they are here as backup in case the main raid fails. Technicians set up monitoring equipment, while hunters and staff stand ready behind the leader. A technician reports that the measured Anderson intensity is 24 and warns that at 100 a disastrous portal impact will occur. The woman looks up toward the sky and silently prays for Hyansu's safety. Back in the desert, Jae-hyuk suggests they step into the new portal, while Hyansu hesitates since they do not even know their current location. Jae-hyuk notes Hyansu's reluctance to enter right away. To show confidence, Jae-hyuk volunteers to go through first and walks into the glowing vortex. Hyansu reaches out and shouts for him to wait, but Jae-hyuk vanishes inside. The master dismissively says to forget the noisy fellow and proposes exploring the desert further, leaving Hyansu conflicted. Hyansu refuses, saying he cannot abandon a teammate after coming here as a team. Ignoring his master's protest, he kicks off the ground and dives into the portal as well. On the other side, his leg emerges from a portal high in the side of a towering castle wall. Both hunters find themselves precariously clinging to the near vertical outer wall far above a forest, Jae-hyuk screaming. Hyansu uses his movement technique Heavenly Demon Flight to run up the wall and stabilize them. He reaches the top edge and pulls himself onto the battlement. Catching his breath atop the wall, he remarks that the portal exit being on a castle wall is unexpected and wonders where Jae-hyuk is. Below, Jae-hyuk's armored hand is shown embedded painfully in the stone as he clings on. Hyansu looks down and calls to him, amazed at how he managed to cling there after being flung around. Once Hyansu pulls him up, Jae-hyuk asks how Hyansu could move so fast while he laughs it off. Looking toward an inner structure, Jae-hyuk suggests they should head there next. As they gaze out, Hyansu marvels at seeing an entire ruined civilization existing inside a portal for the first time. Jae-hyuk proposes that they split up, with him and Hyansu entering the castle from opposite sides, and Hyansu agrees. Hyansu stops him for a moment before they separate. Since normal communication devices do not function here, Jae-hyuk hands Hyansu a red signal flare so they can contact each other. Hyansu accepts the flare and promises to use it if anything happens. Jae-hyuk waves goodbye, saying they will meet again later, and Hyansu notes that such preparedness suits a veteran hunter. The master comments that Hyansu has learned not to judge others too quickly, and Hyansu sheepishly acknowledges it. Inside the portal city, a cracked clock tower ominously looms over the ruined environment. Sunlight filters into a dilapidated, overgrown castle corridor leading toward an inner chamber. Deep within, a skeletal armored king sits upon a throne with a staff, radiating dark power. The skeletal monarch rises amid drifting embers and the echoing hall, signaling the true boss of this portal has awakened. A massive armored hand clenches, signaling the awakening of a powerful being. Amid a devastated battlefield, someone wonders if the Gate of Light is opening. The white-haired observer notes that all Red Lion A-rank hunters have been wiped out. His companion, bored of waiting, asks about the status of the remaining 2 hunters. Using binoculars, the observer reports Park Hyansu nearing Entropy's ancient castle and starts to mention Ha-Yurak. He laughs that Ha-Yurak is fighting alone in Abel Sea against swarming sea monsters. Ha-Yurak powers up in blazing armor and yells for the enemies to come at her. She unleashes her named flame spell Mephisto Fire, vowing to burn all the monsters. The flaming projectiles rain into the sea, causing monsters to scream as they're hit. Panting, Ha-Yurak wonders how many foes there are and resolves she cannot abandon her comrades. Seeing her escape route vanish, she accepts she is effectively trapped. An enormous ring of monsters closes around her above the glowing sea. Ha-Yurak roars and further ignites her body with intense flames. She forms a gigantic flaming fist and attacks with the technique Fire Fist. The inferno tears through many sea beasts, burning them as they shriek. Yet more flaming monsters charge toward her, screeching angrily. Some of the creatures cannibalize or clash with one another in the chaos. Even after her assault, an overwhelming number of monsters still rush her. A colossal shadowy titan rises from the sea, dwarfing Ha-Yurak. Surfacing, Ha-Yurak curses at the dire situation. The giant brings down a massive water-like attack toward her tiny figure. In a different area, an armored man walks along the wall. Park Hyansu complains that the path atop the wall feels endless. He decides to drop down from the wall interior instead. Sliding down the wall using burning hands and feet, he descends toward the ruined city. Clinging to the wall near the bottom, he notes he is almost there. Hyansu lands amidst rubble at the wall's base. Looking over the fantasy-like ruined town, he feels the place might still hold something valuable. He conjures a glowing orb of guidance in his armored hand. Hyansu asks the orb to lead him to where precious things are. The guiding light flies out over the devastated city. Chasing it, he recalls it once led him to gain the skill Rock Breaker and wonders what reward he'll obtain this time. Elsewhere on the wall, Knight and his bearded disciple arrive, wind swirling around. The disciple notes there is no one around and suspects something happened, but Knight suddenly tells him to wait. Knight senses a vast, alien presence nearby. They both look up as something begins to approach from above the wall. A tremendous impact rocks the area with an explosion. Surrounded by dust, the disciple and Knight react in shock to the sudden blast. The armored skeleton Gulag appears from the smoke, asking if they intend to enter the Gate of Light. The city's cracked clock tower looms as debris falls, marking the tumultuous moment. Transported inside a vast cathedral, Knight remarks on the strange place. Seated on a throne, Gulag thanks them for coming at his invitation and says he has questions. Gulag asks if they reached this land through the Gate of Light. Knight confirms they came via portal, confusing Gulag, who repeats the unfamiliar term. The disciple realizes Gulag can actually perceive him. Knight retorts that of course he can see his disciple, surprising the younger man. Gulag deduces Knight is a sorcerer who manipulates souls, which Knight nervously denies. Gulag casually flicks his hand, showing magical control as Knight reacts. Declaring them his guests, Gulag conjures a table with tea, astonishing the disciple. The disciple asks if Gulag is the king while Knight quietly reacts. Gulag answers uncertainly, saying his memories of being king are vague. Knight notes he has counted at least 283 years of Gulag's existence, startling the disciple. Knight estimates that likely over 10 times that span has passed, meaning more than 2,000 years. Gulag wonders why they are not drinking. He explains the tea greatly enhances mana sensitivity, and was prepared since he rarely has visitors. The disciple politely drinks, cluelessly asking if mana is something tasty. Knight then muses aloud about the possibility of the tea being poisoned, causing the disciple to spit it out in panic. Knight jokes that he might drink it if it were instant noodles instead, exasperating his disciple. The disciple bluntly comments on the castle's ruined interior and asks what happened, prompting Gulag to clear his throat. Embarrassed, the disciple apologizes for his master's rudeness, and Gulag says it is fine. Gulag admits he is simply glad to finally have someone he can talk to. He concludes he was probably the king of this realm, while Knight reassures him he certainly looks kingly. Gulag begins recounting how this once prosperous, envy-inducing country fell. He describes a land where hard work reliably brought happiness to its people. Then the so-called Gate of Light began appearing, spewing out various monsters. The sudden invasion shocked the world. He remembers only chaos and battle against the monsters. Knight impatiently shouts that Gulag should just admit he was the king during that catastrophe. Gulag continues, explaining he used every bit of his magic power in that war. He did so with the intention of annihilating every invading creature. The story returns to the battlefield littered with bodies and beasts. A titanic demon's foot slams into the ground amid the carnage. The giant demon Gulag once fought strides across the battlefield, radiating dark power. The demon silently surveys the destruction. It casually dangles a bleeding knight by the head. The demon crushes or impales that knight, splattering blood. Watching remotely, the white-haired observer reacts with delight. He announces to Knight that Gulag has awakened, but Knight lazily calls Gulag disappointing. The observer asks what they should do, and Knight answers that the choice is obvious. A command to overlap portals appears as Hayurak dives again in a flaming heart-shaped aura. Her attack collides with a massive water wave, shattering part of it and sending monsters flying. She curses that the huge monster doggedly chases her and will be hard to finish. Suddenly a new azure vortex portal appears above the sea, startling her as the demon is drawn toward it. She exclaims in confusion when the demon emerges from that new portal directly in front of her. Closing in, she senses an unfamiliar phenomenon and wonders what it is. The demon realizes two portals have overlapped, trapping him in a nested portal space. The sky above cracks as the portal system destabilizes while the demon watches. The demon looks up, puzzled by the strange events. The sky fractures further, signaling a coming deluge of power. A colossal torrent of water erupts downward from the rupture. The demon is swept up by the surging water, roaring in surprise. Gulag's narration resumes, saying that even after using all his magic he still could not defeat every monster. The disciple anxiously asks what happened afterward. Gulag explains that when he later woke, he had become an undead being like he is now. Overwhelmed, he laments what became of his people and cries out in grief. The disciple awkwardly offers condolences, saying the situation is very unfortunate. Gulag silently fixes them with an intense stare. He concludes that they must have some purpose for visiting him. Gulag openly asks them to end his existence by killing him. Knight questions the request while the disciple privately wonders how one kills someone already dead. Back at sea, a towering wall of water engulfs Gulag's body. Hayurak is tossed and nearly drowned by the violent current. She ignites herself again, rising fiery from the water's surface. Realizing two portals have overlapped, she tries to make sense of the strange battlefield. Then she spots something that shocks her greatly. She sees her slain, drifting squad members carried in the bloody water. The enraged demon rises atop a water pillar, roaring fiercely. Hayurak, eyes shadowed, steels herself despite her wounds. The demon takes to the air over the churning sea, preparing another attack. Watching from the cliff, the observer excitedly notes that Gulag and Hayurak have finally confronted each other and asks Knight which side he will bet on. Knight casually says he will bet on Gulag and tells the observer to wake him when it is over. Hayurak, burning with anger, demands to know if the catastrophe is Gulag's doing. She charges toward the enormous wall of water and demons silhouetted against the sky. Hayurak announces she is entering Firebird mode and orders the surrounding eel-like monsters to disappear. In response, Gulag powers up and charges a devastating beam in his mouth. Hayurak dives like a flaming comet toward the concentrated light between them. Their powers collide in a blinding explosion. Gulag's beam continues to lance forth amid swirling energy. Hayurak is hurled away as flames and light engulf the battleground. The resulting blast expands outward, obliterating everything in its radius. When the light clears, Gulag still hovers within a huge vortex of fire. Hayurak, bloodied but resolute, notes that all the lesser monsters have been burned away. She then declares it is now Gulag's turn and plunges down toward him wreathed in flame. Back in the throne room, Knight repeats Gulag's request that they kill him. Knight bluntly asks why Gulag cannot simply kill himself, shocking the disciple. Gulag asks if they are truly master and disciple and scoffs at someone treating a soul as his master, while the disciple insists the relationship is complicated. Gulag raises his staff and channels a great magic power. To demonstrate, he smashes his own skull with his staff, stunning Knight and the disciple. The disciple realizes Gulag has just shattered his own head. Gulag's broken crown falls to the floor among rubble. Moments later, his skull regrows and reignites with magic, surprising him again. He explains he has attempted suicide many times, but always revives like this. Gulag admits he no longer even remembers what curse keeps him bound. He begs them to end the torment of living alone in this empty world. Knight calmly agrees to kill him, startling both Gulag and his disciple. Knight adds that he will do it only under a certain condition. Meanwhile, Hyansu continues following the guiding orb through a forested ravine. The orb leads him to a massive, weathered gate, and he wonders where he has arrived. Inside the structure he senses a presence, and concludes something important lies within. He powers up his gauntlet fist with purple energy, preparing to act. Deciding to simply break in, he charges the door with a magically enhanced punch. The door explodes under his blow, blasting him backward amid debris. Hyansu emerges through the smoke into the interior, having made his own entrance. He steps into a grand hall lined with dragon statues and marvels aloud. Examining the grotesque statues, he comments that the place feels like an ancient building. One statue begins to crack, pieces falling from its snout. All the statues start to awaken and glow as Hyansu walks between them. He senses something behind him and flinches in alarm. Spinning around, he shouts in confusion at the sudden movement. The dragon statues fully animate and surround him as Gulag's voice elsewhere states that this is his only condition. Back in the throne room, Gulag asks if they wish to learn how to leave this place. The disciple eagerly tells his master that they just need to exit through the same portal they originally came from. The master smashes the armored disciple's head, knocking sense into him. The disciple howls in pain while the master scolds him that what he seeks no longer exists, shocking him. In a memory, the master teaches always to know the exit when entering a place, triggering the disciple's listening to instructions trait. Confronting the skeletal king, the master admits he has no idea how to escape and would have left already if he did. The skeleton says he does not know the exit either but hints there is something more. Rising from the throne, the skeletal king claims to know something that could help them. The disciple nervously steps after him down the stairs. The skeleton leads them through the ruins at high speed while the two follow from behind. The master warns his disciple that the skeleton might have ulterior motives and tells him to stay alert. The disciple thinks the skeleton does not actually intend to harm them. They arrive before a massive sealed door. The skeleton channels mana and invokes a spell to force the door open. He completes the incantation and blasts the door with a beam of power. The disciple watches the light streaming through the newly opened doorway. He wonders what that unfamiliar energy was, while the master admits he has never felt such power either. The disciple steels himself, thinking he could break such a door anyway, and there is nothing to fear. Inside, the skeleton introduces a miraculous marble called entropy, saying nothing in the world compares to it. The skeleton tells the young man to place his hand on the marble, and the disciple hesitantly confirms. The skeleton explains the marble can show anything from daily life to the universe's birth, but whatever appears will reflect the user's true desire. When the disciple hesitates, the master says there is no point in backing down now, even though he earlier warned him to stay cautious. Resolved, the disciple reaches out to touch the glowing marble. He decides to give it a try and firmly places both hands on the orb as energy swirls. The marble flares white under his hands and begins reacting violently. Power erupts around him while the skeleton watches, the orb drawing in energy. Ghostly shapes surge from the marble as it activates. The disciple panics, shouting to his master that the orb is trying to suck him in. As he is dragged further, he suspects the skeleton tricked them. The skeleton laughs, apologizing mockingly for lying to them. The disciple screams for his master, saying he cannot pull his hands free from the orb. The master asks why the skeleton is doing this, and the king answers he wants to escape this place just as they do. The skeleton recounts how, after long research, he discovered a method to manifest a gate of light. He admits he lacks sufficient energy to complete it while the disciple continues to be drained. He says he sensed when they appeared in this world that the time had come, and now he laughs maniacally. The disciple rages that the skeleton deceived him. The skeleton recalls absorbing the souls of his people to defeat monsters in the past. Because of that, he ended up alone here with no more energy he could harvest. He says that was when the disciple appeared carrying the power of thousands of lives, and he now forcefully draws that power out. The skeleton declares he will not question why the disciple has so much energy since it will all become his anyway. The master calmly says he has learned everything he needed from this monster. He urges his disciple to calm down and trust that the martial arts he taught can free him from this predicament. The master commands him to use the technique called Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride, triggering the disciple's instruction listening trait. The disciple realizes he panicked just because he could not pull his hands away and starts to focus. Empowered by the Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride, he launches himself upward from the marble. His explosive leap causes a massive blast that shakes the surrounding tower. The skeleton is stunned, wondering what is happening. The marble rolls away while the skeleton reels from the shock. The disciple lands firmly on the marble, now dominating it instead of being dominated. Surrounded by a demonic aura, he glares down and demands how the skeleton dared make him kneel. The master notes that this is exactly how others should behave before the heavenly demon. Enraged, the skeleton curses them as insect-like beings. The master describes the heavenly demon power as one that destroys an enemy's very foundation, while the disciple kicks at the skeleton. The skeleton reels in disbelief, demanding when this reversal began. The disciple surges with blue chi, preparing another powerful strike. Using a move called Tree Impact, he stomps down on the skeleton's head with immense force. A giant spectral beast roars and lunges toward him in retaliation. The disciple conjures a Spartan shield to block the charging monster. The long-haired disciple form appears, shouting as he charges with a glowing fist. He smashes one of the spectral beasts away with a powerful blow. Another beast screams and attacks, but he counters it head-on. He pulverizes the beast with a punch, sending it flying as it shrieks. Surrounded by endless shadow monsters, he realizes they keep coming. He decides they should escape for now and runs while beasts chase him. As he runs, a glowing crack in the floor appears under his step. The ground collapses and he plunges into a dark pit. He crashes painfully at the bottom, yelling in agony. Looking down, he sees deadly spikes below and reacts in alarm. He manages to grab the wall and cling there, stopping his fall just in time. Climbing back up, he collapses on the floor, remarking he nearly died. Catching his breath, he notices a strange light nearby. He sees a huge crystal pillar emitting energy in the hall. Realizing what it is, he excitedly cries that he has found exactly what they need. He punches and shatters the crystal pillar in a tremendous explosion. Among the debris, the skeletal king's crown-like life vessel clatters away. The skeleton's form trembles violently as his stored souls begin to leak. The master tells his disciple the fight is not finished yet, surprising him. The skeleton's chest glows as power erupts in response to the damage. Even after taking Tree Impact head-on, The skeleton withstands it, leaving the disciple shocked at his durability. Cracked and enraged, the skeleton begins unleashing darker power. He grudgingly admits the disciple fought well for a kid while retrieving his life vessel. He then dismisses him as mere dust compared to his own might. Laughing, he claims perhaps the master could have posed a threat, not the disciple. The master calmly warns his disciple to watch his back. The skeleton gathers a massive ball of power at his staff's tip, aiming at the disciple. As purple beams cage the arena, the master orders heavenly demon materialization, activating the disciple's instruction following again. The disciple dashes, his feet cracking the floor as he moves. He races through falling debris, weaving between lethal beams. The skeleton mocks him as a slippery loach while tightening the web of energy. The beams converge in a blinding burst that devastates the floor. Amid the chaos, the disciple keeps his focus and searches for an opening. He uses heavenly demon flight to propel himself at high speed across the shattered arena. He soars upward through the ruined ceiling toward a new angle of attack. Watching, the skeleton reasons the disciple cannot maintain that evasive technique forever. The master encourages his disciple from afar, telling him to rise and keep going. The disciple hauls himself up onto a ledge with renewed determination. He crouches on a floating stone chunk, readying his next move. The skeleton scoffs that such petty tricks will not work on him, while someone snaps at him to shut up. The master calls the skeleton the true insect and mocks his belief that he can match someone of the heavenly demon's level. Floating above, the master declares he himself is the heavens and that the skeleton is a powerless soul. The skeleton rages that he can be arrogant precisely because he stands in the heavens. He vows to destroy the disciple to prove there is always someone stronger and forms an even larger killing sphere. The skeleton unleashes a storm of purple lightning toward the disciple. The disciple sprints along the wall, dodging blasts that obliterate everything behind him. He notes that although the floor is ruined, the remaining pillars can still be used. He charges one of the pillars with blue energy while shouting. He directs his power to pierce straight through his opponent. Using seed impact, he drives a devastating punch through the structure. The shockwave collapses more of the arena and forces the skeleton back. Meanwhile, the long-haired disciple form continues striking, shattering crystalline constructs. The broken crystal field confirms to him that the enemy's core has finally appeared. He smiles and says the true target has shown itself. Amid the dust, a gleaming crystal shard hovers into view. He grabs the shard, declaring he will absorb it. The skeleton, seeing only a tiny fragment, scoffs that the attempt is a joke. Above him, the short-haired disciple dives in for another attack. As power surges through the long-haired form, he senses energy beyond A grade and wonders if it is S grade. The skeleton suddenly realizes someone is interfering with his life vessel. The disciple charges with a high-level heaven-obliterating demonic fists technique. He fuses his heavenly spiritual body with the attack, sending a colossal wave of blue power. The skeleton's face cracks under the onslaught. The disciple strains with everything he has as the clash reaches its peak. The long-haired form screams as more energy floods his body. He endures the pain as his power continues to rise. A glowing sphere forms in his grasp, consolidating the absorbed energy. The force rips apart his remaining armor, exposing his transformed body. The condensed energy core begins to fracture from overload. Now empowered by heavenly spirit, the disciple rockets forward. The skeleton senses the approaching threat in alarm. The disciple's slash tears through the skeleton and his shadowy power. As the skeleton's skull shatters, he laments that losing his life piece is the only reason for his defeat. Their final clash detonates in a cataclysmic explosion of light. The storm of trapped souls spirals into the bursting core and starts to disperse. When the whirlwind clears, master and disciple stand together, watching. At the crater's center, the long-haired disciple kneels, aura still crackling. He slowly rises from the rubble, surrounded by blue flames of power. He looks at his transformed hands, feeling the unfamiliar energy. He clenches his fists, testing his newfound strength. Power surges through him as he roars to the sky. His leap triggers another massive explosion beneath him. He ascends through the smoke, body glowing and unrestrained. He then dives back down like a meteor toward the battlefield. Facing a new wave of monsters, he stands bare-chested, aura flaring. Smirking, he notes that things feel different from before and asks what he should do now. His arm morphs further into a demonic claw as purple lightning crackles. He marvels that his strength is going wild while examining the monstrous arm. Surrounded by monsters, he swings with overwhelming force, their bodies exploding on impact. He gathers crackling orbs of power in his demonic hand, preparing an even greater attack. He releases a gigantic pillar of light that towers upward from the arena. The beam detonates in a blinding blast. The destructive column rips through everything in its path. The surge of purple energy continues tearing the area apart as the battle reaches its violent climax. The corrupted king's former body, now a monstrous warrior, stands in a ruined hall radiating dark power. Feeling the gathered power surging through him, he savors his transformation. He exults that this new body is now perfect. Spectral souls swirl as someone incredulously asks if they really want to enter the orb. The old king explains that when he first grabbed the black sphere, its power flooded his entire body. Hyansu remembers the countless ignored pleas of the souls trapped inside, begging to be saved and freed. The king decides he will not return but stay there himself. Hyansu, worried he might not make it back, insists he still has to enter. Calling Hyansu stubborn, the king agrees that Hyansu will go. Hyansu, sweating nervously, places both hands on the ominous orb. Someone touches Hyansu's shoulder, startling him. Hyansu recognizes the old king as his teacher. The king asks if, should Hyansu fail to return, he wants him to keep waiting, and Hyansu jokes about their shared body and soul. The king agrees to help and begins channeling power into the orb. With a shout, he pours massive magic into Hyansu and the sphere. The two are engulfed in violent energy as the transfer begins. Hyansu and the king are sucked together into a vortex of light. The scene shifts to a peaceful, intact kingdom city under blue skies. Ordinary citizens stroll the streets happily, unaware of future ruin. Market folk remark that the city feels like it did before everything collapsed. A narrator wonders if this bright scene is actually inside the Lich King's memory. A gigantic sphere of light appears over the main avenue of the city. Panicked citizens shout that the door of light has appeared and rush to inform the king. From that gate, massive demonic beasts surge into the city. The monsters continue their destructive rampage through buildings and streets. A woman cries for help as a serpent-like beast attacks her family. More creatures pour in, mauling people while bystanders scream. A warrior strikes back at a monster, disbelieving its strength. Soldiers charge while shouting in fear. Their commander orders them not to flee, reminding them they are warriors of the kingdom as they spear a beast. Despite their resolve, many soldiers are slaughtered in the melee. The king himself arrives on a white dragon, commanding the soldiers to retreat. Onlookers cry that the king is here as he orders civilians to stay away from the monsters. Invoking ancient honors and spirits, he prepares a powerful spell atop his dragon. He unleashes a technique called Punch from the Sky. His attack blasts apart one of the gigantic beasts. Yet more monstrous heads coil and prepare to strike back. The soldiers cheer, watching something brilliant soar above them. The clock tower stands intact, symbolizing the city before disaster. In the palace, the king sits behind a veil, exhausted. He pants heavily on his throne, drained by the ongoing battles. His trembling hand reaches for a goblet. Alone in his tented chamber, he drinks to steady himself. He thinks that if things continue this way he himself will be annihilated and admits he no longer has the strength to handle the crisis. Deciding his own survival matters more than the world, he questions the value of a kingdom if he dies. He concludes that only he can stop the monsters from the Gate of Light, realizing the country's fate is bound entirely to him. Shocked, he realizes he has effectively become the country itself, and that only one drastic option remains. He recalls the forbidden sorcery of necromancy, which gathers human souls for immense power. Struggling with his conscience, he asks how a country without citizens can still be a country. Then he rationalizes that as long as he lives he can always create another country. He argues with himself, torn between using necromancy to save the kingdom and the horror of killing his own people. Overwhelmed, he screams at the conflicting voices in his mind and smashes objects around him. Collapsing on the floor, he gasps for breath. A messenger rushes in reporting that another gate of light has appeared at the eastern castle wall. Another reports that a huge dragon-like monster has emerged, screaming in terror. The messenger suddenly realizes something is wrong with the king. Enraged, the king rants that his subjects only ever demand things of him like parasites clinging to his life. He declares he will at least give their lives some value as he raises his weapon. The terrified messenger, mortally wounded, gasps and asks why this is happening. The king impales and kills him on the throne room floor. Looking at the blood, the king assures the dead man it will not be wasted. He drags the blood to form a ritual circle around the corpse. He vows to summon everyone related to the victim, and then everyone related to them as sacrifices. He resolves to gather all these souls into the flow of eternity to gain overwhelming power, invoking the forbidden god Gamara. The king focuses, chanting as magic circles spin around him. He calls to all souls to come to him so he can absorb them. Massive magic circles appear above the city centered on the clock tower. The glowing sigils spread across the whole kingdom. Citizens stare fearfully at the ominous patterns overhead. Even the rampaging dragon-like monster is caught within the magic formation. Light bursts from people's chests as their souls begin to leave their bodies. The souls stream en masse through the streets toward the ritual's center. Countless souls swirl up around the clock tower, drawn skyward. Inside the palace, the king is surrounded by those souls as he absorbs their power. He revels in feeling himself grow stronger with every soul he gathers. Drunk on power, he laughs maniacally as the torrent of souls pours into him. Outside, the empowered dragon monster continues to devastate the city. It charges again through the ruined streets amid explosions. The king, now transformed by necromantic energy, confronts the beast with a glowing sphere of power. He resolves that he will never again lose to any monster coming from the Gate of Light. The dragon sneers, oblivious to the trap forming in its claws. The king hurls his concentrated magic at the towering beast. Declaring that the Rayward kingdom is eternal, he prepares a decisive blow. His attack smashes into the monster with colossal force. The dragon staggers as purple light bursts around its claws. A glowing sphere lodges in the monster's chest, confusing it. The sphere detonates, obliterating the beast in a massive explosion. One surviving head lunges from the blast, still intent on destroying him. The king counters with more projectiles of condensed dark power. Inside that mass of stolen souls, people's terrified voices echo, wondering where they are and begging to go back to their lives. Back in the present memory world, Hyansu cries to his master that he can hear all of their pain. The old king snaps that there is nothing he can do about it, and reminds Hyansu he warned him not to enter. He orders Hyansu to endure the torment, promising that with him there Hyansu can withstand it. The souls resentfully demand that Hyansu join them, angry that he alone still has a body. Their ghostly faces swirl around him, pressing him to come with them. Hyansu trembles, drool and sweat dripping as he struggles to stay conscious. His heavy steps show how the burden of all those souls weighs him down. Exhausted and hollow-eyed, he staggers forward like a shell of himself. A voice observes that Hyansu has now experienced the same pain that it did. A glowing soul light appears before Hyansu, drawing his attention. Hyansu, wary and sweating, asks his unseen master what the light is. When his master does not answer, Hyansu calls out in confusion, asking where he is. The mysterious light urges Hyansu to come closer. The light engulfs Hyansu, praising him by name for making it this far. Hyansu, now before a spectral throne, nervously asks the figure who he is. The radiant spirit of the old king fully manifests, shining with overwhelming light. Placing a glowing hand on Hyansu's head, the king notes how worn he looks from bearing so many souls suffering. He begins a ritual, flooding Hyansu with structured magic patterns. Hyansu abruptly finds himself back in the city square, startled that he has returned. He focuses, realizing something important has changed. He sees the old king sitting casually on a bench in the city, surprised to find him there. Close-ups reveal the king's familiar crown and staff, confirming his identity. Hyansu recognizes him as the skeleton he once knew. The king praises Hyansu for figuring it out while Hyansu accuses him of deceiving people again. The king replies that he has waited over 3,000 years for this day, stunning Hyansu. A narrator clarifies that not only the skeleton but others in this world were waiting for a powerful outsider, and the king mocks Hyansu for believing the skeleton's shorter estimate. When Hyansu demands to know whether the skeleton and the king are the same, the king answers that they are and are not at the same time. He explains that when he used necromancy he rejected his own evil and was drawn into entropy. Or, he adds, he might simply have been expelled from his original body. In that state he gathered himself, and created this separate world in another dimension. He also managed to rescue some souls entropy had absorbed, letting them live painless, repetitive lives in this fabricated city. The king hesitates, then hums as if about to reveal something more. Hyansu, unnerved by the king's intense stare, complains that being looked at like that feels offensive. The king observes that Hyansu's unique ability to listen to instructions is something he has never seen in 3 millennia. Hyansu panics, demanding to know how the king is aware of his secret ability. Smiling, the king tells him not to be offended because there is no time to waste. Hyansu asks his own unseen master if he should punch this man, clearly frustrated. The king calmly replies that he never summoned Hyansu's master into this place. Shocked, Hyansu exclaims that such a thing is even possible. The king insists that Hyansu's instruction-following ability is exactly what is needed now, while Hyansu protests at the cryptic talk. The story shifts back to the evil king, who has preserved life sources inside his body to prolong his existence nearly indefinitely. But he notes that Hyansu and another outsider seized control of that life vessel, recalling Choi Jae-hyuk. He warns that this other man, now another incarnation of evil, is actively hunting for Hyansu. The old king tells Hyansu that Jae-hyuk is no longer human and will certainly try to kill him. Hyansu curses that this confrontation had to come at such a bad time. Resolute, he says he understands the situation now and urges the king to move quickly. The king approves of Hyansu's attitude and tells him to appoint him as instructor, while Hyansu wonders how he even knows about that role. Hyansu opens his system interface, checking his ability. The interface details his unique ability listening to instructions, explaining how obeying others can greatly boost his skills depending on the instructor. It then designates the Sorcerer King as his chosen instructor. Outside, naval ships approach a sea portal where the door of light shimmers above the water. On one ship, operators report that the portal's Anderson intensity has risen sharply. The female officer reflects bitterly that all she can do is wait for events inside the portal to unfold. She steels herself, ready to sacrifice her life if a catastrophic portal impact occurs. Clenching her fists, she silently urges Hyansu and her older comrade to hold on. Elsewhere, a horned fighter unleashes a blazing fire bird attack. A red-haired mage activates a technique called Inferno Knight. The fiery bird dives toward a shadowy opponent as burning spheres rain around it. The enraged monster growls, its single glaring eye glowing with power. The red-haired mage screams that she will end the foe with everything she has as she charges, roaring. The rampaging demon lunges forward with a roar, gathering power. A massive explosion erupts, blasting everything around it. Smoke billows up in a towering column from the blast. The pink-haired armored woman rises skyward on a pillar of flame-like energy. She dives back down through the smoke, bleeding but determined to continue. The demon charges at her again through the clouds as she stares up, tense. She realizes her full power attack failed and wonders what kind of monster he is. A past conversation explains that the creator used all power to form this world, so Hyansu must learn mana to free the trapped souls. Sitting in armor, Hyansu asks if mana is similar to chi as he tries to sense it. The Sorcerer King explains mana as raw natural energy compared to refined chi, and understanding dawns on Hyansu. The Sorcerer King instructs Hyansu to absorb raw mana, and a system message notes a learning mode activating. Hyansu exhales and begins focusing his breathing to draw mana in. A torrent of blue energy descends into him as he meditates in the town square. Surrounded by glowing orbs, Hyansu marvels that this new force is mana while the system reports increased experience and comprehension. The Sorcerer King is shocked that Hyansu grasped mana so quickly. The Sorcerer King reflects that even he needed hours to first breathe mana and doubts that mere instruction listening explains Hyansu's feat. He wonders if Hyansu is simply an extraordinary genius. Hyansu, now feeling mana, asks what to do next, and his teacher says the next step is difficult but believes Hyansu can manage, while Hyansu impatiently urges him to teach. Following guidance, Hyansu uses mana to seize control of every soul inhabiting his golem body. The Sorcerer King tells him he will feel all those tormented souls' agony and must return their pain to them. Hyansu's armored body is wreathed in ghostly energy as he prepares to act. He presses the glowing sphere of souls to the ground, channeling mana into it. While Hyansu focuses, a sinister man with long hair approaches from behind. The newcomer smirks as he gets close, preparing to speak. Revealing himself, Choi Jae-hyuk greets Hunter Park Hyansu, saying he has been looking for him. Jae-hyuk pauses mid-speech, sensing something is off. Seeing Hyansu motionless over the sphere, Jae-hyuk sarcastically asks if he is asleep. Hyansu, sweating but focused, remains in deep concentration. Jae-hyuk contemptuously grabs the glowing sphere, calling Hyansu's effort a waste. He admits he only wanted to test Hyansu's abilities, then prepares to kill him with the sphere's stolen power. Inside Hyansu, his heart feels like it will burst from the mana, and he remembers there is no second chance as he wonders what to do next. The Sorcerer King's instruction echoes. Infuse mana into his words and cast the spell with the incantation disappear. Hyansu pours mana into the command disappear, unleashing a powerful wave from his body. The swarm of vengeful spirits begins to vanish in the blue light. Their forms dissolve completely as they are released. The spiritual barrier shatters like glass under the effect of the spell. Watching from afar, Hyansu's martial master senses the spirits disappearing and suspects his disciple intervened. He concludes that Park Hyansu must be an unprecedented genius. The master encounters the Sorcerer King's projection and recognizes him as the skeleton he once fought. The Sorcerer King informs him that Hyansu has accomplished a great deed and that he and his people have finally been destroyed and liberated. The master confirms that destroyed means they have ceased to exist entirely, and the Sorcerer King agrees. As his form burns away, the Sorcerer King asks the master to tell Hyansu that they were liberated. Back in the clock tower, Jae-hyuk slams Hyansu away with a blast from the stolen sphere. Hyansu, though battered, clutches the cracking orb as it glows fiercely. The orb finally explodes in a blinding burst. Hyansu reacts sharply, eyes wide as light engulfs him. A beam from the shattered tower shoots outward, striking the distant Big Ben-like clock tower. The beam detonates against the tower's face, causing a chain of explosions that devastate the surrounding area. Jae-hyuk watches the destruction with a smug, speechless expression. Hyansu, enraged but still alive, lunges toward him to continue the fight. Jae-hyuk notes that Hyansu is awake, and Hyansu angrily shouts his name. Jae-hyuk is pleased, saying it would have been boring to kill him too easily. He then charges again, casually bidding Hyansu goodbye while forming another deadly sphere. As Jae-hyuk attacks, Hyansu manages to land a sudden counterblow, shocking Jae-hyuk. Jae-hyuk reels, unable to understand the move he just failed to perceive, surprised that his current self could not track it. Hyansu slams into the ground and rockets upward, using explosive force to propel himself. His attack smashes Jae-hyuk into the side of the tower in a huge blast of energy. Jae-hyuk rationalizes his failure by blaming his unfamiliarity with the new power. From the crumbling tower, Hyansu again leaps down toward him, ready to continue the assault. Jae-hyuk, consumed by arrogance, insists he is the strongest now that he holds S-rank power. He clenches his empowered fist, channeling that stolen might into it. Screaming, Jae-hyuk vows to show Hyansu the power he gained as he dives at him with a purple-charged punch. Hyansu senses the Sorcerer King's energy coming from Jae-hyuk and realizes his enemy truly absorbed it. Accepting this, Hyansu declares he cannot let Jae-hyuk escape and charges in. Their clash erupts in a massive electrical shockwave as their blows meet. Jae-hyuk's arm begins to crack and bleed under the strain of the power. Hyansu capitalizes, driving a crushing kick through Jae-hyuk's guard and sending him flying. Jae-hyuk curses in disbelief at Hyansu's overwhelming counterattack. Hyansu presses the aerial assault, striking Jae-hyuk again before he can recover. The blow lands cleanly, slamming Jae-hyuk across the face. Reeling and bleeding, Jae-hyuk is shocked to be hit from another angle, his arms shattering under the onslaught. Hyansu criticizes him for getting distracted mid-fight. He drives a brutal kick into Jae-hyuk's torso, smashing him into the ground. The impact explodes across the city, sending debris and dust high into the air. At the crater's center, Jae-hyuk lies sprawled and battered among the broken earth. He groans that his arm was nearly torn off as he struggles to rise from the rubble. Determined, he starts breaking the rock to free his trapped legs, saying he just needs to pull them out. As he prepares to counter, Hyansu hurtles toward him from the sky while Jae-hyuk starts an incantation. Jae-hyuk grabs Hyansu mid-fall and unleashes his named attack seed impact into the ground. The technique detonates violently, obliterating the surrounding rock. The shockwave flings Jae-hyuk's body away along with stone fragments. He crashes through the forest, carving a trench before slamming into the ground. Jae-hyuk lies sprawled again, badly damaged and motionless. Nearby, Hyansu excitedly tells his martial master that he feels overflowing energy, believing his internal chi is synergizing with the Sorcerer King's mana. He thinks that, with this power, he could even defeat the Haxon if that enemy came for him now. The master solemnly acknowledges Hyansu's achievement. He adds that Hyansu's current power rivals the supreme peak level of his original world, astonishing Hyansu. The master notices Hyansu's awkward reaction and asks why he looks that way. Hyansu wonders why the usually strict master is praising him so much, and the offended master snaps at him for making a fuss over a compliment. Hyansu protests that the master is being too harsh even while praising him. Annoyed, the master vows never to compliment him again, leaving Hyansu comically distraught. As Hyansu sulks, a strand of ethereal blue mana swirls around his raised hand. He realizes in surprise that the mana surrounding him is fading away. The master points out that Hyansu's strength is dropping again, confusing Hyansu as to what is happening. The master explains that unlike chi, mana cannot be stored and continuously used for long periods. Hyansu reacts with shock as the implications sink in. Suddenly the world around them shakes, drawing his and the master's attention upward. They see an enormous mana vortex and explosion forming in the sky, signaling a new crisis. Hyansu stares wide-eyed at the phenomenon and demands to know what it is. He recognizes the fiery figure battling the demon in the distance as his guild leader and panics, wondering why she is there. Elsewhere, Knight is informed that the Sorcerer King lost and escaped entropy, which surprises him. Knight concludes that if Gulag loses, their supposedly safe location might still be attacked. Reacting to this news, Knight snaps his book shut with concern. He reassures himself that Gulag cannot possibly lose, even against both aspects of the Sorcerer King. Knight grips his weapon, resolving to act personally. He declares he will nip this problem in the bud, and his subordinate readily agrees. Watching the distant battle in the sky, the subordinate repeats Hyansu's shock that the guild leader has appeared. Back with Hyansu, he suddenly trembles as energy gathers and he asks what is happening. Overhead, a huge swirling portal of mana forms, radiating power. Hyansu gasps at the sight, realizing things are escalating yet again. The master notes that they have returned to their starting place, and sees many portals converging into one giant nexus. An unknown voice identifies this convergence as a phenomenon called overlapping. Hyansu spins around, demanding to know who just spoke. Knight's subordinate appears before him, accusing Hyansu of disrupting too much of Knight's plan. The master senses the killing intent emanating from the newcomer. The subordinate mockingly sends Hyansu a heart gesture, feigning friendliness. Sharp spikes erupt from the ground around Hyansu's feet, launching a surprise attack. The spikes hurl him violently into a cliff face while the subordinate watches. She is startled to realize that what she hit was only Hyansu's afterimage, meaning he moved fast enough to leave one. The master probably thinks that Hyansu just used mana to momentarily amplify his power. A system message confirms Hyansu has started using the mana he absorbed in combat. Empowered, Hyansu dives down with his seed impact technique, aiming it directly at the subordinate. She hastily raises her umbrella as a shield, shocked by the sudden counter. The impact explodes across the plateau, engulfing the area in flame and dust. The blast sends the subordinate flying into the air, clutching her umbrella while Hyansu stands braced below. Hyansu is stunned that she managed to deflect seed impact using only an umbrella and thinks she is toying with him. She dashes toward him, their feet cracking the ground as they move. From atop the wall, she teasingly calls Hyansu dreadful for attacking a supposedly weak girl like her. Hyansu stomps down and activates another movement art, Heavenly Demon Flight. He rockets upward in an arc, astonishing her with this strange movement technique. Charging with blue aura, Hyansu demands to know why she attacked him and orders her to explain. She coyly refuses to answer while he has such a scary expression, joking that he does not understand women. She counters by filling the ground with more deadly spikes, forcing Hyansu to dodge through them. One of her sweeping attacks slams him away while she mocks him. Hyansu recovers and unleashes a new technique, Tree Impact, striking the ground toward her. She easily keeps her distance, laughing that his attack is nowhere near enough. Suddenly a bright projectile whizzes past her, causing her to look over in surprise. The blast strikes her defenses and knocks her back with a cry of pain. The explosion expands along the tower's side, sending debris and shockwaves outward. Knight appears at her side, catching and steadying her. Cradled in Knight's arms, she apologizes for underestimating Hyansu. Hyansu and Knight face each other atop the wall, sizing one another up. Knight reveals that Hyansu's intended role was only to wear down the Sorcerer King, while Hyansu demands to know his identity. Knight says that was his original plan based on the information they had gathered about Hyansu's abilities, while Hyansu again presses him to identify himself. Knight dismisses the question, stating Hyansu will die soon as he blitzes forward with frightening speed, which shocks Hyansu. Knight slams Hyansu with a devastating red charge strike, overwhelming his defenses. Hyansu feels the crushing strength in that blow, and realizes how powerful Knight truly is. Knight follows up with another earth-shattering attack that sends Hyansu crashing away. The subordinate playfully sends Knight her trademark heart gesture again, cheering him on. Hyansu is hurled violently into a forest of jagged spikes, his body impaled and thrown by the brutal assault. The protagonist writhes in agony after being struck, barely enduring the attack. The enormous demon roars fiercely as it charges. The monster spreads its wings and powers up for battle. The demon named Gulag unleashes a frenzied, full-force assault. Hyurak confirms the monster's name as Gulag and steels herself to fight seriously. Hyurak activates her fire bird mode, cloaking herself in flames before Gulag. Gulag growls a confused response to her transformation. Hyurak remarks that regardless of who dies, they should at least know each other's names. She introduces herself as Red Lion's Hyurak. Swearing on her fallen teammates, she vows to destroy Gulag with all her strength. Gulag screeches as numerous eyes open across its body. Hyurak notes that S-rank hunters possess life-sacrificing techniques, including the one she is about to use. She gathers an immense sphere of destructive energy in her hands. Hyurak orders her technique plasma to burn everything as she releases the attack. A laptop crackles with energy as someone frantically types. A technician shouts that the Anderson density is rapidly climbing past 85. Soldiers and staff stare anxiously at the turbulent, glowing portal in the sky. The female officer senses the portal might explode and despairs that if an S-rank fails, they have no hope. She stands on deck, worried and unsure what to do. On the phone with the branch manager, she reports that the density has reached 85. Someone at the portal warns they cannot hold out much longer. She hears there is still no response from the perimeter forces. Learning there will be no reinforcements, she wonders in fear if today is when they all die. The branch manager tells her not to worry, assuring that powerful allies are on the way. The gathered hunters react in confusion and ask what is happening. A colossal beam of energy strikes the ocean's surface near their ships. The shockwave from the pillar of light slams into the deck where the woman stands. She gasps in shock at the sudden impact. She recognizes the man who appears from the light as Haxon. In a flashback, others question whether Haxon will accept Korea's request. Haxon's comrades are surprised he plans to travel there personally. One man points out that helping Korea means aiding Hyurak, whom Haxon supposedly hates. Haxon explains he only moves when something absolutely requires his personal involvement. His comrades reflect that hunters ultimately exist to save people. A portal opens and Haxon launches himself skyward from the courtyard. Watching him go, his allies admire that resolve and decide to follow. A ship reports the Anderson density has reached 89 and predicts portal impact in 30 minutes. The woman briefs Haxon that 30 A-rank hunters and guild leader Hyurak are already inside the portal. They both look toward the raging blue sphere as it erupts again. Observers spot Takashi and Jill Lordemon arriving and wonder if there is now hope. Haxon arrives and immediately asks the woman where Park Hyansu is. She explains Hyansu has already entered the portal, which Haxon says is sufficient. Haxon reassures himself that if Hyansu is inside, things will be alright. He comments that Hyansu possesses something more important than mere abilities. Inside, Hyurak completes the manifestation of a blazing plasma sword. Gulag forms multiple enormous energy cannons from its body. The demon condenses that power into a single devastating orb. Gulag hurls the massive energy ball forward with overwhelming force. Hyurak charges in and slashes at full power with her flaming sword. An elderly master elsewhere narrows his eyes, sensing her move. The old man observes that the fireworks woman is using her ultimate technique and marvels at the power she can control. He suddenly feels something and grimaces in pain. Hyansu, battered but alive, thinks he survived by instantly boosting his defense with mana and chi, though he still took heavy damage. The old master appears before him, asking why he is covered in blood. Hyansu pleads with his master to go easy on him and asks what is happening, and the master says the fireworks girl is trying to finish the battle. Elsewhere, a bearded enemy berates an opponent for muttering mid-fight while he attacks furiously. The master orders Hyansu to accompany the Inyan demon, triggering Hyansu's listening to instructions skill. Hyansu uses the Inyan demon and its evolutionary realm ability to slip through the enemy's assault. The foe realizes Hyansu avoided his strike and prepares a new move. Hyansu notes the next attack's unpredictability and plans to dodge right and counter with leaf impact, reactivating his guidance skill. The enemy unleashes a powerful ground-shattering blow. Hyansu rides the explosion's shockwave, having predicted the attack again, stunning his opponent. Hyansu then executes his technique slash-through, leaf impact. The enemy senses grave danger and knows he must evade. Hyansu's slash tears through the ground, forcing the enemy to leap away. Landing, the foe believes he has successfully avoided the attack. Suddenly his eyes turn red and his body darkens as something within him reacts. Back in Gulag's domain, Hyurak drives her plasma sword deeper into the demon's body. Exhausted, she urges herself to hold on just a little longer. Monitors warn that her vital limit has reached 95 and she must stop releasing energy, but she continues to descend on Gulag's charged orb. Hyurak screams in agony as her body burns from sustaining the technique. Gulag's form convulses and glows as her attack ravages it from within. A cataclysmic explosion erupts where their powers collide. Light engulfs everything as the blast reaches its peak. Hyurak's scorched body falls from the sky and she wonders if this is her end. In a past urban battle, cars explode as a giant one-eyed monster rampages. A younger Hyurak confronts that cyclopean beast amid the destruction. The monster hurls a car at her, forcing her to dodge. It prepares some sinister device or spell while she braces herself. Her captain bursts through the barrier around the monster to join the fight. Together they rush the enemy, coordinating their assault. Young Hyurak happily calls out to her captain. He praises her efforts, apologizing for arriving late, and affectionately pats her head. He tells her she will soon be S rank and asks her to guard his back when that happens. He also entrusts his still immature son Jaehyuk to her care if anything ever happens to him. She protests his morbid talk, but he insists their dangerous work makes the future uncertain. Now falling through the watery void, Hyurak laments that she failed to keep that promise and apologizes to her captain. Back on the dam, an ally warns Knight that the portal containing Gulag is beginning to overlap with another. Knight acknowledges the situation and tells his companion not to panic. He channels his strength and unleashes a massive sword slash at the portal. His strike carves a glowing cross into the portal, forcing it open. Hyansu and the others look up in astonishment as they realize he has cut a portal with a sword. Knight remarks that Hyansu lasted longer than expected, genuinely surprised by his endurance. Facing Hyansu, Knight admits he does not know if Hyansu will survive but makes him a solemn promise. He says that if Hyansu lives and they meet again, their next encounter will be different. Knight vows that next time he will appear in his true form rather than human to personally wring Hyansu's neck. Hyansu watches the sky as Knight and his ally vanish through the cross-shaped light. Frustrated, Hyansu screams at Knight to come back instead of running away. Overexerted and injured, Hyansu coughs up blood. The master tells Hyansu not to overdo it, pointing out their enemy has already departed. Panicking, Hyansu insists he cannot remain trapped here and wonders what to do. The master directs his attention to the sword Knight left embedded nearby. Hyansu picks up the weapon, realizing it is the same sword Knight used. The master warns that the area will soon be sealed and orders Hyansu to swing the sword as Knight did. Hyansu hesitates, asking how to swing it, and the master tells him to pour his energy, or mana into it, and act immediately. Activating listening to instructions again, Hyansu begins by infusing internal energy into the blade, which erupts with flame. He swings the empowered sword in a cross-shaped arc. The energy slash fails to replicate Knight's effect and simply trails off the blade. Hyansu reasons that internal energy is insufficient and decides to try mana instead, flooding the sword with blue power. The mana surge causes the surrounding waters to explode upward as he struggles to control it. The backlash slams Hyansu into the torrent, leaving him groaning in pain. The unleashed waters crash down and sweep across the nearby town. Hyansu barely manages to cling to the dam's wall to avoid being washed away. His master criticizes him for being swept off by water and warns they are running out of time. Hyansu once more charges the sword with pink energy while hanging on the cliff. He slashes again, carving a glowing cross into the air before him. The cross of light blossoms into a new portal. Hyansu shouts in relief that a portal has formed. With the sword in hand, he propels himself toward the opening. He emerges on the other side, landing in a desert as the portal closes above. Looking around, Hyansu realizes this desert resembles the place they first entered. He notes that it looks exactly like the initial desert from their arrival. The master observes that this is indeed the same place as before. A distant clock tower surrounded by swirling water appears above the city. Hyansu points out the waters to his master, who explains they have merged with the battlefield where the fireworks woman fought. Hyansu silently absorbs the implication. He concludes that the guild leader must now be in that merged space. Determined, Hyansu uses the sword to open another portal so they can return. Elsewhere, a grand palace stands peacefully under a bright sky. Inside, a portal opens in the ceiling of an ornate hall. Knight and his ally stumble out of the portal into that hall. They land heavily, Knight groaning from his injuries. The white-haired ally cries out to Knight in alarm. Knight waves her concern away, insisting he is fine. He clutches his wounded side, revealing the damage he took. The ally wonders why Knight did not evolve despite such severe injury and reflects that his promise to the king must be extremely important. She thinks of the terrifying king, an existence so overwhelming that no follower dares disobey him. Later, Knight lies shirtless on a bed, his wounds still visible. Rook's masked attendants prepare bandages and medical supplies. They begin treating Knight, assuring him he will recover by tomorrow. Knight muses that while it is unfortunate the Sorcerer King is gone, watching the overlapping portal break will still be spectacular. He regrets not being able to fight Hyansu again and wonders how Hyansu's power exceeded all their data. Footsteps approach Knight's room as someone enters. A butler presents Knight with a drink, saying it is a recovery potion. As Knight drinks, he asks if the king has contacted him, and the butler replies there has been no word but adds something from Rook. The butler explains that Rook left an additional message about Knight. He relays that if their plan fails, Knight will be punished by death, shocking Knight. Enraged, Knight curses Rook as a bastard. He seethes at the insult of being threatened like that. His white-haired ally answers him respectfully from the doorway, acknowledging him as Knightnim. The dark-haired man decides it is the right time to act while everyone is anxious about the mysterious fragments. The white-haired woman realizes he plans to search for the elusive object called it. He says that regardless of the portal impact he will find it first, and make Rook submit to him. As he walks away, he orders that their pawn be told to carry out the search. He commands the pawn to locate the singularity. A massive surge of water erupts, A coastal city is overwhelmed by a gigantic tsunami. A large clock tower stands cracked and damaged amid swirling energy and debris. A woman in a black bodysuit muses that watching battles is the most entertaining thing. She notes that Park Hyansu is strong but calls the knight foolish for missing the singularity right before him. She remarks that the knight is frantically looking for the singularity without realizing that his plan already failed. She admits she wants to see the knight's downfall. When asked why, she coyly considers her reasons. She answers that causing his ruin simply seems more fun and laughs to herself. A subordinate approaches her, addressing her as Bishop. The suited man reports that they have located their target. Delighted, she affectionately greets him and says he kept her waiting. The man activates a power while she clings to him. He teleports in a horribly injured man and presents him. The mangled man is thrown to the floor before them. The bishop excitedly praises Choi Jae-hyuk for successfully finding the target. Jae-hyuk points out that the man they recovered is already dead. Sitting beside the corpse, she laments that even with the bracelet's help he still lost to Park Hyansu. Stroking the dead man's face, she complains that the knight's plans were completely ruined. Jae-hyuk, unsure, asks what he should do next. She decides that because the corpse has devoured the life vessel, it may become useful, so they should take it with them, and Jae-hyuk agrees. Jae-hyuk carries the body toward a glowing portal as the bishop watches. The bishop starts walking away from the scene. She expresses confidence in Park Hyansu, saying she believes in him. Smiling in a cathedral, she says she is sure he can find the oasis. Hyansu and his master emerge through a bright portal into another place. Hyansu realizes they have returned to the same desert they were in previously. The master orders him to try again, and Hyansu nervously prepares to swing his sword. Hyansu loudly commits to making another attempt, and unleashes his sword technique. His strike opens yet another glowing portal in the desert. The scene cuts to the exterior of a hospital building. On TV, breaking news announces that a portal in the Western Sea is about to reach the stage called Portal Impact, drawing a crowd's attention. People anxiously discuss what will happen if the portal explodes again, but reassure each other that Red Lion is already handling it. A voice in a hospital corridor comments on how amazing someone is. In a patient room, a young woman proudly explains that Hyansu has become someone who enters portals to rescue others. She begs the comatose patient to wake up, imagining how upset Hyansu must be that his brother still has not regained consciousness. Nearby children play loudly and fight over something while the woman's back is turned. She gently scolds the kids to be quiet and leads them out of the room. Before leaving, she promises the unconscious boy that she will come visit him again. The brother remains motionless in bed, hooked to a respirator. His finger twitches slightly, hinting at movement. Back in the desert, Hyansu's slash creates another radiant portal among the cacti. To his frustration, they step out into the same desert yet again. The master wonders if they are simply looping endlessly around this desert. Hyansu, just as confused, says he does not understand either, and that the situation is driving him crazy. During another swing, Hyansu senses something unusual. He and his master suddenly notice a shimmering oasis in the desert. They rush toward the water's edge together. Both find the perfect oasis suspicious and remark on how strange it is. Hyansu kneels and notes that the water does not show their reflections at all. He cautiously dips a foot into the glowing surface. Startled by the sensation, he reacts with shock. Hyansu realizes the liquid is not normal water and calls out to his master. The master infers that the oasis itself is actually a portal, and Hyansu agrees. Determined, Hyansu says they should enter the portal. The two of them wade deeper until they are submerged to the waist in the strange oasis. Hyansu groans as consciousness begins to slip. He awakens back in his futon at home, stretching and declaring he slept well. Glancing at a wall clock, he is surprised at how late it already is. He steps out of his room, scratching his head sleepily. In the living room, his father casually remarks that Hyansu is not dead, and Hyansu, startled, calls out to him. His mother chides the father for being harsh while he laughs it off as a joke, creating a warm family atmosphere. Over burgers, his younger brother says that sleeping 24 hours is more like hibernation than rest. Hyansu warns his brother Park Hyuntae not to be cheeky, or he will not share the burger. Hyuntae protests that he only took one bite as Hyansu keeps eating. Hyansu slaps some cash onto his brother's face as a playful consolation. He explains he was paid the previous day, and Hyuntae gratefully thanks him. Hyansu enthusiastically asks his parents what special food they would like him to treat them to. The scene cuts with a quiet shot of the ceiling, indicating time passing peacefully. Later, their car drives through a busy parking lot in front of a coffee shop as horns blare. Inside the vehicle, they complain that the traffic jam is unusually bad for this time of day. The father decides to take a side road instead, even if it means a small detour. Their car turns onto a quieter street between buildings. Seeing the empty road, the family is relieved there is no congestion, and the father proudly says an experienced driver does not rely on navigation. Hyuntae suddenly calls out to his brother in alarm while looking out the window. A blinding pink-white light erupts in the sky above the road ahead of their car. The siblings wonder in shock if the flash was lightning. The ground explodes around the car's wheels as something huge impacts nearby. A colossal purple monster bursts from the ground, destroying the road as the car teeters on the collapsing terrain. The whole family screams in terror inside the plummeting vehicle. The car crashes violently amid falling rocks and flames. In the present, a heart monitor in the hospital begins to react. Through narrowing vision, Hyansu hears voices and groans as medical staff hurry around him. A nurse alerts the doctor that Park Hyansu has regained consciousness. Bandaged and confused, he stammers, wondering what is happening. Panicking, he urgently asks the staff where his family is. A cut to a memorial niche shows framed photos of his parents, implying their deaths. Hyansu stands before the memorial, tears streaming down his face. He bows his head in grief at the columbarium wall, while others pay respects nearby. Overwhelmed with pain, he clutches his face and cries out. He collapses to the floor, screaming in anguish. In the dream world, his spectral self, eyes glowing, whispers his own name. A commanding inner voice tells him to pull himself together. Hyansu jolts in the oasis, yelling in shock as he awakens from the memory dream. Tears still on his face, he groans, coming fully back to himself. He looks at his master in disbelief and calls out to him. The master explains he resorted to harsh methods to wake Hyansu from the illusion. The master notes that an unexpected variable has appeared. A robed man materializes, remarking that it is unusual for a transcendental being to be the variable this time. The robed summoner says he only meant to summon one person and is confused why there are now two. The master scolds Hyansu for crying in his sleep, and Hyansu realizes that the painful sequence was a dream from 2 years ago, while the master warns that such emotions do not suit a heavenly demon. Hyansu nervously starts to explain to the master, while the summoner silently observes them with interest. Annoyed at being ignored, the summoner begins unleashing power, threatening consequences if they continue to disregard him. He glares coldly as his magic swells. The master, crackling with lightning, orders him not to act without permission and warns that he can erase the summoner's existence. Hyansu asks in surprise if his master can really attack this being, and the master replies that he sensed at once that his blows could reach this opponent. He explains that his attacks could not affect the long-enduring skeletal king but could have struck the good sorcerer king, who, like him, was purely spiritual, though he had no reason to fight that one. The summoner concedes that the master truly has the power to destroy him, and says he never expected to meet a transcendent. He acknowledges the master's strength but asks for understanding of the circumstances. Bound within a vast magical system, he reveals that he has been wounded by humans for a year and cannot use his full power because it is focused on constructing and maintaining this world. Enraged, Hyansu demands to know if the summoner is the one who forced him to relive his tragic past in a dream. The summoner smirks that he has clearly hit a sensitive nerve and addresses Hyansu by name. Hyansu wonders if the man knows him or can even read his thoughts. The summoner confirms he can read minds and explains that this place is deliberately made to trap entrants in such dreams. He says the dream's purpose is to keep people lost forever in the sweetest yet most painful memories of their lives. He begins to explain that this is how he obtains what he wants. He reveals his true goal is to seize a worthy physical vessel, specifically Hyansu's body. Complaining that his plans were foiled when Hyansu came instead of the flame woman, and when a transcendent appeared, he bemoans his bad luck. Hyansu, furious, readies a glowing punch and demands to know who the summoner thinks he is. He shouts that trying to steal another person's body is unforgivable and launches himself at the man. Hyansu slams a powered fist toward the summoner. The summoner blocks effortlessly with a magical barrier over his face. He calmly states that Hyansu's attack cannot harm him as swirling energy absorbs the blow. The master yells for Hyansu to get away from the sorcerer. A gigantic spectral beast maw opens above Hyansu, threatening to devour him. Their eyes meet in shock as something drastic happens. Energy beams crisscross Hyansu's body, shattering his armor. His physical shell cracks apart, revealing his bare body and ominous red energy coiling around him. Hyansu realizes in horror that the enemy's essence has invaded his body. Now speaking through Hyansu's mouth with red eyes, the intruder laughs that possessing him is only the beginning. The possessing soul mocks Hyansu as weak and declares that such a fine body is wasted on him. Hyansu's form distorts and roars as the intruder fully takes control. Empowered, the possessed Hyansu charges at the master in a frenzy. The master is knocked away, disoriented by the sudden assault. Looking back, the master sees Hyansu's original soul separated and floating while the corrupted body stands below, and both exclaim in confusion. The possessed Hyansu smirks ominously. The invader revels that waiting a whole year was worth it, and praises how excellent Hyansu's body is. He senses lingering mana and immense power within this new host. Laughing madly, he vows to make full use of this body's strength. The master closes in behind him, preparing a counterattack. He identifies the technique as a body-stealing sorcery, something he once had offenders burn for when he ruled the MURIM. Condemning such users as deserving execution, he unleashes a devastating strike that rips the invader's soul out of Hyansu. The summoner reels in disbelief that he has been forcibly expelled from the body. Hyansu's eyes clear, and he exclaims that his consciousness has returned. Shocked, the summoner demands to know how the master can interfere with other people's bodies as Hyansu stands behind him clutching himself, and the master glares, ready for what comes next. The white-haired master admits there is still an unknown mystery here but shifts to a more pressing matter. He becomes enraged, charging power and declaring the defiant enemy will now die. The disciple hastily stops him, warning that killing their foe could trap them in this place forever. The master reasons that since their enemy created this dimension, it should vanish with him. The disciple anxiously asks what happens if the place does not disappear. The master notes that in that case the disciple could die and even laments missing out on ramen. He explains his sword no longer obeys him and killing the enemy would not ensure they can build a portal. Their robed foe smiles quietly, clearly plotting something. The disciple demands to know why the enemy is so pleased. The robed man complains that events ruining his predictions are driving him crazy. He sits back down, feet tapping, preparing to speak seriously. Seated on his throne, he activates magic and faces them with a composed smile. He explains he had calculated that today he would escape this place, and cannot believe the situation has changed. He formally introduces himself as Pavlishin, the being they call the ancestral dragon. The title shocks the disciple while the master braces himself. The disciple exclaims that the guild leader claimed this dragon was defeated a year ago. Pavlishin reveals he only made it seem that way, even using soul language to deceive everyone. He recounts that he was actually on the brink of death and frantically calculated in that desperate moment. He then scattered fragments of himself and hid here, waiting until someone eventually discovered this place. The disciple wonders why Pavlishin is revealing all this, suspicious of his intent. Pavlishin reads his mind again and says there is no reason to deceive him now. He announces his remaining time is short and that he will vanish by tomorrow. He reveals his plan was to lure the flame woman here, take over her body, and wreak chaos on the outside world. He says that outcome, where she arrived and he possessed her, would have been the ideal scenario. Instead, someone outside his calculations, an incredible existence, interfered in his plans. The master asks why Pavlishin covets other worlds, demanding to know his motive. Pavlishin answers that his own world was ruined to the point mana could barely exist there. As he was facing erasure, mysterious beings known only as the kings appeared and offered him a deal. Back in the present, he explains these beings are called the kings, confusing the disciple. The master chides the disciple for not understanding despite having fought the knight, hinting at a larger hierarchy. The disciple realizes their enemies are ranked like chess pieces and jokes there must be others such as bishop and pawn. Pavlishin warns that mocking them is foolish, as simply facing them would cause unbearable pain and annihilation. The master adds that if the knight regains his full self, he will surpass even the sorcerer king's original power. Pavlishin points out the disciple fought both sorcerer king and knight when each was only at half strength. He notes that if the disciple struggled that much against the weakened knight, worse threats lie ahead. He further warns that meeting a king directly would result in instant, traceless death. Pavlishin then describes learning portal magic from the kings and linking a portion of his dying world to Earth. He recalls that humans fiercely resisted, making it difficult to fully connect the two worlds. Because of that resistance, he realized he had to eliminate humanity to connect his world completely. So he devised a plan, fragmenting the portal the moment the humans thought they had killed him. In the present, chains and structures shatter as his story reaches its climax. The dimension violently collapses around them with explosions and falling debris. Pavlishin, now exhausted and slumped, says his time has run out and everything since happened as he described. He tells the master Cheonjiang it was an honor to meet such a transcendent being. As Cheonjiang departs with the disciple, Pavlishin consoles himself that there must be a reason his plan failed. The master announces he has nothing more to say, signaling the end of their audience. He opens a door-like portal, telling the disciple to leave quickly so this world can collapse like a completed raid. Pavlishin offers the disciple one last piece of advice before they go. He advises him to breathe mana as he exits, hinting at a way to harness more power. The disciple silently considers this, clearly preparing to act on the suggestion. Pavlishin calls this final instruction a gift to the disciple. The disciple steps into the glowing portal, beginning his return. Outside, he deliberately inhales mana, triggering a system notification. The system reports that his mana is increasing explosively and approaching overload. Overwhelmed by pressure, he realizes he must refine the mana to survive. He understands that refinement means converting mana into internal energy, something his body can use. He starts circulating power using his martial breathing technique, focusing intensely. He feels the energy gathering at his core while the system notes his body is changing to adapt. The sensation reminds him of when the Time Master opened his meridians in the past. The experience then surpasses that memory, resembling when he temporarily gained a heavenly demon body. Remembering he has endured this kind of transformation before, he resolves to overcome it. Straining under the process, he roars as immense power rages through him. The energy finally stabilizes and bursts outward as he floats with a wild grin. A system message declares he has attained a state called Three Flowers Peak Bloom. Inside the collapsing dimension, Cheonjiang notices strange phenomena and wonders what trick is occurring. He confirms the ancestral dragon is gone and questions whatever presence now faces him. Suspicious, he continues searching the swirling void. He declares there is no point hiding, confident he can sense anyone present. Deciding he can fight freely without his disciple watching, he prepares to unleash his full power. Cheonjiang smashes the realm with an enormous punch, shattering the area. The blow triggers a massive explosion that tears through the surroundings. Amid the destruction, a mysterious figure yells for mercy and to talk things out. Cheonjiang hovers with his fist crackling, unfazed by the chaos. He demands to know the intruder's identity, while the unseen voice jokes that revealing it would not help. The master impatiently raises his hand again, prompting the voice to frantically beg him to wait. He orders the stranger to reveal himself, but the voice insists it is impossible. Jiang asks if the stranger will not reveal himself or literally cannot, and the answer is that he cannot. The master presses further, asking who he is and why he was summoned here, while the voice repeats that it only wanted to meet him out of curiosity. Jiang scoffs at the idea that someone so secretive is merely curious, his power flaring. He charges toward the hidden entity in a blur of movement. The mysterious visitor counters by using a heavenly demon technique called Dominating Stride. Even so, the intruder admits how terrifyingly strong the old man is as he is battered around. Jiang dismissively orders him to leave and shatters the space, forcing an exit. Calm again, he floats with arms crossed as the realm finishes breaking apart. He complains about powerful beings approaching him in secret and daring to summon him. In the background, a faint image of Pavlishan appears, tying the encounter to the earlier summoning. Jiang smirks, clearly entertained. Laughing loudly, he declares the whole situation fascinating. Outside the portal above the sea, the system informs Hyansu his body has finished transforming and his listening to instructions skill has leveled up. It also reports that his yin-yang body has increased in level. New details appear for his ability, including that he can now imitate Jiang's skills twice a day. The upgraded yin-yang body description explains his harmonized energy now boosts resistance and attack power, especially with the heavenly demon body. Hyansu feels different, sensing greater depth and change in himself. He emerges from the sky wrapped in energy, descending slowly. His feet touch down lightly on a solitary rock in the ocean. Standing proudly on the rock, he surveys the bright sea and sky. Spotting a familiar clock tower in the distance, he realizes where he has returned. Jiang appears beside him in the sky and calls out to his disciple, who happily greets his master. The master marvels that Hyansu seems to have grown stronger again in such a short time, making the disciple laugh awkwardly. Hyansu grows serious, thinking about their allies' fate. He urgently tells his master they must find the guild leader. Jiang senses that the flame woman's presence is not nearby and suggests they search the area from the air. Hyansu is shocked to realize he can also fly, while the master grumbles at his obliviousness. The master reminds him he had already flown when briefly attaining the heavenly demon body earlier. Jiang explains the flight technique works by manipulating energy flow from the acupoint on the soles of the feet. He says that with his current state Hyansu should now be able to perform this flight on his own. Hyansu gathers energy at the described acupoint on his feet to attempt it. With a shout to release that energy explosively, he launches himself into the air. Meanwhile, news reports show the portal's intensity, called Fragment of Paradise above the Western Sea, has risen beyond dangerous levels and traffic jams clog the city. Broadcasters explain that surpassing this intensity means a portal impact is imminent, and the situation is critically dangerous. They add that many S-rank hunters, including the ES guild leader who once attacked Hyansu, have gathered at the portal. Back at sea, waves crash against the rocks as the sun sets, creating a tense calm. Hyansu and Jiang streak across the sky like comets, heading toward the portal. Hyansu, exhilarated, yells that his master should have told him this flying method sooner. Jiang replies that before this transformation Hyansu lacked the ability to use such a technique anyway. Mid-flight, Hyansu suddenly notices something ahead. He shouts for the guild leader when he spots a figure lying on a distant rock. Panicking about how to land, he asks for help, and Jiang calmly tells him to lower his energy output. The master adjusts his own energy around his feet to demonstrate a controlled landing. Hyansu tries to copy him but realizes something is wrong as he plummets. He becomes a screaming projectile shooting toward the sea. The impact sends up a huge spray of water as he crashes down. Both he and another body bounce across the surface like skipping stones. One of the rocks explodes from their uncontrolled landing. Standing again, drenched and embarrassed, Hyansu insists he is just amused to his new power while calling urgently to the unmoving guild leader. He notices her hair color has changed dramatically. Jiang observes that her battered armor and condition show she has been through an extreme battle, prompting Hyansu to curse under his breath. Nearby warships float before the raging portal in the glowing sky. Technicians monitoring the portal announce that its intensity has stabilized at 95 instead of triggering immediate impact. Commanders remark that by their expectations the portal should have exploded already. The portal suddenly whirls violently as if something is about to emerge. The gathered hunters ready themselves for combat, thinking a monster is coming out. Elite fighters and a bullet-controlling woman prepare their abilities, surrounding the portal. Instead of an enemy, the unconscious armored guild leader drifts out of the vortex. Hyansu appears holding her in his arms, having caught her within the portal. One of the hunters notices something and reacts with surprise. Everyone on the ship turns to see Hyansu carrying the guild leader toward them. Observers shout that the portal is fading and that Hunter Park Hyansu has successfully completed the raid. The female staff member softly begins to call Hyansu's name, clearly emotional. Overcome, she runs toward him as he stands holding the guild leader. Reaching him, she throws her arms around him in a relieved hug. Crying, she says she was terrified something would happen to him and is deeply relieved he is safe. Hyansu, flustered, tries to focus on getting medical attention for the injured guild leader instead. She suddenly realizes how this must look with the unconscious woman between them. Others recognize the guild leader as Hayurak and confirm her identity. The staff woman admits she barely recognized Hayurak because her hair color has completely changed. She also notes that Hyansu himself looks different, while crew members rush over with a stretcher. Hyansu inwardly reflects that he does indeed feel deeper and changed after all that happened. As the guild leader is loaded onto the stretcher, someone calmly tells Hyansu he has clearly grown stronger. Hyansu looks up to see a familiar powerful hunter arriving and asking why he has appeared here. Hyansu angrily confronts the white-haired man about approaching him despite a restraining order, while the man notes Hyansu has grown stronger. Irritated, Hyansu demands someone rein in the man, and a big bald ally cheerfully greets him. The bald man offers to handle Hyansu for the white-haired leader. The leader seriously asks Hyansu what happened inside the portal, and Hyansu realizes he can understand the foreign language. Hyansu answers that as an ordinary guild member he cannot disclose portal details, while thinking he would not tell them anyway. The leader observes Hyansu is no ordinary hunter. Hyansu brushes off the question of his abnormality as unrelated, and the leader presses that his lack of denial confirms it. Hyansu smirks, saying the portal experience taught him more about himself. A blonde subordinate watching comments that Hyansu is impressive. Hyansu admits he has improved compared to their last encounter. The white-haired leader notes that Hyansu's demeanor is also more relaxed than before. The leader remarks he wants to test Hyansu's strength right away. Hyansu's female teammate calls to him, concerned. The leader decides not to fight now, calling it a pity. He proposes sparring next time, and Hyansu tells him to be prepared for that day. The leader departs in a blaze of power, flying away from the ship. The blonde subordinate explains that despite his eccentricity, the leader is a very grounded person. He adds that the leader rushed here, abandoning everything because hunters exist to protect humanity, while Hyansu grumbles about the damage caused. The blonde man apologizes that coming to keep his promise to Hyansu did not actually help much. Hyansu silently reacts with mixed feelings. Hyansu decides to save the favor the blonde man owes him until he truly needs it. The bald man says Hyansu can call them anytime and they will come immediately, as the blonde man opens a portal. The portal closes in a sphere of crackling energy. Watching them leave, Hyansu's comrades think the foreign hunters might be good people. The scene shifts to a brightly lit cityscape at night. The camera moves through the bustling city streets filled with light trails from traffic. In a ritual chamber, flames burn around a circular magic array. A muscular, long-haired man meditates within the fiery circle as dark energy swirls. The man opens his eyes with a powerful, almost divine aura. His eyes flare intensely, radiating killing intent. He rises, enveloped in smoke and embers, clearly agitated. This man, Rovan Ordman, top-ranked S-rank hunter and chairman of the Portal Strategy Committee, realizes Park Hyansu is involved again. A secretary rushes in to inform her master that the raid was a success. Rovan acknowledges Sherry and says he has already seen the outcome himself. Sherry starts to say something else. Rovan ruefully mentions an ugly chest scar, and Sherry quickly reassures him not to mind showing it. Walking through his office with Sherry, Rovan says he is convinced Hyansu is the prophesied singularity, and she agrees. He retrieves an ornate watch from a drawer, preparing to go out. Sherry offers him a red tie and he agrees to wear it. While she ties the tie, Rovan says the second singularity must also join their side, and she enthusiastically agrees. Rovan recalls a vision their task force received on the catastrophic day of the fall 2 years earlier. In that vision, they saw both a monstrous great evil and a symbol of hope that would appear. They vowed vengeance for their fallen captain by targeting Deski, the apocalypse dragon. The vision also revealed 3 singularities destined to fight that dragon. Back in the present, Rovan tells Sherry he needs to travel personally to Korea. He explains he wants to move before rival powers act, and Sherry agrees to contact Anderson in advance. Sherry eagerly volunteers to accompany him. Their teenage disciple Isaac, identified as the first singularity, appears upset that Rovan tried to leave without him. Elsewhere, protesters outside government buildings shout that citizens have a right to know the truth. Crowds demonstrate against the government, accusing it of hiding information and demanding it step down. A speaker denounces the authorities for relying solely on awakened hunters while keeping citizens in the dark. On TV, an elderly spectral master comments that without the Red Lions, the recent incident would have annihilated Korea. The master, watching with Hyansu, wonders why citizens complain despite hunters saving them. Hyansu answers that people want to know what is happening even if they cannot act on the information. Hyansu then focuses on a strange new concern. He notes that the miniature portal in his room is unnaturally black compared with any portal he has seen. He rethinks the recent dungeon, recalling it was an open field devoid of monsters and wondering why that never struck him as odd until now. Staring at the black sphere, Hyansu debates whether he should report it to the association. His spectral master tells him to leave it alone for now because they still need to use it. Shocked, Hyansu asks if the master read his thoughts using some powerful technique. The master kicks him for the accusation, saying he only guessed Hyansu's thoughts and needs nobody else's skills. Afterward, the master calmly declares Hyansu is now ready, which surprises Hyansu. Hyansu excitedly asks if this means he can finally learn the remaining 6 martial techniques, and the master confirms he has met the requirements. The master complains that Hyansu once refused to show him this mysterious power at all. Hyansu explains the last 6 techniques differ fundamentally from the first 6, so demonstrating them earlier would have been meaningless. He clarifies that the initial 6 techniques are grounded in the land, while the remaining 6 are sky-based martial arts. The master points out Hyansu already used a heavenly spiritual body via one of his own skills and asks him to explain that technique. Hyansu reflects that he has never really tried to understand that skill and doubts he could have, even if he had thought about it. He prepares to gratefully receive new instruction, but the master stops him with something to say first. Hyansu wonders if there is some important matter the master needs to discuss. The master instead suggests they eat stir-fried pork rice before training, leaving Hyansu exasperated. The scene shifts to the exterior of a sleek, modern building. Inside its high-tech underground corridor lies a secure facility. In a control room labeled for Sydney, Anderson works at a console. Another gate marked Seoul draws his attention. Anderson, introduced as the Portal Strategy Committee's chief researcher and an S-rank hunter, asks Rovan if their plan is safe. Rovan replies that as the brains of the awakened, Anderson is the one they must trust, prompting Anderson to accept the responsibility. Anderson slyly asks if Rovan lacks confidence, and Rovan vehemently asserts that he does not. Anderson notes the device they plan to use is still experimental and suggests consulting Lord Demon, but Rovan avoids it because he is secretly copying Lord Demon's technology. They joke that Lord Demon might even sue over the theft, which Rovan admits is very possible. As Rovan prepares to depart, Anderson asks him to bring back Korean fried chicken, and Rovan agrees. Rovan then asks Anderson to look after a certain troublesome person while he is away. Anderson points out Sherry is also involved, implying extra complications. He remarks that this person only listens to those stronger than himself. Anderson, amused, calls that man a troublesome punk. Isaac, having overheard, angrily insists he is coming along too and challenges being labeled troublesome. Sherry scolds Isaac as he storms in, clearly having thrown a tantrum about being left behind. She apologizes to Rovan for Isaac's behavior, explaining she urged him to speak with Rovan again. Rovan tells Isaac it is still too soon for him to join this mission. Isaac protests loudly that only Rovan, a high-ranking S-rank hunter, is stronger than him. Rovan clarifies he is not questioning Isaac's strength but his lack of etiquette. Anderson suggests Rovan bring Isaac anyway. Anderson reasons Isaac might learn proper manners on a real mission, especially in polite Korea. Rovan says he lacks trust in Isaac, and Isaac insists he would trust himself if he were Rovan. Rovan pointedly asks whether Isaac would really trust someone like himself in that position, and Isaac confidently answers yes. Rovan silently considers Isaac's response. He relents and tells them they will go to Seoul together, prompting Isaac to cheer. Back in Hyansu's training dimension, the Spectral Master floats above while Hyansu sits meditating in the energy vortex. Hyansu concentrates in a lotus pose as steam and power rise from his body. Blue flames of energy surge around him as he begins activating the new sky-based techniques. His eyes blaze with blue fire as his power enters a heightened state. Watching, the master wonders what happened in the recent raid because Hyansu now feels completely different. He calls out to his disciple. The master, now appearing as a dark silhouette, suddenly asks Hyansu what he thinks a heavenly demon is. Startled, Hyansu questions why the master is asking such a thing. Hyansu tentatively answers that it is a demon from the heavens, partly right and partly wrong according to the master. The master begins to define a heavenly demon more precisely. Before he can continue, the black portal violently reopens, interrupting the lesson. Hyansu warns his master that something has appeared outside the training space. They sense a powerful energy breaching through the main portal into Hyansu's home. Rovan and Isaac arrive in Hyansu's apartment via that portal. Hyansu inspects a sleek card bearing Rovan's name. He sits across from Rovan, examining the card while Rovan watches him closely. Rovan thinks that meeting Hyansu in person, he feels an even greater power, and questions how someone awakened only a month ago can be this strong. Hyansu recognizes Rovan Ordman as the peak hunter and chairman of the Portal Strategy Committee. Hyansu politely introduces himself, and Rovan marvels at how calm he is despite knowing Rovan's status. Rovan apologizes for arriving unannounced, which startles Hyansu and makes Rovan note that he is oddly surprised by trivial things. Rovan reveals he cannot actually speak Korean and is relying on a communication device created by Anderson. Hyansu realizes the device is based on Jill Lordemon's translation technology. Isaac crudely complains about a bad smell in the room, causing comic chaos. Rovan scolds Isaac that such behavior is impolite, while Isaac feigns ignorance. Rovan insists he has repeatedly told Isaac not to act that way, but Isaac claims he cannot understand his master's lectures. Realizing his device is set to Korean mode, Rovan notes that Isaac may not be understanding him properly. Rovan advises Hyansu to wear a similar communication device to avoid language issues. Isaac reluctantly puts the earpiece on with a click of his tongue. Rovan orders Isaac to introduce himself politely. Losing patience, Rovan calls Isaac by name in a warning tone. Hyansu observes that Isaac is rather rude but still greets him courteously. Rovan excuses Isaac's immaturity, and Hyansu laughs it off as typical for his age. Isaac curses internally and is immediately smacked again for his language. Nursing his head, Isaac complains that Rovan always hits him and reminds him of lessons about Gandhi. While Rovan mutters there are exceptions to pacifism and Hyansu sees a reflection of his own relationship with his master. Hyansu asks why such important foreign hunters have come to his home, while his master silently praises Hyansu's politeness. The master decides to remain quiet and observe today's events. Rovan gets straight to the point and, as committee chairman, invites Hyansu to join the Portal Strategy Committee. The story cuts to a rainy forest where a white-haired woman stands crying with an umbrella staff. Explosions and shockwaves erupt at her feet as a violent battle rages. A powerful armored fighter, wreathed in energy, faces a fallen opponent lying within a magic circle. The fighter, acting on orders from someone called King, channels more power in the storm. The injured subordinate begs him to stop. The enforcer yells that King is disappointed and launches a devastating punch. The blow slams the subordinate into a conjured stone pillar with a magic sigil, crushing him. His broken body is then flung high into the air by a trailing blast. The enforcer charges forward again, demanding what the subordinate plans to do from now on. Another massive energy strike hammers the subordinate yet again. The attacks culminate in a huge fiery explosion engulfing the area. The crying woman continues to stand in the rain, gripping her umbrella as the devastation settles. The enforcer scolds the defeated subordinate for failing to notice the singularity and for botching their mission. He says if the decision were his, he would execute the subordinate on the spot. However, he explains that King has granted the subordinate one last chance out of mercy. The scene ends with the woman stepping forward in her heels, umbrella in hand, toward the two men in the rain. A new red-haired figure opens his eyes sharply, sensing or reacting to what is happening. Under an umbrella in the rain, a man sternly orders the woman beside him to capture the singularity by any means. In the pouring rain, a figure with an umbrella stands over a bloody body lying motionless on the ground. A white-haired person runs through the rain, screaming Knight's name in panic. The white-haired person reaches Knight's fallen body and shelters him with a pink umbrella on the cracked, rain-soaked ground. Time shifts to a peaceful city scene, focusing on a modern brick building under a clear sky. Over a glass of water, someone repeats the term singularity in confusion. An older man recalls that 2 years earlier, during the Portal Impact battle, he had a vision of 3 beings destined to protect Earth from extreme evil. He explains that these special beings seen in his vision are called singularities. Facing Park Hyansu, he is asked why he considers Hyansu a singularity, and addresses him formally as Hunter Park Hyansu. Hyansu reveals that his ability is time interference, shocking his listener. The man adds that his power also includes reconstitution, as he lifts the glass. He drinks, triggering his ability. The now empty glass glows in his hand. Water suddenly swirls back into the glass as if rewinding time. Hyansu reacts in disbelief, seeing the glass completely refilled with water. The man explains he can crack time to look into it and interfere with it, which Hyansu likens to a time machine. The man says it is slightly different but similar to a time machine. He tells Hyansu he has watched all of Hyansu's battles, including against Mugi, Haxon, and the Sorcerer King. He acknowledges Hyansu might be offended by this intrusiveness. Hyansu angrily confirms he is, springing up. The man apologizes and assures Hyansu he does not spy on people's private lives, and Hyansu accepts the apology. The heavenly demon spirit, observing, thinks Hyansu maintained the dignity of the heavenly demon's successor. The white-haired man declares that after watching all of Hyansu's battles, he is convinced Hyansu is a singularity. Elsewhere, Isaac learns he is one of the 3 singularities discovered by the Portal Strategy Committee. The man earnestly asks Hunter Park Hyansu to join the Portal Strategy Committee and help save humanity. Hyansu replies that though he heard them out, he still belongs to the Red Lions Guild. Isaac asks if Hyansu must discuss it with his guild leader first, and Hyansu agrees that is proper. Hyansu asks for more time before giving them an answer. The man accepts and says he will call using the number on Hyansu's business card. As he departs through a portal at Hyansu's door, he expresses hope that Hyansu will join them. In the stairwell, he tells Isaac it is time to go and steps into the portal. Back inside, Hyansu grabs a doorknob. Alone, Hyansu remembers he almost forgot to close the black hole gate. The heavenly demon suddenly appears and stops him, saying it is not time yet, leaving Hyansu confused. The doorknob to the building's entrance begins to turn again. Isaac cautiously re-enters through the half-open door. Hyansu confronts him, scolding him for entering someone's home without permission. Isaac, surprised he was noticed despite hiding his presence, wonders if Hyansu sensed him by luck. Hyansu replies that at his level, noticing Isaac's stealth is trivial. Irritated, Isaac's fist flares with energy as he mutters disbelief. Fired up, Isaac launches himself at Hyansu, saying this makes him want to fight more. Hyansu's eyes sharpen as he prepares to respond. Their blows collide with explosive force, filling the room with light and energy. The impact shatters the building's windows and shakes the street outside. Amid the debris, Hyansu blocks Isaac's next strike head-on. Isaac, stunned, realizes his attack has been stopped. Hyansu mocks that Isaac's attacks are so slow they make him sleepy. Isaac is suddenly flipped and sent spinning, shocked. Hyansu slams Isaac hard into the floor with a powerful follow-up strike. The scene cuts away to a calm sky and the sunlit interior of a grand building. Inside a regal room, the white-haired assistant tends to the heavily bandaged and exhausted Knight. The assistant, crying, asks if Knight is alright and curses the enemy who hurt him, while Knight remains silent. When the assistant accidentally hurts his back while treating him, Knight groans and the assistant hurriedly apologizes. A woman in a tight black outfit walks in, saying Knight always exaggerates his pain. This glamorous woman, addressed as Bishop, cheerfully greets them. Knight demands to know why she is here, and she coyly answers she cannot visit unless something is happening. She teasingly says she heard Knight was beaten badly and came to check on him. They discuss his punishment from King, and she notes he is no match for King anyway. Enraged, Knight shouts that he should kill her here, only to clutch his wounds in pain. He tells her to stop spouting nonsense and leave, but she says she is busy and did not come just for fun. Knight threatens her again while she calmly asks if he is not curious about what she has to say. She hints that her information would greatly benefit him, making Knight pause. He demands to know what it is she wants to tell him. She smiles and says she has a condition before revealing it. Knight repeats in disbelief that there is a condition. She proposes that if her advice lets him succeed in his mission, he must grant her one future request without question. Knight internally thinks she is unfathomable, beyond even King or Queen's understanding. After considering, Knight agrees and swears on his name to honor her condition. She informs him that a group called the Dark Spirit has begun to move. Knight asks if she means the small anti-hunter group opposing the Portal Strategy Committee, mostly made of ordinary people. She explains that many resent the hunter-dominated world and have formed this group. She adds that with firearms restricted, hunters hold ultimate power and rule over powerless humans, fueling such resistance. Knight notes he has heard they resort to terror attacks, though he thinks they have little effect. The bishop says that is true for now and produces a glowing card, prompting Knight to ask what it is. She explains Dark Spirit has chosen Black Thunder as their leader, and that the card holds his contact. Knight reads the name Black Thunder, Henry, and recalls he is a top A rank who rejected the Portal Strategy Committee. The bishop tells Knight to listen closely as she explains her plans involving Dark Spirit and Black Thunder. Back at Hyansu's damaged building, bystanders stare at the shattered windows, wondering what is happening. People gather outside, remarking that every window is broken and speculating there was an oversurge of power. Hyansu steps out and apologizes to his neighbors. He admits he messed up while training. The neighbors complain that he keeps disturbing the area and ask if they can live in peace. Another neighbor concedes Hyansu is a hero who has saved many lives but says this chaos is still too much. Hyansu apologizes again, promising to fix the windows immediately and compensate everyone affected. Hearing they will be compensated, the neighbors calm down and head inside, saying they were really scared. Hyansu sighs, blaming the mess on Isaac. Since he cannot leave because of the black hole, Hyansu muses about buying the whole building, noting he still has contract money. The heavenly demon excitedly suggests engraving its symbol on the roof and decorating pillars with black dragons, leaving Hyansu speechless. Later, someone instructs Hyansu casually, and the messy apartment floor is shown strewn with trash. Hyansu feeds the heavenly demon pizza, astonishing the old master. The heavenly demon declares the pizza as delicious as gyoza, while Hyansu boasts that gyoza is nothing special here. Amazed by modern food, the heavenly demon asks how many delicacies this world has, and Hyansu promises to let him try them all. When Hyansu reaches greedily for 2 slices at once, the master threatens to cut off his hand if he eats them together. Meanwhile, Isaac wakes up in Hyansu's place, groaning. Hyansu, watching from a chair, remarks that Isaac is finally awake. Isaac nervously asks if he actually lost their fight. Hyansu scolds him for attacking so suddenly and warns he will get punished for such behavior, then offers him pizza. Still in denial, Isaac insists there is no way he could have lost, but Hyansu bluntly says he did. Isaac protests that he should not lose to someone of Hyansu's supposed level. The heavenly demon notes that Isaac must have his own story behind his behavior. Hyansu agrees aloud that everyone has their own circumstances, surprising Isaac. Isaac catches Hyansu staring oddly and demands to know what he is looking at. Hyansu dismisses the question as none of Isaac's business, while Isaac calls him a weirdo. Fired up again, Isaac rushes Hyansu wanting a rematch, but Hyansu's name is shouted to stop them. Robin walks in on the mess, asking what is going on, and Isaac greets him nervously. Robin apologizes for Isaac's behavior, but Hyansu says it is fine and not to worry. Robin angrily orders Isaac to apologize to Hyansu immediately. When Isaac hesitates, Robin bellows at him to do it now. Isaac bows his head and apologizes, while Hyansu smiles, satisfied. Robin then tells Isaac to follow him, and Isaac reluctantly agrees. At the portal downstairs, Robin literally kicks Isaac through, ordering him to go in at once. Before leaving, Robin tells Hyansu he will wait for Hyansu's call, and Hyansu replies goodbye. As he turns away, Robin remembers something and calls out to Hyansu. Robin informs him that the Portal Strategy Committee has officially registered Hyansu as an S-rank hunter. He states that the birth of a new S-rank hunter will be celebrated worldwide as he steps into the glowing portal. Alone, Hyansu joyfully realizes he has officially become S-rank, something he never believed would happen. The heavenly demon interrupts his celebration, shouting for him to stop fooling around and return to training. Training resumes in a void-like space where the heavenly demon explains that the 6 moves of the second half of his mystic arts exist to destroy the heavens. He declares that the heavenly demon's purpose is to kill the gods themselves. Hyansu is stunned, questioning how killing gods could even be possible. The master admits he once thought killing gods impossible, but learned that gods are powerful foes the heavenly demon must eventually face. He says battling gods demands all martial arts, internal energy, and accumulated knowledge of every heavenly demon in history. He concludes that this burden defines what it means to be the heavenly demon. He begins teaching the second half, naming it the 6 moves of heaven obliterating demonic fists. The first technique, Cloud Scattered Heavens, is demonstrated as he channels energy through his arm. The master's body crackles with immense lightning as he powers up the technique. Hyansu feels an overwhelming pressure from his master's aura. The heavenly demon roars and hurls the technique. The attack explodes across the ground, and a system message indicates Hyansu has learned Cloud Scattered Heavens with partial understanding. Hyansu is blasted back by the force as debris flies. The master unleashes the second technique, Black Crow Heavens, which mocks the sky itself. Blue energy surges as he demonstrates it, and Hyansu's system again registers learning the move with limited comprehension. He proceeds to the third technique, Falling Heavens, commanding the sky itself to weep. Bolts of light crash down around Hyansu as he dodges, shocked. Hyansu marvels at the incredible movements created by these techniques. He thinks that if someone like his master ever became an enemy of hunters, it would be a nightmare. The master explains that by manipulating the static from falling heavens, one can convert it into electricity and smash the sky with lightning. He names this combined power the fourth technique, Lightning Heavens, and unleashes a colossal blast. Hyansu realizes Lightning Heavens is a linking move that joins Falling Heavens and the lightning together. The master raises a giant sphere of lightning, commanding the worn-out heavens to be struck down. He follows with the fifth technique, Exploding Heavens, detonating an immense blast. Then he prepares the final move, saying to carve death into the fallen heavens. Rocks and light rain down as he announces the sixth technique, Heavenly Spiritual Body. The destructive energy engulfs the training area in blinding light and flames. The scene shifts to a tranquil hospital exterior under a clear sky. Inside a hospital corridor, the camera moves toward a particular ward. In a bathroom, a long-haired patient gazes at her reflection in the cracked mirror. She stands silently before the mirror, lost in thought. Tears begin to run down her face as she quietly breaks into sobs. The woman clenches her fist in frustration and pain. She bangs her fist on the wall, lamenting the many team members she has lost and calling herself a useless leader. Tears fall from her eye as she continues to sob. A colleague enters the hospital room and calls out to her. The colleague explains she came after hearing the woman regained consciousness, and the woman reflects on being called her uni. The colleague apologizes for being overly happy to see her, and the woman reassures her that she did not mind. The woman says she currently cannot use her abilities, leaving the colleague speechless. The colleague tries to comfort her, suggesting her condition might be temporary, while the woman stays silent. The woman asks how things are outside, and the colleague replies that the fragment has been contained and Hyansu is now hailed as a national hero. The colleague complains that Hyansu has not visited even though his boss is awake, while the woman quietly reacts. The colleague reports that Hyansu has made no move since Robin visited him a week ago, shocking the woman who repeats Robin's name. Realizing Robin visited Hyansu, the woman grows alarmed. The scene shifts to an exterior view of a city building. Inside, Hyansu trains with his white-haired master, emerging from a dark portal as part of his practice. Hyansu proudly asks his master to acknowledge his improvement, but the master bluntly dismisses the claim. When Hyansu complains about not being praised, the master kicks and scolds him for becoming arrogant. The master inwardly notes that, although unstable, Hyansu managed to reach Lightning Heavens in just a week and calls him incredible. While lounging with his phone, Hyansu learns that the flame woman has already been awake for 2 days. Annoyed his master never told him, Hyansu yells, but the master only clicks his tongue. Hyansu decides he has to leave despite his exhausted condition, prompting his master's concern. The master remarks that he can even smell Hyansu's sweat, leading Hyansu to start changing clothes. They arrive at a public bathhouse, shown by exterior and interior shots. In the locker room, Hyansu undresses and asks where they are, while the master says it is a place to wash. Hyansu wonders why they could not wash at home, and the master is intrigued by the idea of scrubbing off all the dirt here. Taking that seriously, the master strips enthusiastically to experience the culture, startling Hyansu. The master declares he alone decides what he wears or not. He then instantly appears in a sharp suit, boasting that nothing is impossible, astonishing Hyansu. The master shows off yet another dignified outfit with pipe in hand, claiming he can take on any look as Hyansu recognizes his ancestor's style. Now both in bathhouse clothes, Hyansu leads the master, explaining they have somewhere to go before the bath. They enter a communal rest area where people lounge watching TV, catching the master's attention. Hyansu explains that besides washing, this is also a place where people relax and have fun. He points out that the relaxing patrons are drinking a Korean sweet rice drink, siki. Seeing towel turbans, the master jokingly wonders if those people are part of some lamb-worshipping group. Someone kindly offers them boiled eggs that pair with siki, while the master says soda actually goes best with boiled eggs. Hyansu thinks to himself that his master has fully adapted to modern life, and then urges him to try the egg first. Nearby bathhouse patrons recognize Hyansu as Hunter Park Hyansu, surprising him. A group of excited fans swarm Hyansu for autographs and praise, highlighting his popularity. Later in the men's bath, the master notes Hyansu's popularity despite his rough condition, while Hyansu jokingly claims he still looks better than his master. They move to the hot pool, with the master approving of how nice the place looks as Hyansu bathes. Hyansu dips his hand into the water, savoring the warmth. Relaxing in the pool, he happily exclaims how good it feels. The master asks if it feels good, and Hyansu vigorously nods. Watching, the master wistfully thinks that if he had a physical body, he could enjoy the bath too. Hyansu splashes water playfully toward him. With a mischievous smile, Hyansu asks if the splash feels refreshing. The master enjoys the sensation and hums in satisfaction. Soaking together, the master admits Hyansu is actually quite useful, making Hyansu beam. Later, the flame woman looks at Hyansu through a window and repeats Robin's claim that Hyansu is a singularity. She tells Hyansu that this designation is what Mr. Robin said about him. She walks toward him in slippers. Standing close, she gently touches his face and says she failed to realize someone so important was right beside her. While preparing drinks, she asks if Robin said anything else. Hyansu answers that Robin had him officially registered as S rank by the Portal Strategy Committee. She confirms that Robin also tried to recruit him, prompting his quiet acknowledgement. Hyansu explains he wanted to discuss that offer with her before deciding. She notes that Robin conveniently omitted the most important detail, catching Hyansu's attention. She recalls the hope shown by their first expedition leader, Choi Sungo, who died in battle, and speaks of the 3 singularities he revealed. She explains that S-rank hunters are divided in their views on singularities. She says Robin believes singularities must be found even at the cost of many lives, which led him, Armand, and Anderson to form the Portal Strategy Committee. In contrast, Haxon and his allies Takashi and Jill Lordemon rejected reliance on singularities, founding the E.S Guild to pursue strength by themselves. She adds that top hunters like China's Qing Lan and America's Alexander also created their own guilds for personal reasons. She then asks Hyansu what he thinks about all this. She admits she never considered such grand issues. Instead, she says her only wish was to protect her comrades with her own hands. Feeling that desire sounds small, she modestly asks if it seems trivial, while Hyansu insists it is admirable. She quietly thanks him for saying that. However, she blames herself for failing to save anyone this time and says she is no longer fit to protect others, prompting Hyansu to counter that war losses are never solely a leader's fault. Hyansu continues that as they enter dangerous places to save people, casualties are inevitable, and not something the leader alone should bear. She laughs that he is surprisingly good with words and internally marvels at being comforted by someone younger. The master then asks Hyansu what he plans to do and whether he will stay with their side. Hyansu replies that hearing her perspective has helped him make up his mind. He declares his resolve to become stronger. The master reacts silently, clearly taking note of Hyansu's determination. The woman smiles softly, moved by his answer. She deduces that Hyansu intends to walk his own path, and he affirms it. Hyansu comments that it is natural for an S-rank like her to choose her own direction. She warns that the mysterious beings Hyansu encountered are targeting him specifically because he is a singularity, and urges caution. Hyansu calmly answers that he has no intention of letting them capture him. Half joking, she says that if possible she would hide him away on a remote island to keep him safe. Hyansu boasts that no one in the world could keep him imprisoned anyway. She smiles wordlessly in response. She steps forward and offers him a hug, which he bashfully accepts. Embracing him, she tells Hyansu to never let his guard down, since hunters can become villains in an instant. She then says she looks forward to working with him from here on. The story shifts to a distant cityscape filled with buildings and power lines. The scene narrows toward grittier city blocks behind fences and barbed wire. It focuses on a graffiti-covered warehouse, hinting at a rough neighborhood. Inside, a crowd of rough men gathers, listening intently. A speaker reports that their weapons have been confiscated by hunters. Their leader, Henrik Black Thunder, rouses them with a speech about humans deserving power equal to awakened hunters. He calls on them to defeat hunters and reclaim their human rights. Henrik proclaims that the dark spirits have now united as one force. Raising his finger, he vows that his lightning of judgment will strike all who betray their organization. A massive lightning bolt shoots down from the sky onto the warehouse roof. Henrik strides out from the building, charged with power as his followers cheer behind him. Outside, he encounters a strange clown-like figure applauding him. Henrik demands to know who this intruder is. The clown identifies him aloud as Henrik Black Thunder, an S-rank level lightning user. Henrik is reminded that, despite being awakened, he opposed hunters and formed the terrorist group Usurp to unite dark spirits. Annoyed, Henrik again demands the clown's identity while electricity crackles around his fist. The clown answers simply that he is a Pierrot. Henrik immediately attacks, ordering him to die with a blast of lightning. The clown is engulfed by the blinding impact. The lightning blast explodes against the wall in a huge fiery detonation. As the smoke clears, a swirling black sphere appears unharmed, and Henrik declares that cheap tricks will not work on him. Laughing, Henrik sees his expectation was right as the smoke thickens. Another dark-haired man appears beside the clown, saying the lightning confirmed they had come to the right person. Henrik narrows his eyes, silently assessing this new arrival. The clown admits the attack was an illusion and praises Henrik's sharp perception. Henrik crushes a small device or cigar stub in his hand. He dryly asks why he should bother talking to someone who is not even physically present. The distant speaker notes that since he lacks a real body here, he also cannot harm Henrik, which Henrik accepts. The clown then asks Henrik what he wants. Henrik replies that he wishes to form an alliance with them. The unseen mastermind scoffs at the idea and questions why he would ally with an unknown man for no clear reason. The clown smiles ominously and says there are actually many reasons. He tempts Henrik by promising to provide heavy firepower, from guns and explosives to missiles if necessary, shocking Henrik. The story cuts to a bright European cathedral under a clear sky. People stroll in a plaza nearby, including Hyansu, who chats casually with others. Suddenly a massive explosion erupts in the square, sending people flying. Panicked civilians scream that it is a terror attack as chaos spreads. Another explosion blows apart the cathedral spire. Armed figures land amid the smoke of the blasts. A squad of armored terrorists with rifles emerges from the smoke, broadcasting hashtags proclaiming a fireworks festival, beginning in Paris. News coverage shows Hyansu's promotion to S rank in the Portal Strategy Committee, marking Korea as a nation with 2 S rank plus hunters like America. Someone views this congratulatory photo of Hyansu on a tablet. A young woman admires the image, marveling at how amazing he is. At a hospital bedside, she tells her comatose friend that Hyansu has become an international hunter and will be hard to contact. She nonetheless vows to keep visiting often because she promised to do so. The boy in the bed, Junyun, internally notes that she really did keep her promise. Hyansu then appears at the door, thanking her sincerely, and she cries his name in surprise and joy. She exclaims how long it has been since they last met, and senses that something about him has changed. Hyansu downplays it, cheerfully ruffling her hair. She begins to recount that earlier she had noticed something unusual. She tells Hyansu that the comatose boy's fingers moved, a sign of recovery that she clearly witnessed. Hyansu and his master discuss that using the technique severing heavenly language on the boy might have helped. Later, Hyansu politely asks Yoon for help with something, and she readily agrees. She walks down the hospital hallway to fetch what he requested. Carrying a lunchbox, she muses that even as an S-rank Hyansu still eats the same simple food. In the room, Hyansu channels severing heavenly language over his brother's body while his master watches. Mystical energy envelopes the unconscious boy as the healing attempt intensifies. Straining, Hyansu urges himself to push a little more power. Power surges violently into the boy's body as Yoon looks on in alarm. The master realizes this attempt is far stronger than the previous one. The unleashed energy shatters nearby objects, including a flower vase. The surrounding windows crack and spark under the overflow of power. The master orders Hyansu to stop, while Hyansu insists on pushing just a bit further. The master warns that too much force could destroy his brother's body and asks if that is what Hyansu wants. Realizing the danger, Hyansu grimaces and forcibly restrains his power. Breathing hard, he looks at his still glowing hand, the green energy slowly fading as he stops the technique. An unseen observer is shocked by how powerful the seal on the comatose patient is and wonders who created it. The sealed patient's eyes blaze with eerie light as the power reacts. Startled, the black-haired man in the room sees the patient suddenly rise with force. The man cries out in alarm as a burst of energy flashes. The scene shifts to a large corporate building. A blonde fighter unleashes a fiery punch, screaming as he attacks. He drives an explosive spiral, screw punch, into his opponent and the ground. He follows up with a powerful, leg axe kick, then he slams down a massive tornado flame, shattering the arena. He stands amid the smoking, cracked ground left by his attack. Frustrated, he mentally rages that he actually lost to Hyansu despite such power. In a control room, Anderson is pleased he sent that lazy genius to Hunter Park because the boy is finally motivated. Someone calls out to Anderson from behind. Anderson remarks that losing to Hunter Hyansu has sobered Isaac up. Armand, an S-rank hunter and vice-chairman from France, appears and complains that Robin is ignoring his calls. Anderson explains that Robin is meditating to search for information on King and his group. They lament that there is almost no intel on King's side but resolve to try every possible method. Anderson decides to personally travel through a portal to Paris. Armand insists Paris is too much for the local guild alone and, as his homeland, he must take responsibility himself. Anderson questions how the Dark Spirit's forces could overpower such a strong guild and when the Dark Spirit became so powerful. Armand suggests the terrorists are getting financial backing, using explosives alongside guns. A portal marked Paris opens and Armand prepares to step through. Anderson offers to help, but Armand confidently says he alone is sufficient before entering the portal. Paris is rocked by a car explosion near a building. Armed terrorists in tactical gear open heavy gunfire in the streets. Civilians inside flee as bullets smash windows around them. A woman shields a child from an explosion behind them. 2 hunters in red uniforms drop into the fray, cutting through the chaos. One of them cleaves through the battlefield with a blazing sword strike. His slash tears through enemy gunmen, maiming them. Terrorists shout to kill the arriving hunters as both sides clash with bullets and blades. A hooded caster begins summoning a giant magical face behind the hunters. He raises a doom barrier, a domed shield that blocks the terrorists' attacks around his team. One hunter explains this technique lets them defend from outside attacks while freely attacking from within. Fire and energy blasts surge out from the barrier, overwhelming nearby gunmen. A heavily armored brute orders his allies to move aside and raises a large weapon. He activates a special firearm, boasting #hunter eradication and #group massacre and threatening to fire hundreds of bullets. The weapon spews a storm of rounds and explosions across the area. The hunters realize something is wrong as the attack intensifies. Silhouettes are torn apart amid a violent storm of fire and shrapnel. The brute exults, calling this carnage a party. One wounded hunter refuses to accept dying like this while her comrades lie on the ground. The armored man charges again, intent on finishing them. He suddenly notices something unexpected interrupting him. The brute is yanked upward into the air, startling nearby terrorists. He's then smashed violently into the pavement, leaving a crater. The remaining gunmen panic, wondering what just happened. Armand appears, descending with aura swirling around him. The battered hunters rejoice that Armand has finally arrived. Terrorists spot Armand's approach and order everyone to tear him apart. Rows of gunmen unleash continuous fire on Armand. Armand calmly walks forward as a fluid barrier deflects the bullets around him. Power flaring, he warns the enemies that challenging an S rank is courageous but foolish. Dark energy lashes out from him, shredding the gunman. He clenches his fist as his attack peaks. The terrorists are ripped apart by the resulting shockwave. Later, we see corpses and destruction while Armand hovers in the sky above. Armand looks around, assessing the battlefield. Civilians cry over injured people in the ruined streets. Firefighters battle huge blazes and rescue survivors in the devastated area. From a rooftop, Armand surveys the city, which is engulfed in flames and smoke. He gathers dark power overhead, preparing a large-scale spell. Armand releases a shouting, full-power technique. A colossal blast of energy surges outward, overtaking the city blocks. Afterward, thick smoke drifts between buildings, obscuring the view. Firefighters remark that the giant fire has been extinguished. People and emergency workers look up, recognizing Armand floating in the sky. Armand waves casually in acknowledgement. He wonders if he has eliminated all the enemies. As he descends, he notices suspicious vehicles arriving on the damaged street. A sudden barrage of lightning detonates around him midair. Armand is struck hard by the ambush, grimacing in pain. A new explosive impact rocks the street. Someone praises Armand for extinguishing the fire so quickly but approaches menacingly. Armand identifies the newcomer as Henrik Abrohi-Miwich. Henrik, the lightning user, marvels that Armand survived his previous strike. Armand warns him not to underestimate S ranks but notes Henrik might not withstand repeated attacks. Armand declares that an S rank cannot be hit by the same technique twice and reveals he knows Henrik relies solely on lightning. Henrik laughs and tells him not to get arrogant. A small device rolls to Armand's foot. It explodes under him before he can react. Henrik gleefully declares farewell to Armand as more lightning gathers. Armand realizes Henrik's tactic is a mere diversion and deems it useless. He attempts to raise a psychic shield to block the next attack. To his shock, his power fails and he cannot summon the shield. Henrik pours devastating lightning into Armand, electrocuting him violently. Armand screams and spits blood from the overwhelming shock. His body crashes to the ground, covered in lightning burns. A pair of feet approach the fallen S rank. Henrik taunts the incapacitated Armand, revealing he used a device that temporarily seals abilities, which Armand now realizes. Henrik vows to kill Armand and use his death to spread fear of the dark spirit's power. A new portal of bright blue energy suddenly opens nearby. Anderson emerges through the portal, announcing Henrik's defeat. Henrik is caught off guard as green energy slices toward him. He is struck and sent tumbling away. Cursing, Henrik recovers and prepares to counterattack. Recognizing Anderson, Henrik accuses him of cheating by teleporting directly with coordinates. Henrik decides the damage done is enough since the entire world's hunters have been warned. Laughing madly, he unleashes a vast shockwave of red lightning that radiates through the city. The story cuts back to a tranquil exterior view of a hospital. Inside, Hyansu is shaken, having just experienced a vivid vision. Within Hyanti's glowing eyes, an ominous voice proclaims that evil darkness will soon spread. The possessing voice explains that wherever this darkness arrives all life will die, bringing only death and consuming vitality. It concludes that this catastrophe is unavoidable. In the hospital room, Hyanti's body thrashes as the old master and Hyansu witness the phenomenon. Once the vision ends, Hyansu stares at his unconscious friend, asking what just happened. The monitor alarms blare as Hyansu reacts. He yanks the mask from Hyanti's face to check on him. The monitor line stabilizes, and Hyansu sighs in relief. Hyansu tells the master the experience felt like a prophecy explaining some being's existence, and wonders who spoke through Hyante. The master guesses it was likely the same mysterious person who placed the powerful seal on Hyante. He then admits there is something he has not yet told Hyansu. He reminds Hyansu of the time they separated briefly after parting from the ancestral dragon. During that gap, he was forcibly dragged elsewhere by an unknown power. Even he, with all his knowledge, did not understand the method used. He recalls that the entity never appeared directly, yet its presence was unmistakable when it spoke. Hyansu asks if this might be King but notes he sensed no malice from that presence. The master says the being felt powerful enough to rival him, surprising Hyansu. He concludes that only someone capable of creating an unbreakable seal like Hyansu's could be responsible, prompting Hyansu to wonder why this is only being revealed now. The master explains he withheld it because knowing such a being existed might plunge all humanity into despair. He urges Hyansu to imagine if someone of his own level invaded this world in a physical body to conquer it. Hyansu envisions such an enemy over a sea of skulls and realizes how terrifying it would be. Horrified, Hyansu wonders who could ever stop such a person. He clenches his fist, thinking how terrifying that possibility truly is. He recognizes that such a being would be terror itself made manifest. The master relays that the ancestral dragon described that entity in exactly those terms and tells Hyansu he must grow even stronger to protect this world. A nurse rushes in saying the hospital exterior is in chaos with windows shattering everywhere. She then panics that even their ward's windows have been damaged. While she sweeps up glass, she asks if Hyansu is hurt, and he reassures her he is fine. Watching her fuss over him, he is amused that a civilian worries about him despite his S-rank status. Resolute, Hyansu silently vows to himself. He firmly decides he will protect everyone around him. Training in a mental space, Hyansu throws a powerful punch at the old master. Their clash causes a massive explosion of energy in the training dimension. Hyansu continues attacking furiously, driving his fist into the ground with destructive force. Exhausted and pained, he grunts from the strain. Later, a hand calmly reaches for a coffee mug. Hyansu and Mina sit in the hospital cafeteria, and she asks if he heard about the terrorist attack in France. She explains that France is in chaos because an S-rank hunter has fallen there. Training resumes elsewhere as the master plummets toward Hyansu with incredible speed. Hyansu responds by activating his ultimate technique. Lightning heavens! Surrounding himself with crackling power, the unleashed lightning surges wildly through the training space. Hyansu's determined eyes focus as he endures the backlash. He finds himself suspended in the storm he created, startled by its intensity. Observing, the master notes that at that speed Hyansu's movements are like a fly's, implying he is still too slow. Back in the hospital room, Mina notes her abilities have not returned even after 2 weeks. She tells Hyansu not to be too worried since she is still here. Hyansu answers that he is glad she is around and believes she will recover soon. In training, the master watches as a battered Hyansu sits in a cracked battlefield surrounded by smoke. The master remarks that this special training space can quickly restore itself no matter how completely they destroy it. The mysterious white-haired man who summoned the hero refuses to reveal his identity. He explains that when he became ill his spirit left his body. Elsewhere, the protagonist vows to beat up that old man the next time they meet. A view of the city building where the protagonist now lives. After buying the entire building, the protagonist enjoys a better shower in his robe. His phone notifies him of an update. Answering the call, he realizes the caller is Mina. At another large building, the Hunter Association prepares for a meeting. The branch manager greets Hunter Park Hyansu with a handshake. Hyansu politely greets the branch manager in return. The secretary seats Hyansu and orders tea for the meeting. The branch manager begins explaining why he called Hyansu in today. He asks Hyansu to become leader of a new special terrorism squad. Hyansu drinks his tea, thinking. The manager watches anxiously as Hyansu silently sips. They confirm Hyansu has heard about Armand from France. Hyansu mentions the rumor of a marble that can neutralize abilities, which they confirm. The manager warns that similar terrorist attacks could happen here, so they are forming a team in advance. As he asks for Hyansu's help, Hyansu apologizes. Hyansu formally declines the offer to be squad leader, surprising them. Mina thinks she expected Hyansu to accept since he is no longer with the Red Lions. Hyansu adds that he will help as an individual but not as leader, which excites the manager. The meeting ends and they move into the hallway. In the hall they part ways, the manager saying they look forward to working with Hyansu, and him agreeing. Mina watches Hyansu leave without speaking personally to her. She thinks he only talks to her for business and asks aloud why he refused the leadership role. Hyansu's spirit master appears and praises his reason that those with power should not serve under others, which the master approves. Hyansu boasts that he is the heavenly demon's successor, amusing the master. Hyansu notes he should still visit the association sometimes, and the master teases that he only wants information. Hyansu protests his innocence as the master claims to see everything. Night falls over a crowded city intersection. People enjoy street food and nightlife. Joggers and groups of youths move through a plaza. Boots march while someone posts on social media about a peaceful night in the land of chicken and beer. A hooded terrorist admires the city and expresses delight. One of the terrorists uses a phone. He reports to his captain that they have arrived safely in Seoul. He notes the dense population and tall buildings, anticipating setting the city ablaze. Their Mohawk leader comments that the special item works well. While graffiting with a glowing spray, he wonders who the mysterious provider Pierrot really is. The terrorists marvel at the fascinating item Pierrot gave them. A security guard yells at them for drawing on the wall. The Mohawk leader ends the call saying they will return shortly and hangs up. Another guard also confronts a pair of terrorists for spray painting. A guard is violently struck by the terrorist's power. He staggers in shock as strange energy surrounds him. One terrorist calls the guard noisy and questions why he is so eager to die while unleashing dark energy. The guard is slammed to the ground by their force. The Mohawk man exclaims in awe that the spray can create an actual portal. They open a glowing portal on the wall, kill the guard, and depart promising to return to Seoul. The magical graffiti portal remains on the alley wall. Online, the terrorists threaten that Seoul will become a sea of fire like Paris. The next day, the Hunter Association building stands in the city. Inside, someone curses in frustration. Hunters discuss how unbelievable it is that terrorists obtained an ability-nullifying item. The strategist deduces they could not have acquired it from portals, so it must be something unprecedented. They analyze that 10 seconds of ability neutralization is enough to kill another hunter, but now that they know, they can prepare. One hunter slams his hand down, vowing to personally take care of the enemy. The branch manager asks if they can guess the terrorist's next target, and the strategist has considered it. He says there is one place that is highly likely to be targeted. He recalls a portal fragment incident, and the new hero who resolved it, and instantly became an S rank. He reasons the terrorists want global recognition and will aim to kill the most talked about S rank. They conclude the target is Seoul, South Korea. At the earlier alley crime scene, police investigate behind caution tape. They find no fingerprints or traces, only a chalk outline and scorched ground. The officers are baffled, likening it to a ghost killing and wondering if an awakened killed civilians. One notes there are still no clues, but he senses awakened energy at the scene. Mina kneels at the outline and scolds someone unseen for entering the crime scene. She adjusts her hair, preparing to identify herself. Mina introduces herself as team leader Lee Mina from the Hunter Association and announces they will take over since the suspect isn't awakened. The police pack up the scene as Mina looks on. Later, Mina walks alone along the alley when a shadowy figure drops down behind her. Jaein lands beside her, startling but not alarming her. She greets Jaein, who responds respectfully. Mina jokingly asks why he descended from above, and he says he was checking the roof. Jaein contacts a scout named Ego via earpiece, asking for reconnaissance updates. The Flying Beast partner reports there are no suspicious movements. Other codenamed operatives B, Cheetah, and Ant also report their sectors are clear. Jaein sighs as he encounters a familiar large silhouette. The jovial monk Lim greets Jaein excitedly as his drinking partner, revealing he is part of the squad. Mina formally greets Monk Lim and says she has heard a lot about him. Lim says he was shocked, prompting Mina to ask why. He points out that both he and the recently defeated hunter use telekinesis, showing concern. Jaein asks if Lim has read the fortunes and what will happen to the country. A narrator clarifies Lim's fortune-telling is far beyond ordinary shamans. Lim begins to reveal the result of his divination. He predicts catastrophe and says the culprits he foresaw will appear here. Lim worries if their current members are enough for the countermeasures planned after Paris. He unleashes a powerful amulet technique while complaining that others rely too much on him. Boasting, he laughs that his amulet arts are worth 100 men. Mina assures him theirs is only one of 5 squads assembled for countermeasures. She adds that they also have an incredible person acting as their control tower, piquing curiosity. Hyansu approaches as Mina reveals that control tower is Armand from the Portal Strategy Committee. Recognizing Hyansu, the squad reacts with surprise. Mina happily announces that S-rank Hunter Park Hyansu will be working with them. Jaein assumes Hyansu is their captain. Hyansu clarifies he will operate independently and only share information, leaving leadership to them. Mina internally notes how different and overwhelmingly powerful Hyansu now feels compared to before. Monk Lim suddenly gasps and falls back when he senses something. Terrified, Lim sees the great spirit or deity standing beside Hyansu. Panicking, Lim shouts about a demon god while Jaein tries to calm him. Hyansu's master laughs, amused that Lim can see spirits. Hyansu reaches out his hand. He politely helps Monk Lim up while Jaein urges Lim to stand. Lim thinks to himself that Hyansu is surprisingly friendly for someone accompanied by such a great entity, while Mina questions how Hyansu knew Armand was already back. Hyansu brushes it off as a gut feeling, assuming Armand must have lost, which Mina realizes makes sense. Jaein proposes Hyansu become captain, but Hyansu insists Jaein take the role. Jaein objects, pointing out Hyansu is an S-rank hunter. Hyansu reiterates he will work alone and that Jaein has experience leading teams, and Jaein reluctantly accepts. Hyansu says he is fine with this arrangement, and warns they might only get in his way otherwise. Monk Lim insists they must not trouble someone traveling with a deity, while Hyansu awkwardly denies it and everyone laughs. Their wrist devices suddenly start beeping in unison. A hologram of Armand appears on a watch, announcing a message to all teams. In the control room, Armand says he will connect everyone to Chairman Robin. Hearing Robin's name, Jaein and Lim react with surprise. Robin, injured and half-naked in a ritual circle, introduces himself as chairman and says the situation is urgent so he will be brief. Surrounded by flames, he explains that investigation of the Paris attack has progressed. Armand relays that the Seoul murder case was caused by the Dark Spirit and should be considered an advanced scouting action. He warns that the terrorists will soon charge into Seoul. Robin apologizes that he cannot help personally and asks everyone to cooperate with Armand and Anderson on site. The teams learn that the enemy's invasion has now been fully confirmed. Explosions suddenly erupt among cars in the city. Armed terrorists shout online slogans as they unleash heavy gunfire. Another attacker fires a launcher, adding to the chaos. Buildings explode violently from the blasts. Civilians panic and flee as they realize a terrorist attack is underway. A massive pillar of purple lightning descends onto the city skyline. Their Mohawk leader revels in the destruction, declaring the city worth destroying as bullets rain around him. Back at the strategy headquarters, the exterior of the building is shown. Someone pours coffee into a mug. Inside the command room, the branch manager thanks Robin for joining such an important operation. Over the comms, a voice says there is no need to be formal. The manager insists on respect because the speaker is the vice chairman of the Portal Strategy Committee. The vice chairman modestly drinks coffee, calling himself one of the defeated. The manager tries to reassure him that the previous loss was unforeseeable and would have happened to anyone. The manager reports he has already ordered all squads to remain on highest alert. The vice chairman starts to respond. He suddenly slaps his hand over the manager's face, demonstrating S-rank speed. The manager is stunned as the vice chairman notes that such reflexes are natural and unavoidable. The strategist explains that S-rank's reflexes far surpass normal people and, armed with this intelligence, they should handle the threat. The manager worries about A-rank hunters, since they cannot dodge attacks even when warned. The strategist decides that A-ranks must hang back and observe before acting. The manager fears for citizens' safety, but the strategist says only S-rank Park Hyansu is currently capable of fighting in Korea. The vice chairman insists that is why he came, and that he has no intention of sitting idle. A technician suddenly shouts that the terrorists have appeared. The manager urgently asks where, and learns there is an attack at Samseong Station. Another operator reports simultaneous activity in Dongdaemun. The leadership runs out, realizing the terrorists are attacking in teams with a new strategy. On the streets, vehicles race through as gunfire and explosions flare. Armored vehicles crash amid another huge explosion in the city streets. Masked terrorists unleash a hail of bullets into a crowd as a woman shields a child. Civilians are gunned down at close range amid the chaos. Panicked people sprint away from explosions, screaming for someone to save them. One of the attackers fires a huge blast into the oncoming crowd. The explosion engulfs the area, flinging bodies through the air. The hooded bomber grins and realizes his launcher is out of explosives. Deciding to change tactics, he drops the empty weapon. He charges a glowing energy sphere in his palm, preparing a new kind of attack. His energy blast detonates among nearby civilians. The devastating blast tears people apart and leaves the streets soaked in blood. Elsewhere in the city, the ordinary morning skyline contrasts with the unseen carnage. Students see breaking news reporting mass deaths downtown and speculate it is a terrorist attack in Central Seoul. Suddenly, a man's feet crack the ground as he lifts into the air, gathering power. The floating lightning user denounces people who surrender their right to defend themselves, declaring such cowards are less than human. Onlookers wonder if the airborne stranger is a hunter and note that he seems to be speaking Russian. People in the street look up, startled by what is happening above them. The crowd below erupts into a terrified stampede as destruction spreads behind them. Watching from a rooftop, a bearded man urges the chaos on so Park Hyansu will grow even angrier. He orders the situation escalated further to provoke Park Hyansu, while a white-haired woman smiles beside him. The bearded man complains that if the neutralization marble had remained secret he would not need to intervene, and his companion teases him about his grim expression. At a command center labeled Situation Room, the authorities monitor the unfolding attacks. Seeing the broadcast of massacres, a hunter in the room curses the attackers. He notes in shock that the enemy has split up to strike multiple locations simultaneously. One of the black-clad assailants leaps off a building toward the street below. The commander resolves that, since the enemy has divided their forces, they must also fight on multiple fronts. Power flares around him as he transforms, vowing to engage the enemy on various fronts. Outside, onlookers marvel as a collapsing electronic billboard is mysteriously held up in midair. Nearby, a suited man is lifted away from an overturned car, saving him from being crushed. Civilians rejoice, believing the arrival of hunters means they are finally safe. In the Situation Room, Anderson radios all hunters, ordering them not to engage yet because Armand will first stabilize the situation and then join them. Anderson opens a direct communication line, calling out to Hunter Park Hyansu. Through his watch, Park is informed that Henrik, the powerful lightning user, has appeared in Myeongdong. Standing amid smoke, Park answers that he is already on the scene, warned that his opponent is a strong lightning ability user. Park faces Henrik, who hovers over a street littered with unconscious civilians and crackling electricity. Park takes in the sight of people lying injured and unconscious around Henrik. Enraged by the harm done to innocents, Park vows to make Henrik pay. Henrik smirks and correctly guesses Park is Korea's new S-rank hunter. Park asks his spectral master what he thinks of Henrik, and the mysterious marble that nullifies abilities. The master recalls that martial arts-based powers likely will not be neutralized by such a marble. However, he admits the world is too strange to be sure, so Park decides he must test it by fighting Henrik directly. Henrik taunts Park for chatting while his enemy stands right in front of him. Power surging, Henrik proclaims he will kill Park to spread the name of Dark Spirit across the world. He unleashes a gigantic lightning strike that devastates the street. When the smoke clears, Henrik looks up and realizes something is off. Shocked, he sees that Park has vanished from where he expected him to be. Park suddenly appears at Henrik's side mid-punch, asking where Henrik is looking. Henrik reels, unable to comprehend when Park got that close. Park dodges a counter and blitzes past, while Henrik invokes his technique Seed Impact to respond. Park's Seed Impact smashes Henrik across the street, sending him flying over cars. Henrik crashes through a vehicle and into the ground with explosive force. Groaning amid the wreckage, Henrik struggles to rise. Approaching calmly, Park tells him he is far too weak to deserve the S-rank title. Park adds that enduring Seed Impact at all is impressive, noting inwardly that Henrik's toughness exceeds his expectations. Henrik snarls that S-rank hunters are all unbearably arrogant. A broadcast order goes out that A-rank hunters and below are to hold position and not interfere. Some A-rank hunters under fire resent being told to only watch while the battle rages. One of them, a beast-type hunter, bares his fangs as he makes his decision. Transforming into a massive Black Panther man, he charges forward, declaring that his sense of justice will not allow him to cower. A gunman targeting him is suddenly slashed and stunned as the panther closes in. The panther tears through an enemy soldier with brutal claw strikes. Other attackers shout that a hunter has appeared and open fire on him. Ignoring the bullets, the panther mauls and slashes through multiple gunmen, drawing cries of pain. Watching from a distance, another hooded enemy mocks the panther's righteousness and prepares to kill him first using a glowing marble. Before he can act, a voice calls out to the panther, drawing his attention. The enemy presses the neutralization marble to the panther's face, catching him off guard. The marble activates, flooding the panther with light and forcing him out of his beast form. His hands quickly revert from claws to human fingers as his transformation is undone. Now human and shocked, he realizes the neutralization marble has stripped away his power despite his attempt to dodge it. The hooded wielder explains that the marble disables S ranks only for 10 seconds but leaves A ranks powerless for at least a week. The now helpless hunter processes this grim information in alarm. Desperate but unbroken, he charges the bomber barehanded, shouting the name of his attack public execution. Elsewhere, a man clicks his tongue in irritation as he steps onto the battlefield. This newcomer admonishes the disobedient hunters, reminding them they were ordered not to interfere. Armand, dressed in white, rushes in as the hooded bomber recognizes him in disbelief. The bomber boasts that he anticipated this and reveals he has several neutralization marbles prepared. Before he can use another, Armand's flames engulf his head in a sudden, lethal strike. A blue-haired powerhouse steps forward, furious that such vermin dared speak his name. Another group of gunmen tries to defend themselves by creating a barrier, but a massive force begins crushing it inward. One surviving hooded leader sneers that the hunters hiding from him are cowards. Suddenly a dark, ominously glowing sphere appears beside his head. The neutralization marble slams into his skull with crushing force. Guided telekinetically by a woman, the marble smashes clean through the enemy's head. The suited woman arrives and retorts that they were not cowards, merely delayed. More enemies spot her and shout her location, preparing to fire. One gunman's weapon erupts in flames before he can shoot. A fire-wielding hunter incinerates the attackers, their screams echoing as they burn. The woman mildly scolds the fire hunter, reminding him headquarters told them not to act. He replies that with great power comes great responsibility, and he cannot simply watch evil being committed, even if it costs his life. A wounded enemy on the ground prepares to retaliate, determined to humble the meddling hunters. He rolls a neutralization marble toward the pair, prompting a startled reaction. The woman recognizes it at once and shouts that it is a neutralization marble. The marble activates, forming a swirling vortex of energy at their feet. The fire hunter urges her not to panic as he braces himself. Armand appears, explaining that he is currently controlling the marble and has rendered it harmless. He compresses it with overwhelming pressure until the dangerous marble is reduced to a tiny gem. The now harmless gem vanishes in a flash, astounding the onlookers. Another terrorist curses the interference of S-ranks and prepares a new marble. Armand calmly moves his arms, readying his own counter. His power obliterates the attacker's reaching arm in a single sweep. The observing A-ranks are stunned that Armand dispatched another A-rank with just one swing, realizing S-rank's strength far exceeds their imagination. Armand tells the two A-ranks to handle cleanup in this area while he moves on. Elsewhere, an entire building is collapsing amid smoke and ash. From the rubble and dust, Park Hyansu emerges, ready for more battle. Henrik, battered, taunts Park that he is overrated and prepares to resume the fight. Crackling with lightning, Henrik lunges, declaring he will kill Park now. Park rushes in faster, reminding Henrik of his earlier warning. He drives Henrik into the ground with overwhelming speed, telling him he is far too slow. The impact sends Park rebounding skyward as Henrik's body craters the earth. The collision triggers another enormous explosion of light and force. Watching from afar, the bearded man and his companion notice that the neutralization marble seems ineffective on Park and wonder if it is because he is a singularity. The white-haired woman says it is time for the bearded man to step in personally and to bring a certain ominous object along. He narrows his eyes, silently agreeing as the wind and embers swirl around him. A demonic sword called Absolute Death speaks from its sealed realm, scoffing at the idea that, now unsealed, it could lose to Park. Its wielder insists they are only preparing for contingencies. Back on the street, Henrik lies beaten in a crater while Park stands over him. Bleeding heavily, Henrik curses and coughs as Park watches him impassively. Park notes that headquarters wanted Henrik alive, then lifts his foot toward the fallen man. He instead rockets away, leaving Henrik embedded in the ground as he races toward a new threat. The ensuing shockwave shatters surrounding stone and sends debris flying everywhere. As dust billows, someone shouts for everyone to wait and not move yet. Park focuses intently, sensing something amiss. Armand runs up, calling out to Park and asking him to wait a moment. Slightly disappointed, Armand admits he hurried over hoping to defeat Henrik himself. Park casually offers to let Armand finish Henrik off, while Armand protests that is not what he meant. Armand is astonished that Henrik, who was nearly S rank, was defeated so easily, while Park privately assumes his foe still has some fight left. Armand concludes that Park Hyansu is truly a singularity and one of humanity's greatest hopes. Suddenly, a strange energy envelopes Henrik's body as Park and Armand react in alarm. Both exclaim in shock as something unexpected begins to happen. A massive vortex opens overhead, and Armand calls out Park's name as they look up. From within the swirling portal, a gigantic demonic beast descends, reminding Park of its promise to return in its true form to break his neck. Park recognizes the newcomer as Knight and braces himself. Armand wonders if this Knight is the same mysterious figure even their information network could not uncover. Furious at these enemies, Armand vows he will never forgive them. Knight focuses his burning red eyes on Armand with hatred. He orders Park to wait aside for a moment as he confronts the massive beast. Armand is shocked at how quickly Knight has appeared. Knight dives at him, forcing Armand to hastily throw up a glowing shield. Their clash creates another blinding burst of energy. Electricity surges over Armand as he realizes something has gone terribly wrong. A colossal explosion of lightning and fire hurls him across the battlefield. The blast rips through buildings and cars, tearing the city apart. Park screams Armand's name as he sees the devastation. He glares up at Knight, calling him a bastard and preparing to fight. Knight, fully manifested in his monstrous body, invites Park to finish the battle they started long ago. In the crater, Armand struggles to rise, badly wounded but alive. Remembering briefings, he realizes the enemy creates portals to move and now rushes because they have discovered a singularity. He resolves not to let them take Park. Armand levitates, surrounded by floating boulders and swirling golden energy, ready for a serious fight. He tells Park he will handle Knight himself so Park can focus elsewhere. Knight roars that he already warned Armand not to interfere. Charging power, Knight unleashes his ultimate technique, Gatling Shower, from a massive glowing sphere. A storm of violet energy beams rains down, blasting apart Armand's rock field as he desperately tries to withstand the onslaught. The protagonist sprints at superhuman speed, his steps exploding with power. He dashes through the city surrounded by violet energy pillars and debris. Someone compares this technique to the Sorcerer King's skill but notes it is far stronger. A huge beast unleashes an enormous downward blast, pulverizing the ground. The white-haired ally warns the beastly knight to avoid needless destruction, saying their king would disapprove, while the knight stays silent. The beast forms a glowing sphere of power in its chest, preparing another attack. The street is left covered in deep craters from the previous onslaught. A massive rock sphere forms amid wrecked cars and lingering smoke. Hunter Park hides inside the earth, wondering if the enemy has finally stopped attacking after the unexpected barrage. The beast mocks the previous attack as unimpressive, then reacts in surprise to something. Seeing the hero appear behind the beast, the elder notes he is finally using Heavenly Demon Soul Pursuit correctly to approach from the rear. The hero declares it is his turn and charges, wrapped in surging blue energy. He slams an attack called Tree Impact into the beast with a blinding explosion. The beast immediately counters, forcing the hero back and making him realize Tree Impact failed. Shocked, the hero thinks this enemy cannot be handled by someone only at the evolutionary martial arts realm. Accepting that, he decides to face the foe head-on and rushes in with a blue-powered punch. He launches a frontal technique named Seed Impact at the charging beast. Their clash sends a colossal beam arcing through the cityscape. The impact rains debris and energy down between the skyscrapers. Watching from above, the hero worries that their battle is devastating the city. The beast is stunned that the hero could withstand its punch, and calls his resilience crazy. Enraged, the beast roars and spins up a city-wide vortex of dark power. A sudden stone barrage engulfs the beast, catching it off guard. The beast is battered and pinned within a shell of rock. That rocky prison detonates outward in a violent eruption. From above, the hero spots Hunter Park below amid broken craters and shouts his name. Hunter Park powers up, saying he will pressure the foe whose attacks can create black holes and warns the others to be careful. A new, darker stone sphere surrounded by smoke forms in the sky. Hunter Park senses something wrong and tenses in alarm. He is struck, blood spraying from his arm as he forces himself forward. Gravely injured, he spits blood and staggers, but keeps moving. The umbrella-wielding ally blocks his path, vowing not to let him interfere with the knight's battle. The beast bursts free from the rubble, roaring in fury. Cursing, Hunter Park prepares to re-engage, wrapped in golden energy. The umbrella user plants her feet, readying herself on the cracked ground. Hunter Park hurls a blazing rock attack at her, forcing her to scream as she defends. She raises her umbrella as a shield, barely fending off the crashing boulders. Using a kicked rock as a springboard, she leaps high into the air away from the chaos. A bent street sign is ripped up, charged with energy, and flung through the sky. The energized sign slams into her umbrella midair, but she manages to spin away and land. Nearby, another combatant grunts and slams a foot down, signaling a movement. Holding his wounded side, Hunter Park marvels at his opponent's strange movements and at how she managed to injure a body bullets cannot pierce. Realizing his condition, he decides he must retreat to recover. The umbrella ally soars upward, distancing herself from the ground battle. She calls to Knight that she will open a portal so they can continue fighting elsewhere without restraint. She opens a glowing portal ahead and urges the beastly knight to follow her. The elder warns the hero that following could be a trap and asks what he will do. The hero resolves that, trap or not, he will destroy both the enemy and whatever scheme awaits, then rushes toward the portal. Hunter Park looks up as a new blue portal blooms in the sky above the city. He realizes the combatants vanished into it, and curses their disappearance. Elsewhere, a rustic, wooden settlement stands under calm skies. The hero arrives in this barren, mountainous place and wonders where they have been brought. The shadowy beast mentions hearing from the ancestral dragon about a group trying to link doomed Earth with the hero's own threatened world, which the hero dismisses as none of the beast's concern. Troubled, the hero demands the beast repeat what it just said. The beast forms another glowing purple orb between its claws, beginning another attack. It hurls that orb while shouting that the hero's world is none of his business, filling the area with deadly red beams. Recognizing the same attack patterns, the hero uses heavenly demon flight to duplicate himself and weave through the beams. The beast looms close, explaining that hidden within those barrages lies an additional technique. It reveals the separate skill as it raises its fist, ready to follow up. The beast unleashes that new, overwhelming strike in a towering column of energy. Far away, a tall corporate-like skyscraper stands under the sun, implying another perspective. In a monitoring room, two officials note that Hunter Park Hyansu has vanished, concluding he followed the enemies into their portal. The bespectacled man is astonished that there exists an ability even their neutralization marble cannot counter. Watching a display of Henrik lying in a crater, they confirm he is still alive. Agents report that the enemy remnants at Samseong Station have been captured. Another team reports that the situation at Dongdaemun is also resolved and the culprits restrained. Henrik lies battered on the street as operatives approach him. Observers are amazed he survived such a beating. Looking down at his ruined body, they remark that he is in terrible shape. One monk-like agent notes they were ordered to take Henrik alive and prepares sealing talismans. Channeling the power of yin-yang and the 5 elements, he casts a large restraining spell on Henrik. Henrik's body is lifted and bound in a glowing sphere as the spell takes hold. Inside that sphere, Henrik is fully sealed and immobilized. The monk says he will return to headquarters with the prisoner, and his comrade thanks him for his efforts. Frustrated that he could not enter the portal, Hunter Park curses while hovering above the city. Nearby, a woman in office attire floats, her legs visible as she stands in midair. She asks Armand where Hyansu went, worried for him. Armand points toward the sky, explaining that Hyansu followed the enemies into the portal, which is now sealed to them. She silently raises a heavy round device, preparing to use it. In a flashback, she laughs awkwardly as Armand once asked if she just carried that weight around for exercise, and she hinted there was another reason. Armand comments now that she still does not fully understand how to wield her own ability. As they part, she promises to report any new information, and he thanks her from across the ruined but peaceful city skyline. Back in the other world, a sign creaks outside a wooden inn as a new battle rages nearby. The beast charges out of swirling smoke, red eyes blazing, ready to continue the fight. It is shocked to find the hero gone from his expected position. The umbrella ally shouts a warning that the hero is behind the beast. The hero again employs Heavenly Demon Soul Pursuit to appear at the beast's back. He follows up with a spinning seed impact kick, driving in with high speed. Sensing danger, the Elder Spirit urgently warns him that the enemy is behind him now. The beast seizes the hero in its massive arms from behind. Crushed in its grip, the hero screams in pain. Struggling, he tries to invoke a Heavenly Demon technique but cannot finish the name. At the last second he uses Soul Shed to slip out of the monster's grasp, leaving only an afterimage as he escapes. The beast stares at its empty hands, stunned that the hero escaped its hold. It hastily prepares another blue-white energy sphere, reacting to the reversal. That attack detonates in its face as something interrupts, engulfing it in light. Laughing, the beast calls the hero's movements bizarre and unlike anything it has ever seen. The hero grins through the smoke, saying that even if he explained his techniques, the beast would not understand them. He rushes the beast head-on, shouting that it could never comprehend his skills. They exchange another brutal close-range blow, fists colliding. The clash erupts into yet another massive explosion that rocks their surroundings. The hero lands a heavy punch to the beast's face amid splashing white energy. He is dismayed that even this solid hit seems ineffective. The beast counters with a crushing blow that smashes the hero into the ground. Roaring for the hero to die, it launches a powerful technique named Crescent Cut. The red crescent wave tears across the battlefield, slicing everything in its path. That crescent continues outward, carving a long arc through the sky. It slashes into the distant town, obliterating buildings in its wake. The hero sees an opening in the beast's guard and moves in under its raised arm. He thrusts forward with tree impact again, aiming at the beast's torso. The beast snarls that these techniques no longer work on it as the hero's palm presses against its body. It answers with another overwhelming blast, hurling the hero away in a flood of light. The town is ravaged by consecutive explosions from the resulting shockwaves. The hero crashes and tumbles across the ground, badly battered. Lying bruised in the dirt, he groans in pain. He forces himself up on shaking arms, thinking grimly that the beast is incredibly fast. The beast's massive leg slams down beside him, pinning him in place again. The hero watches in dread, thinking the enemy is simply too fast for him. Looming over him, the beast declares the fight already decided. It smashes the hero skyward with another devastating blow. The red energy trail of the attack streaks across the landscape. The hero slams into a rocky cliffside, shattering stone all around him. Buried in rubble, he struggles to breathe and mutters weakly. The elder appears above him, telling him to pull himself together. The elder explains that the beast is at a godlike level compared to him, and reminds him that the second half of the heaven-obliterating demonic fist was meant to slay gods. The hero protests that the enemy is too fast while the beast and umbrella ally advance across the barren field. The elder reiterates that vast internal energy is useless if one cannot wield it, something he had previously told the hero. He points out that the hero has twice awakened 3 flowers peak bloom, meaning he can draw forth endless internal energy. The elder instructs him to spin that energy rapidly through his body from head to feet via his energy core. He identifies this circulation as the technique called acceleration, and a system message confirms the hero is now listening to instructions. The hero indignantly asks why he is only hearing about this technique now. The elder answers that it only works when the user is truly desperate. He then urges the hero to stop arguing and focus that energy on defeating the beast. As the beast charges again, yelling that it will end him, the hero readies himself. The acceleration skill fully activates, surrounding the hero's spirit form in crackling blue lightning. Empowered, the hero shouts the name of acceleration and launches forward at incredible speed. The elder smiles proudly, remarking that his disciple is finally doing as he taught. Moving as a blue blur, the hero rockets straight toward the approaching beast. The beast roars in anger, as the hero closes the distance in an instant. The hero suddenly appears above the beast, fist poised to strike, startling it. Watching, the elder comments with satisfaction that the hero is applying his teachings well. With glowing azure eyes, the hero charges up a punch described as one that scatters clouds. He unleashes cloud-scattered heavens, driving a piercing blow straight through the beast's body. The beast reels in disbelief, realizing the hero now feels completely different from before. The hero dives again, invoking the next technique by calling old crows to mock the heavens. He names this as the second technique of the second half of the heaven-obliterating demonic fists. He then executes Black Crow Heavens, swarming the beast with countless high-speed blows. The beast is engulfed in a storm of strikes and energy, roaring as it is overwhelmed. Watching from afar, the umbrella ally is stunned, thinking the hero now feels like an entirely different person. A white-haired onlooker admits that if she tried to join this battle now, she would only get in the way. The girl grips a sinister dagger, and thinks she is glad she brought it. Watching the battle, she decides to hold back for now since Knight is still managing. The transformed beast charges in fury, cursing its opponent. Knight confidently assaults the monster, declaring its attacks useless now. The beast ridicules Knight as pathetically slow while blasting him. Knight is struck hard by the monster's powerful energy attack. The old master reflects that Black Crow Heavens is actually a mystic art rather than a simple fist technique, and he once feared its second half. After witnessing Knight fight this monster, the master finally understands the purpose of that strange second half. Under a blood-red sky, a dark fortress looms where something ominous stirs. The scene shifts to a grand castle beneath the same eerie heavens. Inside, a voice reports that Knight has successfully brought the singularity into their world. A kneeling subordinate explains that minimal destruction is due to his king's earlier orders. The subordinate deduces that because Knight risked fighting in his true form, the person he brought must indeed be the singularity. The masked king tells the kneeling vassal to rise. The king reaches his hands toward the window, preparing some action. He remarks that Knight is going to great trouble because of him. The vassal humbly replies that protecting him is their duty as his servants. Dark death energy suddenly floods in around the king. Feeling it, the vassal chokes and identifies the terrifying aura as the energy of death. The king silently regards the situation. Realizing the effect on his vassal, the king apologizes for not considering him. The vassal hurriedly insists it is fine and apologizes instead. The king admits that death energy is difficult for him too. The vassal blames himself for inconveniencing his liege and offers to accept punishment. The king dismisses him, saying he needs to rest. The vassal begins to accept this order. As he turns to go, something else occurs to him. He pauses to ask how Bishop is doing. The king answers that Bishop is not under him but offers to find her if ordered. He then reiterates that the vassal may leave. The vassal exits the room. Alone, the king closes the window and focuses on the outside. He looks out with a serious, contemplative expression. Back on the battlefield, the enraged beast smashes the ground while roaring. It launches into the sky and prepares a massive killing attack aimed at Knight. The beast raises its hands and forms 3 blazing orbs above. Those orbs multiply into a web of red energy. The glowing strands spread across the sky, ready to rain down. The master asks Knight what he will do as Knight stares up, overwhelmed by the power. Knight resolves that such power is nothing and initiates heaven-obliterating demonic fists, second half, third technique. He unleashes falling heavens, countless red beams tearing downward. The beast panics because it can no longer read Knight's movements. Shocked by Knight's strength, it decides to change its plan. The monster gives up on capturing Knight alive. It resolves to annihilate the entire area along with him. A huge white sphere of compressed energy forms, swirling with deadly power. The master senses an ominous energy, and realizes the beast intends to detonate it. Knight races toward the beast, believing himself faster. He activates heaven-obliterating demonic fists, second half, fourth technique. He charges as lightning heavens, wrapped in blue lightning. The beast is struck and bound in crackling lightning. Knight escalates to heaven-obliterating demonic fists, second half, fifth technique. Terrified, the beast feels as if the sky itself is falling. Knight brings down exploding heavens directly on the monster. The beast retaliates with a ferocious counterattack amid the devastation. Mid-clash it realizes, shocked, that Knight's power is actually forcing it back. Knight declares he will end the fight and rushes the battered beast. He prepares heaven-obliterating demonic fists, second half, sixth technique. The frightened beast pleads for a moment. The girl finally intervenes, invoking the sword's ability Absolute Death. The master senses that bizarre, ominous feeling again. A dark realm opens, drawing Knight, the beast, and the death sword into its depths. Within this realm, the beast curses that the girl actually used that move. Knight, paralyzed, wonders what is happening as he finds he cannot move. A crystal containing the sword's power flies deeper into the void. Knight floats in a dark miasma, shocked and scared. He feels his consciousness starting to fade and panics. Pain racks him as the dark energy spreads. He grits his teeth, trying to endure the corruption. Knight refuses to lose, reminding himself he is the heir of the heavenly demon. He unleashes heavenly demon breakout to resist the binding. His power erupts inside the realm, centering on the sword. Within a spherical barrier, Knight confronts a shadowy monstrous presence. The observing beast wonders how Knight could enter the realm of absolute death while still alive. Even the master, outside, realizes he cannot escape this phenomenon and questions what it is. The girl, rushing with the beast's body beside her, believes Knight is doomed regardless of his struggles. Inside, Knight strains and screams under the pressure. The ordeal draws blood as he pushes himself further. Outside, the master dives toward the dark sphere in rage. He lands on it, startled by its power. To his shock, even he feels constrained by it. Inside, the sword crystal hangs amid swirling darkness. Knight screams in agony as dark power invades him. The scene shifts to a hellish valley littered with skulls. Knight's naked spirit lies among the dead, bathed in drifting energy. He groans as he begins to awaken there. Disoriented, he wonders where he is and recalls the flying dagger. Standing, he realizes the place is filled with piles of corpses. He quietly takes in this horrifying environment. Before him, the death sword appears, bound in glowing chains. Knight notes that the chained object has the same shape as the dagger that hit him. Curious, he approaches the chains and questions what they are. A voice yells at him not to touch as he reaches out. Knight turns to see a tattooed, red-eyed boy appear in alarm. The boy demands to be left alone while Knight asks what he is talking about. When Knight indicates the chained sword, the boy acknowledges it. Knight, confused, asks why that chained figure looks like the boy himself. The boy initially answers only with a troubled silence. He then demands to know how Knight arrived here alive and wonders if this is a realm only for the dead. He explains that dying to reach him is normal and that only one person has ever come without dying before. Knight grabs the boy's arm and bluntly asks if there is any way to leave this place. Knight feels a new surge of energy as contact is made. The boy senses something strange, realizing he is feeling Knight's consciousness. The scene transitions to a prison staircase leading to a barred cell. The narration identifies the place as a prison. In that memory, the tattooed child sits chained in a cell as the masked king stands before him. The king tells the child that from now on he belongs to Jim, and will be cared for by him. The child, crying, begs not to be forced to hurt people anymore. The king insists that as a creature born in Midogi, the child's purpose is predetermined and that Jim's actions ultimately serve the world. The child desperately pleads for it to stop. The king orders him to become his hidden shadow and support, declaring that this is his destiny. He grips the child's head and infuses him with overwhelming power. The child's eye fills with tears as magical patterns glow. That memory shatters like glass around him. The sword then appears, blazing amid cosmic light. The king praises the sorrowful power sealed in the weapon. In the present, his distant projection says he cannot stand aside and urges Knight to take the sword. The sword violently reacts, releasing energy that strains against its chains. Knight stares up silently as the sword struggles free. The boy reflects sadly that the previous owner of this power was a pitiable person. Knight grabs the heavy chains while the boy, alarmed, reacts. The boy yells at Knight not to touch him, but Knight answers that the boy said he did not want to stay here. The boy protests that no one can break the chains because they are the seal placed by the world's strongest man. Knight counters that he also arrived here alive, and thus the rules can be broken. The boy is stunned by this claim. Knight says he personally knows the strongest man in the world and calls whoever did this to the boy a loser compared to his master. He begins applying heavenly demon principles, focusing to excite the very air as he pulls the chains. Channeling immense strength, Knight violently strains the seal, while the boy marvels at his power. The boy shouts that Knight's energy is on an entirely different level than the king's. Knight declares that as the strongest man's disciple, he will one day surpass even him. The boy watches in awe as light flashes across his face. Knight explains that he is creating super vibration inside the chains by applying internal pressure. Through gritted teeth he vows that someday he will achieve this. He then accelerates with explosive speed, dragging the chain with him. He proclaims he will become the very best, beyond even his master, as he delivers the decisive pull. The seal finally shatters, blue light erupting around Knight's punch. The stunned boy exclaims that Knight has really broken his seal. The freed sword slams down with tremendous force. Knight reaches out an open hand toward the boy. Smiling, he invites the boy to escape this place with him. He promises to punish everyone responsible for the boy's suffering and asks him to lend his strength. The hesitant boy wonders if he is capable of that as his hand trembles. At last he grasps Knight's hand, accepting the offer. Outside, Knight's real body, now with glowing eyes and dark energy, erupts back into the battle. The master, straining against the outer barrier, laments how painful it is not having a real body. He resolves that he will not lose his disciple to such a twisted fate. The girl, still fighting alongside the beast's body, decides Knight has reached his limit. She admits she has never seen anyone endure absolute death for so long. The master screams his disciple Hyansu's name in anguish. The beast narrows its fiery eyes, reacting to Knight's impending return. A massive red energy beam crashes into the ground, causing a huge explosion. The white-haired man declares the battle finished as the beast beside him glares. The blonde hunter suddenly realizes something about the attack and his beast partner asks what. A swirling blue-white vortex of power forms. Hyansu emerges shirtless and scarred, walking out of the smoke with power swirling around him. Smiling despite his wounds, Hyansu notes he almost arrived too late and could have died. His old master yells, demanding to know why Hyansu is drenched in blood. Hyansu apologizes but insists he actually feels fine. The master reacts skeptically. Furious yet relieved, the master says Hyansu deserves a beating for worrying him so much. Seen from afar by the enemies, Hyansu bows and apologizes repeatedly. The blonde hunter and his beast eye Hyansu warily, wondering what is with that guy. Hyansu tells his master he plans to punish the enemy group first because he has a personal grudge. The blonde hunter and beast charge at Hyansu, shouting at him for mumbling. Hyansu activates Accelerate and dashes forward at high speed. He inhales mana, blue energy wrapping around his body. Hyansu uses Tree Impact, diving down with a mana-charged punch at the beast. The beast is shocked that Hyansu has become even faster. Hyansu presses his ringed hand against the beast's chest. Mana erupts from the ring as Hyansu drives his palm into the beast's torso. The impact detonates in a blinding explosion. Hyansu explains that the mana-imbued Tree Impact has an explosive penetrating force that cannot be blocked. The blonde hunter lunges back angrily, telling Hyansu not to get arrogant. Purple spikes burst from the ground where Hyansu was, missing him. Hyansu sprints ahead, dodging the spikes closing in behind him. Using extreme speed, Hyansu appears in multiple afterimages as he rushes straight toward the blonde hunter. Hyansu appears beside the blonde and grins that he is merely returning the earlier attack. He kicks the blonde high into the air, knocking away the pink umbrella weapon. The blonde, reeling, admits Hyansu is even faster than their ally Knight. Hyansu appears behind the blonde asking smugly if his speed is impressive. The blonde gasps in shock. Hyansu raises his ringed hand and asks if the blonde recognizes it. The blonde stares at the ring, thinking he has seen it somewhere before. Hyansu says the ring came from a child they tortured and demands they pay for their sins. The blonde steels himself, sweating as he prepares to face Hyansu's attack. Hyansu blasts him with a powerful wave of light, sending him flying. Badly wounded, the beast curses Hyansu while struggling to rise. Realizing the situation, the beast decides to use a last resort. He identifies the elixir Immortal Transcendent, which will triple his power but leave him immobile for a year, and considers consuming it. The beast raises the glowing elixir to his mouth. His eyes flare as the elixir takes effect. Screaming, the beast's body mutates and surges with violent power. Amid billowing smoke, he vows to keep fighting even at this extreme cost. He declares that he absolutely must win this fight. Empowered and enraged, the beast roars at Hyansu to come at him. He charges, but something slams into his face. Even after eating the Immortal Transcendent, the beast realizes in horror he is still too slow as Hyansu pummels him. Hyansu launches the beast high into the sky in a streak of blue light. He follows up with his ultimate technique Falling Heavens, smashing the beast back to the ground in a colossal blast. As the dust clears, Hyansu and the beast exchange another midair clash. Hyansu gathers a spiraling storm of blue energy around his fist, preparing a finishing blow. The terrified beast tries to call for a halt. Hyansu unleashes Seed Impact, driving the energy straight into the beast. Shuddering and bleeding, the beast mutters that such a feat should be impossible. Hyansu orders the beast to apologize, stating the ring belongs to someone the beast tortured. The beast screams in agony as Hyansu's attack tears through him. Hyansu continues the brutal assault, striking the beast again. With his new black armored arm, Hyansu attacks while hearing the ring's spirit thanking him and saying it finally feels better. The beast collapses defeated in the smoke, barely conscious. A status window explains that the ring Halley is an A+ ego ring that can change form with different effects and seeks redemption by protecting lives with its savior. Hyansu inspects his transformed black arm, getting used to the ring's new form. The ring reverts to its normal form on Hyansu's finger. Hyansu stands with his master, both observing the ring's power. The master dryly comments that Hyansu's new ability is absurdly strong. They joke about how often Hyansu encounters opportunities, with the master saying he gets far too many. The master notes Hyansu chose not to kill the enemy beast. Hyansu explains the beast is still alive because he has many questions for him. Hyansu lists the mysteries he wants answered, such as why portals were created, why they connect to Earth, and the enemy's ultimate goal. The master jokingly offers to teach torture techniques, then remembers he must introduce Hyansu to someone. Hyansu calls to Halley through the ring. The ring manifests as a small boy covered in runic tattoos, Halley's true form. The master examines the boy closely, intrigued. Nervous, Halley hides behind Hyansu and says the old man is scary. Hyansu reassures Halley and tells him to introduce himself despite his fear. Halley politely bows and introduces himself, which amuses the master. Hyansu explains to his shocked master that Halley is actually the sentient short sword. Halley confirms that this child body is the short sword's true form. The master exclaims that the short sword was like death itself and scolds Hyansu for releasing it. Hyansu answers that freeing Halley was what the boy wanted and that they cannot predict his actions now. Hyansu defends Halley, calling him a pitiful child who has been exploited his whole life. The master falls silent, reflecting on that. He then beckons Halley to come closer. Halley nervously approaches, sweating. Hyansu comforts him, saying the master is not truly scary, though sometimes he can be. Halley timidly walks over to stand before the master. The master places his hand on Halley's head and channels powerful energy. A surge of light and smoke erupts around them as the master works some technique on Halley. The master finishes and lowers his glowing hand. Halley excitedly discovers the writings on his body have partially vanished and calls the master a magician, while Hyansu shares his joy. The master tells Hyansu he only erased a small part of the markings. He explains that Halley's body has killed countless lives, and all he did was remove the superficial dirt on his skin. Halley quietly listens, seeming weighed down by his past. Hyansu resolves to help Halley become completely free of his cursed body, impressing his proud master. Hyansu asks Halley if there is any way for them to leave this realm. Halley remembers the pink umbrella item that can open portals. Outside the portal, Armand waits on a rooftop as a blue vortex appears in the sky. Armand laments feeling powerless while watching the portal. A city building is shown, indicating a return to the real world. The scene shifts to a hospital emergency room. Officials discuss how there was no issue at the incident site, yet Hunter Hyansu still has not returned. Their superior decides they should wait and monitor the situation since Armand is still there. The sky portal begins to open more dramatically. Armand looks up, alerted by the portal's activity. 2 feet emerge from the glowing portal. Hyansu descends from the portal carrying the unconscious knight and the pink umbrella. Armand happily greets Hyansu, relieved that Hunter Park has returned alive. Armand runs toward Hyansu, puzzled about the identity of the man he is carrying. Hyansu identifies the injured man as Knight, the bizarre enemy from earlier. Armand is stunned that Hyansu defeated such a formidable monster and survived. He suggests they take Knight to the portal strategy committee. Armand confirms it is for investigation, and Hyansu hints there is more to it. Hyansu hands Armand the pink umbrella, saying the committee can better research it. He explains the umbrella is a portal-creating item that will be useful once Anderson studies it. Armand adds that despite its utility there is another issue he wants to mention. He comments that Hyansu's missing clothes show how fierce the battle must have been. Embarrassed, Hyansu laughs and says he only realized his nakedness after the fighting. Armand eyes him thoughtfully. Armand jokes that Hyansu must be unashamed of his body to not bother covering up. Smiling, Armand takes off his own jacket. He wraps Hyansu in the jacket, saying they must protect their hero's modesty before others arrive, and Hyansu thanks him. Reporters rush toward them, shouting Hunter Park's name. The media team's feet pound the ground as they hurry closer. Surrounded by microphones, Hyansu is bombarded with questions about defeating Henrik and the monster, while Armand notes no one cares about him. An exterior shot of a building transitions the scene. A broadcast proclaims Park Hyansu as South Korea's guardian who saved the nation again, humorously asking where his clothes went. A TV report shows Hyansu in a towel as cameras capture his half-naked return, surprising the country. Watching the news, the master complains that thanks to Armand, Hyansu could not appear fully naked, which he considers a wasted opportunity, confusing Halley. Later at home, Hyansu wakes lazily in bed as a voice scolds him to tidy his bed since it is already afternoon. The master jokes that Hyansu must still want to show off his body because he refuses to wear clothes, while Hyansu insists he just fell asleep immediately. The master dramatically says it is a shame Hyansu was partly covered on TV, and that it would have been more fun if everything were visible. Frustrated, Hyansu collapses face first onto his pillow, yelling. Halley checks if Hyansu is angry, but Hyansu says no and tells him to simply call him Hyansu. The master laughs that Hyansu is sulking because he could not show off and tells Halley to leave him alone, both teasing him. Hyansu grabs his sheet and tells them to stop. Annoyed, he throws something at his master, shouting for him to quit already. The master shamelessly says they are close enough that Hyansu can walk naked at home and offers to admire him, with Hallie cheerfully volunteering too, leaving Hyansu speechless. From another room, the master orders Hyansu to put on some pants, while Hyansu grumbles. Back on the bed, the master calls to Hyansu, who lies there browsing his phone. Hyansu looks up, surprised by his master's serious tone. The master says he has something important to tell him. Hyansu sits formally on the bed, replying respectfully. The master hesitates, stroking his beard, which makes Hyansu internally wonder why it is so hard for him to speak. The master finally blurts out that he wants Hyansu to cook him some ramen right now. Hyansu freaks out comically while the master and Hallie excitedly anticipate tasting ramen for the first time. Hyansu, thrilled about their new family member, pulls out his phone to celebrate. He opens a food delivery app, promising to show Hallie a whole new world through it. The master excitedly wants to order many dishes, while Hyansu exclaims at his enormous appetite, and notes this is possible thanks to Korean delivery apps. The doorbell rings, signaling their order has arrived. A feast of noodles, chicken, gimbap and snacks is laid out as they shout excitedly to start eating. Later, someone enthusiastically hugs the master from behind, continuing their lively domestic chaos. Hyansu excitedly offers his stern master trendy spicy fried chicken. The master tastes it, and is overwhelmed by its rich, juicy flavor while Hyansu eagerly awaits his reaction. Hyansu then urges the master to try some bibimbap noodles. The master samples the noodles being fed to him. The taste sends the master into a stunned, wordless cosmic daze. Worried by his silence, Hyansu asks if the master dislikes the food. The master suddenly exclaims that the chicken and noodles combination is incredible and demands more. Harley sits in front of his own box of chicken but hesitates anxiously. Hyansu notices Harley not eating and asks why he is holding back. The master uses floating chicken to offer to feed Harley himself, astonishing both boys. The chicken floats into Harley's hands, but he protests that he cannot eat it from that distance. Harley cries that his grandpa teased him, while the master mildly scolds him for not speaking up earlier. Hyansu, impressed, asks if his master can use telekinesis. Hyansu explains that the master just made chicken legs float like Armin's power, controlling things without touch. The master clarifies that this is simply chi telekinesis, a known technique. He chides Hyansu for asking obvious questions and notes he never taught him to make objects fly. The master explains chi telekinesis as forming an invisible hand to lift things, assuring Hyansu he is capable at his level. He adds that it only lets you pick things up, unlike Armin's more versatile ability, and Hyansu acknowledges this. Time passes, indicated by an exterior view of the building. The master playfully tosses Harley around with chi, making the boy laugh while Hyansu calmly eats. Hyansu narrates that Harley once called him a terrifying being who resembled his grandpa when they first met. He reflects that this present moment is probably the most peaceful time in Harley's life. Hyansu grows thoughtful and serious, clearly remembering something. Flashback. The master once told him that if he ever reached S rank, he would have to find his own way back. Hyansu notes he is now S rank but still has no idea how to return. Since the master has said nothing more, Hyansu decides to trust him completely. Hyansu bows deeply, thanking his master and vowing to keep his promise. The master looks on with a slightly surprised expression. When someone asks what he is doing, Hyansu casually says there is a bug, while the master internally calls him dense. The scene shifts to a distant castle under a starry, windswept night. Inside the castle, two dark figures occupy a grand, eerie chamber. One is an imposing elder with long white hair and a black feathered cloak sitting on a throne. The other is a younger officer in a military-style uniform and cap, lounging on steps. The officer asks if the elder fell asleep, and the elder irritably responds. Rising, the elder asks the officer why he has come. The elder says the officer could have stayed alone, hinting that he himself can provide company. He then asks if the officer came just to see him, receiving only silence. The officer admits he was a little surprised by something. Smiling, the officer says he understands now and notes this will be the first time something is truly stolen. The elder remarks that the singularity possesses many mysterious talents. Another narration notes Harley has disappeared, and Hyansu worries that the boy's deep-seated fear could not vanish overnight, and wonders what actually happened. Back in the castle, the elder teasingly asks how excited the officer is about his subordinate knight's death, observing his curiosity about everything. The elder reveals the singularity did not kill Knight, and asks if the officer wants Knight alive. The officer points out that if Knight lives it will be awkward, since Knight might talk. Another voice says forcing Knight to speak will be difficult, though capturing him could yield much information for humans. The elder calmly comments that the officer is surprisingly composed and says there are many potential replacements. The officer mutters that, as expected, the elder has no sense of humor. The elder dismissively tells the officer he will not personally see him off, and that he can do as he likes. As the officer leaves, he tells the elder to ask if he ever needs a favor. The great doors close behind the departing officer. The elder silently watches, looking pensive. He comments that the officer is a tough one. Alone, the elder opens a balcony door and steps into the night air. A gust of cold wind surges past the balcony. The elder reflects in disbelief that Harley intends to leave and quietly speaks Park Hyansu's name. Smiling faintly, he muses that from now on life will no longer be boring. The scene cuts to a modern skyscraper in the city. Inside a high-tech facility, an unseen interrogator derides a captive as persistent and questions the purpose of his life. We see Knight strapped to a chair, facing a standing interrogator. Knight, beaten and bloody, pants heavily. The interrogator, a blond man in an orange jacket, calls Knight "kid" with apparent concern or sarcasm. Knight, still defiant, proposes making a deal while the blond man shouts at him to talk. The blond notes Knight still has enough strength to speak, unimpressed. Knight offers to grant the blond anything he can imagine, promising more than that. The interrogator, or perhaps the AI overseeing the room, skeptically asks what he means, and Knight insists he can do it. Knight then asks if they can make him the strongest person in the world, and the voice replies that such a task is trivial. Knight incredulously clarifies that would make him king. Outraged, he calls the blonde amusing and demands how he dares treat him this way. The blonde contemptuously calls Knight pathetic and slams his hand on a control panel. Violent electricity blasts through Knight's body from the device overhead. The blonde mockingly asks if this is how Knight repays the help he was offered. Knight insists he is supposed to be the strongest in the world. He declares he is unique, drawing the blonde's shocked reaction. The blonde realizes in panic that Knight is actually a singularity. Knight, equally stunned, realizes the enemy has already captured two singularities. Knight begins to chuckle darkly. His laughter swells into manic cackling despite his restraints. The blonde recoils, wondering if Knight has gone insane. He angrily asks if the prisoner is laughing at him. Knight roars that of course he is laughing, mocking the idea that this blonde could be a singularity. Knight sneers that a true singularity should at least rival Park Hyansu's power. The blonde clenches his fist, stammering as though insecure. He shouts his resolve that someday he will surpass Park Hyansu no matter what. Knight explains that Park Hyansu's strength is still growing, even during their fight. He taunts the blonde that he cannot even keep up with Hyansu's underlings. Enraged, the blonde decides to kill Knight and reaches for the controls again. Before he can, a stronger hand grabs his wrist, stopping him. The blonde cries out to his stern master, who has appeared behind him. The master scolds the blonde, reminding him he was ordered not to come here. He curtly orders the blonde to leave, and the chastened subordinate obeys. Storming down the corridor, the blonde vents that no matter what he does, it is never enough. Inside the chamber, Knight's captor asks why the torture stopped, and implies it cannot harm him anyway. Knight confidently warns that his allies will come to rescue him and advises releasing him now for their own good. The master repeats skeptically that someone will rescue Knight, and Knight affirms it. The master laughs, then declares that no one is coming. He tells Knight bluntly that he has been abandoned. Knight roars back, demanding what humans could possibly know about his situation. The master casually presses the torture button again. Knight is racked by another massive electric surge, screaming in agony. Still bound, Knight strains against the pain, refusing to accept this reality. Exhausted and trembling, he begins to say what he truly means. The master reveals his ability to perceive countless possible futures and claims he has seen all of Knight's. He states that in none of those futures did Knight's king ever come to save him. Knight listens in stunned silence. He starts to utter the name. Merman. The master, confused, asks what he just said. Knight bursts out laughing and proclaims that the master himself is Merman. The revelation drives Knight into hysterical laughter that echoes through the chamber. The master realizes in shock that Knight has lost his sanity. Knight repeats that the master is Merman and insists again that the king will never come. In his delusion or devotion, Knight cries out to his absent king, pledging absolute obedience. The master shouts sharply to snap him out of it. Lost in hallucination, Knight urges Merman to do his best. The master yells for him to stop. Knight triggers a catastrophic self-destructive explosion, forcing the master to shield himself. The master struggles to withstand the blinding blast of energy. Shockwaves and debris ripple across the floor as the explosion continues. When the blast fades, the master stands amid the ruined chamber, unharmed but grim. He walks toward the sealed exit of the facility. In the corridor beyond, he appears deep in thought. His footsteps echo as he moves away from the chamber. A heavy door shuts behind him, sealing off the devastated room. Back inside the chamber, he stands with sword drawn, prepared for any remaining threat. Time and energy motifs show that Knight's self-destruction is being rewound or sealed in some temporal mechanism. Knight reappears grinning with a swirling fiery vortex in his chest, revealing the drastic measure he took. The scene replays his final words encouraging Merman to do his best, emphasizing the suicidal resolve. The master unleashes a furious sword strike. Blood sprays violently as his blow lands. Knight, mortally wounded, reacts in shocked disbelief. The master coldly bids Knight farewell. His sword point settles on the ground, signaling the end of Knight. The master laments that even with his sight, he never foresaw a self-destructive future like this. He reflects that Knight has created an unpredictable future, implying serious consequences for others. He concludes that if the other factions learn of this, they will surely overturn the world, and affirms this with certainty. The narrative shifts back to the master, who finds himself on a familiar battlefield from 50 years ago where he once retreated from a MURIM faction trap. Startled, he wonders why he has returned to this place. He hears someone call, "Master," and turns. He sees his long-lost disciple Kong Coil standing before him. Overjoyed, he asks if Coil is really alive as they hover on clouds facing each other. Narration explains that Chungma Kong Coil was the master's most cherished disciple among his 10. Coil calmly says he is actually dead, while the flashback shows him urging the younger master to flee from the pursuing MURIM elites. In the past, Coil had pleaded that even if the master could win, his body could not withstand the burden and begged him to stop for the sake of their religion's leader. The younger master had sworn never to forget Coil and vowed to avenge him. The present master closes his eyes, remembering that promise. Now he demands to know what happened, and Coil replies that he has already avenged him by brutally killing the MURIM League's leader Jinxianpi. Coil warns that they do not have much time left. The master, confused and agitated, demands to know what Coil means. Coil, instead of explaining, tells him that when the appointed day arrives he must not hesitate, while the master angrily insists on details. Coil turns away and begins to fade, saying goodbye as the master desperately calls his name. The master's eyes snap open with fierce determination, clearly shaken by what he has just seen or remembered. The old master awakens, confused and wondering if he just had a dream. He is shocked to realize he actually experienced a dream. He reflects that he has neither slept nor dreamed since being separated from his body. In his memory or vision, someone warns him never to hesitate when a certain crucial day arrives. Watching Hyansu and the child Coil asleep, he wonders what Coil had wanted to tell him. Scene shifts to a large traditional Chinese complex. In China, a government building is shown. Attention moves to the president's office inside. An official complains to the president that the Black Dragon Society should not be left unchecked. The president replies that even the military and police are helpless, so he questions what they themselves can do. Another official explains that the world's balance relies on yin and yang, that China's Black Dragon can manipulate this balance, and they must respond. A colleague agrees. A knock at the office door interrupts the meeting. A secretary enters to tell the president he has a phone call. The president, annoyed, says he is in a meeting and will return the call later. Learning the caller is Qingran from the Black Dragon Society, he reacts with alarm. He excuses himself from the meeting to answer the call. On the phone, Tinsher Shidong politely greets Ho Ju. While he is away, the remaining officials mock Black Dragon Society, insisting it is no longer above them, and ask what their next move should be. On the call, Tin hears mention of a portal and repeats it in surprise. He then asks the others if a portal impact is expected soon. The caller confirms an impending portal in the Tibetan plateau, and says he contacted them first to inform them. The woman on the other end requests that news of the portal remain confidential for now. Time skips to an airport as an airliner comes into land. Qing Lan strides through the terminal in red boots while being asked if she truly intends to go. She answers that they are already on their way. Her aide explains there is currently a terrorist attack occurring in Korea. He adds that the committee has already announced the terrorists were suppressed. Qing Lan acknowledges there are still risks but insists the same is true for pursuing the final fragment of paradise, begging her aide to reconsider his opposition. She hushes him, saying she will depart quietly and he should not draw attention. She tells him it is time to go, and he reluctantly agrees. The story cuts to a riverside cityscape elsewhere. Focus narrows to a brick building, likely Hyansu's training site. A dark swirling portal forms indoors. A massive fiery explosion erupts, signaling the impact of that portal. Hyansu narrates that the king is the supreme enemy they must someday confront. He recalls sensing an overwhelming presence while viewing Halis's subconscious, and wonders how strong he must become to defeat this foe. Hyansu violently launches himself forward, attacking and training. He smashes the rocky ground with a devastating punch. Smoke and shattered rocks around the training ground afterward. Drenched in effort, Hyansu tells himself he must grow even stronger. The master appears and says Hyansu's performance is fairly good. Hyansu reacts with an awkward, suspicious smile. He asks the master what he just said, surprised by the unexpected praise. The master repeats his compliment, telling Hyansu he did well. Hyansu, unused to kind words, blurts out his confusion. He points out that the master usually treats him harshly and asks why he is suddenly being nice. The master grabs him roughly in response. Laughing, the master accuses him of becoming a pervert who enjoys being cursed at, saying he now resembles his own master. Off-panel, the two continue bickering as the master chases him, demanding a free hit and Hyansu screaming. The scene shifts to a modern office building in Korea. A nameplate indicates the Korean branch manager Baek Chun-ho. Inside, the elderly branch manager works at his desk. Hearing a knock, he permits the visitor to enter. A female employee peeks in and says there is a customer wanting to see him. He is surprised by the sudden request, and she hints that the visitor is someone he cannot refuse. Qingran, now in her youthful form and red dress, pushes past the flustered secretary, saying she will go in. Recognizing her, Baek Chun-ho exclaims Qingran's name in shock. A voice casually greets him after a long time. Qingran, introduced as the Black Dragon Society's S-Class Hunter ranked 3rd, notes that he looks younger. She explains that using her ability has the penalty of reverting her body to a younger age. Teasingly, she reminds him it has been a while since a friend visited and urges him to offer her tea. Baek, hurriedly calling his secretary, asks for tea and then asks Qingran whether she drinks tea at all. She bluntly demands coffee instead. 2 steaming cups are set on the table, ready for their talk. Beck asks why she has come so suddenly. She answers that a portal has appeared on the Tibetan plateau. She reports that the portal's current concentration level has reached 82. Beck, alarmed, asks if such a dangerous portal should not trigger evacuations nearby. She says a small nearby town has already been evacuated and that she was ordered to handle matters confidentially. Beck concludes that if she is personally involved, the situation must be severe. She clarifies that the issue is not exactly dire in that way, explaining the portal only allows a single entrant, and that entrant must be male. Beck adds that no one knows what lies inside. Qingran notes that nobody who has entered has ever returned. He asks if that means all entrants died, and she says she does not know. She begins to explain her reasoning. Beck wonders aloud what would happen if the hunter Park Hyansu entered this portal. He muses that if it were an ordinary portal there would be no reason to send Hyansu specifically. Qingran insists it is not a simple portal. She reveals that its danger is estimated at S rank. The story briefly cuts to a busy Chinese city and a grand building, indicating international stakes. A luxurious compound with pool suggests the Black Dragon Society's base. Elsewhere, an official eats and remarks that the situation is absurd. He criticizes the premier for having no will to oppose the Black Dragon Society, and mocks him as a tame dog. A companion pours him a drink, telling him to have another. That man says Qing Lan informed the premier about the Tibetan Plateau portal. Chan, one of King's pawns, remarks that this is why Qing Lan has traveled to Korea. Back in Korea, Beck welcomes Hunter Park to the branch. Beck personally guides Hyansu inside. As they walk in, Hyansu senses an intense aura and turns sharply. In a flash, Qing Lan engulfs the room in suffocating fiery energy, startling Beck. Beck struggles to breathe, wondering what she is doing as the pressure crushes him. Energy pools at their feet, surrounding both Beck and Hyansu. Hyansu places a hand on Beck's back, using power to shield him. The oppressive aura is forced away from Beck's face. Hyansu says she is only testing them, and Beck realizes he can breathe again. Qing Lan lounges back, impressed that Hyansu resisted her S-rank aura. She invites Hyansu to sit down. Hyansu, settling onto the sofa, jokes that her way of greeting people is rather rough. She replies that she needed to ensure she could entrust a certain task to him. She formally introduces herself as Qing Lan, chairwoman of the Black Dragon Society, and Hyansu introduces himself in turn. Hyansu explains that, like her, the penalty for using his power makes his body younger. She says this is why she currently appears so young and hopes he will not see her casual tone as disrespectful. The camera shifts to the quiet hallway outside their meeting room. Inside, Hyansu repeats that it is an S-rank portal they are discussing. Qing Lan leans forward and asks if he wants to attempt entering it. Hyansu frowns and asks why she specifically chose him. She notes it is a one-man portal that only men can enter, that he is the world's most famous hunter, and begins to add another reason. She finishes by saying he is a singularity, humanity's last hope against the annihilation dragon. She thinks to herself that she wants to witness with her own eyes whether this singularity can truly save humanity. Hyansu points out that even though it is a one-man dungeon, its S-rank may well kill him. Qing Lan hints that if he survives, there will be great reward. She promises to stake everything she has on supporting him if he returns alive. Motivated by the threat to humanity and her generous offer, Hyansu agrees to challenge the portal. He shakes her hand, saying he cannot refuse under those conditions. Walking together, Beck asks about his schedule while Hyansu says he will depart for China that same day. In an elevator, Qing Lan advises him to see his friends and family first since he may not survive. Hyansu silently weighs the possibility of his own death. His master appears beside him, saying that with him there Hyansu need not worry, and Hyansu affirms he understands. Hyansu reflects that he himself has grown far stronger as well. The story shifts to a grand European-style mansion, base of the enemy faction. A voice in that mansion announces that Knight is dead. King's subordinates sit in council and explain Knight chose self-destruction rather than submit to torture. Sal then laughs that, for a fool like Knight, dying that way was the right choice. Another subordinate slams the table at his callousness. Chan angrily reminds Sal then that their comrade has just died and warns him to mind his words. Sal then shrugs that he is not wrong, while Chan screams his name in outrage. Their large leader tells them not to quarrel among themselves. He orders Bishop to temporarily fill the vacant knight position, and Bishop agrees. Sal then eagerly asks who will become the next official knight, hoping it might be him. Katrina mocks him, saying it will certainly never be him. The two argue until others demand someone silence her. Bordeaux sternly orders both of them to be quiet. The group falls silent, looking toward their leader. The leader states that none of them will be the next knight. He reveals that King has already chosen someone else for that role. Sal then awkwardly backs down from his expectations. The leader asks Chan about the situation in China, and Chan replies he intends to exploit the Chinese side's greed. The leader confirms Bishop will manage the portal so Chan can focus solely on this mission. Chan vows to completely eradicate the Black Dragon Society along with Qing Lan. The leader then orders everyone except Bishop to leave the room. Alone with Bishop, he notes that it has been a while since they could talk privately. He adds that he has heard Park Hyansu agree to raid the portal, which elicits interest. As a plane takes off, someone remarks that they anticipated this outcome. At an airport baggage area, a woman and another traveler wheel their suitcases forward. Hyansu's feet are shown as he walks through the terminal. Standing with his master, Hyansu notes that someone is supposed to be picking him up. A voice calls out, asking if he is Hunter Park Hyansu. A man introduces himself respectfully as Hang and says it is an honor to meet him. Flashback to 3 days earlier in China establishes when these preparations began. The view lifts over a Chinese street, signaling that events are now moving toward the portal confrontation. A stern man in a red suit stands calmly, preparing to address his subordinates. He tells the assembled men that their Trio Alliance Association has long dominated markets in China and worldwide. Introducing himself as Chan Wufei, leader of the new organization Greed, he explains that their association was crushed and erased by Qing Lan's Black Dragon Society. Chan Wufei proudly unveils their new name Greed and vows they will obsessively pursue their desires until they destroy the Black Dragon Society and regain their former glory. His men enthusiastically echo his declaration to covet and desire. Chan Wufei tells them they only need to trust and follow his lead. Smiling behind his desk, Chan Wufei proclaims they will now usher in a new era, and the men respond in obedience. The scene shifts to Guanik University Hospital. Inside the hospital, attention focuses on a particular patient room. A comatose patient lies in bed as someone notes that the doctor has reported no change in his condition. The white-haired master and black-haired hunter discuss how hard it has been for Yoon to care for the patient, and how her efforts let the hunter act with a peaceful mind. Joking that gratitude can be shown with money, the master leaves with the hunter, who suggests they go. As they walk, the master asks if the hunter plans to visit the fire-using woman next. The story moves to a large modern office building. The firewoman, hair now redder, casually drinks as sunlight streams in. She hands the hunter a drink and mentions having heard that Qing Lan requested his help, which he confirms. Relaxed on the sofa, she advises him to prepare thoroughly before entering the portal and says Qing Lan will ready what she thinks he needs. He agrees. The hunter comments that she seems close to Qing Lan, and she explains they bond as the only S-rank women despite their age gap. She seriously tells him he must return alive, and he promises that he will. When she urges him not to die, he reminds her he even survived the fragment of paradise, and she acknowledges it. He steels himself to stand, his hands pushing off his knees. Heading out, he says they will meet again, and she replies that she will see him later. The door closes behind him as he leaves her office. Alone, the firewoman sits with folded arms, weighed down by concern. She looks at her hand, fingers tensing. Flames suddenly burst to life in her palm as she reacts emotionally. With determined eyes, she thinks that she needs to move quickly. The narrative cuts to an airport where planes are taking off and landing. At the terminal, a suited man guides the hunter toward the exit. The driver remarks on the hunter's fluent Chinese, but the hunter admits he actually cannot speak the language. The hunter reveals an earpiece translator as the reason he can communicate. The master chides him that a real man does not explain such details, embarrassing the hunter. Outside, the driver invites the surprised hunter into a luxurious black car, drawing the attention of bystanders. In the moving car, the hunter asks how long the trip will take and hears it will be about 4 hours. He thinks to himself that flying under his own power would be faster, and that car travel now feels inconvenient. Suddenly jolted, he notices something wrong outside the car. Through the window he sees an explosion and people fleeing, and he urgently begs the driver to stop. The driver dismisses the incident as an occasional accident, and says he was instructed to focus solely on getting the hunter to their destination. Despite some hesitation, the driver insists others will handle the situation and tells the hunter not to worry. The car speeds through a traditional gate toward a secluded compound. The driver announces that they have arrived at the Black Dragon Society headquarters. Seeing the grand fortress-like building atop a cliff, the hunter marvels that it looks even more impressive than in pictures, while the master judges it acceptable. The driver explains that he is to bring the hunter to a private residence used exclusively by the chairwoman. At the residence entrance, the cheerful chairwoman rushes out, arms open, enthusiastically welcoming the hunter. The hunter is taken aback, sweating awkwardly at her exuberant greeting. As she leads him inside, she asks if her outfit is cute, and says there would be no better occasion to wear it. He laughs and agrees. Cups of tea are set on the table between them. Sipping his drink, the hunter brings up the explosion they witnessed on the way. She explains that the attack was carried out by Greed, a group formed from remnants of the Black Society, and he asks if they are terrorists, and what they want. She answers calmly that their goal is to destroy the Black Dragon Society. The hunter realizes it is because the Black Dragon Society ruined Greed's black market, drug, and gambling operations, and he reacts in understanding. Regretting not intervening earlier, he says he should have done something, but she replies that it is ultimately a Chinese internal affair. She tells him to focus on the portal since that is why he came. Opening a box, she says she has something to give him before he enters. The hunter and master peer in. The master identifies the item as an elixir. She explains that the elixir is a unique A-rank item they obtained from an A-rank portal raid, and because there is only one, its exact effects are unknown. Shocked that she would give it to him, the hunter listens as she says she wants to raise his chances of survival as much as possible. She insists that despite his protests, it is fine for him to take it. She calls him one of humanity's protectors and says he is currently the one closest to becoming its savior. The hunter realizes the weight of his position in the world. The master urges him to accept, saying he should not refuse a sincere gift. Outside afterward, the chairwoman instructs the driver Hang to take the hunter to his accommodations, and he agrees. Watching them leave, she senses something unusual. She turns back and, noticing the floating box, asks if the hunter can use psychokinesis. He clarifies that the floating is his material shift ability, and says carrying the box that way seems safer. Seeing this, the master panics and calls out in alarm about what the boy is doing. The master warns that using such an ability at the hunter's current level is dangerous, leaving the hunter puzzled. That night, the driver tells the hunter to contact him if he needs anything from his quarters. Inside, the master orders the hunter to open the box quickly, and the hunter responds in confusion. The master explains they are in urgent circumstances because the hunter activated his new thought power without permission, but the hunter does not understand what he means. As the hunter opens the box, the master asks if he felt the strange additional mind earlier. The hunter recalls the sensation of having two brains during the elixir absorption. The master clarifies that this feeling shows the low level of thought, explaining that the hunter merely awakened a previously unused portion of his brain, and that mastering it could let him reach the supreme peak and enter the evolutionary realm. The hunter takes this in, sweating slightly. He asks if eating the elixir will raise thought's level. The master replies it will instead help him sustain the ability longer by boosting internal energy. The master tells him to consume it quickly because thought drains internal energy fast, and the hunter sits with the glowing elixir in hand. The hunter swallows the elixir. Instantly, intense power surges through him, his eyes wide with shock. Racked by the energy, he strains to endure as it rages inside his body. The master positions himself behind the suffering hunter and begins guiding the process, shouting that it is time to go. System messages show his yin-yang body reacting, with new yang energy flooding in and overtaking the yin energy. The master slams a palm onto the hunter's back, forcefully driving energy through him. A system alert reports that the heavenly demon's internal energy is rejecting the new yang energy. The master yells at the hunter to stay focused while the heavenly demon's energy struggles to control the invading yang. Another alert notes that the yang energy is fiercely resisting, and the clash inside his body intensifies. The young disciple calls out to his grandfather, worried because the hunter appears to be in great pain. The hunter screams as a violent internal explosion of power rips through him. Morning comes over the traditional rooftops, signaling that the ordeal has passed. Someone knocks on the door from the hallway. The driver arrives with a covered meal cart, announcing that he has brought the hunter's food. Concerned, he calls to Hunter Park outside the door. Not sensing the hunter's presence, he grows alarmed. He draws his gun, preparing for a possible emergency. He carefully opens the door and steps into a room strewn with debris. Gun raised, he moves into the devastated room, ready to shoot. Seeing the shattered furnishings and cracked walls, he is stunned and mutters in disbelief. Still staring at the destruction, he wonders what on earth happened. Then he notices the hunter's shadow and greets him nervously while keeping the gun ready. Startled by what he sees, he gasps. The hunter, now shirtless and muscular, casually explains that the room was wrecked while he was absorbing the elixir given by the chairwoman. Stretching his sore hand, he remarks that the experience was incredibly intense while the driver remains speechless. The hunter decides to check his status window, which reports that the heavenly demon's internal energy has perfectly absorbed the powerful yang energy. He hums thoughtfully as he studies the new information. Further system messages state that the heavenly demon mystic art's internal energy is awakening and that the dormant heavenly demon body at level 0 has activated. More notices show the heavenly demon body evaluating his physique, then confirm he has obtained it, gaining massive boosts to martial arts effectiveness, inherited knowledge of past heavenly demons, an aura that pressures others, and a 150% increase in all physical abilities. He admits he could not check earlier because he fainted right after the process, and the master comments they barely succeeded. The hunter notes that failure would likely have left him crippled or dead as the concerned disciple asks if he is okay. Flexing enthusiastically, he says he feels great, while the driver wonders if talking to himself is a side effect of the elixir. The driver awkwardly offers to move him to another room, but the hunter declines. The driver decides to leave the meal and go, and the hunter thanks him. The master excitedly urges the hunter to open the food, seeing how eager he is. The hunter lifts the cover with his spiritual companions looking on. They find an extravagant Beijing duck feast beneath the lid. The hunter comments that it still looks less appealing than fried chicken, prompting the master to protest that it is a famous delicacy. Impatient, the master orders the hunter to stop talking and feed him a slice of the duck. After tasting it, the master listens as the hunter asks for his verdict. The master closes his eyes, silently savoring the flavor. At length he says he would rather have the instant noodles the hunter brought, leaving the hunter sheepish. Back at the residence entrance, the chairwoman angrily asks what exactly he did to cause such a commotion. Watching the now calm, taller-seeming hunter, she thinks he feels like a completely different person, even accounting for the elixir. She privately wonders if she should have eaten the elixir herself. In her office, she asks why he has come, and he replies that he has a request. Mechanical sounds echo as something begins to activate above. A large red button is pressed to trigger heavy machinery. Massive armored doors open, revealing the hunter and chairwoman on a platform amid steam. As the platform descends, she is surprised he wants to start training already, but he explains he must test the elixir's effects. Deep underground, they arrive in a vast chamber, and he notes how far below ground they are. She says the facility was designed not to collapse even under a nuclear explosion. Smiling, she tells him he can train without restraint in this place. She reveals that this indestructible chamber is her personal training ground. He asks if it is really okay to break everything here, and she reminds him she is the Black Dragon Society leader, implying she can handle it. Facing a huge pillar, he prepares his power and places his hand on the stone. He unleashes a mighty punch with a battle cry. Energy explodes across the pillar, cracking it from top to bottom. The pillar then shatters completely in a violent blast of debris. Dust and fragments swirl as he and the chairwoman watch from within the devastation. She stares at the destruction in stunned silence, sweating. The hunter studies the energy in his hand, amazed by how his abilities have increased by 150%. He resolves to better control his internal energy by practicing making precise holes instead of destroying everything. He calmly raises his hand again, focusing. Another massive wave of force smashes into the wall, showing his still overwhelming output. A concentric shockwave blasts outward as he continues striking. The training room fills with smoke and rubble from his uncontrolled power. Looking back at the damage, he admits to himself that he failed to control it. The master appears, stating that the heavenly demon body still has not accepted him. Standing behind the hunter, the master asks what he plans to do next. He explains that the heavenly demon body contains the memories, martial arts, cultivation methods, and skills of the 33 previous heavenly demons. The master adds that this body functions like a living organism and currently does not recognize the hunter as worthy. When the hunter asks what he must do, the master simply tells him to become worthy. The master concludes that he cannot simply tell the hunter those inherited memories and that the hunter must experience them himself. Hyansu is urged to search the heavenly demon's memories to discover a way to prove himself worthy. Watching Hyansu meditate amid swirling energy, Qinglan worries something might have gone wrong. Hyansu focuses as he accesses the memory of the first heavenly demon, Jiam Sung. A system note states that the first heavenly demon's memory is normally hidden from someone at level 0. Hyansu learns that the second heavenly demon, Taiguan, is also locked away because his level is too low, so he notes he cannot view memories from the distant past. He realizes the third, fourth and fifth heavenly demon's memories are also inaccessible. At last the archive of the 10th heavenly demon opens before him. Hyansu watches the 10th heavenly demon display powerful martial arts, noticing how different ancient techniques are from those used now. The next record for the 11th heavenly demon begins to open. Hyansu sees the 11th heavenly demon diligently studying medicine and notes his keen interest in medical techniques. He examines the 21st heavenly demon, who uses a cold yet explosive martial art, and wonders if this one perfected the exploding heavens technique. As he scans forward, Hyansu notices a drastic change beginning with the 27th heavenly demon. Outside, the old master senses Hyansu's progress and thinks he has realized something important. The master explains that the 27th heavenly demon, Ryu Jiang, is special. Hyansu learns Ryu Jiang possessed unprecedentedly advanced energy techniques. However, there was a period when Ryu Jiang, like Hyansu now, could not control his internal energy, before he eventually mastered it using his unique methods. Ryu Jiang developed the heavenly demon mystic circulation, famed as the strongest internal energy circulation method in history. Hyansu studies how Ryu Jiang disperses energy through every part of his body until every cell responds, then steels himself to focus. He resolves to drive his energy up to one major acupoint and then back down to another in a single continuous flow. The scene shifts to Shanghai, establishing the new location. In a Shanghai high-rise, a suited man thanks a bespectacled visitor for aiding with the recent airport area terrorist incident. They discuss that the next target will be the Qian insect, planning to demonstrate their power to all of China. The visitor asks what they will do if the Black Dragon Association intervenes, and the host vows to fight to the death despite only being A rank. The host says they can still win provided the powerful hunter Qinglan does not join the battle. The guest casually proposes that the host could instead become an S rank. He slides a red case across the table, drawing the host's curiosity. Inside is a set of strange red orbs, which the guest names Immortal Transcendent. He explains that this drug unlocks a human's dormant strength for 10 minutes at the cost of excruciating pain afterward. The host confirms that an A rank like himself could reach S rank strength by consuming one. Smiling over his cup, the guest assures him that is indeed possible. The visitor adds that depending on the individual, the power could even surpass typical S rank strength. The host, still cautious, decides he cannot ingest the pill just on the visitor's word alone. He calls over his bodyguard to serve as a test subject. Obediently, the bodyguard accepts the red pill and is ordered to eat it. The visitor realizes the host intends to test the drug on the subordinate first. After swallowing it, the bodyguard convulses in agony as his body rapidly mutates. He collapses, writhing and choking while his transformation continues. The bodyguard completes a monstrous transformation, crouched with bestial limbs and wings. His hand is now a clawed and human appendage. Even his foot bursts from his shoe, turning into a Talon beast's paw. The transformed man roars, fully consumed by berserk power. The host senses A-rank level energy from the creature, and is shocked because the man had only been C-rank. The monster exults in the power overflowing inside him and demands to know what has happened to him. Pleased, the guest tells the host to wait until their operations against the Qian insect are complete. Inwardly, he decides that once greed has served its purpose, the time will come to eliminate them. Greed's leader gazes at the remaining pills, intent on using this newfound power. Back in the training room, the energy mist still fills the air. A system message informs Hyansu that he has obtained the legendary skill Heavenly Demon Mystic Circulation. Another notification states that his Heavenly Demon body has begun to acknowledge him slightly. His Heavenly Demon body's level rises, massively boosting martial arts based on Heavenly Demon Mystic Arts, and increasing his physical abilities and oppressive aura. The old master looks over Hyansu's upgraded form and remarks with approval that his progress is respectable. Hyansu readies his stance, preparing to test his new control. He cries out with determination as he unleashes his power. He senses the Heavenly Demon Mystic Circulation gathering the once unruly internal energy into his arm for a strike. Hyansu executes the heaven-obliterating demonic fist's first technique. He follows up with an attack called Seed Impact, driving his power downward. The blow pierces the training platform in a straight line, creating a series of explosive craters. The camera reveals a massive spiraling tunnel bored straight through the ground by his strike. Hyansu, delighted, confirms the result is exactly what he expected from the technique. Qinglan, stunned by the devastation, struggles to understand what just happened as Hyansu smiles confidently. The master praises the display as more fitting, while the young boy excitedly calls Hyansu's feat amazing. Hyansu notes that he has successfully gained control of his power but wants to test one more idea. The scene shifts to the Tibetan plateau, setting up the next location. There, a portal swirls open before two conspirators, indicating a new operation. The woman monitoring the portal complains that the stabilization is only at 92% and proceeding slowly. She muses that she went through great effort to capture something within this portal and anticipates torturing Park Hyansu with it. The blue-robed schemer from Shanghai arrives through the air, landing before her. She confirms he passed along the immortal transcendent pills and hears his report that testing on a C-rank lasted about 11 minutes before killing the subject. She dismisses the dead tester as weak but notes with interest that he at least surpassed the design time limit. Handing him a small remote, she gives him an additional tool. She explains that the remote can detonate anyone who ingests the immortal transcendent, and orders him to kill them once they are no longer useful. Before he leaves, she adds another instruction. He must also prepare Choi Jae-hyuk in advance. Back in the city square, a normal day under a bright sky becomes the stage for impending chaos. People walk and chat casually, unaware of the looming threat. A massive explosion suddenly engulfs the area, hurling bodies in a fiery blast. Panic screams erupt as bystanders react in horror to the detonation. The crowd flees while one man shouts that a terrorist attack is underway. Above, a large red banner is unfurled on a rooftop amidst the explosions. The banner reveals the terrorist group's name, Greed, hanging over the burning structure. Chan Wei declares that the age of greed has begun and laughs maniacally. The narrative cuts to a traditional compound elsewhere, foreshadowing another perspective. Hyansu, now outside, channels swirling energy around his body, still adapting to his new strength. The boy companion watches in awe, exclaiming at Hyansu's display. Qinglan also looks on, thinking the spectacle is incredibly cool. The master notes that black energy is normally unique to the heavenly demon body, so the blue-green aura indicates something different. Hyansu confirms he is combining heavenly demon mystic circulation with mana, the external energy of this world. The master begins to clap, impressed. He straightforwardly tells Hyansu that his accomplishment is amazing. Hyansu, moved, realizes his strict master has just praised him. Overwhelmed, he struggles to hold back tears, thinking to himself. Wiping his eyes, he pretends something merely flew into them when asked what is wrong. Qinglan notices her phone buzzing and wonders what the incoming message is about. She answers the call, and her reaction shows that alarming news has just reached her. Sensing the disturbance, Hyansu activates the heaven-obliterating demonic fist's energy detection ability. He expands this into a domain detection that scans the entire Qian insect compound. Before Qinglan can finish explaining, Hyansu volunteers to accompany her. She realizes he already suspects greed is behind the incident. Hyansu states that they must stop greed before more civilians are harmed. As a hunter, he resolves that he cannot simply watch such atrocities occur. Qinglan smiles, saying his response is exactly what she expected from him, then prepares to depart first. She tears open a portal on the floor with her own ability and steps into it. Qinglan admits she finds Hyansu's new power genuinely impressive. Back at the attack site, Greed's banner flutters above the temple as smoke billows into the sky. Masked gunmen corral terrified civilians at gunpoint, ordering them not to resist. Chan Wei calls the Black Dragon Association's complaint center to make his demands. Identifying himself in Greed, he orders the operator to convey a message to Qinglan. He demands 100 billion yuan from Qinglan within 30 minutes, threatening to kill all the civilians if she refuses or is late. Gunfire erupts as the terrorists fire into the air, heightening the chaos. While shooting, they rant that the crowd are fools brainwashed by the Black Dragon Association. One terrorist taunts the hostages, doubting the Black Dragon Association can save them. Amid the smoke, a silhouette of a lone figure appears, drawing their attention. The gunmen panic and unleash concentrated fire on the mysterious person. Energy beams pierce through the smoke from where they fired. Empty bullet casings clatter to the ground, indicating the barrage has finished. The terrorists assume their target, possibly a Black Dragon agent, has been killed. To their shock, Hyansu appears alive within swirling energy, making them wonder if he is a hunter. Looking over the dead and wounded civilians, Hyansu angrily questions who gave the terrorists the right to slaughter innocents. The master, watching spiritually, urges Hyansu not to hold back and to punish every one of the attackers. Hyansu respectfully agrees to his master's directive. The frightened gunmen call him insane as they see him talking seemingly to himself. Hyansu reveals he has caught their bullets in his hands, now transformed into jagged projectiles. He dashes in, hurling the captured bullets back at them with incredible speed. The returning projectiles pierce several terrorists, who scream in pain. Observing from above, a subordinate tells Chang Wei that someone from the Black Dragon Association seems to be interfering. Over the phone, Chang Wei orders his men to use the special item he provided earlier. The field leader confirms and signals his squad to proceed with the new plan. The remaining gunmen place immortal transcendent pills into their mouths. Hyansu and his master notice this strange behavior and are momentarily puzzled. The terrorists undergo monstrous transformations into bestial forms, terrifying the remaining civilians. Exhilarated by their surge of strength, the transformed men vow to kill everyone around them. Watching the change, Hyansu recognizes the pills as the same kind of drug their previous phone knight had taken and deduces a link to King. The master remarks that his own world once had a similar drug that drew out the user's most dangerous tendencies. Hyansu counts 7 transformed enemies charging toward him. He calmly stands his ground as all 7 monsters converge on his position. With overwhelming force, he cuts down several of the charging beasts in a single sweeping attack. Another monster lunges at his back, screaming for his death. Hyansu tightens his fist, black energy coiling around it. He smashes one of the monsters with that empowered blow. He continues his assault, spiraling through the pack in a whirlwind of strikes. Watching from the roof, Chang Wei is stunned that Hyansu felled a transformed foe with a single hit. He concludes that Hyansu must be an S-rank hunter, on par with the top tier like Qinglan. Chang Wei eyes an immortal transcendent pill of his own, considering using it. He decides to take the drug himself, planning to become an S-rank and personally kill Hyansu. As he consumes it, a violent surge of energy erupts into the sky. A massive shockwave forms a ring in the clouds as his transformation begins. The blue-robed schemer realizes that someone capable of fighting 7 A ranks at once must be among the strongest S ranks. He worries that his information-gathering plan is unraveling because Hyansu is too powerful. Suddenly Qinglan appears behind him, calling out that he is one of King's subordinates. Startled, he stammers at Qinglan's unexpected arrival while she confirms he knows who she is. He panics, wondering how she snuck up on him without any detectable presence, while she coolly notes that he seems to have been working with greed. The chairwoman confronts the masked man, saying capturing him will yield valuable information. The masked man nervously asks if she will be okay, and she asks what he means. She rushes in angrily, warning that becoming any younger would make his future harder, surprising him. She calls him insolent and clenches her fist, gathering power. Surrounded by energy, she threatens to deny him an easy death. At a palace-like place, something begins to rumble ominously. Monsters clash violently with a white-haired fighter in a chaotic battle. The flaming humanoid revels in newfound overwhelming power. The fireman thanks Hyansu, who dismissively responds while standing near civilians. The fireman explains his explosive transformation is true power gained thanks to Hyansu. Civilians scream in panic as flames surge toward them. Hyansu, sweating, decides he must evacuate the civilians first. He uses material shift to manifest a giant blue hand that gathers the crowd. The panicked civilians realize they are being lifted and are floating on the energy hand. The fireman calls Hyansu's evacuation method a bizarre technique. He refuses to let such a good opportunity escape, and vows not to let the civilians leave safely. Enraged, he launches a massive pillar of fire downward, intent on killing. Hyansu smirks calmly in response. Hyansu activates Heavenly Demon Mystic Arts conceptualization, preparing a technique. He names his attack Falling Heavens as energy spheres appear above the fiery monster and its minions. A colossal fiery explosion engulfs the area from the descending attack. The fireman panics, shocked by the unknown force striking him. Meanwhile, the chairwoman dives through swirling blue winds to attack the masked swordsman. Her wind assault overwhelms the masked man, blasting him upward amid countless slashes. Trapped in the barrage, the masked man realizes he is losing the fight. The chairwoman pauses thoughtfully, uttering a considering sound. She then unleashes a named technique, Impact Wave, aiming a massive shockwave at him. The shock shatters his defenses, leaving him stunned and off balance. Hyansu steps on the flaming face and prepares heaven-obliterating demonic fists, first half, second technique. The fireman insists such attacks cannot defeat him because he embodies nature itself. Hyansu responds with root impact, sending a spiraling punch into the blazing mass. A past memory surfaces where young Hyansu asks his master if fists can extinguish flames, and is told they can. People on the ground scream as flames rain down around them. Back in the present, Hyansu again conceptualizes heavenly demon mystic arts and begins forming a domain. He raises a barrier to protect the people from the devastation. As the smoke clears, Hyansu stands calmly amid drifting clouds. His feet touch down, the energy around him settling. The rescued crowd rejoices, wondering who saved them. Onlookers realize their savior is the Korean hunter, Park Hyansu. Hyansu's master notes the technique was his own, and Hyansu modestly credits heavenly demon mystic circulation and mana. Hyansu looks up, sensing something. His master asks if he has noticed it, and Hyansu affirms. The master says he would have been disappointed if Hyansu had not realized it. The old master launches into the sky, striking with overwhelming force. His blow sends a distant monster flying away. The injured masked man reels, coughing in pain. He grits his teeth, sweating, trying to recover. He anxiously wonders if his fellow A-rank allies have already been defeated since he can no longer sense them. The chairwoman, now shrouded in ominous power, promises to tear him apart if he does not surrender. Realizing capture means abandonment by his organization, the masked man resolves to fight to the death, understanding how Knight once felt. He unleashes his full power, body covered in dark energy and blades. The chairwoman senses something odd and reacts. A monstrous leg appears, heralding a new threat. She is stunned by the immense power as the masked man reveals his true monstrous form, which he had been hiding. Fully transformed, he charges with twin glowing blasts, grinning. He declares a final farewell as he attacks. The chairwoman admits she does not want to grow younger but feels forced to use a drastic measure. Before she can, Hyansu interjects that it is unnecessary and prepares another heaven-obliterating demonic fists technique. Hyansu employs Leaf Impact, diving toward the monster with a blazing strike. The masked monster roars as power surges around him, his body mutating further. A system window states his gauntlet transformation has increased his physical abilities by half. He slams an enormous transformed arm down with crushing force. The impact makes him vomit dark blood as he is grievously wounded. Paralyzed, he realizes his body can no longer move. He demands to know what Hyansu has done to him. Hyansu announces himself from behind and punches him again. Grabbing the immobilized foe, Hyansu says he will finish him with one decisive blow. The chairwoman stops him, insisting the enemy must not be killed yet, confusing Hyansu. She explains that the masked man has a connection to King, shocking Hyansu. Elsewhere, an imposing government building stands under a clear sky. Agents in suits sprint urgently through its halls. They kick open a door to a high official's office. Storming in with guns drawn, they announce the vice premier is under arrest for treason, citing Chang Wui's subordinate's confessions. One agent falls silent as he sees what is inside. The vice premier is already dead, slumped in his chair with a self-inflicted gunshot. Time passes and a distant mountain range comes into view. Someone reports that Chang has also been taken alive. Within a hidden base, a black-armored leader says this outcome is unexpected and outside their calculations. A muscular man notes their consolation is having gathered data on the immortal transcendence. The blonde woman comments on Knight selfishly hoarding an amazing item, saying she would have improved it if she had possessed it. The armored figure says that if they capture Park Hyansu with the portal this time, they will conduct extensive research on him. The muscular subordinate wonders if Albiza will be able to make Chang talk. The woman clarifies Albiza is Anderson and remarks that Anderson's abilities are already crucial for Albiza's plans. She finds it amusing that heirs to an ancient will unknowingly cooperate with each other. Smiling, she muses over the names Newman and Albiza. She recalls the war on planet Ares and the powerful Ares warriors they once fought. Although they ultimately won, Ares will somehow pass to Earth, a phenomenon she still does not understand. Someone asks if this development frightens her. She answers that since the singularity has appeared, things are bound to change. Her comrade counters that they still have King on their side. She adds that King has faith in him, and inwardly marvels that King believes in her. King's red eyes glow ominously from within his helmet. In another city, a tall corporate tower stands under the sun. A close-up shows blood drawn from the captured masked man's arm. Scientists say they have secured his gene sample and that a more effective procedure than interrogation is ready. The lead scientist smirks that the man will be shocked to wake up next to a perfect clone of himself. Through the lab window, the silhouettes of Hyansu's allies observe the procedure. The chairwoman and an older ally remark that Hyansu again played a major role and defeated the enemies almost too easily. She comments that Hyansu is already stronger than Haxon. The white-haired man, surprised by his rapid growth, notes that Isaac is stagnating in comparison. He wonders if it is time for Hyansu to surpass some ominous benchmark, then decides they must proceed cautiously. The scientist is asked if he has finished analyzing the immortal transcendence umbrella. The white-haired man notes the immortal transcendent is taking longer than expected and presses again about the umbrella. The scientist reports the analysis is complete and that the umbrella functions similarly to their own portal generator. Excited, the chairwoman says a near future is coming where people move around using portals, marveling at technology. The scientist announces he will take his leave. She asks him to greet Armand for her, while the white-haired man thinks Armand would be disappointed not to meet him. The white-haired man explains he is too busy with many responsibilities. The chairwoman, flustered about tomorrow's unspecified event, reacts comically. He asks her not to peek into his future, and she reminds him she cannot control that ability. As she departs, she protests that she does not know his future either, leaving him chuckling. The scene shifts to a snowy mountain valley. A massive swirling blue portal opens in that valley. Hyansu and the chairwoman stand before the portal, preparing for his descent. Narration lists one of Hyansu's items, an A-rank black dragon cannon ring. Another narration highlights his A-rank reflection ring. It then notes a B-rank invisible shield belt. Finally, it mentions his A+ rank clear necklace. Hyansu asks if he can bring all these items into the portal, and the chairwoman tells him to go but to return alive. He steps toward the portal, saying he will see her later. Nearby, a helicopter's rotor spins loudly. A security officer receives a call on the landing site, asking for the chairwoman's location. He explains she went close to the portal with Hunter Park Hyansu, and that they cannot approach further due to its pressure. The caller anxiously asks who is guarding the chairwoman now. Her boots land beside the officer as she returns. She dismisses the need for any protection, startling the officer who calls out to her. The officer notes that Hyansu has already entered the portal. Annoyed by the noise, she orders the helicopter rotor to be shut down. Watching the quieted scene, she remarks that all they can do now is wait. Inside the portal world, sunlight shines down on a forest of spiky trees. Hyansu appears in this strange forest, prepared for battle. The alien woodland stretches endlessly around him. His master appears beside him, saying this place feels less ominous than the paradise of Fragment. The master adds that there is still a powerful presence here, making Hyansu alert. Hyansu suddenly senses danger and turns sharply. He dodges as a deadly beam or slash tears through the spot where he stood. Shocked by the mysterious attack, he wonders what it was. The unseen strike continues carving through trees, forcing Hyansu to retreat farther. The bombardment erupts into a huge explosion of lightning-like energy in the forest. His master observes that the energy is extremely dangerous and enhanced. A shadowy figure cloaked in smoke appears within crossing beams of red energy. Hyansu acknowledges he clearly sensed something but could not see the attacker. His system announces that the invisible shield item has been activated. A protective energy sphere forms around him as he braces. The shielded Hyansu is driven through the forest by another devastating beam. The attack slices a giant rock apart in a perfect cross. Realizing the shot cut through his B-rank barrier so easily, Hyansu is alarmed. He grits his teeth in frustration, letting out a strained exclamation. He shouts into the woods, demanding the hidden enemy reveal themselves. From a vantage point, Hyansu scans the eerie forest, searching intently for the unseen foe. The man challenges his hidden attacker for fighting from concealment, and begins to respond. Deciding to force the enemy out, he activates the Black Dragon Cannon skill. He fires a massive energy blast downward into the forest. The summoned black dragon-shaped energy hurtles toward the target. The beam slices through the trees and vegetation. The blast explodes violently through the forest. His white-bearded master remarks on the impressive power of the attack. The master notes that the technique's strength changes depending on who uses it. The man threatens to annihilate the entire forest if the hidden foe still refuses to appear. A voice suddenly shouts in protest, stopping him. A fox-tailed girl appears, angrily declaring the forest to be hers and launching him away. The master and disciple notice the newcomer and react with surprise. Observing her, the master identifies her as a mystical creature. The fox girl furiously demands to know why he is destroying her forest. She slams him with a powerful physical blow. She screams for him to leave her forest alone, releasing another shockwave. Her scream creates a devastating explosion that sends him flying. Bruised and shaken, he marvels that someone can create such impact using only their voice. Watching her strength, he mentally admits she is overwhelmingly powerful. The fox girl charges at him again with a fierce battle cry. She strikes him in close combat, knocking him through the air. As she darts around him at high speed, he realizes just how fast she is. He activates his accelerate ability and rushes to counterattack. His accelerated strike unleashes a curved, electrified slash. He rides the backlash of energy, quickly repositioning in the air. She contemptuously deflects his attack and prepares another move. Their attacks collide, filling the forest with crossing beams of red light. He invokes the cloud-scattered heavens technique, surrounding himself with dark, swirling energy. Their clashing powers detonate again in a huge explosion. The fox girl, scorched but determined, acknowledges his surprising strength. He is shocked to realize he is losing even in terms of speed. She wonders how a human can be this strong yet insists the situation remains unchanged. Still enraged, she declares that despite his strength nothing has improved for her. As she fires another massive attack, his system prompts him to defend using energy arts, activating an instruction skill. He uses heavenly demon mystic arts, forming black spheres and unleashing the falling heavens technique toward her. Dark projectiles rain down like meteors. Surprised, the fox girl sees the barrage of black strikes descending on her. He chains a new move, consecutive lightning heavens, flooding his arm with blue lightning. Lightning repeatedly blasts her, pinning her in a storm of electric strikes. The lightning column slams her toward the ground as she screams. Her silhouetted body plummets from the sky amid lingering energy. She lands hard but quickly braces herself, annoyed. Her eyes crackle with power as she glares at him. She accuses him of stealing her forest and trying to kill her, leaving him confused. Consumed by anger, she vows that he will be the one to die. She leaps again with claws crackling in preparation for a killing blow. He can perceive her incoming attack but realizes he cannot dodge it. Her energy beam pierces through his body, inflicting heavy damage. He crashes into the ground in another explosion. Watching from above, she smugly calls this punishment for meddling with her forest. His body lies broken in a crater, clothing shredded and bloodied. His master shouts at him to wake up. Meanwhile, the fox girl prepares to finish him, promising to end his life immediately. At the last moment, his ring activates the reflect damage ability. He regains focus as purple energy gathers around him. Unaware, she dives down screaming for his death, wreathed in lightning. Her next massive attack slams down and triggers a huge pink lightning eruption. When the smoke clears, she appears battered but still standing in the crater. She is shocked to realize something has gone wrong. Looking around the impact site, she sees that he has vanished. He reappears high above, exhilarated by surviving and the intensity of the fight. Hovering beside his master, he confirms he has already recovered and feels refreshed. Smirking, he alludes to a hidden additional effect of his item. He reveals that the item's extra ability lets him reflect the damage his enemy inflicts on him, stunning her. The fox girl vomits blood as the reflected damage hits her. Reeling and covered in wounds, she demands to know what he has done. She continues to cough blood, barely remaining conscious. Another blast erupts, engulfing the area in smoke. The dust drifts away over the forest after the huge clash. Out of the smoke, a shadowy form faces him while he watches warily. He reacts with alarm at the new presence. A transformed, white-haired fox woman emerges, saying his power forced her into this advanced form. Confused, he wonders who this woman is and what happened to the childlike fox from before. His master explains that this is the true form of the mystical creature they sensed. The elegant fox woman approaches him playfully, asking if he does not recognize her. He notices her twitching ears and 7 white tails, confirming her identity and level. She says she cannot maintain this form for long but that it is more than enough to tear him apart. As she touches his chest, he panics because his body is not responding to his will. His master yells at him to snap out of her charm, breaking the spell. Shaken back to his senses, he forcefully pushes her away. She shrugs off his resistance and decides to simply overpower him with brute force. She traps him in crackling bindings that shock and immobilize him. He screams in pain as the electrical damage rips through his body. His system informs him that reflect damage is on cooldown for 19 more minutes as he falls. Bleeding and desperate, he prepares to activate another skill called Clear. The Clear A+ ability on his necklace activates, shining brightly. Wrapped in its light, his wounded body is restored as he floats upward. The fox woman is startled by the sudden surge and cries out in surprise. His master calls the item cheating, noting that only a few A+ artifacts exist, while the man thinks about accelerating its cooldown even if he cannot always return damage. Following his master's instructions, he plans to distract her and unleash a relentless barrage, agreeing to the strategy. The fox woman counters by summoning numerous black spheres and casting falling heavens herself. She tries to crush him with a storm of dark strikes, forcing him on the defensive. As she tears through his attacks, she boasts that such tricks cannot stop her, while he wonders if she has figured out his plan. He notes that even conceptual techniques like hers can be resisted, but is still amazed she blocked falling heavens. He decides that move was only a diversion and begins charging the 6th technique of heaven obliterating demonic fists. He invokes heavenly spiritual body, surrounding himself with an enormous blue spiritual aura as he dives. The fox woman claims his tricks will not work and rushes to intercept, while he worries she might have seen through him. Confident in his next step, he rushes in, believing she cannot stop this ultimate strike. She gathers a glowing orb of power in her mouth in preparation. She fully charges the orb, energy surging from her open jaws. She hurls the condensed energy projectile toward him. He braces as the deadly orb streaks straight at him. The attack blasts across his body again, sending him tumbling. Energy trails follow his fall as he is knocked from the sky. Another colossal explosion erupts from their clash. Smoke and shockwaves spiral upward from the blast's center. Battered and covered in blood, the fox woman still hovers amid the dissipating smoke. Likewise scarred, he curses that even heavenly spiritual body failed to finish her. He reflects in disbelief that such a powerful technique did not work. She snarls that she cannot believe what this human has put her through. Empowered by swirling energy, she stares up at him hovering above. She notes that he has managed to force out her 8th tail, showing how serious the fight has become. She crosses her clawed hands, readying a final, all-out attack. Declaring the battle's end, she descends while unleashing a lattice of lethal energy beams. He answers by calling on his living gauntlet Halley, transforming his arm and greatly boosting his physical power. Reasoning that his spiritual body is ineffective, he resolves to rely on other methods. He decides to imitate his master's own version of heavenly spiritual body, copying instructor Cheon Jiang's technique. He again unleashes heavenly spiritual body, this time with his master's overwhelming aura. She scoffs that such an attack is useless and begins charging another mouth beam. She fires the towering beam of energy straight upward to meet his descent. He powers through, roaring as blue energy coats him. His enhanced attack crashes down like a lightning pillar. The impact creates a huge dark energy sphere hovering over the battlefield. The sphere erupts, sending streams of white-blue power skyward. The fox woman is blasted high into the air, burned and unconscious. Her body crashes into the distant forest, leaving a smoking impact site. Watching, he concludes she cannot possibly withstand his master's technique. His master calmly agrees with this assessment. In the past, the young fox lies wounded in a ruined forest while someone laments that such dangerous humans might be unleashed upon the world. A future version of the master orders his disciple to finish off the strong fox girl with a single decisive blow. The man charges toward her prone body, gauntlet raised to strike. Half conscious, she pleads weakly for them not to steal her forest. He halts mid-punch, shocked by her words. Looking down at her, he declares that this forest now belongs to both him and Ryan. A memory shows explosions erupting across the forest as birds flee in terror. In that memory, Ryan and a black-haired girl stand on a cliff overlooking their forest being devastated by invaders. The girl tells Ryan that terrifying humans from another world have come. Crying, she worries aloud that at this rate all of them might die. Ryan reassures her that she will protect them, and the girl timidly agrees. Earlier that day, Ryan happily gathers mushrooms in the peaceful forest. Excited, she decides they will have mushroom soup for dinner. Human hunters spot her, shout that they have found a fox, and call others over. Surrounded by armed men, Ryan faces the hunters in the fading light. She refuses to back down, shouting that the forest is hers. She unleashes a murderous blast that tears through the hunters. The surviving men scream as her dark power tears them apart. She demands to know what they are trying to steal from her forest. A sinister voice answers that what they want is Ryan herself. Ryan tells her friend Iris to run as a villain seizes the crying girl. Back in the present, the man activates clear over Ryan's body, choosing to heal rather than kill her. Iris clutches a glowing crystal at her chest as it shatters and she collapses, gravely wounded. Outside, the old master notes the item is now unusable and Hyansu agrees. Iris weakly opens her eyes and calls Hyansu by name. Iris suddenly wakes, confusing Hyansu as they both sit battered on the ground. Hyansu, noticing his recovered condition, asks Iris if she healed him. Hyansu thinks it over, eyeing the surroundings suspiciously. Iris explains she came to this place by passing through a portal. She anxiously asks if Hyansu really is not here to steal her forest. Hyansu explains that this forest is actually a portal they are trapped in, which confuses him. Iris elaborates that the portal mimics the outside world to imprison her but remains connected to it. She explains that if the portal's power fades, its inhabitants spill into and endanger the outside world, so outsiders came here to kill her. Shocked, Iris wonders aloud if she herself is considered dangerous. Hyansu says that now they can communicate, the situation has changed, and he powers up. He proposes that they leave the portal, surprising Iris. Hyansu activates Heavenly Demon Mystic Arts, Conceptualization, summoning immense energy. He declares domain and spreads his conceptualized power across the entire forest. Estimating the portal's size, Hyansu compares it to about 800 football fields. He remarks the area is not that big while Iris angrily protests him belittling her forest. When Iris asks how he'll escape, Hyansu says they must destroy the portal itself. Iris yells at him in confusion for talking to someone she cannot see. She notices something afar and anxiously asks what is over there. Hyansu teases her about being scared of ghosts, making her flustered. Calling her a funny mystical creature, Hyansu responds amusedly as Iris explodes in indignation. Startled by a sound, Iris shouts to know who is there. Iris panics and grabs Hyansu in fright. The scene shifts to the calm mountains outside the portal. A cabin stands alone in that mountainous area where the portal's entrance is located. Inside, an observer wonders why Hyansu has not emerged yet if he already won. The woman called Bishop states the portal will self-destruct if Park Hyansu loses. She notes that 20 days have passed outside since he entered. Her assistant explains that only about 2 hours have passed for Hyansu inside. Bishop remarks that an S-ranker's battle should last at most 20 minutes, and wonders what is going on. Deciding something is wrong, Bishop says she will enter the portal herself to check. The assistant reminds her normally only one person may enter. Bishop replies that people of their status are exceptions to that rule. She opens a blazing portal gate, preparing to step in. The armored knight is instructed to accompany Bishop by entering as well. Bishop and the assistant stand before the active portal while Knight approaches from behind. Back inside, Hyansu asks Iris how long she can maintain her eight-tail form. Iris answers using her world's unit of time, confusing Hyansu. The master converts that measure to 7 or 8 minutes in Hyansu's time. Hyansu explains his plan to gather all internal energy, conceptualization, and mana, then use mystic circulation to shatter the portal. The master instructs him to focus that energy in a narrow, controlled direction, which activates Hyansu's instruction-listening ability. Hyansu calls for his demonic arm Halley and powers up with determination. He draws back his massive demonic fist, preparing a devastating strike. Hyansu stretches the colossal arm upward, readying a vertical blow at the portal. Resolving to obey the master's advice, he focuses all power into a single direction. The ground cracks as he channels every bit of energy into one use of heavenly demon mystic circulation. He condenses his internal energy for a single application of the Heavenly Demon Body technique. Hyansu invokes Heavenly Demon Mystic Arts, conceptualization again to concentrate the attack. He unleashes true Heavenly Spiritual Body, firing a blinding vertical beam that pierces the sky. The beam expands in a massive explosion of light. The blast subsides to reveal Hyansu standing amid swirling energy as a congratulatory system message appears. The system informs him he has awakened a unique conceptualization called Mind Destruction, which astonishes him. The portal sky cracks apart from the impact, glass-like shards raining down on the forest. Hyansu ponders the name Mind Destruction while watching the power surge around his hand. The master, shocked yet impressed, asks when his disciple managed to create such a unique conceptualization. Iris stares at the crack forming overhead and realizes she has indeed been imprisoned in this world all along. Hyansu warns her to stay in full eight-tail form since they do not know what awaits beyond the crack. Iris shifts into her matured white-haired eight-tail form, power flaring. Her transformed body descends lightly toward the ground. In this form, Iris asks if Hyansu prefers how she looks now, leaning in too close, making him flustered and requesting more distance. Hyansu reassures her there is no reason to be scared. Excited, Iris urges that they head out quickly. The crack in the sky widens into a huge star-shaped rift, revealing the exit. Iris and Hyansu fly upward toward the rift together. Iris glances toward him mid-flight with a soft, focused expression. Hyansu also looks ahead, quietly resolved. Iris's feet glide upward surrounded by portal mist as she nears the exit. Suddenly, she grabs Hyansu and kisses him, shocking him. Afterward, Hyansu demands to know why she did that, and Iris casually answers it was a present. Pointing at the swirling rift, Iris says she will go in first. Before she can, a black slash tears through her torso, wounding her badly. Iris cries out in pain as the blow lands. The armored knight is revealed as the attacker, having ambushed her with a flaming sword strike. Knight derides her as an arrogant demon. Hyansu screams Iris's name in horror. Despite the grievous wound, Iris rallies and furiously launches herself at Knight. Knight braces as Iris's attack clashes with his glowing defensive sphere. Their energies collide violently in an explosive burst. Iris strains against the resistance, gritting her teeth. She and Hyansu both wonder how Knight managed to join them since only one intruder should enter a portal. Knight, laughing ominously, hovers beneath them, powered by Bishop's magic. Enraged, Iris curses him and prepares to charge again while Hyansu backs her up. Hyansu chases after Iris as she hurtles recklessly toward Knight. Iris suddenly notices another incoming threat from above. She looks up to see a formation of golden swords descending from the sky. The swords rain down, viciously perforating Iris as she screams. Torn and bleeding, Iris plummets unconscious toward the forest below. Hyansu shouts her name again as she falls. Her impact rocks the trees, sending up a huge explosion of debris. Hyansu rushes to the smoking crater, calling out to see if she is alright. He finds Iris reverted to her smaller form, limp in his arms, and desperately begs her to wake. A giant blue armored leg lands nearby as Knight approaches their position. Radiating murderous intent, Knight vows to kill Hyansu while Hyansu demands to know who he is. The master urges Hyansu to calm down, saying the armored figure looks familiar. Hyansu realizes the knight is someone they have met before. Bishop arrives inside the portal, marveling at the scene of Hyansu shielding Iris. She praises Hyansu for winning Iris to his side and even cracking her portal. Knight advances while Bishop walks toward Hyansu and the injured Iris. Hyansu inspects his ring and concludes it is the reason for these unexpected developments. He removes the strange ring from his finger. Placing it on Iris's hand, he remarks that the ring marks her as one of the king's subordinates. Bishop formally introduces herself by the title Bishop and remarks it is only polite to tell him who is going to kill him. Hyansu scoffs at her declaration, calling it a joke. Bishop responds to his rudeness by conjuring a massive purple sphere of power overhead. Knight charges at incredible speed with his sword raised. Iris, regaining some strength, activates her A-rank skill damage reflection through the ring. As Knight closes in, red sparks erupt over his armor from the reflected damage. The pain also rebounds onto Bishop, who is shocked as the backlash cuts across her body. Wounded, Knight staggers and gasps. He continues to threaten Hyansu despite a deep gash in his side. Hyansu angrily rushes in and kicks him, telling him to shut up. The blow is so strong it knocks Knight's helmet clean off and sends him flying. The unmasked, heavily scarred Knight asks if Hyansu truly does not remember him. The master recognizes him as Choi Jae-hyuk, the man who once accompanied them in the Paradise of Fragment. Choi Jae-hyuk, crazed by obsession and revenge, mutters that he will execute Hyansu as the strongest. Hyansu answers by yelling for him to shut up and punching forward again. The clash continues as Hyansu drives Choi back with overwhelming force. Hyansu unleashes a technique called Leaf Impact, gathering power into his fist. His strike releases a gigantic shockwave that slices through Choi and the area. Choi is engulfed in the following assault as Hyansu presses the attack. Wrapped in dark tendrils, Choi screams in disbelief as he is overwhelmed. Nearby, Iris regains consciousness and reacts to the aftermath. She realizes she has been healed and asks Hyansu if he was the one who did it. She notices the ring on her hand glowing with power. Hyansu, relieved, smiles and urges her to hurry so they can leave. He lifts Iris into his arms and rockets them upward toward the swirling rift. Hyansu insists they must enter quickly before their enemies catch them, and Iris agrees. As they approach the exit, Bishop's fiery aura appears at the edge of the crack, blocking their path. Bishop charges at them, screaming Park Hyansu's name. Cursing, Hyansu hurls Iris toward the exit first, telling her to go ahead. Iris is flung into the rift, and looks back in shock as she ascends alone. From within the portal, she begs Hyansu to survive what is coming. Pulled upward, she screams his name as the rift engulfs her. Left behind, Hyansu faces another incoming storm of summoned swords. He activates his new ability Conceptualization, Mind Destruction, to counter them. Within a distorted mental space, he twists and shatters the trajectory of the swords. Hyansu then combines Mind Destruction with Root Impact for an immense counterattack. He charges headlong into the blinding blast of his own unleashed power. Bishop is stunned that he could block her attack so easily. The master calls out proudly to Hyansu. He laughs in delight at seeing his disciple's conceptualization in action. The master analyzes that Hyansu has merged Root Impact, which rattles foundations, with a conceptualization that destroys the root itself, and feels proud as a teacher. Bishop watches, realizing Hyansu has grown even stronger than when he fought Knight, and that a singularity like him is terrifying. Surrounded by torrents of energy, Hyansu declares that Bishop's plans will not proceed as she intended. Gritting her teeth, Bishop repeats Park Hyansu's name in frustration. Hyansu coldly tells her not to address him so familiarly. He warns he will not hold back against her despite her being a woman, and lunges in to fight. Bishop prepares a massive fiery counterattack as their decisive battle is about to begin. The blonde mage rushes through the sky inside a swirling portal of light. Hyansu charges upward, fists blazing with power as he attacks. Watching the oncoming energy, the black-haired man sweats and readies himself. Hyansu activates his domain, surrounding himself with a powerful field. Using Heavenly Demon Flight, Hyansu rockets into the air after her. He streaks across the sky, homing in on the swirling energy ahead. Smirking, he exhales confidently as he closes the distance. The observer gathers conceptualization energy, preparing a mind-based destruction technique. The blonde mage dives toward him again, encased in a radiant barrier. Hyansu unleashes Seed Impact, hurling a devastating conceptual punch. His attack shocks the blonde mage, who realizes the danger. She counters with a massive blast, colliding with his power. Screaming in pain, she strains to withstand the impact. She narrows her eyes, reassessing Hyansu with growing unease. Looking up, she sees Hyansu high above, gathering more power. A dark hand forms, gathering ominous purple energy and symbols. Possessed by darkness, she calls vengeful spirits to tear Hyansu apart. She reveals she has been collecting all vengeful spirits from portals to use now. Grinning, she challenges Hyansu to endure the vengeful spirits of darkness. A spectral arm erupts from Hyansu as someone calls his name, startling him. The spirit possessing his arm promises to handle the vengeful spirits for him. The ghosts rush forward, jaws gaping as they attack. Using the spectral arm, Hyansu commands the vengeful spirits to return. He forms a blazing sword of spirit light, promising it will free them from their shackles. Surrounded by spirits, he tells them to go back and seek freedom. The liberated souls soar up a dark mountain toward the swirling sky. Hyansu looks at his transformed arm, stunned into silence. The spirit announces the task is complete, while someone off-screen reacts in disbelief. An elder spirit praises Hyansu's feat as another small spirit celebrates behind him. The blonde mage realizes absolute death. Hyansu's ego holds total authority over the dead and curses. She shouts for her allies' attention, desperate. Hyansu invokes Heavenly Demon Mystic Arts, Falling Heavens, with his dark arm. Black streaks of conceptual power race upward toward the airborne blonde mage. Alarmed, she hastily conjures a magical shield around herself. Falling Heavens batters her barrier, cracking it as she groans. Hyansu descends and coldly tells her she is weaker than foes like Iris or Knight. Empowering his demonic arm with lightning, he roars that she is weak and releases lightning heavens. She is engulfed by massive bolts of lightning that slam into her. Her body, wreathed in dark smoke and electricity, plummets toward the ground. Falling, she calls out to her ally Ronbel. Ronbel appears and catches her in his arms mid-air. He lands with her safely in the forest. Leaning on him, she angrily asks why he arrived so late. He calmly replies he waited because she told him not to come until summoned. Frustrated, she orders him to stop being so rigid and to kill Hyansu. A powerful blast crashes into the ground near her as he moves to obey. Hyansu confronts Ronbel, demanding to know who he is. Hyansu notices a sudden flare of energy approaching him. Ronbel appears instantly before Hyansu and strikes him with overwhelming speed. Hyansu reels in midair, coughing blood in shock. The suited fighter presses the assault, trading rapid blows with Hyansu. Bruised but grinning, Hyansu assesses that his opponent specializes in close combat. Ronbel charges again, cloaked in purple energy, forcing Hyansu on guard. Scene shifts to a hospital exterior, indicating a change in location. A girl happily inhales the scent of fresh flowers. Walking through the hospital hall, she enjoys how good the bouquet smells. Entering a room, she cheerfully greets the patient, explaining she is free from work today. She sets the flowers in a vase and asks the silent patient if they can hear her. Smiling shyly, she says it would be nice if they really could. Turning to the bed, she panics upon finding Hyuntae missing. A swirling portal-like space appears, hinting at a dimensional transition. Bare feet dangle above that strange watery surface. The fox girl Kale, lost in the void, admits she does not know which way to go. Hearing a voice, she looks up and is told she cannot escape them. Seeing a familiar enemy, she stammers in shock. The dark man grimly notes more opponents keep showing up and ruining his plans. He raises his hand, summoning deadly purple blades and ordering her to die. Snarling, Kale refuses to accept death. She barely dodges the slashing energy waves he sends toward her. His projected form glitches and fades, leading her to suspect it is not his real body. The man appears above her with a different body, claiming resistance is useless. He smashes her into a glowing barrier with a brutal downward strike. Bloodied, Kale bites her lip and struggles back up. Fueled by rage and a monstrous shadow, she vows to kill him. He suddenly tells her that her friend Rinna is still alive. He adds that Rinna is being kept under surveillance, making Kale silently seethe. Kale recalls happier times with Rinna and asks herself what she should do. Her hand trembles as she prepares to decide. The man brandishes a dark cursed sword and urges her to think carefully. He threatens to kill her in a single strike. A commanding voice interrupts, ordering him to stop. A serene young man in white, radiating blue energy, appears. The dark man demands to know how this newcomer entered the space. The newcomer invokes forced teleportation, commanding the enemy to return to where he came from. The dark man is engulfed by the spell and panics as he is dragged away. Cursing, he is sucked into a spiraling portal of light. Kale sees the newcomer fully and hesitantly calls him Hyansu. Sniffing the air, she realizes his scent is similar to Hyansu's but not the same. The mysterious man raises a hand, forming a portal while she watches warily. He tells her to run toward the light he creates, explaining it will return her to where she came from. Kale nervously asks if he is a member of Hyansu's family. He answers that he is not, though the body he uses is, and says that is not what matters now. He urges her to go quickly, and she thanks him. Kale flies through the dimensional stream, realizing she is headed back to where Rinna is. Racing toward the star-like exit, she promises to repay Hyansu for his help. Back in the main battle, Hyansu rushes forward with a swift palm strike. Ronbel narrowly avoids the blow, surprised by his speed. Hyansu counters another attack with a powerful punch. Ronbel responds with a devastating kick that explodes against Hyansu. Hyansu whirls, gathering white conceptual currents around his body. He lands a heavy blow on Ronbel's arm, tearing his sleeve. The two trade ferocious punches head-on. Ronbel channels dark power into a crushing chop aimed at Hyansu. The strike slams down on Hyansu, exploding with force. Bruised and gasping, Hyansu thinks his opponent's close combat is too strong for him to use conceptualization freely. Ronbel forms a swirling blue mana bomb and hurls it at Hyansu. The bomb erupts against Hyansu, blasting him back as he cries out. The scene cuts to a forest path beneath dense trees. Elsewhere, the blonde mage regains consciousness among trees, wrapped in dark energy. She begins a healing ritual, thinking she must recover quickly. She convinces herself that once healed and back in the fight, their side can still win. The old spirit advises Hyansu not to focus on Ronbel but to attack the other enemy. Confused, Hyansu asks what he means. The elder explains that Ronbel is not actually trying to kill Hyansu. Ronbel, partially damaged, mutters in frustration. Hyansu decides to change tactics and again prepares heavenly demon mystic arts, conceptualization, falling heavens. Numerous mana orbs surround Ronbel, boxing him in. The orbs explode, forcing Ronbel to dash away from the blasts. He uses the explosion's momentum to propel himself forward with another charge. Massive ice-like spikes erupt upward as he leaps higher into the sky. Watching him flee, Hyansu and the elder comment that he is not very loyal and is running too far away. Sensing Ronbel recede, the blonde mage angrily realizes he is getting farther from her. Enraged, she screams Ronbel's name as her power flares. Hyansu appears behind her, telling her to stop relying on that traitor. He drives a powerful punch into her midsection, launching her away. She is sent flying, leaving a trail of blood above towering spikes. Clutching a dark sphere in pain, she swears she will kill him. She manages to touch him with that cursed energy, sending dark power through his body. Shocked, she realizes something unexpected is happening. Hyansu counters with a fierce punch to her face. The scene shifts to a tall corporate building, heralding a new setting. Inside, voices joyfully sing happy birthday around a cake. A blonde man named Isaac steps into the room as the celebrant. His colleagues greet him loudly with birthday wishes, surprising him. Embarrassed, Isaac is urged to come blow out the candles. Time passes, leaving only the quiet ceiling of the room. A single slice of uneaten cake remains on a plate. Later, Isaac and the white-haired man relax, with Isaac saying the surprise startled him. The elder suddenly asks Isaac if he believes in God. Isaac laughs it off, saying he does not believe in such things. The elder admits he once denied God's existence as well because God cannot be seen. He then says God actually does exist, startling Isaac. The elder claims he even saw God once before meeting Isaac, who thinks he is lying. The elder continues and activates a device on the console. A cylindrical chamber begins to open with mist spilling out. The chamber rises fully as Isaac and the elder step back tensely. Isaac, alarmed, asks what this machine is. The elder reveals a glowing sword inside and says he was instructed to pass it on when the time was right. Drawing the sword, he tells Isaac that now is that time and offers it to him. The chapter ends on a calm sky over the forest, signaling a brief respite after the chaos. The old master observes that another powerful being is choosing not to intervene while Hyansu stands ready. Someone recognizes a red, brain-like object as the immortal transcendent. The elf-like woman panics and drops the immortal transcendent. She desperately lunges after the falling immortal transcendent, cursing. Hyansu appears over her and coldly calls her pathetic. As she pleads for mercy, Hyansu prepares a heavenly demon mystic arts technique. Hyansu unleashes exploding heavens, smashing the ground with overwhelming power. The explosion devastates a massive area of the forest. A suited observer admits Hyansu's strength is incredible. Deciding not to throw his life away, the man flies off and retreats. Hyansu emerges from the smoke beside his master, victorious. The master tells Hyansu to feel no sympathy for the defeated woman, and Hyansu agrees. A system message announces that Hyansu's unique ability listening to instructions has leveled up. Details appear explaining that listening to instructions level 5 lets him copy one designated instructor's techniques a limited number of times daily, and his new unique constitution heavenly demon body boosts all martial arts and physical stats. Hyansu happily notes that his level and efficiency have increased. He excitedly tells his master that he has leveled up. The master stands silently, looking serious. Hyansu calls out to his master, sensing something is off. A notification grants Cheon-jiang a special one-time possession ability that will erase him from this world after use. Cheon-jiang realizes this world gave him the power to possess Hyansu's body. Remembering a foretold day, Cheon-jiang wonders if that time has arrived. He recalls being warned never to hesitate on that day, even if it means disappearing from this place. Hyansu asks what his master is thinking, but Cheon-jiang brushes it off. The master warns that the cracks in the sky are beginning to close again. Hyansu, worried, asks what will happen to Iris. The master assures him that Iris is alive and content, with no bad premonitions. Amazed at his knowledge, Hyansu jokingly asks if his master is a god, and Cheon-jiang playfully demands food offerings. Hyansu resolves to reopen the hole in the sky. The master reminds him he still has a special item left behind by their enemies, and Hyansu remembers. Elsewhere, a woman in red leads a group running toward the portal site. She arrives with a squad of suited subordinates. One subordinate reports that the portal now seems powerless. She deduces from a rapid Anderson index drop that Hyansu must have succeeded. Suddenly she senses something unusual. She sees two active portals appear side by side. Hyansu steps out of one portal, announcing his return. He thanks the woman, saying her items saved his life. Overjoyed, she hugs him tightly and praises his accomplishment. She then wonders why he emerged from a different portal than the one he entered. Hyansu admits he could not kill the being inside the original portal. She is confused and stunned by this answer. Other agents shout that the remaining portal is vanishing. The woman tells Hyansu that regardless, his mission was a success. She is surprised it took him a month of outside time. Hyansu is shocked, insisting he spent only 2 hours inside the portal. She concludes that time flows differently inside the portal and prepares to share important news. She tells Hyansu that his comatose brother has finally awakened, to his immense joy. She adds there is more news to tell him. She informs him that Robin from the PSC died the previous day. The scene shifts to a grand church-like building, indicating Robin's funeral location. Inside, a memorial altar displays Robin's portrait beneath a cross. A close-up reinforces that Robin is the one being mourned. A blond man sits before the altar, grieving in silence. In tears, he addresses the deceased Robin as his master. Time shifts to a quiet pier where a long-haired man approaches someone fishing. He looks over the shoulder of the mysterious long-haired fisherman. The fisherman asks why the visitor has come at such a time. The fisherman says life has become too hard, while the visitor replies that life is never easy. The visitor asks if the fisherman comes here often, and the man says it is his first time. The visitor assumes he likes fishing, but the fisherman says this is also his first time fishing. The visitor remarks that he looks like an expert with the rod. The fisherman notes that the visitor also does not come here often. The visitor, surprised, demands to know why the fisherman is not asking his identity. Realizing he cannot sense who this man is, the visitor finally asks who he is. The fisherman muses over the question of who he is. He reveals a scarred face and eerie eyes beneath his hat, smiling ominously. Casting off his disguise, he declares himself to be king. The visitor reacts in shock and fear at learning his identity. King taunts Newman, saying he will kill him again here. King calmly bids him goodbye. Newman refuses to die quietly and begins gathering powerful lightning. He vows to sacrifice his life if necessary to defeat King. The narrative cuts to a tall modern skyscraper, shifting back to Earth. Inside, a quiet hallway leads to patient rooms. The blond man, Isaac, lies asleep in a hospital bed clutching his sword, murmuring Hyansu's name. He calls out Isaac's name urgently in his sleep. He stirs, opening his eyes slightly. Awake now, Isaac is startled to see his master sitting beside his bed. Newman solemnly says he can no longer stay by Isaac's side, shocking him. Newman explains that Isaac has infinite potential and must keep moving forward without doubt. Isaac anxiously asks what his master means by these words. Newman's voice echoes in Isaac's memory, advising him not to be ruled by anger and always remain calm as he fights. Isaac bolts upright from bed screaming for his master. Realizing it was a dream or vision, he pants and questions it. Elsewhere, caution tape is torn apart as something breaches a restricted area. The ripped tape reveals armed figures emerging from a toxic fog. Men in gas masks remark that the area is utterly ruined. Advancing through the desolation, they note that even water cannot penetrate it, and wonder what happened. Spotting a silhouette in the miasma, one asks what that shape is. A gigantic skeletal creature emerges from the fog, towering over them. The scene shifts to a hospital building with a medical cross. Hyansu bursts into a hospital room calling for his brother Hyuntae. Inside, Hyuntae sits on the bed, apparently awake and smiling faintly. Hyansu runs to him and anxiously asks if he is alright. Hyansu comments on how unexpected it is to meet him like this, still in disbelief. The person in Hyuntae's body calmly says he is not actually Hyuntae. Ominous prophetic words about a deadly spreading darkness echo as Hyansu listens in horror. Hyansu grabs the figure by the collar and demands to know who he really is. Cheon-jaeong appears and warns Hyansu not to be too rough since it is still his brother's body. Hyansu releases his grip in shock. He angrily asks the possessor if he is the one who harmed his brother, but the man answers no. The possessor explains that King caused the portal catastrophe and that he is actually maintaining Hyuntae in suspended animation to keep him alive. Hyansu, still furious, demands to know the possessor's true identity. The entity introduces himself as Mer, the god of planet Ares, astonishing Hyansu. Mer clarifies that Ares is a planet roughly 700 million light-years away from Earth. Hyansu silently processes this revelation while Mer watches him. Hyansu asks his master why Mer is here and whether Mer can see him as well. Mer confirms he is the one who summoned Cheon-jaeong, calling him a transcendent. Mer acknowledges that Hyansu dragged his soul here, saying he took advantage of the separation between Hyuntae's body and soul. Cheon-jaeong bristles with power in a flashback, thinking that if he still had his body he would have torn Mer apart. Mer notes that at least Cheon-jaeong got to enjoy the experience of training a disciple. Cheon-jaeong responds in grim silence. Mer explains he is bound here by a contract tied to the will of Ares' dead, forcing him to remain. Using an analogy, Mer says he functions like an internet server for Ares' people. He describes himself as a server-like existence that manages the abilities of Ares' inhabitants. Mer says he does not expect forgiveness and permits Hyansu to kill him once everything is over, then asks what Hyansu wants to know. He decides to show Hyansu the truth, forming a glowing spherical projection. A portal-like vortex opens as Mer uses his power to display Ares' past to Hyansu and Cheon-jaeong. On Ares, alien officers report that the 4th defense line has fallen, all sky portals are open, and an annihilation-rank monster has appeared. Another officer shouts that Newman Knight's army has reached the 5th defense line and urges that time must be turned back, while Hyansu wonders if he is seeing Ares' past. Command realizes Bishop has appeared in the sky while Karak battles in Area D. They plead with Newman to rewind time as much as possible, and he agrees. Newman prepares a great time-manipulating spell using glowing orbs. Hyansu recognizes this as a time travel ability similar to Robin's. Time suddenly freezes, and Hyansu sees someone in the control room halted mid-action. Mer explains that the frozen figure shares Robin's exact ability and that he stopped time to better explain. Mer identifies the man as Newman, the previous owner of Robin Ordman's power. A projection of Newman confirms that the Earthling Robin later inherited his very same time ability. Hyansu realizes that all awakened humans besides Robin must also be tied to Ares. Mer says the people of Ares each had unique special powers that made unification difficult. He recounts how Newman managed to unite Ares, bringing together 11 kings with Newman presiding. Mer points out Haxon, whose counterpart Karak is the mightiest physical fighter among them, sharing his combat-focused personality. He then identifies the red-haired Ha-Yurak, Marin's counterpart, as possessing the power of a dragon. Despite having a common enemy, the kings had been bitter rivals, yet Newman still achieved unification. Mer notes that Paul contributed most to this process. Paul, revealed as the Earth Chief Commander Choi Sang-ho, is shown leading S-rank hunters. Mer clarifies that this Paul corresponds to Choi Sung-ho, Ha-Yurak's superior on Earth. With Paul's help, Newman successfully unified Ares. United, the kings begin a full-scale counterattack against King's forces. Their combined army initially holds its own thanks to its newfound unity. The 11 kings together form a tremendously powerful fighting force. However, Mer explains this success is short-lived once Queen enters the battle. Hyansu asks about Queen in alarm. Images of Bishop and King appear as Mer says he always suspected a Queen piece would exist too. Mer reveals that Queen is a living weapon created from the cells of 4 ancient kings plus the current king, fused with science and magic. Queen's power is shown overwhelming and beyond all expectations. She proves stronger than any attack they can muster, easily overpowering the people of Ares. Even Karak, the foremost combat specialist, charges in furiously but cannot stand against her. Queen goes on a rampage with terrifying strength. The narration concludes that even Karak's full power amounts to child's play before Queen's devastating attacks. Ares' warriors panic and start to flee, convinced they are doomed. Narration explains that while Ares' side could handle knight and bishop, the arrival of queen completely overturned the battle, forcing Mer to seek someone else's help. A gravely injured Arisian staggers into a rocky cave, barely staying on his feet. Bleeding and exhausted, he looks up in shock and recognition. A fiery, godlike being appears and is addressed as Newman. Hyansu, startled, realizes that this blazing figure is actually Mer. Mer confirms the fiery warrior is his true form but says he is now reduced to a weak, ghost-like state. The wounded Arisian asks Mer if he is the god of Ares, and Mer clarifies he governs their abilities. Furious, the Arisian demands to know why Mer is not helping while Ares is in mortal danger, and insists he should protect Ares. Mer answers that his role is limited to granting powers and hints there is another reason he cannot intervene. He reveals that a higher being called a transcendent is backing their enemies. Because of that transcendent, Mer says he is unable to provide direct help. The Arisian clenches his fist as he starts to grasp what that implies for them. Mer grimly concludes that this means they are destined to die. Overwhelmed, the Arisian drops to his knees. He screams in rage for King and vows never to forgive him for what he has done. Still desperate, he asks if there is any way for Ares' will to live on. Mer answers it could be passed to people of another planet, and the Arisian begs him to do so. Determined, the Arisian declares that if they fail, their successors will inherit their will and eventually stop King. Mer warns that choosing this path might condemn them to endless suffering without happiness. The Arisian says he does not care, as long as he can one day drive a blade through King's subordinates' hearts. Back in the present, Hyansu and Mer float in a void-like space as Mer prepares to explain more. Hyansu asks about his master and what singularities are, prompting Mer to begin defining them. Mer states that singularities are special variables, a power that did not exist on Ares and was unknown even to King. Mer then asks if Hyansu understands why Mer is now in this weakened state. He explains that his current condition is the price he paid to create the singularities like Hyansu. Mer recounts that he crossed many dimensions to find Hyansu's master, Cheonjiang, solely to deliver Isaac the sword. He adds that Cheonjiang will likely appear before them soon. Hyansu says he has one final question, and Mer invites him to ask it. Hyansu asks if the prophecy that singularities will save the world is actually true. Mer reflects and replies that this is his own personal desire. Hyansu is shocked to learn the prophecy is driven by Mer's wish. Mer calmly confirms that the supposed prophecy is indeed his desire. Hyansu notes that they already killed Knight and Bishop, powerful foes on Ares. Mer explains that Knight and Bishop being defeated is impressive but not unimaginable given how strong they were. He emphasizes that Hyansu not only killed them but even captured Pawn alive. Mer adds that because of this, his desire of opposing King is steadily turning into reality. He admits feeling sorry for Earthlings forced to awaken abilities but says those powers are necessary with King targeting Earth. Hyansu reasons that the prophet Robin must have seen the future, but Mer says no seer can predict accurately when a god like him is involved. Mer explains that gods stand above future sight abilities, so even weakened, no seer can surpass him in rank. Hyansu then asks who the mysterious transcendent is and why Mer's appearance keeps shifting, but Mer repeats that he does not know the being, only that it stopped his interference on Ares. Hyansu suspects the transcendent is the one who summoned him into the strange space, referring to Cheonjiang. Mer reassures Hyansu and his allies that there is hope because they now possess Mer's desire, Ares' will, and the singularities. Hyansu accepts this, saying it is comforting to hear that their goals can be achieved. He then angrily demands to know why Mer meddled with his brother, despite earlier saying his questions were over. Mer complains that Hyansu is ungrateful even though Mer saved his brother, and insists Hyansu only needs Mer. Cheonjiang interjects, revealing Mer intervened because Hyansu would otherwise have killed himself. Hyansu realizes Mer chose him from the beginning as a singularity candidate. Mer responds that Hyansu himself must have felt his own exceptional talent. Cheonjiang remarks that Hyansu should have been born in MURIM and says that he, Isaac, and a third singularity were carefully chosen and nurtured. In a flashback, the demonic sword speaks to Isaac, offering power as he grasps it. Isaac reacts in alarm as the sword begins talking to him. The sword presses Isaac again, demanding to know if he truly desires power. The question echoes in front of Isaac's deceased master's portrait, intensifying his turmoil. Isaac panics at the talking sword while it boasts of being an infamous demonic blade. The sword tempts Isaac further by asking if he wants revenge on his master's killer. It promises to give Isaac the necessary power, shocking him. Isaac incredulously asks if that is really possible, and the sword confidently claims it can do anything. Consumed by grief and rage, Isaac declares he wants to kill the one who murdered his master. The sword tells him he will need its power for that, and Isaac desperately demands that power. A massive dark portal and energy erupt as the sword asks whether Isaac can handle the consequences, and Isaac affirms that he can. The sword presents a blood contract, and orders Isaac to sign it with his own blood. Isaac pricks his finger on the blade to provide the blood signature. He presses his bleeding fingertip onto the contract, sealing the pact. In response, a dark explosion of energy spreads across the area. Isaac's arm is violently drenched and transformed by blood and darkness as the contract takes effect. Corruption spreads down his legs, encasing his body in black fluid. The darkness engulfs Isaac's face, finishing his transformation. Isaac emerges fully clad in a sinister black armor formed by the demonic power. He seizes the demonic sword with his newly transformed hand. The sword laughs triumphantly, declaring Isaac finally strong enough to wield it. Time shifts to a peaceful scene at a church bell tower. Outside the church, Armand meets with the priest to discuss funeral arrangements. The priest confirms the official funeral is tomorrow and offers prayers for the deceased's eternal rest. Later, Armand enters the dim church interior, opening the doors cautiously. He immediately senses something amiss inside the sanctuary. Armand spots the transformed Isaac standing among the funeral flowers and demands his identity. Frantic, Armand shouts and searches for Isaac, fearing for him. He accuses the dark figure of harming Isaac and demands to know what was done to him. The armored figure answers that he is Isaac himself, addressing Armand by name. Armand is stunned to hear Isaac's voice coming from the monstrous form. Isaac, now empowered, declares he will personally take vengeance, and Armand struggles to accept that this creature is Isaac. Isaac stands resolute in his dark armor, overflowing with demonic energy. A swirling black vortex appears above, further alarming Armand. Armand watches the vortex and calls out Isaac's name in anguish. Back in the cave, Mare finishes his explanation, saying he has told Hyansu everything he needed to know. Hyansu warns Mare that once the current crisis is over he will beat him up, and Mare resignedly says he will wait for it. Mare raises his hand and releases a powerful light to end their meeting. Hyansu then hears Mare's voice fading as Mare says he must rest. In a hospital bed, Hyansu's brother, Park Hyuntae, weakly asks what happened to his brother. Hyansu, visiting him, explains that Park Hyuntae's body has fully recovered. He adds that Hyuntae is only unconscious due to psychological reasons and should wake naturally soon. Mare, speaking through Hyuntae's body, explains that a strong protective seal was placed on Hyuntae to save him by isolating him from harm. He then admits that Hyansu's earlier technique loosened this seal, making it easy for Mare's consciousness to emerge. Hyansu grudgingly accepts this and tells Mare to leave his brother's body as soon as possible, and Mare promises to try. Walking down a hospital corridor, Hyansu and Cheon Jaeyoung summarize that Mare's explanations have answered most of their questions and that the others must be informed. Still lying in bed, Hyuntae mentally notes that he too has an important role to play in the coming events. The scene shifts to a tall corporate building, signaling a new meeting place. Hyansu enters an office where the guild leader, a pink-haired woman, is waiting. She greets him warmly, noting that it has been some time since they last met. Hyansu observes that her hair has returned to its original color, and she confirms that her powers have fully recovered. They discuss a newly installed PSC portal device, which has been placed at key locations. She suggests they head through the portal because everyone else is already gathered, and Hyansu agrees. Another skyscraper is shown, housing the gathering of high-ranking hunters. Inside, representatives from various groups, including Armand, sit around a large round table awaiting Hyansu. Hyansu enters and greets everyone, saying it has been a while since they last met. He is introduced to Maud Alexander, another powerful figure, and they shake hands politely. The assembly's purpose is stated. They are meeting before the funeral because Hyansu has killed Bishop, one of King's officers. The others react with shock that not only Knight but also Bishop has fallen. The guild leader adds that Hyansu has also received secret information from an unknown transcendent being. One hunter silently marvels at how strong Hyansu has become while Hyansu prepares to explain the crucial points. Hyansu begins by describing King's group as cosmic pirates who ambush and plunder planets. He explains that they typically create portals, unleash monsters, and obliterate everything on a target world. Among those monsters, the strongest survivors are reused on the next planet in their path. Hyansu says that even the transcendent Mare does not know why King does all this. He relays that Mare introduced himself as the god who manages Ares's abilities and that Ares lost its war against King. Hyansu explains that Ares's lost abilities were transferred to Earth, awakening as the powers that hunters now possess. The gathered hunters react in shock to learning their powers came from another world. Armand asks whether their abilities originally belonged to someone else, and Hyansu confirms that this is true. Another hunter comments that it is hard to believe and wonders if those original owners were stronger than him. Hyansu answers that according to Mare's memories, Ares's abilities resembled those of Earth's hunters but were generally stronger. A large hunter says the next part of the story is what matters most. Hyansu then promises to reveal King's true reason for coming to Earth. He outlines the two key points he will explain: why King's group came to Earth, and why they are restraining their full power. He begins the explanation with Earth's myth of a war among gods that has long been passed down as legend. He clarifies that this legend refers to a real battle between God and Satan, in which Satan was defeated. After losing, Satan was sealed deep within Earth's core. The hunters compare this to a biblical story, likening it to the war between God and Satan. Hyansu states that King, an entity called the Annihilation Dragon, came to Earth specifically to awaken Satan and that Earth was chosen as the next target after Ares. He continues that while Mare does not know King's exact plans for Satan, King is clearly trying to resurrect the Annihilation Dragon as a major weapon. Hyansu then explains that King's restraint on Earth is due to a binding contract with the powerful hunter Choi Sungo. Choi had a unique power to strengthen seals, making him critical to maintaining Satan's imprisonment. Learning about the sealed dragon, Choi began preparing a ritual to reinforce its seal. King discovered this and proposed negotiations, because a stronger seal would last over 5 centuries. In the negotiation flashback, King offers to destroy Earth immediately if Choi first reinforces Satan's seal, revealing his true target is Satan. King admits he ultimately needs Satan but boasts that he can destroy Earth even without Satan's help. Choi asks what compensation he will receive for not strengthening the seal, planning around Mare's prophecy about future singularities. He sets his condition: King must not destroy Earth for 5 years. Choi further stipulates that if King violates this, he must invade in his original body, shortening his lifespan and weakening his power. Choi offers to halt the sealing ritual immediately if King swears to this powerful verbal oath. King recognizes the danger of such an oath, knowing it would annihilate the soul of whoever breaks it. To balance the deal, King says he will also impose a condition on Choi. Choi responds that his own condition is for King to commit suicide at the end, shocking King. Hyansu concludes that Hunter Choi ultimately sacrificed his life for Earth, forcing King to obey the oath. Armand recalls that Knight used his original body when fighting them and questions whether that affected the oath. Hyansu answers that Knight's immediate death nullified any issue with the condition. The assembled hunters digest the revelations, acknowledging they finally understand events and that Choi's sacrifice saved them. Someone slaps a hand on the table, signaling a new declaration. The leader of the Black Dragon Society stands to express respect for Hyansu's tireless efforts for humanity. She announces that she and the Black Dragon Society have decided to follow Hyansu's lead from now on. The pink-haired woman says that with the enemy's goal revealed, there is no reason for their side to stay divided. She declares that they must unite and fight the enemy together. The gathered hunters agree enthusiastically and decide to form an alliance with Hunter Park as the center. One man slams his fist down and refuses to agree to this plan. The white-haired fighter says he will not follow anyone weaker than himself. Park Hyansu responds that strength differences no longer matter and that guilds themselves are now unnecessary. The white-haired man retorts that he does not care about guilds and will only recognize a leader stronger than him. The old master tells Hyansu to establish the hierarchy by settling this dispute. Hyansu asks Anderson to send everyone to his house using its coordinates. Anderson recalls that Robin and Isaac previously went to that location. The group arrives at Hyansu's building. Inside, a blue circular portal opens. A dark starry portal appears on the wall of Hyansu's home. Anderson is shocked that there is a portal inside the house. The team enters and notes the new dimension is vast and seemingly devoid of life. Hyansu calls this his personal training ground and invites Haxon to fight there. Hyansu smirks and adds that this challenge only matters if Haxon can actually beat him. Hyansu reminds Haxon he is crucial for the war and tries to reason with him, but Haxon angrily tells him to shut up. Haxon furiously charges at Hyansu, refusing to be lectured. Hyansu's power causes a massive explosion that halts Haxon's advance. Haxon is stunned to see the shattered ground beneath Hyansu's feet. Haxon accelerates to Mach 5 to attack again. Hyansu counters by unleashing the first technique of heaven-obliterating demonic fists. He follows up with a named finishing blow called Seed Impact. Realizing how dangerous the blow is and unable to dodge, Haxon hastily raises his guard. Hyansu's empowered strike slams into Haxon with overwhelming force. Haxon's arm is badly damaged and he channels energy into it. He endures the pain and fires a powerful technique called Silver Pulse. Haxon is shocked at how monstrous Hyansu's power is as he examines his injured arm. He questions why Hyansu is not stopping to heal himself. Haxon responds by unleashing another large-scale technique named Falling Heavens. The devastating attack crashes down in a blinding burst of energy. Bloodied and barely standing, Haxon realizes Hyansu has developed completely new techniques in just a few months. Hyansu casually summons another technique, Lightning Heavens. Lightning engulfs Haxon's body. Racked with pain, Haxon screams as the electricity courses through him. The attack slams him into the ground in a violent explosion. Observing from afar, Anderson and another note that Hyansu and Haxon are on entirely different levels. Haxon lies defeated on the ground as Hyansu approaches. Refusing to accept it, Haxon mutters that he is supposed to be the strongest. He forces himself back up in rage, telling Hyansu not to get cocky. Haxon forms a new, intensely glowing energy sphere in his hands. Enraged, he hurls the lethal sphere at Hyansu, intent on killing him. Hyansu calmly raises his hand above the wounded Haxon. Hyansu unleashes another technique called Exploding Heavens, blasting Haxon down again. Hyansu states that he is willing to keep fighting if Haxon insists. Haxon now lies motionless and utterly beaten in a crater. The others observe that the pecking order is decided and acknowledge Hyansu as their leader. The old master scolds Hyansu for not crushing Haxon harder, but Hyansu replies he held back to avoid killing him. A voice calls out to Park Hyansu, getting his attention. Severely injured Haxon struggles upright and starts to speak to Hyansu. He stammers, trying to continue his words. Hyansu unexpectedly offers Haxon a hand. Hyansu smiles and tells him plainly that he lost today. Haxon groans in frustration at this admission. Hyansu cheerfully hugs Haxon from behind and says Haxon must accompany him somewhere as compensation, while Haxon protests. The others watch the two bicker and comment that they seem to be getting along. This affirms Hyansu's leadership. Hyansu brings Haxon to what Haxon confusedly asks about, and Hyansu explains it is a bathhouse. Hyansu strips and says they should bathe after fighting so hard. Already undressed, Hyansu urges the reluctant Haxon to take off his clothes and join him. Haxon says he does not bathe with strangers, but Hyansu notes they have rented the whole place so it is just the two of them. Haxon still refuses to bathe together. Hyansu impatiently asks why Haxon is acting distant and warns the hot water will cool. Losing his patience, Hyansu rips off Haxon's clothes with a lightning-charged grab. Seeing the shredded clothes, Hyansu sheepishly says he lost control of his strength. Hyansu teases him with a crude joke about German sausage while Haxon explodes in embarrassed anger. Hyansu, already in the bath, calls for the fuming Haxon to hurry in. The two men finally sit together in the hot bath. Hyansu admits he does not actually want to be the leader because strength and leadership are different. He adds that some problems, like convincing Haxon, can only be solved through overwhelming strength. Hyansu explains Haxon's power is vital for uniting all awakened to defeat King. Haxon clarifies he is cooperating as an equal, not serving under Hyansu. He further says he is only working together until King and his followers are eliminated, which Hyansu casually agrees to. Hyansu suddenly comments that something is bigger than he expected, startling Haxon. Hyansu then shifts the topic and asks when the portal in Haxon's house appeared and whether anything dangerous might come out of it. The old master remarks that no monsters emerged from the house portal, though he hints other unusual things have. Haxon says he is leaving already, while Hyansu complains the bath time has barely begun. Hyansu suggests Haxon still needs to scrub his back. Then Hyansu tempts him by asking if he wants to go out afterward for German beer and sausage, provoking a shouted reply. Time passes and a church tower is shown, indicating a shift of scene. Hyansu arrives at the church building. Inside, he stands before an altar with candles and a framed photo of Robin. Looking at Robin's picture, Hyansu says he has come to visit him. Hyansu vows to train as much as he can so that he can avenge Robin. A news broadcast reports that the group behind the portals threatening Earth is led by a man called King. The reporter announces that all guilds have merged into one organization and that guilds as independent entities will disappear. Text states that all awakened are now under a single organization named New World. The former Hunter Association building is shown as the Korea branch of New World. Reporters thrust their phones and microphones forward at a press conference. Journalists loudly ask if Yurak becoming captain of New World is what Park Hyansu wanted, and why Hyansu did not take the position himself. Yurak explains that Hyansu is the strongest hunter but prefers to avoid people and is currently focused on personal training. Leaving the podium exhausted, she complains about how many questions the reporters have. Back in the office, the others praise her for handling the press. The woman in red asks if all urgent matters have been resolved. The pink-haired woman answers that 80% of Earth's portals have been dealt with. She then inquires about the newly appeared A-rank portal in Ethiopia. They note that Haxon volunteered to tackle that portal alone and as an S-rank should handle it easily. The women comment that Haxon is surprisingly cooperative now and has changed since his fight with Hyansu, saying this is how men are. A portal opens in their office. The spiky-haired fighter Armand steps through, asked why he has suddenly come. He urgently announces that an S-rank portal has appeared above the Pacific Ocean. The scene shifts to a dark floating castle inside that portal space. Inside a facility, machinery stabilizes a black dimensional rift. Mass scientists say time is short, and they must hurry with the special object King obtained. Someone approaches the lab as the scientists work. They greet the newcomer as Rook, who confirms that the object they are focusing on is indeed it. A bandaged, glowing humanoid body is revealed as the strongest vessel King has found across countless dimensions. Rook is astonished by the immense energy emanating from this corpse. Later, Rook enters a luxurious room where King's lieutenants are gathered. 3 of them turn to him as he arrives. One scolds another for not greeting Rook, and the pink-haired man asks why that sort of courtesy is needed between them. The pink-haired man clarifies he is Pawn and the newcomer is Rook, prompting belated recognition. Pawn politely introduces himself as Kayvon and notes this is their first in-person meeting. Someone remarks that Kayvon is a renowned mage of the East Universe and trustworthy because King chose him. Rook asks how the enemy forces are moving. The old mage reports that the heroes have found the Pacific Portal and formed a team of 30 A ranks and 1 South rank, but that Park Hyansu has not moved. Rook states that 90% of the linkage among 7 portals is complete. Pawn points out there are only 4 of them, and wonders how they can cover 7 portals. Rook explains that the central portal links to the other 6, and they will personally enter 4 of the remaining ones. He adds that another ally will handle the 5th portal and that the 6th will be entered by whoever is assigned to confront Park Hyansu. The lieutenants react with surprise to this statement. Rook reminds them that King has granted permission for them to fight in their true forms and orders each of them to go all out within their respective portals. One of the blonde lieutenants asks about the previous contractual restrictions involving Paul. Rook says he will bear all of those restrictions himself using an artifact called the Watch of Causality. Rook tells the others simply to fight with full power and make sure to bring back Park Hyansu's head. Over the Pacific, a gigantic swirling portal dominates the sky above the ocean. Hyansu's team arrives on warships and comments on how enormous the portal is, estimating it to be about 2 kilometers wide. The pink-haired woman remarks that, unlike the Fragment of Paradise, this portal does not feel ominous. Hyansu appears in uniform as they prepare for the mission. The pink-haired woman reacts to seeing him again. She and the girl in red tease Hyansu that he does not seem any different despite his training, while he plays it off. A narration reveals that because Hyansu has reached the level of origin reversal, his allies cannot sense how powerful he has become. Hyansu and the pink-haired woman discuss how a barrier around the portal prevents direct approach. She reveals their solution is humanity's strongest weapon, a nuclear missile. Hyansu questions the radioactive aftermath, but she says the plan is necessary despite the future consequences. The large man says he can at least fire one missile himself. He summons his power using a technique called Chaos Lake. His energy spreads over the portal's surface, encasing it. The operators confirm preparations are complete and explain that the explosion will sever the portal from the outside world and send the radiation to another dimension. A submarine officer, not wanting humanity to stay passive, orders the missile launch. The missile blasts out of the submarine and heads toward the portal. It streaks into the swirling portal. The nuke detonates in a massive explosion high above the ocean. The big man strains, unleashing his full power to contain the blast. The explosion's force is redirected upward while the surrounding sea is shielded. He groans under the extreme pressure. He realizes the blast is even stronger than expected but affirms he is still stronger and continues to hold it. Observers on nearby ships cheer as they see the portal beginning to vanish. The portal disappears without leaving any trace, impressing everyone with the S-rank's feat. Proud of his performance, the big man laughs and asks the others how awesome that was, while the team prepares to enter the now accessible area. The scene opens on ancient stone pillars overgrown with vines under a bright sky. A suited explorer notes that the stone structure appears to be eerie ruins. Their tablet suddenly reports numerous monsters approaching. Sharp-legged creatures sprint toward them at high speed. Spider-like monsters swarm out of the ruins, forcing the team leader to order everyone to prepare for battle. The hunters clash violently with the spiders amid screams and explosive strikes. A bald powerhouse smashes a monster while ominous winged shapes gather above. A massive flock of winged monsters descends from the sky. A red-haired woman calmly says these monsters look tame compared to what she saw in the fragment of paradise. She dives and wreathed in flames, vowing to incinerate all the enemies. Another woman watches the burning sky and remarks that the fire mage has grown even stronger. Determined not to be outdone, she unleashes her own powerful blue energy attack. Her energy blades tear through the monsters and ruins in a devastating barrage. She then crazily wonders if anyone could make her even younger. Elsewhere, Hyansu begins concentrating and gathering power. He completes his scan and concludes his analysis. He deduces that 6 portals are linked around a central portal. He invokes heavenly demon mystic arts, conceptualization, forming many swirling blue spheres. Using the technique Falling Heavens, he rains destructive attacks down on the monsters. Observers marvel at Hunter Park's overwhelming power, saying he is worth 100 men. The fire mage lands lightly, flames trailing behind her. Hyansu joins her after finishing his attack. She teases that he should have used that power from the beginning, while he says he was doing reconnaissance. Hyansu explains to the others that there are 6 linked portals plus a central one. The woman is surprised that multiple portals appear as a single one and notes that the enemy's portal technique has improved since the fragment of paradise. They judge the overall difficulty as low and decide regular members will handle normal monsters while S ranks each take on a portal boss. Hyansu says he is heading out, and the fire mage tells him to stay safe. His hand reaches toward her as he turns to leave. She blushes when he gently touches her face, softly saying his name. Hyansu responds with a quiet, reassuring smile. A blast of wind from his departure startles her. She fumes that the kid has become quite bold. Hyansu rockets away like a white spear of energy. He emerges from transit, feet touching down in a new location. He finds himself in what looks like a bustling amusement park and questions the setting. Hearing people scream on a roller coaster, he wonders if this really is inside a portal. Nearby, a boy excitedly asks his mother for cotton candy, and she agrees. Hidden in darkness, an enemy is pleased that Park Hyansu entered first. This enemy explains that the place is a mental space he controls and sees this as a chance to kill Hyansu and earn his king's recognition. Sensing something, Hyansu looks up warily. He and other hunters suddenly find themselves riding a roller coaster, confused about why they are on it. An old master enjoys the ride while Hyansu panics, realizing this is not the time for fun. The train hurtles along the track toward danger. The master notices the track ahead looks wrong. They see the track is broken ahead and passengers scream for help. The train flies off the severed rails into empty air. It crashes catastrophically, flinging riders and cars everywhere. Hyansu lands safely on the ground after escaping the disaster. He sees the explosion and worries about the roller coaster passengers. Horrified, he shouts for his mother. He then realizes the cotton candy scene with the mother and child is repeating exactly. The screams and roller coaster scenario begin again above him. Hyansu and the old master deduce that the events in this place are looping. Hyansu wonders if time here repeats like in the Entropy Kingdom, or something similar. A disembodied voice declares that Hyansu has already lost the first game, the roller coaster. Hyansu demands to know who is speaking and prepares to fight despite his dislike of battle. The voice, calling itself Bordeaux, explains that its ability reconstructed various dimensional spaces as soon as Hyansu entered. Bordeaux admits Hyansu is scary after defeating knight and bishop but decides to fight anyway. He boasts that this mental space is his domain where even Hyansu should be helpless. Hyansu mocks him for hiding while boasting and implies he is weaker than knight and bishop. Bordeaux insists provoking him is useless and threatens to trap Hyansu here forever. He then announces the start of a second game with a sinister grin. Hyansu calmly replies that he refuses to play the enemy's game. Bordeaux protests that Hyansu cannot leave because this is his space, while Hyansu questions that claim. Hyansu calls out the bluff, saying someone truly strong would not need to hide, and starts to reveal the truth of the place. Bordeaux smugly clarifies that everything around them is an illusion. Hyansu says illusions are simple to handle and recalls his skill mind destruction, which alters the essence of things. He activates conceptualization, mind destruction, enveloping himself in blue energy. His eye focuses intensely on the illusion. From Bordeaux's perspective, Hyansu's enormous eye dominates the space, pulling in his spider form. Hyansu attacks with a technique called seed impact. The illusionary realm explodes under the force of his blow. Bordeaux's monstrous body is pierced and mortally wounded. The spider form crashes lifelessly to the ground before Hyansu. The illusionist coughs blood, shocked that his supposedly perfect illusion was seen through. Hyansu states he could tell because he has previously met a far stronger mage. He follows up with another attack, exploding heavens. The impact triggers another devastating explosion. Bordeaux, half buried and dying, weakly acknowledges Hyansu's overwhelming strength while thinking of his king. Hyansu ends him with a final brutal stomp. The ground is shredded and splattered as the enemy is finished off. The old master comments how easily the fight ended, and Hyansu agrees. Hyansu notes that Halley, his ring spirit, is still asleep, which the master says is normal during a growth phase. A bright pillar of blue light shoots into the sky, marking the cleared portal. Other hunters see the light and realize one of the portals has been conquered, likely by Hunter Park. Their leader orders them to stay focused on the battle or die, and they comply. Elsewhere underwater, a huge serpent tail is cut and bleeds heavily. Takeshi has driven his sword deep into the underwater serpent boss's head. He realizes with disgust that he is fighting a massive water snake. The serpent flings him high into the air above the sea. Takeshi counters midair with his technique Divine Sword of Space-Time. His attack slices through the snake's head as it rises. The severed body falls back into the water. Takeshi lands on solid ground, sword ready, after defeating the aquatic boss. He stands in a glowing forest portal, wondering where the next boss monster is. Strange glowing butterflies gather around his hand and the grass. Surrounded by butterflies, he looks around in confusion. In another portal area, decayed undead figures awaken in a gloomy cityscape. A horde of zombies closes in on two armored hunters. The men complain that the zombies are weak but endless and ask how long they must keep fighting. Their flame-wreathed captain arrives, chiding them for losing composure over such a level of threat. She focuses, flames coiling as she prepares to act. Her firestorm sweeps through the streets, confronting the zombie masses. The flames incinerate the undead as they charge. The rescued hunters thank her as she explains she was somewhere else before snapping back here. More zombies start shambling toward them again. The undead gather before the towering stone structure that houses their master. An eerie voice welcomes intruders to the Parasite Kingdom. The Parasite King, Selden, sits on his throne and declares he will make all of them loyal subordinates. Back in the butterfly forest, the glowing insects drift peacefully among the trees. Takeshi's feet move cautiously through the enchanted clearing. He walks deeper as butterflies rain down like light. His expression goes slack, entranced by the gentle swarm. A close view shows his eyes shimmering unnaturally under the spell. In his illusion, he is escorted by two women in a lavish room, told to put down his sword and come quickly. They pamper him with wine and food, flattering him as he drinks. One woman coos that she likes strong, manly men like him, feeding him seductively. In reality, a comrade shakes him and yells for him to wake up. Startled, Takeshi wonders what he had been doing. The comrade, Jill, reminds him to always beware illusions. Jill hands over a gas mask for protection. With both of them wearing masks, Takeshi realizes the butterflies must be spreading illusion powder. Jill jokes about the pervy face Takeshi was making under the illusion, and he angrily tells him to shut up. They both turn as something approaches, and Jill remarks what a pity it is. A butterfly-themed boss reveals that if Jill had been a bit later, the illusion would have drained Takeshi's life completely. The two hunters confront her, confirming she is the boss and criticizing her for revealing herself. She boasts that she already knows their abilities from Ares and declares they are fated to die by her hands. Jill fiercely replies that her tricks will not work on them again and gathers power. Suddenly his eyes glaze over as the illusion begins affecting him too. In his illusion, Jill is honored by attendants who invite him to relax and undress after a hard day. They lean in suggestively, promising to relieve his fatigue. The butterfly boss laughs that her powder is too fine for gas masks to block. She smugly asks if Jill really believed the masks could protect them. Takeshi shocks her by attacking through the mist, demanding how she can still be surprised. He explains that by using his energy arts he can hold his breath for 10 hours, so the powder no longer affects him. Declaring goodbye, he launches a decisive sword strike. The enraged boss charges with glowing eyes to counter. Outside, another towering pillar of light signals a second cleared portal. The fire captain sees it, and concludes that Takeshi and Jill have completed their mission. Deep within the parasite kingdom, the parasite monarch watches events unfold thoughtfully. He decides that instead of relying on mindless undead, it would be better to seize the intruders as hosts. Proclaiming himself the parasite king Selden Parasite, he designates the hunters as his new hosts. His power surges into the undead, causing their eyes to flash with parasitic energy. Many of the zombies then collapse lifelessly to the ground. The armored hunters are bewildered as the enemies suddenly drop. They notice severed parasite tendrils writhing on the floor around their feet. Disturbed, they question why so many insect-like parasites are appearing. The fire captain flies over the battlefield and sees parasites and bodies scattered everywhere. One hunter chokes as parasites force their way into his body through his mouth and nose. The captain rushes toward them, demanding to know what is going on. The fire woman slams one armored warrior into a wall with a blazing kick. Enraged and wreathed in flames, she charges the parasite's host, demanding what he is doing. She notices something alarming within the swirling fire behind her. The parasite's controller realizes parasites were inside the armored men. She vows to incinerate every parasite. While descending with flames, she says A-rank warriors should withstand this much fire. She rockets upward, carrying the 2 infected warriors into the sky. The parasites inside one man burn painfully as he screams. High in the air, the 2 freed warriors cry from the heat and call out to their captain. She lands them safely on a tall rock pillar away from danger. Below, freed prisoners are told they had been controlled by parasites like the zombies. She explains she located the caster while evacuating them. She spots the parasite king sitting above the crowd and curses him. Leaving the warriors behind, she flies alone toward the caster. The blonde parasite king sees her incoming and flinches. As she approaches, he thinks she is a bad matchup for him. Transforming into a monstrous serpent, the parasite king declares himself king of parasites and plans to claim her body. She unleashes a massive flame technique called Inferno Night over the city. Explosions of fire devastate the surroundings. She hovers over the smoking crater left by her attack. From underground, ice spikes erupt and spread through the ground. The enormous parasite serpent declares that raw power alone is meaningless as he rises toward her. She dives with a blazing prisma sword aimed at the monster's head. She slashes through the serpent's body with twin flaming blades. Mortally wounded, the parasite king refuses to accept death. Watching him fade, she notes he is weaker than Gulag and wonders why. A gigantic hourglass appears, signaling a shift in time or space. The scene shifts to a starry realm where 2 figures sit by the hourglass. A red-haired woman asks the man drinking tea if their actions have forced Pawn to retreat. He asks how she will face Rook's penalty for freeing the captives, then says she is in no position to question. She acknowledges this, calling herself a war slave. Thinking of Izon, she admits envy that he escaped first. She apologizes for failing to protect Izon. The man asks if her words mean she wants to die. She denies it, saying her brother, the 12th king of Ares, will come for her. She explains she speaks so casually because her heart died with Izon. She adds that from what she sees, the others here have been abandoned too. Irritated, the man begins to tell her to shut up. He swings his arm, preparing a violent response to her words. A giant ethereal fist crashes down beside his chair, crushing her. He says there is no reason to keep a dog that bites its owner. Bleeding on the ground, she groans in pain. Dying, she calls out to her brother Ronbel. Elsewhere, Park Hyansu floats before a new enemy who greets him again. The newcomer introduces himself as Ronbel, former king of Ares' 12th kingdom Max. Hyansu listens as Ronbel reveals he must betray Ares because King's group holds his siblings hostage. Hyansu asks why Ronbel is telling him this. Ronbel declares he must kill Park Hyansu and rescue his sister. Hyansu's teacher warns him that Ronbel genuinely intends to kill him. Furious, Ronbel charges, blaming Hyansu for one sister's death. Hyansu reacts tensely to the sudden attack. Elsewhere, Knight realizes the girl fighting might be the one who had accompanied him before. Ronbel's first punch clashes with Hyansu's guard in a powerful exchange. The two trade rapid explosive blows in midair. Hyansu shouts that despite his regret he would make the same choice again. Ronbel screams that his sister died in battle and that Hyansu must die as well. He unleashes a barrage of explosive strikes meant to kill Hyansu. Hyansu counters by invoking heavenly demon mystic arts. He releases a technique called Cloud Scattered Heavens, surrounding himself with lightning. Ronbel is blasted backward by the shockwave. Recovering, Ronbel is surprised that an attack he barely felt still had such power. He notes Hyansu has grown stronger, and Hyansu replies he had no choice but to become stronger. Ronbel resolves to fight with his life on the line as well. He activates a technique called Lost Heaven, creating multiple afterimages. Dozens of Ronbel duplicates encircle Hyansu at high speed. Hyansu realizes these speeding figures are clones. The clones rush in from all sides to strike him. Hyansu defends himself, punching and blocking amidst bursts of impact. Despite his efforts, he is struck hard from behind by one clone. Two clones seize Hyansu's arms to restrain him. Another clone takes advantage and drives a powerful blow into Hyansu's abdomen. Held in place, Hyansu groans, thinking how strong his opponent is. The clones dogpile on Hyansu, pummeling him relentlessly. From above, his master yells at him to pull himself together and use his many techniques. As Hyansu looks up, a clone launches from above with a glowing kick. Hyansu's eyes widen as he prepares to respond. He uses Heavenly Demon Soul Shed, leaving an afterimage and escaping their grasp. Power gathers around him in a glowing sphere as clones surround him again. A massive blue explosion engulfs one of the clones. The remaining Ronbel stands shirtless in the settling dust, powering up. Suspicious, he demands to know what trick Hyansu just used. Hyansu warns him that things will not proceed according to his plans. Ronbel, wreathed in red energy, says Hyansu's actions do not matter. He multiplies again into many shirtless clones, saying everything ends once Hyansu dies. A distant shockwave erupts elsewhere in the ruins. Meanwhile, a giant blue golem devastates armored soldiers with a sweeping attack. One soldier is caught and crushed in the golem's huge green hand. Their commander, a bun-haired woman, rushes in furious that her subordinates were harmed. She charges the golem, trying to rescue the trapped men. Thorn vines erupt from the ground where she was attacking. The vines coil around her, binding her tightly. She strains against the vines, trying to break free. Before she can, the golem's fist swings toward her. The blow sends her flying across the battlefield. She and her subordinates crash hard into the ground. Groaning, she lies before the looming golem. A familiar aura appears behind the golem as a mage materializes. The pink-haired mage stands confidently amid swirling magic. He raises a glowing magic circle in front of him. Facing the golem he controls, he prepares another spell. The golem's hand begins to ooze energy under the mage's magic. The commander realizes her new enemy is a mage. The mage, resting on the golem's hand, notes she is stronger than the other warriors. He orders the golem to kill her as she charges again. He reinforces his magic circle with bright energy. Her fiery slash is completely blocked by his barrier. Shocked, she thinks how easily he neutralized her attack and calls it absurd. Catching her breath, she prepares to move again. The mage responds by firing another magical blast from the golem's chest. His barrier catches her attack once more as he counters. Smiling within a new array of circles, he mocks her effort and asks if that is all. She realizes he can cast without chanting or gestures and judges him extremely dangerous. He says he is disappointed, having expected more from an S-rank warrior. She suddenly starts laughing, confusing him. She sighs with a smile, showing renewed confidence. She remarks that she did not expect to become younger in this world. Deciding there is no helping it, she begins releasing her full power. She screams as her aura surges violently. Her feet crack the ground as her strength skyrockets. The mage reacts with interest to this sudden change. Now engulfed in black and orange flames, she tells him to clench his teeth. Elsewhere, Ronbel lands a brutal punch on Hyansu's face. Other clones continue assaulting Hyansu from every direction. One clone drives a devastating spinning kick into Hyansu. Hyansu is hurled back, bloodied and staggering. Ronbel's clones advance as he says he overestimated Hyansu. Hyansu, battered, starts laughing darkly. The clones question why he is laughing and whether he has gone insane. Hyansu says they know nothing about him. He declares himself the Heavenly Demon. He then uses Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride, unleashing a massive shockwave step. The approaching clones are overwhelmed, shouting in surprise. The technique explodes outward, blasting clones into the air. The real Ronbel, shielded by ice wings, wonders what that attack was. Hyansu activates conceptualization, mind destruction, summoning a terrifying psychic eye over his foe. Disoriented, the real Ronbel spots Hyansu's position. Hyansu dives with a finishing technique called Exploding Heavens aimed at Ronbel. The impact triggers a colossal eruption of energy. Back with the commander, she lies battered among rocks, doubting whether she can match the mage even in this powered state. The mage concedes she is not completely hopeless. He notes she protected her subordinates throughout their fight and gives her credit for that. She angrily rejects his praise, cursing and trying to stand. The mage notices something and apologetically says he must leave. A distant light streaks upward as she senses he is departing and reacts in surprise. A tall blue energy pillar, a portal, finishes forming over the ruins. The mage realizes the portal has completed and is shocked. A huge explosion erupts at another location in the mountains. Someone coughs up blood from the impact. Facing Hyansu again, Ronbel admits Hyansu is truly strong. Raising his hand, Ronbel says that if anyone can accomplish what needs to be done, it might be Hyansu. The shirtless warrior clutches his chest and violently tears out his own life vessel. Hyansu shouts in shock, demanding to know what the man is doing. The man explains he planned to defeat Hyansu then kill King, but now his last sister has died. He says he is glad Hyansu is stronger, and raises his bloody life vessel. He hands the large, blood-stained life vessel to a stunned Hyansu, telling him what it is. While beginning to burn away, he orders Hyansu to make sure King is killed. The white-haired master explains the man became his enemy's slave to protect his siblings, while Hyansu silently holds the vessel. Hyansu internally marvels that his foe entrusted this life vessel to someone he had been fighting. Someone shouts Hyansu's name, snapping him from his thoughts. Hallie wakes up, cheerfully asking Hyansu to give him the life vessel. Hyansu passes it over and Hallie, saying he is hungry after a long sleep, takes it. Hallie recklessly eats the life vessel despite Hyansu's protest. Power surges from Hyansu's ring as blue flames flare around him. System messages show Hallie the ego ring has leveled up, massively boosting Hyansu's stats and granting him the attraction ability after absorbing Ronbel's life vessel. Hallie, now armored in black patterns, excitedly notes Hyansu's huge power-up. Seeing a distant pillar of light vanish, Hyansu says that side of the battle seems finished. He remarks that only one enemy remains. Hyansu charges forward, confirming with Hallie that they are ready for the final fight. Hyansu rockets through the sky, leaving a curved trail of energy. His energy blast descends into a circle between two towering beams of light. A pink-haired man in purple descends, aura swirling as he lands. The newcomer laments that the battle seems over already, and that he had hoped Park Hyansu would come. He muses that Hyansu went to the last portal instead, which is how the stage was designed. Since he cannot enter until that fight ends, he decides to wait and observe how much of the singularity's power Hyansu can unleash. Hyansu stands before a huge swirling pink barrier. Touching it, he realizes it is a barrier yet finds he can pass through it. He steps into a damp, lush forest on the other side. His master joins him, saying the forest feels strangely familiar. The master predicts a lake will appear if they head in a certain direction. Hyansu parts the bushes as they advance. They emerge at a large lake, just as foretold. Seeing the scene, the master angrily demands to know who created this imitation. He roars in fury, asking who dared to replicate his hometown. The wind and water begin reacting ominously to his rage. The lake churns into a gigantic whirlpool. A massive spear emerges from the vortex, planted upright. A figure rises from the water, then walks across it toward the shore. The master stares in shock as the armored spear-bearer approaches. The dark, cracked warrior with glowing eyes stands revealed, gripping his spear. The master recognizes him as Coil, while Hyansu asks if he knows this man. The master says Coil was his dearest captain of the evil tiger squad, astonishing Hyansu. He explains Coil was the cult's second strongest, who sacrificed himself to save his master at this very place. The master now understands why Coil had appeared in his dreams. Outraged that someone revived such a righteous man as this twisted corpse, he swears vengeance. Clenching his glowing fist, he vows not to forgive King. He yells to Hyansu, ordering his disciple to protect Coil's honor. Hyansu answers resolutely and charges at Coil. Coil stands on rock above the water as Hyansu leaps into attack. Coil, eyes blazing red, vows to cut down everyone. He swings his spear in fanatical devotion to the heavenly demon. Coil unleashes the dark mist spear technique, sending deadly black energy at Hyansu. The master warns Hyansu to dodge, saying touching it means certain death. Hyansu counters with the falling heavens technique, raining down spear-like blasts. Coil snarls that Hyansu dares to imitate the heavenly demon's technique. The two face each other over the water, Hyansu floating and Coil on a stone platform. Coil, obsessed and furious, declares he will not forgive Hyansu. The master explains that Coil wields three core arts: Black Wind Heaven Strike, Dark Mist Spear and Heavenly Surge. Coil's spear streaks forward cloaked in black mist. From above he launches Dark Mist, First Spear, Crow Surge, sending raven-like blasts down at Hyansu. The master yells tactical advice, triggering Hyansu's skill that boosts him when following instructions. Hyansu activates Heavenly Demon Flight, dashing through the air in multiple afterimages. He closes in and attacks with Seed Impact, startling Coil. Hyansu's speed overwhelms Coil, who can barely track him. Their clash detonates in the sky, causing a forest-shaking explosion. Coil follows with Dark Mist, Second Spear, Badger Hunt, hammering Hyansu downward. Hyansu screams in agony as the attack strikes. Black mist plummets with him in a devastating impact. Smoke and shattered rock mark the crater where he lands. Writhing on the ground, Hyansu feels as if his entire body is burning. Coil descends toward the crippled Hyansu, ready to continue. Coil demands to know how Hyansu learned his liege's martial arts. Hyansu struggles to rise, groaning in pain. Coil suddenly falters, briefly addressing his unseen senior. Hyansu, surging forward again, tells Coil he is already dead and merely being used by King's faction. Coil rages that he has only one mission and rejects Hyansu's words. He declares that his mission is to buy time for the heavenly demon's recovery. Coil chains together Dark Mist, Third Spear, Eagle Strike in a storm of attacks. Hyansu counters that his own mission is to give Coil an honorable end. He prepares the heaven-obliterating demonic fists technique. Hyansu launches the heavenly spiritual body, an immense spiritual charge. Coil recognizes it as the heavenly demon mystic art, heavenly spiritual body. In response he gathers power for exploding assault with his spear. Their ultimate techniques collide in a blinding blast. The explosion clears to reveal Hyansu still standing, surrounded by swirling debris. Hyansu is stunned that Coil neutralized the heavenly spiritual body and calls him a monster. Coil scoffs that Hyansu's moves only mimic the form of his liege's arts, demanding to know who Hyansu really is. Hyansu answers that he is the heavenly demon's disciple. Coil readies another ultimate, Heaven and Earth Spear Strike. Hyansu drives a massive spear of energy upward to meet it. As they clash, Coil wonders how a mere kid could know arts reserved for heavenly demons. He insists his lifelong loyalty proves Hyansu must be lying and offers a painless death if Hyansu tells the truth. Hyansu yells that he never expected Coil to believe him anyway and powers up again. Hallie urges Hyansu to use the new attraction ability to disarm Coil. The master agrees, saying they should take Coil's weapon. Hyansu complains he cannot find an opening because Coil's attacks are too strong. The two clash in another massive burst of blue energy. Coil realizes Hyansu's body contains something troublesome and decides on a new plan. They exchange more close-quarters blows, spear against fist. Hyansu launches Leaf Impact, a sweeping slash of energy. Coil answers with another powerful Eagle Strike. Their attacks collide in a vivid explosion of blue and black power. Hyansu, battered, groans that none of his attacks are working. Coil tells the exhausted Hyansu it is time to end things. Hyansu, teeth clenched, reacts in alarm. Coil invokes Conceptualization, Dark Mist 6th Spear, surrounding Hyansu with floating spears. The master shouts for Hyansu to escape using Heavenly Demon Soul Shed. Hyansu realizes he cannot move his body at all. Coil explains he has been tagging Hyansu with conceptualizations during the fight and condemns him for stealing his liege's arts. Coil declares that theft unforgivable and impales Hyansu's body with multiple spears. The master screams Hyansu's name in horror. Hyansu's body slams into the ground amid a huge pillar of energy. He lies shattered in a deep crater, barely alive. The master debates possessing Coil's body, thinking this might be the decisive moment. Hyansu, bleeding and smiling faintly, tells his master not to act or he might die. Hyansu says he cannot allow his master to sacrifice himself. He thanks his master for raising a nobody into someone who can save the world and says he still has not repaid that kindness. The master, moved, tells the boy not to speak that way. Coil approaches the fallen Hyansu to finish him. Looking down on him, Coil derides Hyansu's resolve as pathetic. Hyansu forces himself upright, insisting the battle is not over and that he must find an opening. Observing Coil's stance, Hyansu thinks that if he uses attraction now, he can target the spear being held with one hand. He decides to try and activates attraction with a glowing hand. The spear suddenly jerks free, pulled toward Hyansu. Coil reacts in shock as his weapon is wrenched away. Hyansu, shrouded in darkness, catches the spear and readies it. Coil stares in disbelief, exclaiming at what just happened. Now fully empowered with the spear and dark wings, Hyansu tells his senior it is time the wicked junior teaches him a lesson. Elsewhere in a starry void, King waits beside a colossal hourglass. One of King's followers asks if King truly intends to abandon them. The follower notes that the Watch of Causality is almost finished. He resolves to accept whatever consequences await once he is released. The hourglass shatters in a burst of light. A man convulses and screams as golden energy engulfs him. Another cultist shrieks amid a storm of lightning. The lightning and violent energy crash down onto the battlefield. Back in the forest arena, Coil stands as the ground shows signs of a massive impact in the distance. Hyansu steals his resolve, thinking he has to act. Coil decides he must end Hyansu in a single decisive blow to protect his master. Hyansu begins chanting softly, preparing his own technique. He slams the stolen spear into the ground, invoking a power that pierces the very earth. He unleashes mind destruction, sending black flames and shockwaves surging outward. Coil is stunned, realizing Hyansu has suddenly closed the distance. Hyansu charges while screaming, pushing his power to the limit. Coil starts another dark mist incantation in desperation. Realizing the spear is gone from his control, Coil panics. Hyansu again calls forth heavenly spiritual body, descending like a divine projectile. Coil recognizes he must dodge the incoming strike. The enormous spear of light slams down, triggering a colossal explosion. Coil is consumed by the blast, screaming in agony as flames engulf him. The explosion erupts skyward over the forest, signaling the climactic outcome of their battle. The dying spear demon wonders how he lost his spear and asks to know the name of the one who defeated him. Hyansu introduces himself as Park Hyansu, the 34th disciple of heavenly demon Chong Jiang. The spear demon's eye cracks and fills with tears as he reacts to hearing Hyansu's name. Chong Jiang appears in Coil, the spear demon, finally notices and apologizes for not seeing his lord sooner. Chong Jiang sadly bids Coil to rest in peace, calling him his most treasured person. Coil, disintegrating, thanks his lord as he sheds a final tear. Hyansu collapses from the battle, thinking he has protected his master and his senior's honor. Hyansu's body crashes violently into the ground, creating a huge impact. Hyansu lies battered in the crater as dust and debris swirl around him. Severely injured, Hyansu gasps in pain while buried in the shattered earth. A massive pillar of blue light and lightning shoots into the sky, signaling the portal's clearance. A woman observes the beam and states that the final portal has been conquered. A female ally, recovering on the ground, anxiously asks if everything is finally over. Chong Jiang, horrified, screams Hyansu's name. Chong Jiang rushes to Hyansu's crater and kneels beside his grievously wounded disciple. Chong Jiang places a glowing hand on Hyansu's chest to check his condition. He realizes Hyansu's internal organs are destroyed and burned, despairing that he cannot heal him. As he examines Hyansu, Chong Jiang suddenly senses something unexpected. A powerful blue aura bursts from Hyansu's body as Chong Jiang channels energy into him. The resulting energy storm whips across the battlefield, obscuring the crater. Another transcendent, watching from afar, clicks his tongue and wonders if both fighters died. Reasoning that a draw would still count as the king's victory, he assumes the king has won. He concludes that their last hope now lies with Isaac. A concentrated sphere of blue power forms in the sky, heralding a new phenomenon. Elsewhere, a muscular man lies unconscious amid a circular shockwave and crackling lightning. The man stirs, pressing his hand to the ground as the energy field flickers. Groaning, he forces himself onto his hands and knees within the electric storm. He smiles darkly, satisfied that he managed to withstand the ordeal. Boasting to himself, he calls his own resilience incredible. Declaring that everything ends here, he suddenly notices something that surprises him. A uniformed man with a cap appears from the swirling energy, shocking the survivor. The newcomer calmly says he has spent years observing King and found it entertaining. The survivor demands to know the stranger's true identity. The stranger replies that his interest waned after Eris, implying events have grown dull. He now thinks he overestimated King and ignores the survivor's repeated question. Revealing more, he describes himself as an author or director, regarded as a god in some universes and a demon in others, who has been treating this world as his stage but has grown bored. He explains he is now reorganizing his cast of characters. Calling the survivor an irrelevant side character, he approaches to remove him. The survivor panics, realizing he never noticed the man closing in. The self-proclaimed author coldly announces he will delete the survivor. Watching the sky of spiraling light, he criticizes King for not performing better. He notes that even if he dislikes King's performance, he cannot simply replace the story's main character now. He decides he will personally resolve matters, feeling a bit sorry for Park Hyansu. Meanwhile, Hyansu awakens in a misty, ethereal space, wondering if he has died. A bright golden light flares before him. From the light, Hyansu's parents appear and gently call his name. Overjoyed and tearful, Hyansu recognizes them as his mom and dad. He embraces his parents tightly, telling them how much he missed them. His father caresses his face, acknowledging all the hardship Hyansu has endured. His parents warmly tell him they love him. As they start to leave, Hyansu panics and begs them not to go. They say he still has much to do in the world and express how proud they are of him. Crying, Hyansu questions why they must leave again. A mysterious voice comments that Hyansu's luck matches his talent. The voice informs him that he has just met the required experience, and will now evolve. A blinding burst of blue light erupts as the evolution begins. In the real world, Hyansu's body floats as energy spirals around him, startling Chong Jiang. Chong Jiang, alarmed, wonders what is happening to his dying disciple's body. Hyansu's eyes snap open, glowing bright blue, showing his transformation. Chong Jiang shouts in shock, asking if Hyansu has regained consciousness. System messages announce that Hyansu's unique ability listening to instructions and his heavenly demon body have leveled up and are satisfied with his transformation. Chong Jiang, sweating, asks if Hyansu is activating some strange technique again. Hyansu exhales and steadies himself, newly energized. Chong Jiang complains that Hyansu seems to enjoy tormenting his master, while Hyansu jokes that he nearly died. When asked how he feels, Hyansu cheerfully replies that he feels great. Hyansu notes that his unique ability just leveled, and the updated description says he no longer needs others' instructions, keeps his base stats, and should keep training, with Chong Jiang still designated. Another notification explains that his heavenly demon body is now level 2, greatly boosting all martial and physical capabilities and granting access to prior heavenly demons' records. Hyansu looks around and comments on the strange place they are in, while Chong Jiang explains they were transported here when Hyansu was engulfed in light. Chong Jiang deduces that some force forcibly brought Hyansu to this dimension. Hyansu acknowledges his master's sharp insight while assessing the situation. The self-proclaimed author descends into their space, confronting master and disciple. He lands with explosive force, asserting his presence. Surrounded by serpentine energy, he declares that now that he is acting directly, they have no hope. Hyansu feels his body frozen in place under the overwhelming pressure. The author notes with mild surprise that Hyansu can still stand, which is unusual. He reminisces that with King as protagonist the story was perfect despite hardships. He angrily says Hyansu is ruining all of his carefully written scenarios. Chong Jiang observes that this enemy is on an entirely different level. The author says he normally would not enter the stage himself but is making an exception now. Chong Jiang realizes this is the being who dragged him into the other world. The author approaches Hyansu and declares his decision to delete him. Chong Jiang urgently yells for Hyansu to get away. The author thrusts his arm through Hyansu's chest, seemingly delivering a fatal blow. Hyansu looks stunned and dazed by the sudden impalement. He coughs up blood from the wound. The author coldly bids him farewell while his arm remains buried in Hyansu's torso. Hyansu suddenly grips the author's arm impaled in his chest, stopping him. The author is shocked and confused by Hyansu's unexpected reaction. Hyansu, eye glowing with power, demands to know who the author thought he could delete. The author recoils in disbelief at Hyansu's survival. Realizing the body he attacks still functions, he is horrified that the disciple's body is resisting. Hyansu grins ominously, clearly regaining dominance. He clenches his fist, preparing to retaliate. Hyansu's counterattack sends the author flying away at high speed. The author crashes violently, engulfed by another massive explosion. Dazed midair, He cannot believe that Hyansu actually struck him. He tumbles and skids across the ground from the blow. Lying battered, he mutters that such a thing should be impossible. Hyansu calmly advances toward him. Standing amid blue energy, Hyansu mocks that the author's high status seems to be all he has. The author, eyes glowing red, snarls that it is vile for an old master to possess his disciple's body. Hyansu, now speaking as Chong Jiang within him, says if the author wants a conversation he must first show respect. Activating Heavenly Demon Dominating Stride, he orders the author to get on his knees. The author is forced down, crashing into the ground in shock. Coughing on the floor, he looks up to see Hyansu towering over him. Hyansu simply commands him to kneel. The author panics internally, insisting this outcome should not be possible. Overcome by Hyansu's pressure, he involuntarily drops to one knee. Screaming in denial, he gathers dangerous purple power in desperation. He lunges with a clawed, energy-charged hand, but Hyansu easily intercepts the strike. The author realizes with horror that his attack was blocked effortlessly. Hyansu steps in again, unflinching. He then drives a devastating kick into the author's torso, sending blood spraying. As he's flung backward, the author insists this must be just a dream. Hyansu relentlessly chases him down, striking again with overwhelming speed. He grabs the author by the head mid-flight and swings him. The stunned author looks up from Hyansu's grip, unable to react. Hyansu raises his fist over him and tells him to fall into despair. The author begins to realize in terror that he is actually going to be defeated. Hyansu smashes him with another explosive punch. The blow mangles the author's face and sends blood flying. The impact creates a gigantic fiery crater, shaking the surroundings. Elsewhere, Hyansu's allies sense the blast and look up in alarm. One ally comments that an enormous surge of energy has occurred. Another ally wonders if the source is Park Hyansu. Bruised but alive, the author recalls that even the transcendent ancestral dragon was weaker than King. He cannot understand how, despite being far stronger than King, he is losing. Suddenly, a dark, demonic version of Hyansu appears before him, calling him fascinating. Chong Jiang inside Hyansu marvels at the enemy's absurd power and vows to finish him quickly. Furious, the author charges while cursing Hyansu. Hyansu outpaces him and delivers another heavy blow from behind. Hyansu unleashes a technique called Tree Impact, driving a focused blast into the author. In panic, the author activates a liquefaction ability, trying to escape by turning to water. Hyansu continues his assault, rapidly closing the distance despite the watery form. Smirking, Hyansu compares the author to an undying cockroach. Enraged beyond reason, the author screams and releases even more sinister power. He begins to proclaim his nature, starting with I. Transforming into a gigantic monster silhouette, he roars that he is a god. Hyansu rushes him head-on, scoffing at the claim of godhood. The two clash again in a blinding explosion of energy. The terrified author struggles in Hyansu's grip, realizing how overwhelming his opponent's strength is. Chong Jiang, through Hyansu, says he is glad to eliminate this threat before it can hinder his disciple. The author desperately proposes making a deal, thinking only of escaping. He begs for mercy, promising to leave Earth alone and even claiming to know a way for Hyansu to return home. Trembling, he asks if Hyansu will accept the trade. Hyansu replies confidently that once this possession ends he will return regardless, dismissing the offer. He invokes a power that orders the author's very existence as a thought to disappear. As the erasure begins, the author screams that he still has more to do. Being engulfed by annihilating light, he howls that he cannot die like this. Hyansu, enveloped in swirling dark energy yet firmly resolved, drives his fist forward to finish the author for good. Hyansu stands alone amid swirling energy, suspended in a void-like space. He appears shirtless and scarred, calm but resolute as power gathers around him. His master speaks to the unresponsive Hyansu, thanking him for being an exceptional disciple who exceeded expectations despite the harsh training. The master regretfully mentions he had hoped to see Hyansu live a normal life and marry, but believes that wish will not come true. Joking to lighten the mood, the master teases Hyansu about being better endowed than him. The master urges Hyansu to keep moving forward in life and never stop. He adds that Hyansu has brought him happiness. The master's final request is that Hyansu protect both his followers and his loved ones. Empowered as Park Hyansu, the 35th heavenly demon, Hyansu rockets upward surrounded by brilliant energy. His energy rips through the sky and descends toward the forested world below. The blast of power sweeps across the battlefield, startling Hyansu's allies. His comrades stare up in shock and confusion at the sudden surge of power. Hyansu reappears in his martial robes, landing with power radiating from him. One ally calls out his name, unsure if it is really him. Tears stream from Hyansu's eyes as emotions overwhelm him. He struggles to contain his grief, gasping as tears fall. Hyansu breaks down, screaming his pain into the sky. He drops to his knees and cries out, shocking the others who watch him. One comrade wonders what has just happened to cause his breakdown. Time shifts to a peaceful modern city far from the battlefield. Ordinary people go about their day in front of buildings, including a woman distracted by her phone. A TV program recaps that 1 month has passed since the first S-rank portal was cleared and notes that King has been inactive since. A news reporter announces that King's group has effectively been annihilated. Someone switches off the television in response to the report. In an office, Yoon worries aloud, wondering where Hyansu has gone. Gripping her hands, she silently asks herself what has happened to him. Her martial sister enters and asks if Park Hyansu has still not returned. Yoon confirms he is still missing. She recalls that when she last saw him, Hyansu had the same hollow eyes as a child who has lost his parents. Yoon laments that she cannot be there to comfort him even though he must be suffering. Her sister reassures her that Hyansu will return soon. Teasing, the sister says that when he does come back, Yoon should confess her feelings, prompting Yoon to protest in embarrassment. The scene shifts to a sinister floating castle in a red, stormy dimension. Massive explosions rain down around the castle as it comes under attack. A monstrous, muscular beast roars in fury, ready to fight. A dark-haired woman with a wicked grin charges forward, eager for battle. She unleashes an enormous storm fist attack that engulfs the creature in destructive energy. The monster is caught in the blast, its face twisted in pain as the attack crushes it. Inside the castle, a man lounging on a chair complains about the noise. Sipping tea, he notes that the woman has been even louder since changing her appearance. The woman bursts through the castle doors, announcing her arrival with flair. The man welcomes her presence. He addresses her as queen as she enters holding a red orb, radiating demonic authority. The story cuts to a tranquil ocean under a bright sky. A gigantic whale breaches from the water in a dazzling display. The whale crashes back into the sea, sending up a huge splash. Hyansu lies listlessly atop the whale's back, while an unseen voice tells him to stop whining. The voice from above asks how long he intends to remain in this state. It then asks whether Hyansu plans to ignore it yet again. The unseen speaker says it will simply return again tomorrow, implying this visit is routine. Time jumps to the city again, where life continues normally and a shopkeeper calls out farewell to customers. 2 office workers thank the restaurant staff for their meal as they leave. Inside, a young woman wipes the tables clean. Cheerfully humming, she continues cleaning the restaurant where she works. The door opens and she begins to greet the new customer. Recognizing him, she excitedly calls out to Brother Hyuntae as he greets her. She reminds Hyuntae not to be so formal with her, though he admits he still feels awkward. Over food, the woman complains that Brother Hyansu has disappeared without a word. Hyuntae guesses Hyansu must be busy with important matters, though she still feels uneasy. He asks how her work is going, and she replies that it is fine. She explains that thanks to considerate leader Ha Yurak, the job is manageable. Laughing, she jokes that connections really do help. She adds that she was able to open her restaurant using a loan from New World. Reporter Lee Mina arrives at the shop, announcing herself cheerfully. Yoon also arrives and happily notes that Hyuntae is there too. The shop owner greets her sister and leader as they enter together. Outside the shop, they say they have come for drinks and the owner agrees enthusiastically. The scene moves to a remote rocky island in a clear blue sea. Alone on a cliff edge, Hyansu sits curled up, staring toward the water in despair. A mysterious man in a white coat approaches and asks if Hyansu is finally ready to talk. Hyansu coldly tells him to stop bothering him and go away. The man introduces himself as Keivan, revealing he is the third singularity mayor mentioned. Hyansu repeats that he is not interested and tells Keivan again to leave. Keivan grumbles that if he had known Hyansu would sulk like this he might have abandoned him to Isaac instead. Keivan insists that King is still alive and warns that the Annihilation Dragon will return. Hyansu shifts, listening but not yet responding. He suddenly unleashes an immense burst of energy upward from the island. Keivan braces himself, straining against the onslaught of Hyansu's power. He shouts that Hyansu's apathy makes his undercover work inside King's gang pointless. Hyansu threatens that if Keivan keeps pestering him, he will truly kill him. Keivan concedes Hyansu's power is impressive but says he is still weak compared to his master. Hyansu smashes the ground in anger, sending shockwaves around Keivan. He charges at Keivan with murderous intent. Eyes blazing, Hyansu demands that Keivan repeat the slight against his master. Keivan mockingly asks if Hyansu is upset about being called weak. Hyansu hurtles forward in a fast attack, shouting for Keivan to stop joking. Keivan defends himself with complex magical circles, surprised by Hyansu's overwhelming energy. Even while straining, Keivan believes he can still neutralize Hyansu's attack with his magic barrier. After the clash, Keivan hovers unharmed within swirling clouds of absorbed energy as Hyansu watches. Hyansu realizes Keivan has absorbed his cloud-scattered heavens technique. Internally, Keivan admits Hyansu is strong and that he must pretend the attack was trivial. Keivan then offers Hyansu something valuable. He says he can take Hyansu to wherever his master currently is, shocking him. Keivan begins explaining his own origins, born with mysterious powers and trained by the great sorcerer Carlyle. He demonstrates that for him, dimensional travel and magic gates are trivial feats. Keivan reveals that Mer sacrificed his own life force searching the space-time continuum for them. He tells Hyansu that he himself is a singularity created at the cost of Mer's life to ensure humanity's survival. Hyansu listens in stunned silence. Keivan insists that Mer's sacrifice is independent of Hyansu's wishes, which frustrates him. Hyansu finally asks if Keivan will truly take him to his master. Keivan agrees enthusiastically but says cosmic order prevents them from opening a direct gate, and that they have other tasks first. He promises Hyansu that once they defeat King, he will escort him to his master. Hyansu warns Keivan to keep that promise. He then asks what he must do first, and Keivan answers that he has to train. Keivan declares Hyansu must grow stronger by battling powerful beings across the universe so he can face his master without shame. Keivan activates a gigantic magic array in the sky to begin their interdimensional journey. The spell engulfs them in light as they are transported away. Night falls over a futuristic city, setting the stage for new events on Earth. Hyuntae walks through the city after work, exhausted from his increasing workload. He complains that his responsibilities keep piling up. He considers stopping by Yoon's place to see her. A mysterious, ominous voice suddenly calls his full name, startling him. A blazing, humanoid figure of living fire appears before Hyuntae, announcing that it is the one addressing him. Terrified, Hyuntae recoils, demanding to know who the fiery being is. The being explains it was the one who sustained Hyante's life when he was comatose in the hospital. Hyuntae admits he always subconsciously felt its presence. Grateful, he says he survived because of this entity, and wanted to repay the favor someday. The fiery being says repayment is simple. Hyuntae must now play his assigned role. Hyuntae nervously asks what that role is. The entity reveals that Hyuntae now wields the same power once belonging to Newman of Eris and Robin of Earth. It tells Hyuntae that he is the current possessor of that power. The flame being commands Hyuntae to fight for the world using that inherited power. A massive explosion of light erupts between tall buildings as their power flares. Back in the red dimension, the dark castle looms again in the turbulent sky. Inside, a voice notes that the red soul stone has arrived at their location. Queen and the white-haired man discuss their collection of colored stones, concluding they now only lack the black one. The man ponders this information thoughtfully. Asked about portals, he says he currently cannot create new ones. However, he adds that several portals he prepared in advance still remain active. He casually mentions that the man in the cap who used to visit them has already died. Queen reacts in surprise to this revelation. She asks if a singularity killed him and whether the singularity is really that powerful. King replies that it was not a singularity but a foolish nobody, who is now gone anyway. He then explains that in 2 months a cosmic grand cross centered on Earth will occur, the ideal time to awaken the Annihilation Dragon. Queen remarks that they originally planned to slowly exterminate humanity, but events have deviated from their expectations. She agrees to adjust and volunteers to go retrieve the Black Stone. King tells her there is no need, implying another plan is in place. He says that when the appointed day arrives she will understand, beginning to give her instructions. He simply tells her to enjoy herself and play around until then. Elsewhere on Earth, a large facility is bombarded and begins exploding, sending smoke and debris skyward. Civilians scream and flee from the destruction in a panic. Amid the chaos, one man yells desperately while trying to help others escape. Suddenly blood splashes across the sky and buildings, signaling brutal slaughter. A sinister armored figure, soaked in blood and holding a blade, appears as the likely source of the massacre. The bloodthirsty figure's sword demands more blood, and he orders his followers to provide it quickly. He leaps high into the air, power swirling around him as he prepares another strike. He cleaves through a massive winged monster with a single devastating slash. The Dark Warrior continues carving apart the creature with rapid, merciless attacks. Onlookers watching the battle realize how overwhelmingly strong this mysterious attacker is. The enormous monster crashes violently to the ground, its impact shaking the surroundings as the battle rages on. A hulking monster enraged at a human charges through buildings with flying creatures around it. A silhouetted fighter in the sky calmly tells the noisy monster to shut up. The monster unleashes an attack called Demonic Human Scratch toward the fighter. The monster is slashed by swirling, blood-like energy that carves through its body. Red lightning surges over the monster's arm as it prepares another strike. The empowered claw descends, but an ominous figure intercepts. A dark swordsman appears on a rock, shocking an onlooker. The dark swordsman cleaves the monster's head with his sword. The severed head flies off, the monster confused in its final moment. The monster's body collapses violently, smashing the surroundings. Standing atop rubble, the swordsman casually burps amid raining blood and debris. He complains that only weak enemies remain and thinks he must find a way to encounter stronger opponents. The scene shifts to the old Portal Strategy Committee building. Inside, a muscular man wonders why King has not appeared and jokes that he might have run away. Anderson replies that since staff went to the New World, the place is quiet. A subordinate offers Anderson coffee, which he gladly accepts. Anderson asks the subordinate if he is adjusting well to life there. The former enemy expresses gratitude for being spared and vows lifelong service. Suddenly the subordinate's body begins to react strangely. Both he and Anderson are alarmed, demanding to know what is happening. A new intruding presence mocks them as pathetic fools chatting together. Cracks of light appear in the wall, heralding an arrival. A powerful female silhouette bursts through the breach. The shockwave tears through the room as the 3 men recoil. The horned woman lands in the room in a dramatic entrance. She angrily demands to know who claimed she had run away. The subordinate stammers in fear as he recognizes who she is. Anderson identifies her in terror as Queen. One of the men drops to his knees. Queen towers over the kneeling subordinate as he begs her for mercy. He trembles and groans with his head to the floor. Queen leaps upward to strike. She brutally stomps him while saying he at least knows his place. The muscular man charges her in rage. He powers up, rocks floating as he readies his strength. He unleashes his full power toward Queen. Queen rushes forward with a smile, cracking the floor beneath her. Her assault fills the room with explosions. She continues the relentless barrage, tearing the area apart. Queen and the man rush at each other for close combat. The man forms an energy sphere to counterattack. Queen counters with an enormous tail-like strike. She grabs onto the massive attack with a crazed grin. Straining, she continues to control the attack. The force swirls upward in a huge vortex around her. She slams the energy down, smashing the man into the floor. The man lies injured in the debris, groaning. Queen tells him not to bother getting back up. She kicks him high into the air with overwhelming strength. As he crashes back down, she remarks that S-ranks make durable punching bags. She continues to pound him mercilessly across the room. The impacts send debris everywhere. His body is flung and blasted again amid rubble. Later, Queen calmly walks through a ruined chamber filled with destroyed equipment. Anderson rushes to the collapsed Armand, calling his name as Armand groans. Anderson declares that Queen is a terrible matchup for Armand and initiates retreat. Queen smirks as they escape. She scoffs at them as cowards. She decides to hunt down the traitor first, and tells an unseen party to wait. Surrounded by red aura, she vows to kill all of them one by one. The scene shifts to another modern building. Inside, Anderson appears on a screen reporting from his hospital room to two women. The pink-haired woman accepts instructions and promises to prepare in advance. The girl in red notes that Queen's appearance means they must ready everything again. The pink-haired leader orders everyone to move in pairs since Queen's next attack is unpredictable. A bald, bearded man on screen replies that they already operate in pairs. The elderly fighter grins that he would love to fight Queen. Immediately, a dark presence approaches him, saying that is great. Queen appears before him, saying she expected that and came for him first. The old man roars and charges her, intending to kill her. Queen casually blocks and counters with a kick that smashes the ground. She mocks him for being slow. He desperately tries another heavy attack with a large rock. She still knocks him away through walls with superior speed. Rising from the dust, she criticizes his crude attack yet acknowledges it was not bad. She lunges at him again with renewed ferocity. The old man activates his ultimate defense, proclaiming his indestructible Alexander mode and boasting she cannot harm him. Queen dashes in, telling him to shut up. She punches him so hard his body cracks under the blow. Close-up cracks spread across his hardened torso. His supposedly indestructible body shatters as he spits blood in agony. Looking down on him, Queen calls him an insect. Armand and Anderson watch the battle feed and shout Alexander's name in horror. Armand, stunned, realizes that even an S rank is vastly weaker than Queen. Suddenly dark energy swirls into their hospital room. Anderson warily asks what is happening. He demands to know who is there as the black aura creeps closer. Isaac appears in a dark suit of armor, asking if they have already forgotten him. Anderson and Armand shout Isaac's name in shock. Isaac steps into the ruined committee facility to inspect the scene Queen left. Seeing the giant hole, he confirms this devastation was caused by Queen in an instant. Isaac asks if Queen rivals Park Hyansu in strength, and Anderson answers that she probably does. Isaac, eager, wants to fight her immediately, startling Anderson. Isaac's sentient sword excitedly suggests eating Anderson first, and Anderson freaks out as Isaac tells the sword to behave. Isaac then asks if the gravity training room is available. Anderson says it is and asks why, and Isaac replies that he wants to train. In the gravity room, Anderson explains that Park Hyansu usually trains at 10 times normal gravity. Isaac decides to start at 20 times gravity instead, shocking Anderson. Time passes and the scene returns to the exterior of the building. Inside, the main fighters gather for a strategy meeting. The healer checks if the girl in red is alright, and she says she is almost fully recovered. Armand wonders why Anderson is absent, and is told Anderson is busy training Isaac. Another fighter is surprised to hear Isaac has finally returned. The healer suggests pulling Isaac from training to join them since they will need everyone against Queen, and the girl in red agrees. Armand reminds them how stubborn Isaac is. The large bearded man demands to know where Haxon, their strongest member, has gone. The girl in red counters that Park Hyansu is actually their strongest and wonders where he is during this crisis, noting he is on another level. A secretary rushes in, calling for the captain. The healer asks what is wrong. The secretary reports that Monk Lim has an urgent message. One fighter asks who the monk is, and the girl in red explains Lim is famous for his foresight. Trembling, Lim says fear drove him to come unannounced. He reveals a prophecy on which the life and death of all humanity depends. The vision shows that in about 2 months a cosmic Grand Cross will begin with Earth, awakening the Annihilation Dragon. The gathered fighters react in alarm to this revelation. The story shifts to a gloomy fortress in another world. Sudden explosions bombard the tower. The blasts obliterate part of the structure and its defenders. A demonic creature lies crushed and dying in the rubble. A silver-haired, shirtless man stands over it, unimpressed by the so-called strongest demonic human. He declares that he needs a stronger opponent. A fiery being tells him he is already strong enough. The man asks if he matches Park Hyansu's strength. The fiery mentor confirms he does but warns he has ventured too far and must return. The mentor orders him to come back in 2 months of Earth time. The scene moves to a dark, floating castle surrounded by ominous skies. Inside, a white-haired figure smiles that the long-awaited time has arrived. He notes that the flow of the universe now favors their side. Meanwhile, People on Earth enjoy peaceful, everyday life in the city. The city skyline stands unaware beneath the looming threat. Space above Earth glitters as celestial bodies align. A massive pyramid structure reflects a blazing light. A floating fortress appears above the world. Something stirs within the pyramid as energy courses along its sides. Queen and an ally stand atop a rock amid churning energy, holding glowing orbs. A beam of light shoots into an envelope, activating a ritual. The beam erupts from the pyramid's peak, sending energy into the sky. Queen and king descend toward the pyramid's open top. The grand cross-alignment of planets intensifies in space. Inside the pyramid, King addresses the Annihilation Dragon, announcing they have come to revive it. Queen, confused by King kneeling, wonders why he is doing so. King tells Queen she will now serve a new master, and is merely a cornerstone for their lord. King's ally declares herself the black stone necessary for the dragon's revival. Queen angrily demands an explanation about this so-called new master. King explains that even her creation from 4 ancient king's cells was only for their lord's purpose. He recounts that he originally meant to wield the Annihilation Dragon as a weapon but grew to understand its overwhelming existence. Realizing his own insignificance, he reverently calls himself an insect before it. The planets align perfectly in a radiant column centered on Earth. King raises his hands and cries out for the Annihilation Dragon to awaken. He offers his own life as a sacrifice to complete the dragon's revival. A colossal pillar erupts with light as a horned figure rises, signaling the awakening of a powerful being. A woman calls out for King while a white-haired man unleashes swirling energy atop the tower. A red core or egg shatters, releasing violent power. A blue core likewise breaks apart, adding to the unleashed energies. The white-haired man smiles, thinking his chosen course of action has been correct. The surroundings are devastated as torrents of power tear through the structure. A blinding explosion of pink light engulfs the area. From the light emerges a transformed, demonic warrior with horns and immense power. The horned woman stares in shock, unable to believe what she is seeing. The transformed man stands confidently, radiating overwhelming strength. He praises someone's efforts and declares that they will remain part of him forever. The woman realizes this is the Annihilation Dragon and suspects that King has been absorbed into him. She senses that this new being's energy far surpasses King's. Accepting his supremacy, she kneels and pledges her loyalty to the Annihilation Dragon. The Annihilation Dragon declares they will burn everything and create a new world, then moves to act. A serpentine monster, calling others its children, commands them to awaken. The same will orders the dead to rise and carry on its purpose. Lifeless eyes flare to life as a corpse begins to reanimate. A stone-skinned warrior bursts from the ground, roaring in pain and fury. More resurrected fighters emerge as the will proclaims their battle has begun anew. A horde of monstrous creatures is commanded to devour every enemy. The scene shifts to a peaceful modern city skyline, unaware of the coming disaster. 2 students look at their phones. One excitedly asks if the other has seen the news. The second student reacts in panic, asking what is happening. Chaos erupts in the streets as shadow monsters attack and civilians flee in terror. Emergency broadcasts announce that this is a real catastrophe, not a drill, as flying monsters bombard the city. Authorities order all awakened fighters of the New World to be alerted. In a control room, staff command every awakened individual to gather at headquarters. Awakened warriors already fighting in the streets are told to reach headquarters as fast as possible. A gigantic dragon-like beast towers over the city with a figure standing proudly on its head. A muscular awakened fighter sees the beast and rejoices, believing King has returned to aid them. A fanatical woman leads undead followers, urging them to praise Satan, the awakened Annihilation Dragon. Another monster leader drives flaming beasts forward, insisting everything be done according to Satan's will. A demonic fighter recognizes Knight's return and demands to know how he came back to life. 2 awakened humans rush in, disgusted by Knight's resurrection and vowing to kill him again. Knight laughs maniacally, daring them to try to kill him once more. The woman attacks with rapid, glowing projectiles, telling Knight to stop talking and just die. Her partner gathers a massive energy sphere between his hands, shouting as he prepares a powerful strike. He uses his power to telekinetically lift and compress numerous cars into huge projectiles. With another shout, he hurls the car cluster down at Knight. The cars slam into the ground in a massive impact where Knight stands. The woman watches in awe, realizing that Armin's strength has increased significantly. Debris settles around the pile of wrecked cars, suggesting the attack landed. The impact detonates in a huge explosion that sends vehicles flying. As the smoke clears, Knight emerges from the rubble unharmed, mocking their futile efforts. Knight blitzes Armand, claiming the fight is already decided as he lunges in. Knight drives Armand through the pavement with a devastating, beam-like attack. Armand spits blood, grievously wounded. His partner screams Armand's name in horror. Knight immediately turns on the woman, leaping at her as she stumbles back. He raises his clawed hand over her, saying it is now her turn to die. Before he can strike, a young man named Hyansu appears, locking onto Knight as his target with glowing orbs of power. Knight is shocked to recognize Newman, realizing this newcomer is someone he knew. Hyansu traps Knight and the woman inside a transparent temporal sphere. He activates an ability called Time Reverse to rewind events within the sphere. Inside the distorted time field, the woman and Knight's motions rewind and shift. The woman regains her footing unharmed and looks around in confusion. Knight is equally surprised as time manipulation disrupts his attack. Isaac dives in with a sword, seizing the opening created by Hyuntae. Isaac and a bearded ally combine their powers, unleashing a technique called Chaos Lake. Their combined energy spirals upward, forming a massive protective and offensive vortex over the city. The vortex ejects a concentrated blast of energy skyward with a whooshing sound. The bearded man confirms the threat is cleared. He and Isaac celebrate with a high five, pleased with their teamwork. Isaac compliments Hyuntae on how much his time ability has improved, and Hyuntae modestly thanks him. The woman approaches Hyuntae, asking if he awakened using Robin's ability. Hyuntae admits he recently awakened that power and had not yet told them. He explains that Isaac and the bearded man helped him train. The woman congratulates him, albeit belatedly. Elsewhere, zombies crowd a city street as a flaming figure streaks overhead. The flaming fighter dives toward the swarm, burning a path through the undead-infested district. Surrounded by fire, she complains about the sheer number of enemies as she charges in. The necromancer woman from before shouts insults at her and launches herself into the sky to confront her. The necromancer commands her shadowy dead to swarm and devour the fiery intruder. The fire-wreathed woman retorts angrily, promising to shut the necromancer's mouth for good. She vows to burn everything and unleashes her ultimate attack, Inferno Knight, raining fireballs. Inferno Knight engulfs the shadow horde, incinerating them in a storm of explosions. Consumed by the flames, the necromancer screams in disbelief. The fire user dismisses her as too weak and prays for Park Hyansu to return quickly. Her fiery aura streaks across the skyline, drawing attention to the embattled headquarters district. At headquarters, armored fighters battle waves of werewolves and flying demons. They clash with larger beasts, spearing and hacking through the monsters. A martial artist in red strikes with a chi-filled palm. Her blast sends an enemy crashing through a building. The muscular awakened man from earlier easily dispatches foes, mocking their weakness. The red-clad fighter struggles back to her feet amid rubble, groaning. Furious, she launches herself at the muscular man, shouting an insult. He coldly tells her to die and prepares another lethal strike. A towering energy column slams down on her, pinning her to the ground under its weight. Crushed and bleeding, she coughs blood from the devastating blow. The man menaces her, promising to beat her until she is unrecognizable. Suddenly blood spirals toward him from afar, catching him off guard. A dark, armored figure with a strange sword intercepts, shocking the man. Enraged, the man counterattacks with his full power. He then realizes something is terribly wrong as blood pours from him. The dark swordsman revels in how delicious his opponent's blood is and demands more, attacking again. A gigantic stone serpent manifests beside the wounded man as the swordsman's power reshapes the battlefield. The serpent roars with gaping jaws and glowing eyes, wrapped in bloody energy. It thrashes violently, splattering blood while the man is tossed aside. Watching this unknown swordsman, the muscular man wonders if he is some unprecedented singularity. Determined to kill him regardless, the man gathers his strength for another attack. The dark swordsman darts in at incredible speed, dodging massive stone fists. His attack pierces through magical circles and smashes down from above toward the man. The man smirks, seemingly confident despite the oncoming strike. The swordsman suddenly appears behind him, asking what he finds so amusing. A torrent of dark energy erupts, engulfing the man as he screams. Close up, his face is covered in blood as the attack tears into him. His body begins to disintegrate, breaking apart under the assault. The red-clad woman looks up from the ground, shocked, and asks who just intervened. The fire-wreathed woman lands beside her ally Qinglan, checking if she is alright. Armand recognizes the dark swordsman as Isaac and is relieved he came to help. Another ally arrives through a portal, asking if everyone is safe as Isaac stands guard. They observe that only weak monsters remain, while Armand marvels at how much stronger Isaac has become. Armand feels Isaac's immense power even without seeing all of his abilities. Qinglan and the fire user remark that Isaac's strength is nearly comparable to Park Hyansu's. Elsewhere, the demon woman lands with fiery power, declaring an end to games. Surrounded by red energy, she announces she will wipe them all out at once. The fire user, enraged, screams at her. She charges, demanding Alexander be returned alive. Igniting plasma around her, she prepares a technique called Plasma Sword as she rushes forward. Her blazing charge races down the street toward the demon. The demon intercepts and lands a brutal blow, sending the fire user flying. The wounded woman realizes she could not follow the demon's movements at all. The demon complains about the unbearable heat from her opponent's flames. She blasts the fire user away again, shouting that it is too hot. The resulting explosion erupts against a skyscraper, shattering glass and shaking the area. Armand, bleeding, despairs at how outclassed they are and wonders if they can defeat this foe. The bespectacled mage grabs the demon from behind in a desperate grapple. He yells for Takeshi to slash, urging his ally to attack regardless of his own safety. Takeshi hesitates, protesting that attacking will cut the mage as well. The mage insists Takeshi ignore him and just strike. He tightens his grip on the demon, presenting himself as a living restraint. The demon slams him into the ground, refusing to let them carry out the plan. She drives his head deeper into the pavement with a vicious stomp. Holding him up by the hair, she leaves him broken and gasping. Even while captured, he weakly tells Takeshi to slash. Takashi, battered and watching, whispers his friend's name in anguish. The demon contemptuously flings the mage aside. Takashi screams Anderson's name and rushes in with his sword. He vows to cut the demon into pieces. He activates his ultimate technique, Sword of Space-Time, creating a glowing grid around her. The demon looks up as the energy grid cages her, briefly stunned. She then suddenly appears in front of Takashi mid-attack, asking what he thinks he is doing. She counters with a powerful strike that detonates against him. Takashi is hurled across the street, skidding and trailing flames. Isaac catches the falling Takashi, breaking his momentum. Isaac chides his comrades for getting pummeled the moment he looked away, clearly frustrated but concerned. He tells everyone to rest while he steps forward to handle the fight himself. The demon woman looks over the ruined city and considers the dark swordsman before her. Smiling, she says she can sense the demon king's power emanating from him. Isaac's sword comments that she has recognized his true identity and excitedly urges him to fight this very strong opponent immediately. Isaac launches toward the enemy, signaling the start of the fight. The horned woman calmly raises her bloodied sword, facing Isaac. Isaac charges in with a powerful, glowing slash. The woman effortlessly deflects his sword strike. Isaac reels back, shocked that his attack could not cut her. The woman counters with a devastating punch that shatters Isaac's armor. Their clash sends explosive shockwaves through the surrounding buildings. Isaac emerges from the rubble, dazed and demanding to know what hit him. Realizing she is an artificial monster created from the 4 ancient kings, Isaac thinks his current power cannot defeat her. Isaac's allies panic that even he is outmatched and wonder what they can do. Mina cries out in pain but forces herself to focus. Mina rallies everyone, insisting they combine their strength since they have numbers on their side. The timid boy envies Mina's bravery and admits he only wants to hide. He resolves that if everyone is badly injured, he may have to use his time travel ability to rewind events, though he doubts he can. The pink-haired captain agrees with Mina, warning Yurak that losing means total ruin. The captain reminds Yurak they are at war, and Yurak apologizes for hesitating. The big man regrets not preparing formations, while the small fighter insists even this monster cannot endure a fully combined assault. The injured swordsman tells the big man to rest while they continue. The swordsman refuses to stand down, insisting he is not dead yet. He vows to land at least one massive blow on their enemy before he dies. 2 allies volunteer to attack first and coordinate their moves with Mina. Queen mocks the group for whispering and launches herself at them, calling them cowards. The male fighter unleashes a powerful tornado technique. Yurak charges up a green glowing force with a determined scream. Boulders are transmuted and lifted by Yurak's green energy. Together they hurl the green charged rocks into the tornado toward Queen. The swirling winds accelerate the boulders into a massive spiraling barrage. Queen notices the incoming attack and narrows her eyes. The combined assault detonates in a huge explosion around her. Queen scoffs at the attack as mere child's play while smashing the rocks apart. The barrage continues to explode violently around her position. The big man observes that Mina's strikes, amplified by Armand's tornado, are dealing immense damage. Armand prepares a follow-up technique he calls Tornado Inverse. The inverted tornado engulfs Queen, and someone exclaims that it swallowed her whole. Queen fights inside the storm, battered by debris and shockwaves. Bleeding and annoyed, Queen curses how persistent her opponents are. Armand dives down, calling this his finishing blow as Queen braces herself. Queen is sliced and bound by crisscrossing energy lines that cut into her body. Isaac watches, face splattered with blood, seething with rage. Queen erupts in a furious red aura, screaming in frustration. She stands battered but alive, glaring at her foes. She admits the last attack hurt her, turning toward the exhausted swordsman. Enraged, Queen leaps into the air, screaming insults as she charges. She performs lunar impact, smashing down with overwhelming force. The impact sends shockwaves through the city while another ally takes to the sky. The small fighter transforms with burning wings, vowing to kill Queen even at the cost of her own life and rebirth. Queen turns, hearing someone yell her title. She looks up to see the winged girl descending in a blazing sphere. The fiery girl closes in, taunting that Queen seems weak to heat. She drags Queen upward in a pillar of searing flame. Clinging to her in midair, the girl declares they should die together. Queen, refusing that end, roars that she will not let it happen. Queen drives a burning fist through her opponent's torso at close range. The winged girl feels her consciousness fading as her arm blackens. Queen mocks them that even combined attacks cannot change the outcome. She smashes the captain away, shouting that nothing will change. The captain plummets toward the ground, trailing embers while Queen hangs high above. The captain crashes into parked cars, sending them flying. Queen dive bombs again, promising to tear her remaining foes to pieces. Mid-dive, Queen notices a radiant sphere forming in the distance. A brilliant blast of energy slams into her, disrupting the attack. The beam punches through a building, exploding in a massive blast. Flames and debris consume the upper floors as the structure erupts. Onlookers are stunned, saying the attack was too fast for them to see. Queen, bloodied and laughing, rushes again while taunting who dares oppose her. An off-screen voice tells her she is weaker than expected. A white-haired man rockets in with a punch, surprising Queen. He challenges her to show her true strength as his blow connects. His strike drives her into the ground in a towering shockwave. Hovering above, he proclaims himself the strongest, and says he will take over the fight. The others cheer that Haxon has finally returned to his real form. The winged girl, watching, notes how strong he has become. Haxon boasts again, but another presence questions who really is the strongest. Isaac, fully armored in black, appears and calmly claims that title. Haxon looks over, momentarily speechless. Realizing it is Isaac, he reacts in surprise as Isaac admits his ruse has been discovered. Haxon excitedly asks when Isaac pulled that trick, and Isaac greets him like an old comrade. Before they can chat more, Queen's fist bursts from the ground as she demands what they are talking about. Queen rises wreathed in crimson energy, referring mockingly to Haxon as the karate guy. She admits he once could not touch her but recognizes he has improved. Haxon introduces himself formally and vows that Queen will die by his hand today. Queen only laughs darkly in response. Another violent explosion erupts as their clash resumes. Queen, furious, dives at Haxon shouting that he is mocking her. She unleashes a huge slash toward him. Haxon casually catches her attacking arm. Queen is shocked that he stopped her blows so easily. Haxon grins and repeats that he is the strongest. He unleashes a rapid barrage called Flash Knuckles, pummeling her relentlessly. Queen staggers, confused by the overwhelming speed. Haxon charges a glowing energy orb in his palm. He fires a massive beam that engulfs Queen. The blast explodes against a building, showering the area with debris. Haxon narrows his eyes, gauging the result. Queen suddenly looms gigantic behind him, her power swelling. Haxon realizes she has grown to an enormous size. She swats him away with a colossal strike, sending him flying. His body tears through rooftops as he crashes down the line of buildings. The impact continues with vehicles being tossed aside in the street. Isaac's allies worry that at this rate Queen will overpower Haxon. Queen admits she only let them hope briefly because she found it amusing. The winged girl prepares another fiery charge, shouting to ensure her attack is working. Queen shrugs off the flames, her arms still burning but functional. Isaac's eyes flare as he realizes the fire alone is not enough. The winged girl laments that her attacks do nothing to Queen. Queen stomps Haxon into the ground, dominating him. She smiles cruelly and says it is time to end things. She slams the ground repeatedly, focusing brutal blows where Haxon fell. The pounding continues in a destructive frenzy, tearing up the street. Dust and blood surge outward as her assault devastates the area. The timid boy despairs, wondering if this is the end for all of them. Nearby, a manhole cover stands ajar, hinting at an underground route or presence. Elsewhere, someone walks through shallow water toward an unknown destination. The boy breaks down, praying not to die and admitting he is too scared to fight such a monster. He staggers forward through the dark facility, wondering where his brother is and what he is doing. Isaac, sprinting with sword in hand, tells his inner partner they should proceed with a certain plan. The inner voice responds with interest. The inner entity reminds Isaac of their contract and warns that if they do this, it will be allowed to consume him. Isaac considers the terms in grim silence. He accepts, saying he remembers the contract as he raises his sword. He plunges the blade into himself, triggering the pact. Isaac screams as the dark power floods his body. The unleashed entity erupts in a fiery, monstrous form amid explosions. Queen rockets down the street toward the source of the disturbance. She smashes into the ground to confront it head-on. Standing over her target, she taunts that he did not run away and asks if he can still move. Isaac's allies recognize something terrifying and react in alarm. Above them, the flaming entity ascends, making everyone below stare up in shock. The captain calmly states that since they will die anyway, they should fight with everything because humanity's fate depends on this battle. Queen sneers that their resolve is cute and assumes this is their final struggle. The captain charges up one last desperate, blazing attack, screaming. She hurls herself at Queen in a fiery arc while Queen braces on the ground. Queen vows to respond with full sincerity and rushes forward to meet the attack. Suddenly her arm is sliced, shocking her mid-punch. She looks down in alarm as her limb is severed and something races past. Isaac, now fully possessed and radiating blue-black energy, rushes her from behind. His transformed devil form crackles with power, overwhelming even Queen's presence. Queen senses this aura and realizes the feeling is unmistakable. She recognizes Isaac's new state as that of a devil. The others see Isaac's latest transformation and exclaim that he has changed again. Someone corrects them, saying this being is no longer Isaac at all. The possessed body declares that it craves blood as it dives toward Queen. Queen powers up her own body in response, preparing to clash. She raises a crackling arm toward the sky, gathering power. She acknowledges that Isaac's form carries the inherited might of the four ancient kings. Even so, she calls it counterfeit and moves to smash him aside. The captain watches, astonished at how fierce Queen still is. Queen screams in pain as new wounds open across her face. The entity explains that even reviving a severed arm uses the royal blood within her, fake or not. He then prepares to act on that knowledge, energy surging around him. He declares he will tear that stolen royal blood to shreds so it can never be regenerated, lunging at Queen within a deadly lattice of energy. The horned woman is hurled through the air, her body cracking and dark energy tearing at her. She smashes into the city street, creating a huge explosion of rubble and dark shockwaves. Amid the settling smoke, A confused inner voice wonders what is happening. The woman, bloodied and pinned in a crater, questions what she is doing right now. Nearby hunters rally as one of them shouts for everyone to attack together with their powers. Before they can act, the flaming demon orders them to stop with an outstretched hand. The demon chastises them for interfering and says he is not fighting for their sake. He warns the hunters that this battle is his entertainment, and he will kill them if they join in. Smiling from the crater, the woman taunts that they are fighting an unwinnable battle. The demon, slightly flustered, is told he does not need to say such things. In response, he unleashes a massive blast of power from his hand. The beam shoots skyward from the rooftop, ripping through the air. It explodes above the city in a blinding detonation. From the light appears Satan in his true form, asking if everyone enjoyed themselves. The woman looks up at him apologetically and addresses him as Satan. Satan casually tells her to get up, signaling a new phase of the fight. His command fills her with Satan's power, causing her to rise glowing with energy. Satan watches with a satisfied smile as her shadow expands ominously. Floating above the ruined city, the woman reflects that she thought she was still in Korea. Satan, amused, thinks that he is enjoying watching this spectacle. Another female demon approaches Satan, surprised at his resurrection and asking if it is real. A pink-haired hunter realizes Satan's presence means utter destruction. The hunters panic, wondering what to do now that things look truly dire. Enraged, the flaming demon rushes towards Satan, screaming insults. Satan, protecting the horned woman behind him, says what he is doing is none of the flaming demon's business. Satan counters the charge with a devastating energy strike. The impact sends a colossal column of energy crashing down into the city. Satan decides they should clean up the battlefield and starts gathering power again. A huge red dome and vertical beam of energy envelop and annihilate the cityscape. A hunter throws up his arms as the destructive wave races toward him and his ally. The annihilation beam races across the metropolitan area, erasing everything in its path. From orbit, a red lance of energy shoots away from Earth, showing the magnitude of the blast. Afterward, only swirling clouds and debris remain above the devastated ground. Surveying the calm wasteland, the woman praises Satan as amazing for making it quiet and clean. Satan declares he will build an eternal kingdom here and rule the universe. He proclaims that Earth now belongs to him. Space shifts to show planets, hinting at the broader cosmic stage. A spacecraft speeds through the stars toward Earth. Inside, Hyansu curses but realizes it is still not too late to intervene. He blames Carbon for sabotaging their original plan midway. Frustrated, he complains about the ship's slow speed. A companion explains this is actually the fastest spacecraft on their planet. The fox girl angrily asks if he is ignoring her. Hyansu hurriedly apologizes, explaining he is in a rush. She innocently wonders if, with all humans gone, just the two of them would live on Earth together, and he immediately refuses. Hyansu insists she cannot joke about humanity's extinction, but she says she is serious. The scene returns to ruined seas and wreckage on Earth's surface. A hand bursts from between rocks as someone claws their way out. Hyuntae emerges from the rubble, shocked and exclaiming at the devastation. Looking around at the ruined ocean and sky, he wonders what has happened. He fears that everything may have been wiped out while he was trapped below. Stumbling along the flooded wasteland, Hyuntae calls out to see if anyone else is alive. Standing shakily on the water, he suddenly feels power gathering beneath his feet. Overwhelmed, he drops to his knees with a pained cry. Realizing he is the sole survivor, Hyuntae breaks down, berating himself for being a coward. Through tears he apologizes to everyone, especially to someone named Yuna. He stares at his hands, the tools that failed to save his friends. He resolves that all he needs to do is turn everything back. Determined, Hyuntae vows to change the situation with his own hands as power surges around him. Bathed in blue energy, he swears to reverse time no matter the cost. Meanwhile, another massive craft races toward Earth. A different ship closes in on the planet, streaking red light. On board, the fox girl admires how pretty Hyansu's world looks from space while still preferring her own star. She hears they will soon enter the atmosphere and that Hyansu plans to go ahead. Surprised he will jump from here, she hears him say he is too anxious to wait. Hyansu leaps from the ship through a portal into open space. He plunges toward Earth in a blazing trail of light. Back on the ocean, Hyuntae believes his very existence is meant for this moment. Gritting his teeth, he screams as he pushes his power to the limit. Locking onto his target, he activates the skill time reverse. He steels himself, beginning a declaration. Hyuntae finishes the vow that he will bring everyone back. The strain makes him scream in agony as his body and mind are pushed to breaking. Supported by spectral allies, he readies his full power and shouts for them to go. Convinced he can succeed, he roars and channels everything into the spell. A gigantic vortex of lightning and energy forms above the sea. The vortex flashes in an all-consuming burst of light. Time and debris rewind violently, structures and wreckage flying upward. The destroyed city rapidly rebuilds itself, cars and buildings reverting to their original positions. The metropolis fully restores, shining under streaks of reversed energy. The hunters, alive again, notice something strange and react in confusion. Two hunters realize with shock that they have returned. The fire mage deduces they have gone back to moments before their deaths. A celestial ally praises Hyuntae for accomplishing something incredible. Hyuntae now floats above the city, exhausted but alive. Suddenly black spikes skewer him, sending him crashing down with a cry. He lies broken on the ground, impact cracks radiating around him. The martial hunter rushes to Hyante's side, shouting his name. Cradling him, the hunter tearfully tells Hyante he has surpassed Robin. Others gather around as the martial hunter laughs in mixed relief and grief. The woman in a suit is shocked that these supposed insects possess such power. Satan returns and coldly says that no matter their efforts he can simply kill them again. Two battered hunters look on helplessly, cursing that they cannot stop what is coming. Satan smirks, unfazed by their resistance. His hair whips upward as he surges with killing intent. Satan descends like a meteor, shaking the street with his arrival. He changes his mind and decides to savor killing them one by one. Promising to show them the pain of hell, he powers up his armored arm. He grabs Hyante and flings him aside with brutal force. Holding Hyante in his clawed arm, Satan announces that he will be the first to die. Hyante, bleeding and fading, weakly asks to be released. Despite his condition, orbs of temporal power form in Hyante's hands. Satan senses something odd and glances toward this unexpected resistance. He crushes Hyante against his chest, mocking the attempt as useless. Satan prepares to tear him apart slowly, encouraging him to scream. Leaning close with a manic grin, Satan asks if it hurts. Hyante smiles through the pain and asks his Hyung why he arrived so late. The word Hyung startles Satan as he registers what was just said. He turns to see Hyansu finally arriving on the scene. Satan is shocked that he never sensed Hyansu's approach. Satan's arm is suddenly severed mid-motion, stunning him. Hyansu appears beside Hyante, supporting him as the one-armed Satan floats above. Satan stares in frustrated disbelief, momentarily speechless. The other hunters rush over, calling out Hyansu's name in relief. Hyansu warmly praises Hyante for working hard and doing well. The fire mage demands to know where Hyansu has been all this time. Hyansu apologizes, explaining he had gone away to become stronger. He adds that he trained alongside a new ally. When asked who, Hyansu reveals that this ally is the third singularity. The martial hunter and the big man react in shock at hearing that title. Satan, overlooking them, says they should first deal with him. Hyansu agrees and dashes forward, saying they can talk more after he kills Satan. The horned woman, empowered by Satan, clashes violently with the flaming demon. Their blows collide, both unleashing bursts of energy. The flaming demon realizes his attacks are no longer effective, and that she has grown stronger. She boasts that she now wields a portion of Lord Satan's power. Confident, she declares that an opponent like him is now insignificant as she pounds him. Facing Satan directly, Hyansu says his martial art was created to battle a foe like him. He then insults Satan for being weaker than expected. Satan snarls in response, amused but angered. Laughing maniacally, Satan dives down and orders Hyansu to entertain him. The hunters on the ground watch tensely as Hyansu engages Satan. Hyansu calmly exhales a stream of energy. He channels that energy into his fist as he plummets toward Satan. Hyansu unleashes his technique, shouting the name Impact. Satan reacts in alarm and charges to meet the attack. Hyansu's blow rips through buildings, creating a line of explosions. The destructive wave continues across the entire city skyline. Through a blood-red haze, Satan realizes a massive hole has been blasted through him. Wounded, Satan looks down to see the gaping cavity in his torso. Shocked and sweating, he can only utter a confused sound. Enraged, Satan vows revenge and charges Hyansu with energy gathering in his hand. The two streak toward each other, their attacks about to collide. Hyansu slams another technique, Tree Impact, directly into Satan's chest. Satan coughs blood as multiple dark wounds erupt across his body. Hyansu traps Satan inside a hexagonal array while Satan attempts a mental destruction counter. Hyansu responds by summoning countless blazing spheres with the technique Falling Heavens. The orbs crash into Satan in a relentless barrage of explosions. Watching from below, the hunters marvel that Hyansu has become strong enough to battle Satan on equal terms. In the blinding aftermath, Satan's silhouette staggers in the storm of light, barely holding on. Hyansu, realizing his current strength is insufficient, steels his resolve. Satan acknowledges Hyansu as the strongest opponent he has faced so far. Satan compares Hyansu's power to that of a devil and praises him for reaching that level with a human body. Satan declares that from this moment onward he will get serious, and unleashes a massive energy attack. Satan, excited, yells that it is now his turn to attack. Satan's strike explodes, sending Hyansu flying violently. Satan pursues Hyansu through the air, driving him farther away with overwhelming force. Satan dives after the falling Hyansu to continue the assault. Satan taunts that the next attack will hurt. Satan slams Hyansu down with a devastating blow. The impact pierces the sky and devastates the city below. A huge column of destruction carves through the city streets. The assault culminates in a massive explosion. Ruined buildings and smoke show the catastrophic aftermath of Satan's attack. Satan emerges from the rubble, surprised something is off. He realizes Hyansu has vanished right in front of him. Satan identifies Hyansu's escape technique as a skill called Heavenly Demon Soul Shed. He suddenly senses a threat appearing from behind him. Hyansu reappears above him, activating the technique Heavenly Demon Ruler's Descent. Satan looks up in shock as Hyansu dives toward him. Hyansu's attack crashes down, shattering the surroundings. Hyansu lands with burning footsteps, preparing to continue fighting. Hyansu is shocked that something about his attack is not working as expected. He realizes in disbelief that Satan is actually resisting Heavenly Demon Ruler's descent. Satan, amused, says he will give Hyansu a chance. Satan invites Hyansu to join his side. He explains that Hyansu is too valuable to waste by killing, so he offers him a place under him. Satan smiles slyly as he waits for Hyansu's response. Hyansu bursts into wild laughter at the proposal. He mockingly calls out to Satan to get his attention. Hyansu furiously rejects the offer and hurls an insult at Satan. Satan responds casually, unfazed by the insult. Satan instantly lunges at Hyansu, catching him off guard. Satan powers up again, preparing another lethal strike. He swings while declaring his intent to kill Hyansu. Satan's punch connects, brutally slamming Hyansu. The hit sends Hyansu hurtling away with a glowing wound on his chest. Satan screams in rage as energy surges around his body. He rockets toward Hyansu with murderous glee. Satan smashes Hyansu through a building with another powerful blow. The building erupts in a shockwave of shattered glass and force. Hyansu crashes hard, bloodied and barely holding on. Satan revels in Hyansu's painful groan. He savagely continues the beating, demanding more cries of pain. Satan tells Hyansu he will regret rejecting the offer, claiming Hyansu's fate is already sealed and resistance is useless. Despite his injuries, Hyansu forces himself back to his feet in the ruined street. Satan screams that fate itself exists for his benefit as he dives down at Hyansu. Another colossal explosion erupts amid the buildings. The blast sends shockwaves across the devastated city skyline. Watching from afar, allies remark that the battle is beyond anything they can interfere in. One of them insists they must still help in whatever way they can. Another suggests that he and Mina transfer their energy to Hyuntae to speed his recovery, and she agrees. The group gathers around Hyuntae's body on the roadway to begin the energy transfer. A futuristic ship or craft suddenly approaches overhead, startling them. Elsewhere, another powerful woman notices the approaching craft and wonders what it is. The fox girl enrages when she sees Hyansu hurt and vows revenge on whoever harmed him. She charges forward through the air toward the craft and the battlefield. Satan senses her arrival with narrowed, intent eyes. The fox girl swings a massive, energy-infused arm in a ferocious attack. Satan turns as beams streak past him, realizing he is under fire again. He looks down in surprise as an attack actually leaves marks on his body. Satan examines the shallow wounds and smirks. He admits the blows stung a little. The fox girl is dismayed that her strike caused practically no damage. Satan counters with a kick that sends her flying. One of Satan's demonic followers rushes in, furious that she dared attack Lord Satan. The fox girl screams as she retaliates with another empowered strike. Satan's subordinate, the dark-haired demoness, reacts with alarm. She dives from above to fight the fox girl directly. The fox girl mocks the demoness' ruined hairstyle and provokes her rage. The demoness launches a deadly energy wave at the fox girl while shouting that she must die. The demoness then slams the fox girl into the ground with overwhelming force. The fox girl cries out in pain amid flying debris and shattered glass. Hyansu struggles upright, admitting Satan truly is strong. He concedes Satan surpasses any other devil he has met, yet affirms that even such foes have fallen before his heaven-obliterating demonic fists. Satan, bored of words, commands Hyansu to struggle and threatens to torture him with endless flaying if he fails to entertain him. Hyansu lets out a small, grim chuckle. He stomps the ground, beginning to power up again. Hyansu activates Heavenly Demon Emergence, his aura surging to a new level. Satan is stunned that such immense power can come from a mere human body. Hyansu's hand trembles as even more energy gathers around him. He warns Satan that this is no time to relax. Hyansu's aura intensifies as he rises, readying a decisive move. He rushes forward using a skill called Seed Impact. Satan scoffs, asking if Hyansu thinks he will be hit by the same trick again. Hyansu reveals the visible Seed Impact was a feint as he attacks from an unexpected angle. His punch lands squarely on Satan's face. Hyansu follows up with a furious barrage, driving Satan downward. Satan crashes into the ground, roaring in pain. Hyansu yells accelerate, and boosts his speed for another dive. He streaks high into the sky, gathering massive power above the fallen Satan. Hyansu explains that he has amassed the power of fallen heavenly demons specifically to destroy Satan. He declares this attack will end everything and plummets towards Satan like a spear. The demoness queen looks on anxiously at what is happening to her master. The armored subordinate calls out urgently to Lord Satan. Satan's eyes widen in fear and fury as the attack nears. Hyansu, mid-dive, reacts in shock as events shift unexpectedly. The demoness queen throws herself between them, taking the lethal blow meant for Satan. She screams in agony as her body is riddled with deadly holes. The force of the strike sends her crashing brutally into the ground. Hyansu is stunned that Queen sacrificed herself to shield Satan. Satan reappears beside Hyansu and says he squandered his best opportunity. Satan kicks Hyansu away, sending him flying once more. His follow-up blast detonates along the street, obliterating everything in its path. A huge explosion engulfs the area where Hyansu lands. Satan stands over Queen's broken body, calling her a lovable child for protecting him. He tells her that, like another being called king, her fate is to become his nourishment. Satan promises she will live eternally within him as he begins absorbing her. Queen's body glows violently as she is consumed by Satan's power. The fox girl watches in horror, stammering at what she's seeing. She realizes Satan has literally absorbed his own subordinate and calls him insane. The empowered Satan flexes his arm, his energy rising further. He smirks darkly, letting out a low laugh. Now massively strengthened by Queen, Satan unleashes a terrifying surge of power and laughter. Hyansu confronts Satan again, calling him disgustingly vile. Hyansu declares that no other devil is like Satan, once more taunting him by name. Hyansu notes that Satan's body has actually shrunk even as Satan beckons him to come. Hyansu dives down towards Satan in another high-speed assault. He grits his teeth and throws himself into the attack with determination. Hyansu unleashes a sharp energy slash straight at Satan. Satan easily dodges and comments that Hyansu is too slow. Hyansu yells in frustration as he forces himself to attack harder. His barrage of strikes explodes around Satan but fails to connect decisively. Satan counters with a single precise blow to Hyansu's chest, calling him slow. From a distance, Satan states Hyansu is far too slow as his attacks explode harmlessly. Hyansu, battered and bleeding, realizes Satan's power is now on an entirely different level. Satan charges a powerful crystalline energy in his hand, aiming at Hyansu. He fires the beam, which tears cleanly through Hyansu's body. Hyansu stares in shock as blood and energy burst from him. The blast hurls Hyansu across the plaza, where he crashes violently. The fox girl screams Hyansu's name in panic. Driven by rage and grief, she vows to kill Satan and not let him go. She rockets towards Satan with all her strength. She shrieks and leaps to deliver a powerful downward strike. She descends on Satan, but he calmly prepares to counter. Satan raises his clawed arm and insults her attack as vulgar. He blocks and slices through her assault, calling it crude. Despite being badly wounded, the fox girl insists she is not finished yet. Satan counters again, smashing her to the ground in another punishing blow. The impact explodes across the street as debris flies around Satan. From above, Satan mockingly asks if she really thought she had more to show. The fox girl lies amid rubble, barely conscious. She struggles back to her feet with a pained cry. She admits fearfully that Satan is incredibly strong. She decides that even though it is dangerous, she will use the full power of her 9 tails. Satan's blow tears through her clothing and body, making her scream. In agony, she releases a loud roar as her power surges out of control. The fox girl fully transforms into a fearsome 9-tailed white fox form, exuding immense energy. In this new form she grins hungrily, power spilling from her mouth. She announces that she will now fight Satan with her full power. The powerful white-haired enemy smirks, excited that the fight is finally getting interesting. Hyansu stops Iris with a hand and refuses to let her act. Furious, Hyansu declares he is going to kill the villain, while Iris shouts his name. Hyansu and Iris charge forward together to face the enemy. The enemy mocks them, saying Hyansu still has not composed himself. Iris unleashes a crisscrossing barrage of red energy beams at the enemy. The enemy is caught inside the red beams and reacts in shock. He strains against the attack, starting to power up. Hyansu dashes in at high speed to continue the assault. Hyansu lands a hard body blow on the enemy's side. The enemy staggers, angrily cursing at Hyansu. He laughs maniacally, calling Hyansu's efforts cute. Enraged, the enemy announces he will stop holding back and powers up violently. His unleashed power erupts across the city, sending out massive energy waves. The explosion tears through the cityscape, lightning and smoke engulfing buildings. Amid the destruction, Hyansu plants his foot on a rock, preparing a counterattack. He rockets through falling debris surrounded by blue energy. Leaping high, Hyansu readies his technique, exploding heavens above the enemy. A protective blue sphere suddenly forms, startling Hyansu. Within that sphere, the enemy rushes Hyansu and kicks him away. The enemy brutally smashes Hyansu, sending him flying and bleeding. Hyansu lies bloodied as his vision blurs and blood splatters around him. As Hyansu falls, Iris dives after him in panic. Iris catches Hyansu from behind and cushions their crash. Carrying him, Iris anxiously asks if he is alright. The enemy board begins forming a deadly purple energy projectile to finish them. He fires a massive red beam downward and bids them farewell. Strange blue energy waves suddenly sweep through the city. The enemy is surprised as the blue energy surrounds him. A green barrier sphere forms around someone below, intercepting the attack. Inside the green protective sphere, Iris realizes what is shielding them. Kayvon appears within the barrier, boasting that protagonists always arrive late. Iris and Hyansu happily greet Kayvon, relieved he finally came. Kayvon explains he was late because he had many preparations to make as power surges. Elsewhere, someone senses the heavenly demon and shouts that he must not proceed. The dark silhouette of the heavenly demon promises to return soon through a portal. He jokes about not using the classic line "I'll be back" as he steps into the portal. The heavenly demon emerges in the sky within a gigantic swirling blue vortex. Hyansu and Iris stare upward as a voice muses about missing the dirty air of Earth. The heavenly demon manifests fully in his restored body, radiating power. Hyansu realizes who it is and starts to speak in shock. He then shouts joyfully, calling out to his master. The master turns, revealing his face as he regards his disciple fondly. Floating above the city, the master tells Hyansu he has grown stronger. Overcome with emotion, Hyansu happily calls out to his master again. Meanwhile, the enemy dives back toward the city, with Hyansu chasing after him. The master indignantly asks how the enemy dares interrupt a teacher-disciple reunion. The enemy realizes this old man is Hyansu's master. He vows to eliminate the master as well and charges at him. The master deftly dodges the blow, telling Hyansu to evade. Power crackling, the master declares the battle is far from over. He slams a devastating lightning attack into the enemy. Countless bolts of energy rain down over the city from the sky. Hyansu and Iris shield themselves from the blinding storm. Hyansu thinks that his master is even stronger now, perhaps due to reclaiming his body. The master and the enemy square off midair as electrical energy circles them. The enemy grimaces from the damage, crying out. The master says he recently created the heavenly demon method and calls the enemy a monster for enduring it. He notes that regaining his body and coming to this world implies something important. He concludes that it means no one can stop him now as a dark shadow looms behind him. The master blitzes the enemy with another overwhelming strike. The enemy panics, unable to read the master's movements. Seizing the opening, Hyansu slams his seed impact punch into the enemy's stomach. The enemy reels again, gasping in pain. Hyansu remains poised to continue attacking, framed in a circular view. The master praises Hyansu's attack with a satisfied compliment. Iris unleashes pink beams upward, shouting to join the offensive. The enemy senses his body malfunctioning after taking the old man's blow. Blood spirals around him as he gathers power, clearly destabilized. A demonic blue flame entity remarks that recovering took time but arrives not too late. That dark entity races alongside the enemy, eager to land its own hit. The enemy rages at the group, starting to threaten them. He fully transforms into a terrifying form and vows to send them all to the next life. Observers panic, fearing that he is about to explode and endanger everyone. Hyuntae, injured, weakly calls out for his brother. Keivan appears and shields Hyuntae with a barrier, startling him. The enemy unleashes a colossal beam upward as energy spirals around him. Far in space, the Earth is seen from afar as the attack expands. A gigantic energy wave envelopes part of the planet. The beam carves a glowing chunk out of Earth before reality starts to fracture. The massive explosion shatters rock and space, debris flying everywhere. Energy twists into a brilliant symbol as the blast reaches its peak. The enemy laughs in space, mocking the humans for daring to oppose him. He curses the old man, acknowledging he will need time to recover from the damage. Suddenly he hears the master addressing his disciple and is alarmed. Hyansu, standing beside his master on a white surface in space, confirms he used mystic circulation to arrive. The enemy is shocked and demands to know how they followed him there. Hyansu calmly answers an unheard voice that he can hear it clearly. On Earth, Keivan confirms Hyuntae and the others were safely teleported, though Hyuntae is still in shock. Keivan tells Hyuntae he is now free to act as he wishes. The master explains that since Satan is weakened, now is the time for Hyansu to show the power of heavenly demons, and Hyansu agrees. Satan nervously begs them to wait a moment, protesting against their plans. Master and disciple join forces, preparing a combined exploding heavens attack. They plunge downward together, driving the combined blast straight at Satan. Satan screams that he cannot withstand it as the attack overwhelms him. The blast shoots far into the cosmic sky, leaving master and disciple hovering above. Afterwards, the master and Hyansu float in silence, catching their breath. A massive heavenly spiritual body manifests from the energy. The spiritual form slams into the ground like a meteor. As Satan disintegrates, he raves that it makes no sense for such pathetic beings to defeat him. His remaining essence scatters into fading particles. The master tells Hyansu that it is finally over. They watch as Earth is restored to normal by Hyantae's reversing ability. Back on the ground, survivors begin regaining consciousness amid rubble. Others realize they are alive and guess Hyuntae revived them again. Keivan explains they survived thanks to his teleportation as the third singularity. He admits he could not rewind time further but that saving Earth was his limit, while others praise his success. Some still worry that if Satan cannot truly die, their efforts might be meaningless. Hyansu appears and reassures them not to worry. Smiling, Hyansu states Satan is completely dead thanks to his master's help. The master objects loudly, confused by Hyansu's wording. The others confirm Satan is gone for good and begin to celebrate. Friends cheer loudly, giving 3 cheers for Park Hyansu. Everyone rejoices together, some hugging Hyansu while shouting that they did it and calling for their brother. Hyansu and the pink-haired woman embrace happily, relieved and overjoyed. Narration explains that months after the portal disasters, humanity now lives in peace and Seoul has largely recovered. The news reporter credits the hunter group New World and announces that today is Hyansu's brother Hyantae's wedding. Guests gather inside the wedding venue. Friends congratulate Hyuntae, complimenting how good he looks. The bride and groom exchange rings. The officiant invites the couple to seal their eternal union with a kiss. Hyansu, Keivan, and their comrades sit together in suits, applauding the couple. A child teases Hyansu by asking if he and the fire lady will be the next to marry, making Hyansu protest. Someone playfully demands Hyansu choose between her and another girl, while he wonders where his grandpa has gone. The scene shifts to a quiet building exterior under a clear sky. Inside, a black portal speaks, remarking how long it took Hyansu to fulfill his promise. Keivan stands by the portal, saying he converted the black portal in Hyansu's room into a general gateway and urges Hyansu to go. As Hyansu steps toward the portal barefoot, someone calls his full name. Keivan smiles warmly and tells Hyansu he did well and worked hard. Hyansu grins back and promises that he will return. The portal deposits him in a lush forested canyon with a rushing river. At a waterfall, his master meditates alone on a rock. The master senses him and asks if he has been healthy and at peace. Hyansu dramatically lands on the rock, shouting as he appears. He charges in barefoot with a loud battle cry. Master and disciple clash in midair, their limbs colliding with force. Face to face, the master notes Hyansu has grown, while Hyansu boasts he is now bigger than his master. Another disciple gets smacked for teasing the master, who scolds him. Hyansu insists the master already admitted he was bigger, but the master says Hyansu still has 1,000,000 years to go. They square up again, challenging each other to fight seriously. The master declares he is not the same as in the past and invites Hyansu to come at him. Their renewed spar shakes the rocky waterfall surroundings with explosive impacts. After knocking Hyansu down, the master tells him not to mess around. Bruised and embarrassed, Hyansu asks if his master can go easy just once. Instead, the master tells him to follow so he can teach Hyansu a new technique. As they walk through the forest, Hyansu asks if he will meet the master's friends, and the master says of course, praising Hyansu as stronger than them. Hyansu worries about being naked since his clothes are by the water, but the master jokes that he should show off to the whole world, leaving Hyansu to complain as he follows.